As Chun Fan's mind wandered, an unsuspecting Maserati approached Heaton. With a resounding thud, Chun Fan collided with the vehicle, his head meeting the ground in a brutal embrace. Oh! The girl inside the car panicked, covering her eyes instead of stepping out. Rumors of an accident spread quickly, attracting a throng of onlookers. It was only then that Zhao Linlin, the renowned campus beauty, hastily exited her vehicle and called out to Chun Fan. "Hey, are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Zhao Linlin, a paragon of privilege with a family business valued in the hundreds of billions, had always been cherished like a precious gem. Now, faced with the aftermath of her actions, she was flustered and at a loss. Chun Fan, rising unsteadily, felt a piercing pain in his head that he stumbled and fell again. "Hey, please don't be hurt." Seeing Chun Fan in such a state due to her recklessness, Zhao Linlin was on the verge of tears. "I truly didn't mean to." She supported him, calling out, "Someone, please help me take him to the hospital." Chun Fan waved his hand, his mind buzzing and vision blurred. Before he could utter a word, a discordant voice interrupted. "Oh, what a performance. Quite convincing." "Zhao, the campus beauty. Ignore him. He's just trying to extort money, targeting someone wealthy like you." Unbeknownst to him, Liang Dong had arrived, dripping with sarcasm. Zhao Linlin frowned slightly, yet her concern for Chun Fan remained it that moment. Her friend Zhou Yufei emerged from the car. "Turns out he's just a scammer. Why are you being so kind?" With that, she pulled out some cash from her bag, angrily tossing it at Chun Fan. "Stop pretending you've achieved your goal." She harbored a deep disdain for such individuals and had no desire to linger, pulling Zhao Linlin back into the car. "Yufei, stop it. I don't think he's faking it. I genuinely hit him." Zhao Linlin insisted, preparing to return. "Stop right there." Unbeknownst to her, Chun Fan had managed to rise, grasping the money from the ground and retorting fiercely. A soldier may be stripped of his rank, but a man's ambition must not be taken. With a furious gesture, he hurled the money back at Zhou Yufei's face before limping away. Zhao Linlin felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. For 3 days, Chun Fan lay in his dormitory, his body aching as if it were falling apart. The pain in his head had subsided, yet his vision remained hazy. With no means to visit a doctor, he endured the discomfort. Fortunately, his roommate Wang Hao brought him meals daily. "Chun Fan, are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor?" Chun Fan shook his head as a call from his mother came through. "Son, how've you been lately? Is your living expense sufficient? Your father has slaughtered the pig at home. He will send you some money tomorrow." "Mom, that's unnecessary. I've been working part-time and have saved a few hundred. Save it for your sister's tuition. My dear child, it has been months since you received any living allowance. Do not pretend to be fine." "Understood, Mom." After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan felt he could no longer remain idle. He rubbed his eyes and instinctively gazed out the window. The girls' dormitory across 100 meters suddenly appeared magnified, as if through a telescope. Every detail inside was vividly clear, even a stray hair on the floor. "Incredible. My eyes." Chun Fan could hardly believe it, rubbing his eyes once more and looking again. Indeed, he could see everything with startling clarity. Coincidentally, it was Zhao Linlin's dormitory across the way. Zhao Linlin rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought about the incident from that day. Turning his gaze, Chun Fan noticed a coin attached to Wang Hao's keychain. This was a rare Yongzheng Tongbao from the Baowu Bureau, minted in 1733. Valuable indeed. What on earth is happening? Did Zhao Linlin's collision awaken some extraordinary ability in me? Chun Fan splashed water on his face and stretched his limbs. His gaze effortlessly penetrated the cabinet door, revealing its contents. I can actually see through objects? He could even discern the origins of those items. How could I suddenly possess such a miraculous power? Chun Fan was taken aback and casually glanced around again. In the neighboring dormitory, Liang Dongkai and others were engaged in stock trading. Limit up! Limit up! Yay! They were pursuing a stock called Tongsheng Real Estate, with Liang Dongkai boldly investing 200,000. He imitated others in chasing limit-up stocks, believing only those were reliable regardless of whether they opened high or hit the limit again the next day. They would always yield profit. However, with his newfound insight, Chun Fan clearly saw that in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the stock would open and then plummet, hitting the limit down the next day. Watching Liang Dongkai and his group celebrating, Chun Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Yet, He could not be certain whether everything he perceived would indeed transpire. He was simply perplexed as to how he had suddenly acquired such formidable X-ray vision, even penetrating walls, just as he was about to instinctively gaze at the girl's dormitory across. A voice from next door exclaimed, "What the heck?" Tongqing Real Estate abruptly broke its limit up. It plummeted like a pile driver, crashing down 20 points. Damn it. I entered at the limit up. Liang Dongcai's vision darkened. Hey, class monitor, class monitor. Several classmates hurriedly pressed on his ACU point. It is often said that chasing limit-up stocks can ruin 3 generations, while ultra-short trading can destroy a lifetime, that a sudden turn of fate nearly swept away the self-assured. Liang Dongcai to Chan Fan's astonishment. The scene he had witnessed had indeed come to pass. Since the introduction of practical finance courses at school, many had fancied themselves as stock market gurus. Within Chun Fan's dormitory, several individuals had taken to trading stocks, with one even proclaiming himself a prince of finance, forsaking dates with his girlfriend to remain glued to his screen, engrossed in trading. Yet, none had managed to turn a profit, all had suffered grievous losses. Previously, Chun Fan had cautioned them against such ventures, asserting that ordinary individuals could never outplay the institutional investors. Their disbelief was palpable, retorting that those studying finance who couldn't navigate the stock market were better off laying bricks. Confident in his own abilities, he mused, "I'm a finance major, how could I possibly be outmaneuvered by these clueless retail investors?" To validate his newfound insight, Chun Fan casually opened the notebook of his roommate, Yilang Gao. He randomly selected a few stocks for verification and was astonished to discover he could indeed foresee their future trajectories. One stock, Tianfu Medical, was on the verge of hitting its upper limit. Returning from the adjacent dorm, Yilang Gao inquired, "What you up to?" "Nothing much, just checking the stock. It should be hitting its upper limit soon." "Yeah, right?" Yilang Gao scoffed, casting a cursory glance. "This stock has been stagnant for months, oscillating like an EKG. It's a classic piece of junk." Lacking any special abilities himself, he was understandably skeptical. However, Chun Fan's vision clearly indicated an imminent surge, followed by a retreat the next day. "Hey, did you hear? Liang Dongcai just took a nosedive, 200,000. He went after the upper limit. Ha ha." Yilang Gao laughed until tears streamed down his face, reveling in the exquisite bitterness of watching someone lose 40,000 in mere moments. Wang Hao dismissed it, saying no big deal. His father is wealthy. Not a big deal. He's probably on the verge of a heart attack. Just as the two finished their banter, suddenly, Tianfu Medical surged dramatically. After a decline of over 3 points, it shot straight to the upper limit. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked at Chun Fan. "Dude, did you somehow strike gold with your words?" At that moment, Chun Fan felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't he sold his stocks to invest in Tianfu Medical? Every trader likely shared this sentiment, lamenting their missed opportunity after a stock surged. Chun Fan's mind was in turmoil, grappling with the seismic implications of the day's events. If he could harness such insights, wouldn't that be tantamount to unlocking the secrets of wealth? Should he consider opening an account at a brokerage? Amidst his musings, the disenchanted Yilang Gao shook an empty cigarette pack, realizing it was devoid of contents. "Chun Fan, come with me to buy a pack of cigarettes." The two individuals arrived at the small convenience store situated at the entrance of their dormitory. Yilang Gao handed over 20 yuan, preparing to purchase cigarettes, while Chun Fan casually glanced at the pile of betel nuts nearby. Another pack, another pack, another pack. Suddenly, he snatched the money from Yilang Gao's hands. "Boss, I'll take a pack of betel nuts." Without waiting for a reaction from Yilang Gao, he tore open the packaging. "Damn it, that was my money for cigarettes." "Boss, another pack." As luck would have it, Chun Fan was overjoyed to discover he had one. He swiftly grabbed another pack and tore it open. "Boss, another pack." "Boss, another pack." "Boss, another pack." By the time he reached the 5th pack, Yilang Gao could only stare in disbelief at this fool. What the hell? Just as he was about to intervene, Chun Fan paid him no mind and continued tearing open the betel nut packages. "Boss, another pack. Another pack. Another pack." This fellow managed to tear open 9 packs of betel nuts in one go, and then he pulled out the winning tickets. "Boss," the proprietor, noticing that he had won 8 packs in a row, chuckled. "Young man, you have quite the luck. Did you win again?" Chun Fan handed over the ticket. "A Huangfu. Wow. Elaine Gao was utterly stunned. He was well aware of the high winning odds of betel nuts, yet winning a huangfu was exceedingly rare. How could such good fortune have befallen him? With 20 yuan, he had 7 packs of betel nuts and a pack of cigarettes. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. The two jubilantly returned to their dormitory with the betel nuts and cigarettes. Come on, let's enjoy some betel nuts, everyone gets a share. Elaine Gao tossed the bag onto the table, urging them to partake without hesitation. Having confirmed his newfound confidence in his abilities, Chun Fan's gaze fell once more upon the copper coin attached to Wang Hao's key. Howsy, are you willing to sell that copper coin? Wang Hao looked at him in confusion. Have you lost your mind? No. I'm serious, as classmates. He had no intention of taking advantage of him. He merely wished to visit the market to validate whether his ability was indeed reliable. If you want it, take it. Wang Hao, displaying generosity, tossed the key aside. Chun Fan examined the copper coin closely. Its remarkable condition suggested it was worth something. Although he knew little about ancient coins, he was certain of its authenticity. Thanks to his extraordinary vision, he could discern its origin, confirming it as a Yongzheng Tongbao from the Baowu Bureau. Let's take a gamble. I only have 216 yuan on me, I'll give it all to you. Chun Fan genuinely handed over the money, leaving Elaine Gao perplexed. What the hell? Did Zhao Linlin knock some sense out of you? How's he? As classmates, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Let's quickly call a psychiatric hospital. Damn it, hopefully this madness isn't contagious. What are you up to? Guo Jianli returned from his escapades, clad in a floral shirt, his mouth glistening with grease. Among the few individuals in the dormitory, he seemed to lead the most indulgent life, courting women, feasting on their generosity, and IT was perplexing what these girls found appealing. Chun Fan couldn't fathom it. Perhaps they were simply attracted to boastful types. Wang Hao remarked, nothing much. Did you finish off all the bullets? Guo Jianli shook his newly purchased shirt. A girl bought this for me. What do you think? Seriously? You're living off the girls again. The three of them exchanged glances of disdain as Guo Jianli rummaged under his bed for a cigarette and headed to the restroom. Chun Fan, clutching a copper coin, prepared to visit the antique market to see if he could make a sale. Fortunately, Jiangzhou University was not far from the city center, and Chun Fan pedaled a shared bicycle to the antique street. This area was bustling with antique aficionados, and he deliberately hung the copper coin on his keychain, securing it at a prominent position on his waist. Though it is said that fine wine needs no bushy tree, one should never inquire about selling. It is vital for others to approach with interest. Otherwise, one risks devaluing their item. He wandered through the stalls, casually glancing for similar coins while gauging the market. A quick survey revealed ordinary copper coins from unknown manufacturers. Clearly, these were all replicas, merely crafted to appear aged. Chun Fan intentionally selected a Yongzheng Tongbao and inquired, how much for this, boss? The vendor cast a brief glance at him. 2,000. What the heck? Chun Fan, startled, dropped the coin onto the stall. Could this piece actually fetch 2,000? After browsing the antique market for a couple of laps, observing the surroundings, a middle-aged gentleman in his 50s approached him. He appeared cultured and refined, likely a collector. Young man, may I see the copper coin you have? Chun Fan scrutinized him. What do you want it for? Do not misunderstand, you don't seem to be in this trade. If it's genuine, I would like to purchase it. Chun Fan took the key off his belt. What's genuine or not? We have these hanging on our keys and strings back home. The middle-aged man accepted it and examined it closely. This condition was unmistakable. It was indeed genuine. His face brightened with delight. Young brother, how much would you sell it for? Ah, the fish had taken the bait. Chun Fan blurted, 4,000. The man laughed heartily. It's obvious you're an amateur. There are many versions of Yongzheng Tongbao. This one is from the Baowu Bureau. It's hardly worth anything. I wouldn't take it if it were from another bureau. After assessing, the middle-aged gentleman stated seriously, let's not deceive each other. They'll give you 800. Chun Fan snatched it back. Antiques are worth what one cherishes. Otherwise, they hold no value. Take it or leave it. 2,000. Take it if you want. If not, then forget it. 1,200. No more. The middle-aged man seemed genuinely interested and stated a firm price. In truth, Chun Fan had also conducted some online research. A genuine Yongzheng Tongbao, particularly the version in his possession, typically ranged between 1,000 and 2,000. However, having paid Wang Hao 216, he was unwilling to part with it for less than 1,000. At least 1,400. No negotiation. The middle-aged man chuckled. 1,400 sounds unappealing. I'll offer you 1,380. Deal. The middle-aged man, being an expert, promptly paid the amount and handed Chun Fan a business card. Young man, should you come across anything of value in the future, feel free to seek me out at Bai Bao's High on Wenjung Street. Upon seeing the 1,380 yuan credited to his WeChat, Chun Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Since he could discern the origins of these antiques, what was there to hesitate about? The gateway to wealth had swung open, and he was eager to seize the opportunity. After meandering through the antique street, he discovered that genuine items were indeed scarce, though not entirely absent. Occasionally, some antique dealers would gather treasures from the countryside, unable to discern their authenticity themselves, inadvertently offering them at a bargain. This was what it meant to strike gold. A stall ahead. Numerous items were on display. Pottery, purple clay, porcelain, jade, jewelry, a dazzling array. Chun Fan's gaze sharpened. He spotted a quart snuff bottle from 1832 among the dozen or so snuff bottles on display. This one was authentic. The rest were all fakes or worthless trinkets. Being an outsider with little knowledge, he casually picked up a replica and inquired, "Boss, how much for this?" The stall owner glanced at him. 5,000. What a joke. For such counterfeit goods, one should easily find them for just a few dollars. That he tossed in his hand. Let's hear a real price. I'm just looking to play with it. The owner took a look at him with no real business. He casually replied, "If you truly want it, you could take it for 1,000. 1,000 yuan would never buy a genuine item. Authentic one surely cost more than that." Chun Fan returned the item, feigning intent to leave. Hey, come back. What will you offer? Just like selling clothes, once you show disinterest, they call you back. Chun Fan, feeling disenchanted, remarked, "Do you really think these are treasures? If it were a few tens of yuan, I might consider buying one for fun." "All right, fine. How about 80? Take your pick." The owner shook his head. Business was tough these days. He had procured these items from the countryside for merely a few dollars each. If he encountered an unknowledgeable buyer, he would seize the opportunity. Regardless, there was a rule in the antique street. Once a purchase was made, it was final, regardless of authenticity. Should one end up with a counterfeit, it merely indicated a lack of discernment. One had to accept their misfortune. Finding an authentic piece, however, was a stroke of good fortune. Chun Fan paid 80 yuan and acquired the snuff bottle. Is it Bai Bao's High? Riding a shared bicycle, Chun Fan followed his phone's navigation to Wenjung Street. This area is dotted with numerous tea houses and antique shops. The IT is a renowned leisure street in Jiangzhou, where the inhabitants lead a relaxed life, entirely devoid of the oppression characteristic of large cities. Those who can establish shops along this street have essentially attained financial freedom, spending their days sipping tea and strolling with birds. As for the business of their establishments, they are indifferent to whether they thrive or not. Upon arriving at Bai Bao's High, Chun Fan encountered the middle-aged man from whom he had purchased copper coins earlier. "Ah, young brother, what brings you here?" Chun Fan surveyed the shop, his eyes dazzled by the myriad antiques. A glance revealed an array of treasures aged with time. Indeed, he was a connoisseur, as nearly everything he collected was authentic. Chun Fan produced the snuff bottle he had recently acquired. "Would you care to take a look at this?" "Oh, you truly possess a few treasures, don't you? Why didn't you present them earlier?" At this moment, he suddenly realized something. This wouldn't be something you stumbled upon at the antique street, would it? Chun Fan smiled. "Would you be interested?" The man took it in his hands, examining it closely before retrieving a magnifying glass. The snuff bottle was adorned with colorful paintings depicting court ladies. After his examination, he remarked, "Though this is considered an antique, it is not a royal item, merely an ordinary palace snuff bottle. How much do you wish to sell it for?" Chun Fan replied, "Zwa, although we have only just met today, it is a fateful encounter. I am not well versed in antiquities. You may propose a price that, if I believe I can sell it, I will. If you do not shortchange me, I shall bring you more items in the future." Implied was the notion that should he be deliberately deceived, this would be their sole transaction. Zwa Handong chuckled. "First, tell me how you came by this. Weren't you able to guess earlier?" Chun Fan did not hide the truth, and Zwa Handong, astonished, exclaimed, "You truly found it there?" He gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. This young man, claiming ignorance, seemed disingenuous. If he were genuinely uninformed, how could he have unearthed such a treasure? After pondering briefly, he continued, "Since you place such trust in me, I shall offer you a fair price." This snuff bottle is worth around 60 to 70,000 in the market. What profit can you provide me? He was quite astute. The item's value was evident, and both parties aimed to profit. It all depended on how ambitious one was, and whether it was worth cultivating a relationship. Chun Fan was taken aback that the burden of decision fell upon him. Yet he responded straightforwardly, "Offer me 50,000. The remainder of your profit is your own skill." "Excellent. It's a deal." Zhua Handong increasingly admired this young man for his decisiveness and audacity. He transferred 50,000 yuan to Chun Fan's account. "Young brother, do come to me again if you discover any fine items." Zhua Handong personally escorted him to the entrance, watching as Chun Fan rode away on a shared bicycle. This morning, after a few endeavors, he had managed to earn 51,084. Chun Fan felt an increasing sense of confidence. With the academic workload in college not being overly demanding, he could visit the antique market at his leisure in search of hidden treasures. However, he could not afford to neglect the stock market, so he promptly went to a securities firm to open an account. He set aside 3,000 yuan, transferring the remainder into his stock market fund account. This capital would serve as his initial investment. Perhaps this small fish could thrive in the stock market and transform into a formidable capital predator. Chapter 4. A lush green canopy. Upon returning to the dormitory, several individuals were gathered, engaged in a spirited gaming session. "Today, I shall treat you all," Chen Fan proclaimed. "This fellow's illness has worsened," Yilang Yao remarked, closing his notebook and regarding Chen Fan with curiosity. Wang Hao promptly rose from his seat, exclaiming, "Don't infect me." "Guo Jianyang, may I bring guests?" "Please do," Chen Fan responded, well aware that Guo had recently begun dating a petite and charming freshman. "You are all welcome to bring your girlfriends. Since I've earned some money, I am never stingy." Wang Hao touched his forehead and said, "You look quite ill. Little Lang, you should go to the emergency room." All three of them had girlfriends, while he remained single. Were it not for his rugged upbringing, he might have been quite vulnerable. Unlike Wu Jianyang, who had the audacity to approach women, he lacked the courage to express his feelings even when attracted to someone. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Guo Jianyang made himself presentable and departed. Yilang Yao inquired in disbelief, "Are you genuinely treating us?" Wang Hao added, "You're not suggesting we go for rice noodles, are you? I can't even be bothered to invite Nan Nan." His girlfriend's name was Qin Nan, a student from the economics and trade class. Chen Fan chuckled. "I foresee a small fortune coming your way today." Ding. A WeChat transfer of 1,164 yuan was received. "What the hell?" Wang Hao jumped up, stepping away from Chen Fan. "Little Lang, quickly hide the soap in the bathroom." "Forget it. I won't be coming back to sleep tonight." Yilang Yao stared at Chen Fan in confusion. "Where did you get this money?" "Ah, I see. Zhao Linlin must have reimbursed you handsomely. I sold that copper coin of his. Consider it a clever way to earn some profit," Chen Fan replied, unwilling to take advantage of Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao sighed in relief. That copper coin was so valuable? Indeed, it sold for 1,380 yuan. "Then tonight, I shall cover the bill. Don't you dare compete with me," Wang Hao declared, eager to impress his girlfriend after such a long time. Naturally, Chen Fan would not allow him to pay, as he still had over 1,000 yuan saved for himself. At 6:30 in the evening, everyone headed to the back street of the school, a locale bustling with dining and entertainment options, predominantly barbecue restaurants and inns. Yilang Gao's girlfriend, Su Keqing, a finance major with short hair and a round face, also arrived. The group chose an outdoor seating area, and Chen Fan summoned a waiter to take their orders. "Where's Guo Jianyang? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "Speak of the devil, and he appears." Guo Jianyang arrived, accompanied by 3 fellow villagers, pulling out chairs to sit down. "Why not find a private room? Sitting outside feels so lacking in class." Yilang Yao shot him an irritated glance. "Did you not go to fetch your girlfriend?" "She isn't here. I happened to run into these 3 fellow villagers." Turning to his companions, he added, "Feel free to order whatever you like. These are my friends." Wang Hao could no longer contain himself, stating, "There are rules about treating guests. This is not how it's done." Had it not been for Qin Nan's presence, he would have already departed. Chen Fan understood that both of them meant well, but Guo Jianliang, with his indiscriminate ways, was being inconsiderate. However, with Yilang Gao and Wang Hao having invited their girlfriends, it would be unkind to dampen their spirits. At that moment, Qin Nan inquired, "Chen Fan, why don't you try finding a girlfriend? There's a lovely girl in our dormitory. I could arrange an introduction for you." Guo Jianliang, having ordered the dishes, lamented his lack of funds. Wondering how he could afford a girlfriend, Wang Hao could no longer contain his thoughts, retorting, as if you spend a fortune on dating. Guo Jianyang shamelessly replied, "What money do I need for a girlfriend? It's just for fun, why be so serious?" This remark soured the expressions of both Qin Nan and Su Keqing. "Is that how you boys view relationships?" Liang Hao scolded. "Can you keep your mouth shut, Guo Jianyang? Don't listen to his nonsense. He is devoid of humanity." The two were busy attending to their girlfriends. Damn it, the joy of my lower half was nearly spoiled by his words. As everyone opened a bottle of wine, they awaited the dishes to be served. Guo Jianliang spotted Liang Dongkai approaching with a girl and quickly stood up to greet them. "Class leader, over here." The girl beside Liang Dongkai was quite tall and remarkably beautiful, particularly with her enticing legs. On this summer day, she wore a pair of Korean-style fringed denim shorts, instantly captivating everyone's attention. However, when Liang Dongkai reached out to her, she instinctively recoiled. Guo Jianyang, the sycophant, pulled out a chair and said, "You two can sit here. I'll go call the waiter for more dishes. Order whatever you like." He waved his hand. "Boss, bring 2 more packs of cigarettes." When Liang Dongkai noticed Qin Fan was present, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He had lost 20 points today and was in a foul mood. In truth, he bore no personal animosity towards Qin Fan. He merely held some prejudice due to Qin Fan's impoverished background. After Liang Dongkai arrived, Guo Jianliang was overly attentive, bustling about as if he were the host himself. He kept requesting this and that, exhibiting an extravagant demeanor. The two girls, Nan Nan and her friend, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of who was actually treating tonight. The waiter brought the cigarettes, and Guo Jianliang promptly offered one to Liang Dongkai, even slipping him another pack. "Class leader, don't be shy." Goodness, was he truly making a fool of himself? Did he think he could curry favor with Liang Dongkai using my money? Qin Fan cast an irritated glance at him, fully aware of his incompatibility with Liang Dongkai, yet Guo Jianliang still summoned him over. What was he scheming? At that moment, the long-legged girl beside Liang Dongkai blinked her sparkling eyes, curiously asking Qin Fan, "Are you Qin Fan?" "Huh." Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback, while Nan Nan chimed in, "Yes, he is Qin Fan. What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing." The girl smiled with her lips pursed, causing Liang Dongkai to become displeased. "Hurry up and eat. What is there to ask?" Qin Fan vaguely guessed that he must have mentioned something about himself to the girl, as it was unlikely for a complete stranger to suddenly inquire about his name. However, Qin Fan, possessing an extraordinary ability to perceive the unseen, unexpectedly noticed a vivid green hue above Liang Dongkai's head. Chapter 5. The 200-pound landlady agrees to help me lose weight ever since Zhao Linlin had accidentally injured him. Qin Fan had been able to see things that others could not. He was uncertain what the green above Liang Dongkai's head signified, but he observed that others were devoid of such a phenomenon. After dining heartily, he noticed Guo Jianliang waiting for him to settle the bill. Qin Fan let out a satisfied burp and glanced at Wang Hao and the others. "I'm going to the restroom." The two understood and informed Qin Nan and Su Keqing, "You two should head back to the dormitory. It's getting late." After all, their relationships had not yet progressed to the point of spending the night together. The two girls picked up their bags and departed, and the two boys followed suit to the restroom. Liang Dongkai, in good spirits today, picked at his teeth with a toothpick and asked Guo Jianliang, "Is there still a program?" He was hoping to seize this opportunity to sing at the karaoke hall, as he had not yet had a chance to engage with the girl beside him. Guo Jianyang was still waiting for Qin Fan to return and settle the bill, but the three had been gone for quite some time, leading him to feel uneasy. He took out his phone to make a call, and Liang Dongkai, thinking he was inviting the dormitory members to join them, impatiently remarked, "What's the point of calling them? We can go ourselves." Especially Qin Fan, disgusting. Guo Jianliang was exasperated. "Do you think I want to call them? I'm trying to get him to come and settle the bill." Unfortunately, all 3 phones were turned off. Damn it. How infuriating. Guo Jianliang realized he had been duped. The 200-pound landlady approached with the bill, totaling 1,038. The dishes were ordered by them, and the cigarettes were also taken by them. Guo Jianliang's heart felt as though it were bleeding. He looked around, seeing that no one had any intention of covering his bill, and reluctantly turned to Liang Dongkai for help. "Class monitor, I didn't bring any money. Could you?" "Damn, you have no money and still act like you're above it all? You invited me out to eat and expect me to pay? Li Bing. Let's go." Liang Dongkai showed no mercy and called the girl to leave. The 3 compatriots, witnessing the situation, departed without a word. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had long since returned to the dormitory, washed up, and was lying in bed, ready for sleep. Liang Yao remarked, Gui Jinliang probably won tea come back tonight. Right? Of course, with so many plates, he couldn't he possibly wash them all at once. Wang Hao suddenly sat up. Do you think he might ascend to the pinnacle of life from this point forward? I heard that 200-pound landlady is a widow, regardless of the situation on that side. Gui Jinliang did not return that night. As Chun Fan lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber, a sudden recollection of the stock market account he had opened that day surged through his mind. Surely, he could commence trading tomorrow? He opened the stock trading application on his phone and immediately checked the leaderboard. The recent market trends had been favorable, with hundreds of stocks reaching their daily limits. Since he possessed the ability to foresee the future movements of the stocks, it was imperative to select the most formidable one. Would anything less than 2 or 3 times pique my interest? A quick glance revealed Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals, projected to soar 3 times within the next 5 trading days, Longda Company, expected to ascend 7 times in 10 days, and Yuanjing Technology, anticipated to rise 12 times over the course of 15 days. Astonishing. A veritable gem of a stock. Chun Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Without hesitation, he seized the moment past midnight to place an order, investing all his funds into Yuanjing Technology. A 12-fold increase over 15 trading days. Can one comprehend the magnitude of such a prospect? He resolved to increase his holdings once he amassed wealth. Tomorrow, he would revisit the antique street to unearth more treasures. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Wishing fervently to skip the night and fast forward to 9:30 in the morning, so he could relish the thrill of the stock market surge. His mind was in a state of heightened excitement, rendering him unable to sleep throughout the night. He checked his phone every minute, yet time seemed to crawl. Finally, after enduring until 5:30, he decided against sleep and opted to run laps on the track. When one is devoid of wealth, the state of one's health holds little significance. However, when fortune graces one, maintaining good health becomes paramount. Under a tree, 2 girls curiously observed him. Lin Lin, isn't that the person who last tried to scam you? One remarked. It seems so. The youthful and vibrant Zhao Linlin, clad in athletic attire and sporting a ponytail, cast a glance his way, her emotions a tangled web. She had initially intended to seek out Chun Fan, yet her sense of propriety held her back. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufei cast a disdainful look, declaring that such a person was undeserving of sympathy, recalling how she had heard he hailed from a poor rural background, unable even to pay class fees, thus earning the scorn of his classmates. He has probably had his eye on you, hoping to swindle some money, she suggested. Zhao Linlin, though feeling slightly guilty, was on the verge of approaching him. Chun Fan had completed several laps but felt utterly exhausted. Frankly, had it not been for his robust physique, Zhao Linlin's earlier collision might have sent him reeling. His body had yet to fully recover. He could not afford to overindulge. After a few sets of stretches, he picked up his clothes and returned to the dormitory, completely unaware that Zhao Linlin was still grappling with guilt over their encounter. At 9:25, he noticed, to his astonishment, that Yuanjing Technology had opened lower. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. He had placed his order in the early hours, unsure if it would execute in time. As the market opening drew nearer, Chun Fan's anxiety mounted. 9:26, thump thump thump. His heart raced fiercely. This is, after all, Chun Fan's inaugural foray into the stock market. Can you fathom the exhilaration of seizing an opportunity just before a stock hits its ceiling, coupled with the foresight that it might multiply 2 or 3-fold? The clock struck 927. Thud, thud, thud. 928. Thud, thud, thud. 929. Thud, thud, thud. 930. The market opened. The stock price dipped momentarily, meandering slowly, when suddenly a torrent of selling ensued, plunging over 4 points and breaching Chun Fan's predetermined purchase price, only to abruptly reverse course. Then, in a meteoric ascent, it surged. Whoosh! It rocketed to the limit, with over 200,000 shares swiftly locked in. Within those fleeting 2 minutes, Chun Fan was drenched in cold sweat. It was only upon the stock reaching its ceiling and being firmly secured that he grasped the reality of the situation. The system backend displayed a completed transaction. His entire investment of 48,000 yuan had been executed. In that instant, he pocketed a profit exceeding 6,000. What a thrill! Just as he finalized the transaction, Liang Dong ahead exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn! Another limit down today." Chun Fan had anticipated this. He had seen that Tongqing real estate was poised for another limit down yesterday. Moreover, it had been firmly sealed by the main force at the market's opening, leaving no opportunity for escape. It appeared further declines were inevitable. Meanwhile, Ylang Gao beside him suddenly slapped his own face, likely lamenting his failure to heed Chun Fan's advice to invest in Tianfu Medical instead. Nevertheless, Tianfu Medical was also struggling today, having surged to its limit yesterday only to retreat today. If one miscalculated and pursued it now, they risked falling into a pit. Before exiting the trading software, Chun Fan cast one last glance at his account, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he decided to set aside his phone and attend class. At noon, Guo Jianliang finally returned, looking haggard with dark circles under his eyes. Who knows what he endured the previous night? Yet, this fellow boasted. The boss's wife has promised to help me lose weight. Chapter 6. Left Bing's shop that evening, there was an event at the office. But Chun Fan was exempt from paying and thus did not have to attend. However, he planned to explore the antique street tomorrow, hoping to unearth a hidden gem. The university campus was teeming with couples, a poignant reminder of the plight of the single. Thus, he opted to retreat to his dormitory for some rest. Wang Hao called, informing him that Qin Nin intended to introduce him to a girlfriend, a girl from their dorm, quite beautiful. Chun Fan felt little interest and declined outright. A man without prospects should not burden a woman, and he certainly did not wish to be left staring at her as she settled the bill after their date. How embarrassing. The following morning, he rode a shared bicycle to the antique street for a leisurely stroll. Recently, he had resolved to bolster his knowledge of antiques to avoid being swindled in the future. Today, the antique market was sparse, the atmosphere rather desolate. Chun Fan wandered aimlessly, equipped with a distinct advantage over others. There is no need to scrutinize each item individually. A mere glance suffices to ascertain its authenticity. In truth, genuine articles abound in shops along Wuzhong Street. However, their prices are steep, yet they guarantee authenticity. Of course, there are instances of misjudgment. Chun Fan is not a collector. What purpose would he have for such items? The primary concern lies in his financial constraints, as his daily earnings barely amount to a few thousand. Presently, his only recourse is to scour the market for hidden treasures, hoping that fortune may smile upon him and yield a genuine artifact or two. As he ambled past a stall, he unexpectedly spotted an antique, a large jar depicting scenic figures from the late Qing dynasty. Chun Fan approached nonchalantly. The stall was replete with various items, including numerous jars. Yet, the market today is rife with counterfeits. He casually picked up a dish, prompting the stall owner to inquire, "Young man, are you interested in purchasing one? How much?" Chun Fan asked. The owner, casting him a glance, replied, "Name your price. It's just a business." Chun Fan mused internally, "If I offer a price, I fear you might retaliate." Setting down the dish, he grasped the jar instead. This piece was undoubtedly authentic. There was no room for doubt. He needed to inspect it for any damage. The item was preserved quite well. Chun Fan remarked, "I cannot discern the value of these items. My grandmother asked me to buy one to store peanuts." The stall owner scoffed, "Spare me your excuses. I've encountered many like you. Those who come here to seek bargains always say the same. Just last week, a young man claimed he knew nothing. Yet he acquired a snuff bottle from my stall and resold it for over 100,000. Chun Fan wiped his brow, exasperated by the banter. "Would you sell this for 500? Not a chance. It won't go for less than 1,000. The owner retorted arrogantly, as long as someone inquired about the price. He aimed to profit handsomely. Chun Fan set the jar down, declaring, "Then keep it for your peanuts. Youth, come on, add a little." The stall owner's antics were amusing. He likely remained oblivious to the true value of his wares. This jar was merely a replica of late Qing craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nearly laughed aloud, realizing the owner mistook the jar for a counterfeit. It was no surprise, after all, as the antique market is notoriously treacherous, without a discerning eye. How could one navigate it accurately? He returned to the stall and picked up the jar again, remarking, "This piece is more suited for display at home. Encountering an expert would reveal its true nature. How about this? Will you sell it for 800? The stall owner replied, "Let's make it an even 1,000. I won't deceive you. This is one of the finest replicas." The owner's earnestness almost unnerved Chun Fan, but his discerning eye reassured him. "All right, 1,000 it is." After completing the transaction, he departed with the jar in hand. The stall owner watched his retreating figure, inwardly thinking, "Another unsuspecting fool. Today, I've profited 800. The jar was acquired for $200. Alas, the wealthy scions of today seem to revel in ostentation, deliberately dressing in shabby attire, as if I would be deceived by their charade." At Wenzhong Street, when Chun Fan arrived holding the jar, he noticed a man in his 30s at the entrance of Baibao Studio, similarly clutching an identical jar. Goodness, could it truly be a counterfeit? Did I misjudge? Zhua Handong, with a smile, addressed the man. I'm afraid we do not accept that here. Including you. You're the fourth visitor today. Chen Fan suddenly felt deceived, uncertain whether he should even present his jar. Yet, Zhua Handong had already spotted him. Ah, young brother, you've come. Please, have a seat. Chen Fan felt quite awkward, clutching the jar as he forced himself to enter. The man gazed at the jar in Chen Fan's hands, equally abashed. It was evident he, too, had fallen victim to a similar ruse. So, you managed to find that jar as well? Zhua Handong shook his head. Recently, a batch of such jars has emerged in the market, and they are rather well crafted. Daily, people come to inquire. Chen Fan insisted. Mine is authentic. He noticed a glimmer of joy in the man's expression, suggesting that perhaps this uncle had some recent good fortune. Just then, a girl with a backpack entered, calling out, Dad. Excuse me? Who is calling me Dad? Chen Fan turned around, and a pair of exceptionally lovely long legs caught his eye, leaving him momentarily dazed. The girl also gazed at him in surprise. Bing Bing, you're back. Zhua Handong rose, beaming as he approached his daughter. Zhua Bing, puzzled, looked at Chen Fan and asked, What are you doing here? Is this your family's shop? Indeed. Zhua Bing sat down, swinging her long legs and sipping from a cup. Chen Fan thought to himself, Oh no, my future status as a billionaire may be jeopardized. Sure enough, Zhua Bing, with curiosity, queried, Why are you here? Zhua Handong, equally intrigued, added, Do you two know each other? Sort of. Chen Fan scratched his head, having no time to elaborate. Zhua Bing quickly interjected. We attend the same school and have met a couple of times. Following that, she discreetly kicked Chen Fan under the table, implying she wished to keep their romantic involvement hidden from her family. Zhua Handong acknowledged with an "oh" and did not delve deeper into the matter. He examined Chen Fan's jar closely, though he too was uncertain, as there were numerous similar jars circulating recently, and many were strikingly realistic. Little brother, how about this? If you trust me, leave it here. I'll have someone take a look. Very well. Chen Fan, not lacking in vision, exchanged WeChat contacts with him and took his leave. Zhua Bing watched his departing figure and asked, Dad, what was he here for? Zhua Handong smiled. Ah, he is none other than our fortune bringer. Ah, are you not alumni? Please help me learn more about him. Chapter 7. The transformation of Liang Dongcai's fortune was surprisingly self-inflicted. Ding. As Chen Fan was preparing to return to school, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. A new friend request appeared. I am a spirited girl. Upon clicking the profile picture, he was captivated by a pair of stunningly long legs. Zhua Bing, what could she want from me? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan accepted the request. Before long, Zhua Bing called him directly. Chen Fan, are you ready to head back to school? Wait for me a moment. Please send me your location. After hanging up, Chen Fan had no choice but to share his whereabouts. Having just departed from Wenjing Street, he found himself waiting at the intersection. Soon, Zhua Bing's beautiful figure emerged from the crowd. Her long legs were particularly striking, making her the most beautiful sight on the street. Chen Fan observed her, lamenting in silence. How could someone like Liang Dongcai be deserving of such a remarkable girl? Was it merely due to a bit of family wealth? How unfair life can be. As Zhua Bing approached, Chen Fan recalled the green glow that hovered above Liang Dongcai's head. Could it be that Zhua Bing was being unfaithful? Chen Fan, let's find a place to chat, she suggested with her cheerful and lively demeanor. Chen Fan felt a sense of frustration. Why would such a girl choose to be with someone like Liang Dongcai? Why? Looking around, he asked, Where do you want to go? How about Starbucks? My treat. Without waiting for Chen Fan's response, she had already started walking. Chen Fan admired her exquisite figure from behind, thinking, once I have money, I must buy their family's shop. Inside Starbucks, Chen Fan could not comprehend why the place was so crowded. Many young men and women, seemingly sophisticated with their laptops, left him puzzled. Glancing at the prices above, he noted that a single cup of coffee could equate to several days' worth of living expenses. Zhua Bing hurried to pay. But Chen Fan, ever the gentleman, insisted, Allow me. No need. I said I would treat you, she replied. To his surprise, Zhua Bing's character was quite unique. Entirely unlike some girls who would feign insistence only to have the man pay. Please take a seat over there. Given her determination, Chen Fan refrained from contesting her offer. His mother had always taught him to cherish those who treated him well, promising to repay their kindness tenfold, while also remembering those who did not, and keeping a respectful distance. Before long, Zhua Bing returned with 2 cappuccinos and milk chocolate cookies. They found a spot to sit, and as she sipped her coffee, Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Chen Fan. One thing puzzled her. Chen Fan did not appear to be as impoverished as Liang Dongkai and others had claimed. After all, every antique he casually picked up was worth several tens of thousands. But why did he remain so low-key? I realized he must be trying to conceal his identity. Zhou Bingyan smiled gently and playfully kicked him under the table. Hey, do you know why I suddenly inquired about your name that day? I don't know. Chen Fan was perplexed as to why Zhou Bing always had a penchant for kicking people. Could it be due to her long legs? Zhou Bing replied, in the future, avoid associating with someone like Liang Dongkai. He goes around claiming you're a pauper and looks down on you in various ways. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Zhou Bing rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him curiously. Have you ever been in a relationship? I heard that you're the only one in your dormitory without a girlfriend. Chen Fan was taken aback that she had even inquired about this. Feeling embarrassed, he responded. A girlfriend would only slow down my ability to earn money. I don't want to waste time on romance. This was indeed his current aspiration. Nothing was more important than making money. After all, his family was impoverished, and his parents had worked tirelessly for most of their lives to send him to university. He couldn't afford to squander this precious time. So Bing countered, who says being in a relationship is a waste of time. Two people can work hard together, striving towards the same dream. That way, the journey of life won't feel so lonely. Are you not lonely now? Chen Fan replied. Zhou Bing shook her head, idly swirling the cup in her hand. You know, I actually don't like Liang Dongkai. I haven't even let him hold my hand, although he has been pursuing me. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Chen Fan was taken aback. He knew Zhou Bing and Liang Dongkai had met during a social event, and he had been present as well. However, he had never taken the initiative to speak to girls. Zhou Bing pursed her lips, her sparkling eyes blinking playfully. The person I liked back then was you, but you were so aloof. I only did this to catch a glimpse of you in your classroom. Chen Fan was stunned. His mind momentarily short-circuited. So, it turned out that he had inadvertently turned Liang Dongkai green with envy? But was he really aloof? That was merely due to his poverty. Seeing his silence, Zhou Bing grew anxious. I'm telling the truth. Do you remember the first time I came to school to register? You were the one who assisted me. Have you ever heard a song? Just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd, I could never forget your visage. Dreaming of the day we might meet again. From then on, I began to miss you in solitude. Coughing, Chen Fan could no longer remain seated. He suspected that Zhou Bing was flirting with him. The audacity of girls these days. But could her words be trusted? Chen Fan picked up his cup, preparing to leave. When Zhou Bing called out, You don't believe me? Fine. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. Huh. Let us talk about tomorrow when it comes. Chen Fan truly left. He could hardly withstand the onslaught of Zhou Bing, and he truly could not fathom why Zhou Bing would harbor feelings for him. Could it be that Zhao Linlin's collision not only awakened a unique ability but also ushered in a stroke of romantic fortune? Upon returning to school, Chen Fan quickly relegated this incident to the back of his mind. The following noon, just as Chen Fan returned from the library, chaos erupted in the dormitory. Look, Yang Dongkai is about to publicly confess his feelings for Zhou Bing at the cafeteria entrance. Let us go see. Wang Hao was particularly eager for this juicy gossip. Yang Dongkai was somewhat of a well-known wealthy scion in the school, while Zhou Bing, though not as famous as Zhao Linlin, was renowned for her extraordinary beauty. Some eager onlookers even ranked her as the #1 in the beautiful legs category. Such sensational news was bound to attract a throng of spectators. However, Chen Fan lacked interest. He lazily reclined on his bed. Get me some food while you're at it. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go check it out. Not going. After rejecting Wang Hao's invitation, his phone suddenly buzzed. The screen displayed an exciting girl. Who could that be? Of course. Wang Hao was unaware that this was Zhou Bing's WeChat ID. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before answering the call. What is up? Come to the cafeteria entrance, quickly. Don't make me angry. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and then, alongside Wang Hao, hurried to the cafeteria entrance. It was already teeming with curious onlookers, tightly packed in layers. Across from the cafeteria was the school's cinema, where a long flight of steps was adorned with vibrant red roses and colorful balloons. Liang Dongkai, dressed in a suit, cradled flowers in his hands, presenting himself like a prince. He gazed proudly at the assembled crowd and looked up at Zhou Bing, who stood high on the steps, feeling that the pinnacle of his life was imminently within reach. Chapter 8. From now on, I shall pursue you. Chen Fan simply could not comprehend Zhou Bing's motives. Liang Dongcai's confession had nothing to do with him. Observing the throng gathered at the cafeteria entrance, Chen Fan quietly stood to the side. Zhou Bing's eyes frequently scanned the crowd below the steps, seemingly searching for something. In this youthful era, such spectacles were not uncommon in schools. Liang Dongkai was particularly exhilarated, convinced that this event would surely create a sensation throughout the entire campus. He believed that he would gain notoriety from this, and as a result, he and Zwabing would become the talk of the town, the golden couple. At that moment, Chen Fan received another call. He was taken aback by how busy he was today, having just spoken with Zwabing. Now it was his father, Zhua Handong, calling. He stepped aside to take the call. Because of this, Zwabing caught sight of him, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. Zhua Handong, of course, was oblivious to the fact that his daughter was currently basking in the limelight, the center of attention. My dear brother, I have evaluated the jar you provided. Indeed, it is authentic, with a market value of 52,000. I shall offer you 40,000, retaining approximately 10,000 as profit. Shall we proceed as you suggested? Chen Fan, without further ado, readily acquiesced. Zhua Handong, brimming with joy, responded, Excellent, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. My dear brother, may our collaboration be fruitful. When you next visit the city, I shall treat you. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted outside the cafeteria, calling out, Zwabing, Zwabing. Fearing that Chen Fan would catch wind of the commotion, he quickly ended the call. Raising his gaze, he beheld Liang Dongkai ascending the steps. A bouquet of flowers cradled in his hands. Zwabing stood there, her tall figure reminiscent of a proud little princess. Liang Dongkai knelt before her, proclaiming loudly, Zwabing, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? He then extended the flowers towards her. Zwabing, casting a smile towards the distant Chen Fan, replied, I cannot accept your proposal. Why not? Liang Dongkai was taken aback, bewildered that the script had not unfolded as anticipated. He had invested considerable effort into orchestrating this elaborate scene, successfully creating a bustling spectacle. Irritation flickered in his eyes as he regarded Zwabing, who remarked, I believe this is too hasty. Liang Dongkai, let us leave this decision to fate. What do you mean? A multitude of onlookers below exchanged puzzled glances at Zwabing. She extracted a single rose from the bouquet, a seemingly random choice, and proposed, We shall determine my answer by plucking the petals. This will reveal whether we are destined to be together. What say you all? Yes. Yes. The crowd cheered in unison. Liang Dongkai, now smiling, realized she enjoyed such excitement. Very well, I shall indulge in this game. His gaze lingered on Zwabing's elegantly long legs, his anticipation mounting, with delicate fingers akin to tender green onions. Zwabing began to pluck the first petal. Agree. Disagree. Agree. Disagree. Upon reaching the 8th petal, she paused, astonished. Only one petal remained on the stem. An odd number signifying agreement. Liang Dongkai rejoiced, exclaiming, See? The last petal signifies agreement. Ha! This is fate. Even the heavens wish for our union. Zwabing, you must accept and be my girlfriend. As he stood to embrace her, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, chanting, Together, together. Wait, Zwabing suddenly cried out, clutching the final petal. Indeed, fate has offered us the choice of agreement. However, I shall defy destiny. With a swift motion, she tore the last petal in two, declaring, Disagree. Do you see? The final half petal signifies disagreement. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Liang Dongkai, from this moment forth, do not pursue me any longer. I shall never yield to your advances. Having uttered these words, she discarded the bare branch in her grasp, dusted off her hands, and departed, leaving Liang Dongkai in a state of bewilderment, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Had he been played for a fool? Moreover, to suffer such humiliation in front of so many onlookers. In a fit of anger, he tossed the flowers to the ground and left, utterly disheveled. From a distance, Chen Fan observed the unfolding scene and chuckled merrily. This was precisely what Zwabing had meant, proving something to oneself. Today, it seemed, he had effectively bruised Liang Dongkai's ego. Just as he was about to leave, a WeChat message from Zwabing pinged in. How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? From now on, I shall pursue you. Chen Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Zwabing was quite the charmer, indeed, and possessed an audacious spirit. Opting not to respond, he noted the WeChat transfer sent by Zhua Handong, an amount of 40,000 yuan. It appeared his finances had improved once more. Without hesitation, he transferred the entire sum into his stock market investment account, eager to seize any opportunity to increase his holdings come Monday. Chen Fan had observed the market performance of Yuanjing Technology. The previous days had not been stagnant but rather tumultuous, and with swift reflexes. He believed he could capitalize on the situation. In truth, he yearned for the opening of the Chinext board. as it would allow him to achieve profits of 20 or even more in a single day. The mere thought of such possibilities brought him joy. Chen Fan, treat me to a meal. I am famished. Zhou Bing sent another message. A meal sounds good. Chen Fan promptly sent her a 100 yuan red envelope. Zhou Bing, however, was mortified. This fool completely missed the point. At that moment, Chen Fan had no inclination to engage in flirtation. After their meal, he headed to the library to diligently enhance his knowledge of antiques. In the library, two young women sat nearby. One girl nudged Zhao Linlin, who was engrossed in her studies. Hey, did you see that annoying fellow? He asked back, pretending to be something he asked not. I truly cannot fathom where he gets his confidence from. With his appearance, does he really think he stands a chance with you? He ought to take a good look at himself. What makes him think he is worthy of you? Zhao Linlin, feeling exasperated, cast a glance at Chen Fan, silently contemplating her thoughts. With Zhou Yufei constantly whispering such remarks, even she began to wonder if he truly intended to attract her attention through such antics. Zhou Yufei set her book down and approached. Chen Fan, absorbed in his reading, was genuinely eager for knowledge. He intended to master the intricacies of antiques, so as not to be duped should he encounter valuable items in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yufei, wearing an air of haughtiness, exclaimed, Hey, are you ever going to quit? Following Linlin around every day? Is that amusing? What is wrong with me studying here? The library isn't your personal domain. Chen Fan found himself utterly perplexed by the girl in front of him, who seemed to be mocking him for no apparent reason. After casting a brief glance at her attire, he suddenly blurted out a phrase in English. Zhou Yufei's face flushed crimson. She shot a quick glance at Chen Fan before lowering her head and hastily fleeing the scene. Zhao Linlin, noticing her flushed demeanor as she returned, couldn't help but inquire. What happened? Zhou Yufei fidgeted, confessing with a hint of embarrassment, It turns out the person I like is him. What did he say to make you blush so furiously? He said, If I do not abandon you, nor you me, we shall depend on each other through life and death. Yay, Linlin, I think I'm in love. Zhao Linlin regarded her infatuated friend skeptically. Not necessarily. What if his words imply that you either leave him or we both perish together? Chapter 9. What benefits does dating bring? After spending 2 days in the library, Chen Fan finally made it to Monday. His account balance stood at 544,000. At 9:25 a.m., he eagerly opened his stock trading app to check the performance of Yuanjing Technology, which was experiencing a sharp decline followed by a rapid surge to the daily limit. After a round of intense fluctuations, the opportunity to buy had vanished. The main force propelled the stock up 7 limit-up boards in one breath, followed by another round of fierce fluctuations before continuing to rise, setting a record of 12 boards in 15 trading days. Chen Fan's heart raced, feeling as though it would leap from his chest. During these 15 trading days of the main force's ascent, he needed only to lie back and let the profits roll in. Tripled. Chen Fan calculated that by the time of harvest, his account would swell to 280,000. Naturally, he still needed to continue earning money during this period to expedite his initial accumulation. At 9:30 a.m., the morning session officially commenced. Chen Fan placed his buy order and awaited execution. A life of extraordinary fortune was exhilarating. He knew precisely at what price it would plummet and to what heights it would soar. Moreover, with such a small amount of capital, he posed no hindrance to the operations of the major players. He felt like a carefree little fish swimming in the vast ocean of the stock market. Yay! The transaction was completed, and he heard Lang's jubilant voice, drawing the attention of classmates who turned to look. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lang made a silly face and then pretended to be dead on his desk. Shortly thereafter, messages flooded the group chat. I finally got a taste of success today. My stocks rose by 3 points. Chen Fan, Guo Jianliang, treat us. To hell with it. You all tricked me last time. I want my revenge. Wang Hao, I'm done. Experts have led me astray. With a resounding slap, Liang Dong in the front row struck himself hard. Damn it. Is it ever going to end? 3 limit downs already. Chen Fan observed him, fists clenched, his eyes bulging with frustration. He invested 200,000 and suffered a significant loss, facing a sharp decline in the market. Chen Fan estimated that after the plunge, he was left with just over 130,000. What a bitter experience. Yet, he felt a strange sense of joy. Just as he was reveling in this moment, a message from Zhou Bing arrived. Hey, what do you mean? You've been avoiding me for 2 days. If you don't come out to see me by noon, I will make an official announcement. Let's see if Liang Dong will still dare to confront you then. Liang Dong was furious, having just been publicly rejected by his girlfriend in front of so many people. What a blow to his pride. What are you planning to do? Chun Fan pondered for a moment before deciding to reply to her message. Given Zhuo Bing's temperament, she was indeed capable of such actions. Zhuo Bing huffed, I want to go out for a meal, and you're treating. Today, I'm going to feast on you. It's just a meal. What's the big deal? Chun Fan truly grasped the wisdom of the ancients. A fortune lost can be regained. Even if he spent all his 2,000 today, the stock market would likely replenish his funds tomorrow. To appease Zhuo Bing, he resolved to take her out for dinner, allowing her to choose the venue while he assumed the duty of payment. After class, Chun Fan arrived at the back street. Zhuo Bing, clad in blue denim shorts and listening to music through her headphones, spotted him and removed one earbud, offering it to him. Is this song good? Isn't this the song Legend? Chun Fan returned the earbud. Let us go for barbecue. Zhuo Bing pointed to a restaurant ahead, and Chun Fan was indifferent. Such places were unfamiliar to him. His mother had always taught him that if someone treats you, you should reciprocate. Hence, he typically avoided accepting meals from others to prevent being unable to return the favor. But today, it was Zhuo Bing who wanted to go out. They chose a table by the window on the second floor, and as Zhuo Bing removed her earbud, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him. Why have you been avoiding me these past 2 days? I haven't tea. He shielded his gaze with the menu, trying to divert the topic. What do you want to eat? Zhuo Bing was not easily deceived. She pressed on. What do you mean? I saw you at the library. What does that imply? Chun Fan's hand trembled. Did she find out about that? Who leaked it? Seeing Zhuo Bing's fierce expression, he set down the menu. Are you still going to eat today? It seemed she hadn't relinquished her authority yet. Zhuo Bing shot him a fierce glare, pouted, and snatched the menu, rapidly circling all the dishes. How could he still have the mind to pursue other girls? Just the thought of it made her furious. She had already declared her intentions to officially pursue him. He boldly declared to her, if you do not forsake me, I shall be loyal unto death. Indeed, men are often rather foolish. Chun Fan felt a pang of regret as he noticed the multitude of items she had ordered. Seizing the menu from the waitress, he hastily crossed out half of them. Rather than waste, he would prefer to send the money back home for his parents' or sister's education. Before long, their orders arrived. But to his surprise, there was only a single set of utensils and drinks. Why is there only one pair of chopsticks and one bowl? He inquired. The waitress, puzzled, replied, You crossed them out yourself, didn't you? Left Bing stifled a laugh and told the waitress, You may attend to your duties. We can manage on our own. It turned out that this was a couple-S restaurant, where all items were served in pairs. By requesting to remove half, Chun Fan had inadvertently created a solitary meal for himself. The waitress was unperturbed, as most patrons were couples. Some were particularly affectionate, using only one set of chopsticks and bowl, feeding each other in alternating bites. Did she assume Chun Fan was engaging in such antics as well? Left Bing took a sip from her drink before offering it to Chun Fan, presenting him with the straw she had just used, watching to see if he would drink from it. Let us order another set, he exclaimed. Left Bing shot him a disapproving glance. I don't mind. So why should you? She playfully shoved the straw into his mouth. Then, she placed the grilled meat onto a single plate, insisting, You take a bite. And then I will. Chun Fan felt quite awkward. Was this what they referred to as a couple-S meal? Observing his discomfort, Left Bing couldn't help but laugh. It was clear he had never been in a relationship. How amusing. Propping her chin on her hand, she fixed her gaze on Chun Fan and declared, From this moment forth, we are officially a couple. You must not dally with other girls. Was he so eager to be in a relationship? Chun Fan, captivated by her long legs, felt a flutter of desire. Then tell me, what are the perks of being in a relationship? Left Bing shot him a reproachful look. What are you implying? Chun Fan pondered seriously. I wish to experience a secluded grove. Left Bing's face flushed crimson as she pinched the tender flesh at his waist. I didn't realize you were so mischievous. Chun Fan grimaced in pain. I merely wish to experience it. Will you agree or not? After a moment of hesitation, Left Bing bit her lip and replied, I suppose I can indulge you. Chapter 10. I apologize, but I did not come for you after their meal. Chun Fan settled the bill, which amounted to 199 yuan. This price was quite steep for someone whose net worth had just crossed the 100,000 mark. Nevertheless, he paid with a nonchalant air, for the monetary value was inconsequential. He simply wished to avoid being labeled as a pauper by a girl. As the two strolled towards a small grove behind the school, Chun Fan remarked, There are far too many mosquitoes here. Shall we return? Chun Fan, this cannot continue. We have crossed the line. No, Chun Fan, this is my final boundary. After a standoff lasting several minutes, Chun Fan ultimately resolved to escort her back to the dormitory. Luo Bing gazed at the red welts on her legs from mosquito bites, vowing never to return to such a wretched place. Let us go to a hotel. I will buy some medicine to help you with those bites. Chen Fan felt a twinge of remorse, as he had not anticipated such a dismal experience on their first date. He could not fathom the enthusiasm of those who frequent the thickets. Did they truly disregard their surroundings? Luo Bing shot him a disdainful glance. At the hotel, you still have the mind to assist me with ointment? She could not believe that even before their romance had blossomed, she had surrendered herself to him. Noting her steadfast refusal, Chen Fan reluctantly acquiesced. With no significant classes in the afternoon, he chose to forego the classroom, reclining on his bed in the dormitory. He repeatedly scrutinized the fruits of his earlier endeavors. Luo Bing was indeed remarkable. Her figure was simply exquisite. Should they wed in the future, their children would surely never know hunger. Reclining there, he savored the bountiful rewards of the day. Achieving such success on a first date was something many could scarcely imagine. Reflecting on the entire experience, he acknowledged that Luo Bing had been rather generous with him. Just as he was about to unlock his phone, a message from Luo Bing arrived. Pig, what are you doing? Have you even changed how you address me? Just moments ago, she had called him Chen Fan. He replied, thinking of you. Really? Indeed. Is there any doubt? All right, I've been thinking of you too. But next time, let us not act that way. After all, we are just beginning. Chen Fan, feeling a bit vexed, asked, have you ever played video games? Why? This relates to games. It's like finally escaping the novice village only to start all over again, quite disheartening, he explained. Luo Bing sent a dismissive emoji, big pig trotters. Regardless, from now on, without my permission, you must not act recklessly. You might lose me as your boyfriend. How about this? As long as I am not sent back to the novice village. I will agree. Luo Bing replied. It seems you have tacitly accepted. Chen Fan chuckled to himself, feeling a thrill. This was indeed intoxicating. He found himself yearning to see Luo Bing once more. However, she was no fool and was adamant about not venturing out again. She had a dance class that afternoon, and, after a brief exchange, she took her leave. He lay on his bed, contemplating what to do next. Perhaps he should buy a lottery ticket, or try his luck with scratch cards. He opened his phone to search for lottery results, pondering the possibility of winning. Wouldn't it be splendid to strike it rich with a couple of 100 million? Yet, as he accessed the lottery's future winning numbers, he was met with disappointment, nothing at all. If stocks could predict future trends, why could the lottery not do the same? The future lottery results remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving one in a state of confusion. After a prolonged period of study that proved to be rather dull, I decided to seek out Zhou Bing for a diversion. Habitually, I lifted my gaze towards the window. To my astonishment, Zhao Linlin's close friend, Zhou Yufei, was peering through binoculars at the boys' dormitory. Startled, I hastily drew the curtains. What on earth has become of Zhou Yufei? Is she not insatiably curious? It is indeed wise for boys to guard themselves in such situations. At 5:30 in the afternoon, school was about to conclude. I made my way to the dance studio, intending to quietly surprise Zhou Bing. Inside, dozens of girls donned form-fitting practice attire, executing intricate dance movements. Zhou Bing, tall and graceful, stood out like a crane among chickens, and I quickly focused on her figure. Just as I was engrossed in the scene, Zhao Linlin emerged from the piano room. Upon spotting me, she appeared momentarily taken aback. How did you find this place? Come on, I have something to discuss with you. I was momentarily dumbfounded, and Zhao Linlin, noticing my bewilderment, was hardly surprised. After all, most boys exhibited a similar expression upon encountering her, a reaction she had grown accustomed to. Ever since our accidental meeting, I had frequently crossed her path at the library, the cafeteria, and the playground. Zhao Linlin surmised that I might be attempting to garner her attention, yet she felt compelled to apologize. Noticing my silence, she realized her assumption was correct. What do you mean? Let me be unequivocal. Do not waste your thoughts on me. I shall not entertain any suitor. However, regarding our last encounter, I can offer you some financial compensation. Finally, I grasped her meaning. What do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? What are you doing here? Zhao Linlin, a proud princess accustomed to maintaining her aloof demeanor, often deterred those who wished to pursue her. And this boy before her was not of her preferred type. Understanding her thoughts, I chuckled. Apologies, but I am not here for you. Do continue with your charade. If you weren't here for me. What a coincidence it is to run into you everywhere. Isn't this merely a tactic to capture my attention? Zhao Linlin shook her head, deeming it childish. I realized that reasoning with women was indeed futile, yet fortuitously, Zhou Bing appeared at that moment. Oh, Chen Fan, What brings you here? I chose to disregard Zhao Linlin, turning to embrace Zhuo Bing naturally at the waist. I'm here to pick you up. Let us go out for a meal. Startled, Zhuo Bing stiffened, initially intending to push my hand away, but upon noticing Zhao Linlin's incredulous expression, she deftly tucked her belongings into my arms. All right. But I must return to the dormitory for a quick shower first. As I watched the two depart, Zhao Linlin stood frozen in disbelief. The once aloof and frigid goddess displayed a notably intricate expression. However, to Chun Fan's utter astonishment, after returning to her dormitory, Zhuo Bing resolutely refused to emerge again. Chun Fan messaged her, "Darling, shall we dine together?" Zhuo Bing replied with a dismissive eye roll, "Your intention is clearly not to eat, but rather to pursue me." Chun Fan asserted, "I swear on your conscience, I shall return you to your dorm after our meal." Zhuo Bing replied, "Perhaps another day. I am on a diet this evening." Seeing her adamant refusal to join him, Chun Fan reluctantly acquiesced. What a splendid girl she is, already contemplating ways to economize. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Langgao and his companions had already arrived. Spotting Chun Fan, he exuberantly declared, "Let us go. Tonight, it's on me. I made a 3% profit on my stocks today. Come on. That paltry sum is hardly sufficient for a toothpick," came the retort. "This marks a significant turning point toward victory, a harbinger of my burgeoning fortune," Yi Langgao boasted. "Treasure the present moment. Soon, it will be difficult for you all to see me." His exuberance was understandable. It was his first day of making a profit in stock trading, and he deserved a moment of celebration. Chapter 11. She must not remain alone. Their destination was a barbecue stall on the back street. Guo Jianliang inquired, "Are there any girls?" Wang Hao replied, "Not a chance. You're inviting me out for barbecue with a mere 3% profit on your 4,000 yuan investment? What more could you desire?" Guo Jianliang thumped his chest. "Next time, it's on me." The group fell silent, exasperated. "Damn it, are you trying to make me flee?" The four of them ordered over 100 yuan worth of barbecue and a beer. Just as they were about to begin, Wang Hao's phone rang. It was Qin Nan calling. "What are you up to? Why haven't you replied to my messages?" Wang Hao, concerned that the others would make Yi Langgao spend again, cleverly deceived Qin Nan. "I was just in the shower." "What is the matter?" "I'm hungry," she stated. Yi Langgao, being generous, urged, "Invite her over." "What can a girl possibly eat?" Before Wang Hao could respond, Qin Nan heard, "Are you all out having fun again?" Yi Langgao snatched the phone. "We're at the back street. Come over quickly." Wang Hao ordered your favorite sausages. Since Qin Nan was coming, they might as well invite Su Keqing as well. Guo Jianliang, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Didn't we agree not to invite girlfriends?" "I'll call Mao Xiaojun." Chun Fan remained silent. His relationship with Zhuo Bing was not yet public, and she herself preferred to keep it discreet. After all, she had just publicly rejected Liang Dongkai. And if he learned of her association with Chun Fan, he would surely despise him. Before long, Qin Nan arrived, accompanied by another girl. Upon seeing everyone, she greeted them. "Hey, you all seem to be living quite well, indulging in revelry every day." Wang Hao quipped, "He is merely finding joy in adversity." "What do you mean?" Qin Nan inquired, puzzled. Chun Fan explained that ever since our financial prince began trading stocks, he has earned 3% today, over 100 yuan, and his ego has inflated. Qin Nan, in disbelief, remarked that she felt embarrassed to order anything. Yi Langgao reassured her, saying it was nothing to worry about, urging her not to heed their nonsensical chatter. Qin Nan then inquired of Wang Hao, asking if he was still engaged in stock trading. Wang Hao shook his head repeatedly, declaring that he did not dabble in such matters. At that moment, Su King and Mao Xiaowan arrived, contributing over 100 yuan for the barbecue. Among the 8 attendees, there were 3 couples. Qin Nan cast a glance at her roommate, the girl she had often mentioned to Chun Fan. Her name was Tang Jing, undeniably beautiful, yet rather taciturn. It was said that Western Sichuan produced stunning women, and Tang Jing's beauty could easily eclipse all the other girls present. Even within the entire school, she would likely rank among the most attractive. She was not short, standing at least 1.65 meters. Upon her arrival, Guo Jianliang had gazed at her countless times. Interestingly, Qin Nan had brought her along without making any introductions or even mentioning her name. However, during their drinking, she made a point to call out Chun Fan's name several times. Chun Fan chuckled, surmising Qin Nan's intentions. It seemed to resemble a matchmaking scenario first. Let Tang Jing have a look, and if she showed interest, a formal introduction could follow. If Tang Jing found him unappealing, it would be best not to broach the subject to avoid any awkwardness. As the evening wore on, around 10 o'clock, Chun Fan stood up. announcing his intention to use the restroom. I'll go too. Guo Jinliang quickly followed suit, anxious to avoid a repeat of the last incident. This time, however, Chen Fan settled the bill. Guo Jinliang shot him an irritated glance, muttering about his perceived favoritism. Chen Fan ignored him, pondering whether he truly lacked any awareness of the disparity in treatment. When Yilong Gao went to pay, he discovered that someone else had already taken care of it. He tossed a cigarette to Chen Fan, questioning why he had assumed the role of the benefactor, mocking him for overshadowing his efforts to impress his girlfriend. Laughter erupted among the group, and Wang Hao remarked, "Let us go. This dog has reaped the benefits while pretending to be humble." His relationship with Qin Nan remained in a relatively innocent phase of handholding, so after their late-night snack, no special events transpired. Everyone simply returned home, each to their respective families. "Tang Jing, what do you think of Chen Fan?" Qin Nan asked on their way back to the dormitory. Tang Jing smiled slightly, responding, "He seems all right." She had been coerced into joining by Qin Nan, who insisted that since everyone in their dormitory had a boyfriend, she shouldn't be left alone. Tang Jing had expressed her disinterest in dating, but ultimately she could not resist Qin Nan's goodwill. Thus, Tang Jing proposed a condition. They should delay any introductions until after she had observed him. If she had a favorable impression, they could consider dating. If not, it would be best to refrain from mentioning it. This plan had been mutually agreed upon, prompting Qin Nan to eagerly seek her opinion. Although Mao Xiaoan did not share a dormitory with them, she became quite familiar with them after a few interactions. When she saw Qin Nan intending to introduce Tang Jing to Chen Fan, she voiced her concerns, stating, "I heard from Guo Jinliang that Chen Fan comes from a very impoverished family. Tang Jing, I suggest you think this over carefully." Qin Nan replied, "I believe that family background is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is how he treats you. I have come to know Chen Fan somewhat. Despite his modest circumstances, he possesses a sense of loyalty." Then she turned to Mao Xiaoan. "As for you, having spent so much time with Guo Jinliang, I've heard he is quite unreliable. So you should be cautious." Sukiching chimed in, "Indeed, I have heard he has a tendency to take advantage of girls." Upon hearing such evaluations about Guo Jinliang, Mao Xiaoan fell silent, feeling rather displeased. However, Qin Nan insisted, "If I were you, I would choose Chen Fan over someone like Guo Jinliang. I have heard him disparaging Chen Fan as a poor fool on multiple occasions." Seeing the tension rise among them, Tang Jing joked, "Qin Nan, are you defending Chen Fan because you're hoping to switch partners?" Pooh. Wang Hao from my family is quite good. Why would I want to change?" It was merely a precaution against Mao Xiaoan being deceived. The group of girls laughed and returned to their dormitory. On the other side, Yilong Gao asked Chen Fan, "How much did that dinner cost tonight? I can transfer the money to you." "Forget it. Wait until you catch a stock limit up before you talk," Chen Fan retorted. "What nonsense. Do you underestimate me?" Yilong Gao replied confidently, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I've borrowed 10,000 online. I'll just increase my investment later." "What the heck?" Chen Fan jumped up. "Are you insane? You dare to dabble in that? Quickly pay the money back." What a foolish notion. Borrowing online just to trade stocks. Yet Yilong Gao remained unfazed. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wang Hao grew anxious tomorrow. "You better pay back that loan." But Yilong Gao was adamant about not doing so, insisting he needed it to recover his capital. Chen Fan felt a pang of concern for him as he observed his reckless obsession. Chapter 12. Am I not worthy of Zwabing? As soon as he opened his mobile app in the morning, it was evident that Yuanjing technology had continued its upward surge, entering a frenzied phase of price escalation. With 2 previous limit ups, only 10 more remained before he could sell. Chen Fan calculated that this round would net him around 280,000. Far from his lofty aspirations of sudden wealth. In this day and age, one would feel embarrassed to emerge without a few modest objectives, wouldn't they? No. I must devise a way to secure more funds and expedite my initial accumulation. I'll skip class today. Chen Fan made the most rebellious decision of his life. He seldom missed classes, but today was an exception. Noticing Yilong Gao about to leave, he called out, "Wang Zi, wait a moment." Yilong Gao, tying his shoelaces, replied, "Is something the matter?" "Nothing much, just help me mark my attendance later." "I'm not going." "Have you already settled things with Tang Jing so quickly?" Yilong gazed at him in astonishment, noticing the distinctly lewd expression on his face that any man would recognize. Clearly, he had misunderstood. He gave a thumbs up to the fellow, exclaiming, "You're impressive." Upon exiting the dormitory, Chen Fan hopped on a shared bicycle and pedaled into the city, seeking out a scratch-off lottery shop. This kind of lottery held no uncertainties. Either you win or you do not. With his remarkable ability to perceive the unseen, winning a sum of 100 to 200,000 would not be unreasonable, would it? He preferred not to engage in such activities near the school, as any winnings would undoubtedly become common knowledge. Boss, I'd like a few scratch cards, he requested. Certainly. How many would you like? The shopkeeper, noticing a customer, greeted him with enthusiasm and even offered him a cigarette. Young man, with your good looks, you are bound to strike it rich. Thank you, boss. Chen Fan smiled, casually picking up a stack of scratch cards and glancing through them before selecting a dozen. To obscure his intentions, he deliberately purchased a few extra. I'll take this many. He handed over the remainder to the shopkeeper, who continued to be exceptionally courteous, responding, good choice. If luck is on your side, buying more could yield great results. Many have struck gold here. Could one truly trust the shopkeeper's words? Even a pig could climb a tree. Chen Fan took a coin and began scratching off the first card. Boss, I won $5. A $5 consolation prize was something nearly everyone could achieve. The shopkeeper chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. Boss, this one won 20. Haha, young man, you're on a roll. I told you, today is your lucky day. The shopkeeper, oblivious to the unfolding fortune, continued his banter. Before long, Chen Fan exclaimed, Boss, this one won 1,000. The shopkeeper's demeanor faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, your luck is truly extraordinary. Indeed, Chen Fan replied with a smile, and under the shopkeeper's gaze, he scratched off several more cards, none of which yielded prizes. Soon, he was down to his last card. Boss, this one won too. Oh, the shopkeeper barely paid attention. Awards of $5 or $10 were so frequent that he had grown numb to them. Chen Fan handed over the ticket, and the shopkeeper, suddenly trembling, stared in disbelief. No way, is this really 250,000? My goodness. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that indeed, it was the largest prize ever awarded in his establishment. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he returned the ticket to Chen Fan. Young man, you are incredible. However, you must claim this at the city prize center. That sounds tedious. Chen Fan mused, realizing that frequent claims could arouse suspicion. The shopkeeper cashed in his previous minor wins, totaling 1,025 yuan. Reluctantly, Chen Fan took the tickets and made his way to the city prize center, paying a 20 yuan tax and ultimately receiving 200,000 yuan. Not too shabby, he thought, though it fell short of his expectations. Just then, a call from Wang Hao interrupted his thoughts. Chen Fan, why didn't you come to class today? Both you and Wang Zi have been marked absent. When the teacher called the roll, Wang Zi covered for you, but Liang Donkai exposed him. And now he is in trouble too. Damn, that Liang Donkai is such a nuisance. It is uncertain whether he has found a new girlfriend. Perhaps he should seek another? After exchanging a few words of criticism, he received a call from Zhuahan Dong. Hey, young man, do you have a moment? I have something here that I am unsure about. Could you come and lend me your discerning eye? Chen Fan hesitated. Zhua, are you jesting? As a university student yet to graduate, how could I possibly assist you? Oh, come now, don't be so modest. Every field has its specialists, and I am well aware of your capabilities. Please come and help me. I will express my gratitude afterward. Initially inclined to decline, Chen Fan reconsidered. Realizing that Zhua's daughter was in a relationship with him, it would be unreasonable not to assist. He then inquired, what is it? Zhua replied, it's a jar from the Jin dynasty, quite valuable, and I'm uncertain about its authenticity, hence my request for your expertise. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan responded, all right, I will come over immediately. Just as he was about to summon a shared bicycle, a red Maserati approached. The driver honked, and Chen Fan initially thought he was obstructing the way. Upon looking back, he was surprised to see Zhao Linlin, wearing sunglasses that obscured much of her face. She resembled a glamorous star under the sunlight. Where are you headed? Chen Fan was taken aback, questioning whether she was indeed speaking to him. This was unexpected. The rumors had it that Zhao Linlin never initiated conversations with boys, and many self-assured young men had faced rejection in vain. Noticing Chen Fan's lack of response, Zhao Linlin frowned and removed her sunglasses. The sight of her was indeed stunning, justifying her pride. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Zhao Linlin glared at him, prompting Chen Fan to finally ask, is there something you need? Get in the car. I have something to discuss with you. If you have something to say, you can say it here, Chen Fan replied, unwilling to enter the vehicle. A school beauty who rarely spoke to boys was now inviting him into her car? Something felt amiss. Just say what you need to say here. I do not wish to be misunderstood again. Zhao Linlin, now irritated, retorted, "Why are you being so finicky? Just get in already. Hurry." It seemed she too did not want to be seen, yet this fool was oblivious. She merely wished to apologize, yet his assumptions were elsewhere. Chen Fan realized that if this interaction were to be witnessed, it could lead to complications, especially since they were not far from the school, where acquaintances could easily appear. Reluctantly, he opened the door and took a seat. To his astonishment, Zhao Linlin's driving was quite impressive, with a swift press of the accelerator. The Maserati felt as though it took flight. For Chen Fan, aside from high-speed trains, this was undoubtedly the most luxurious vehicle he had ever experienced. "What exactly do you want to discuss? I have other matters to attend to." After Zhao Linlin drove several hundred meters away, Chen Fan could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhao Linlin cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "Where are you going? I can give you a ride." Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Perplexed as he gazed at her repeatedly, "Has the sun risen in the west?" he pondered. The fact that the renowned Zhao Linlin had voluntarily offered him a ride was utterly bewildering. He could not fathom her intentions today. Logically, a student like him, coming from humble means, existed on an entirely different plane from her. Apart from attending the same school, they would likely never cross paths in their lifetimes. Although Zhao Linlin's name resonated throughout the school, he had never harbored any thoughts regarding her. Following this trajectory, their lives would remain unentangled. Merely a footnote in the future stating that he and some esteemed individual were classmates. That would be the extent of it. "Where to?" he replied. "Wenjing Street." Chen Fan wasn't entirely sure what she had in mind, but he stated the address nonetheless. Zhao Linlin offered no further commentary. Driving directly to the entrance of Wenjing Street, only as Chen Fan alighted from the car did she say, "I apologize for what happened last time, but please refrain from engaging in such trivial games in the future. Zhao Bing is not someone you can contend with." With that, she drove off, leaving Chen Fan with a cascade of questions. What did she mean? Am I unworthy of Zhao Bing? Chapter 13, A Picture Within a Picture. Had she taken such a convoluted path merely to convey this? How absurd. What did she mean by Zhao Bing is not someone you can contend with? If she only knew that he was merely one barrier away from Zhao Bing, he couldn't imagine how she would react. Never mind. Let this self-important campus belle bask in her own arrogance. Chen Fan arrived at Bai Bao's high. Upon seeing him, Zhao Handong exclaimed with excitement, "Little brother, come in. Let me introduce you. These gentlemen are all luminaries in the antique circle." Inside the shop sat 6 or 7 individuals, instantly recognizable as prominent figures. Some were dressed in traditional Tang suits, delicately handling star and moon Bodhi beads, while others, sporting slick-back hair and manipulating walnuts, exuded an air of gravitas. When Zhao Handong summoned Chen Fan, the group looked momentarily taken aback, then quickly furrowed their brows. "Zhao, what does this mean? Is this little kid here to assist us with our appraisals? Are you jesting?" When we entered this field, he was probably still a tadpole. Several among them expressed their disdain, but Zhao Handong countered, "Now, let us not speak so dismissively. Knowledge knows no age, and those capable are worthy of teaching. Chen Fan is a distinguished student from Jiangzhou University. Although we have been in this field longer, he is a professional. Fine, on account of Zhuo's reputation. Let him have a look and broaden his horizons." A man in his 50s, attired in a long gown, responded with a hint of condescension. His attire was curious. Even in the sweltering heat, he donned a long gown, twirling 2 gourd-shaped objects in his hands, reminiscent of an ancient shopkeeper. On the table of the antique shop lay a remarkable artifact, standing approximately 40 centimeters tall. "Little brother, this is the treasure," one of them remarked. "We had all scrutinized it for quite some time, yet could not discern its true nature. Could you take a look?" Chen Fan casually glanced at it, and instantly deduced that it was a piece from the folk kiln of the 1990s. However, Zhao Handong insisted to himself that it was from the Jin dynasty. Chen Fan refrained from making an immediate conclusion and instead picked up the jar for a closer examination. Although he could not ascertain its authenticity, to an untrained eye, it indeed appeared genuine. The entire jar exuded an aura of antiquity, as if it had truly existed for millennia. Nevertheless, he trusted the information his eyes provided. Undoubtedly, this jar had been intentionally aged, and the craftsmanship was so exceptional that it had deceived everyone present. Zhao Handong inquired, "Little brother, what do you think? Can you discern anything?" Chen Fan shook his head, declaring, "This is a replica from the 1990s. "What nonsense!" exclaimed the gentleman in the long gown who had spoken earlier, rising to his feet. "How can you assert it is a 1990s replica when none of us could identify it?" "Indeed, On what basis do you make such a claim? Another man in traditional attire chimed in, unwilling to concede. They all firmly believed it to be an artifact from the Jin dynasty, while Chun Fan insisted it was a 1990s forgery. You trust the words of a mere child? He knows nothing. They were perplexed. How could he confidently assert it was a replica from the 1990s, and with such precision? Zhua Handong also expressed his confusion. No matter how skilled one might be, they could only estimate a general time frame. Yet Chun Fan categorically maintained it was a 1990s imitation. This truly left Chun Fan in a quandary. Could he reveal to them that his eyes possessed extraordinary abilities? Seeing the skepticism around him, he shook his head and decided to play the part. In this profession, the more profound the pretense, the more convincing one becomes. Casting a casual glance at the crowd, he stated, I can only tell you it is a 1990s imitation. If you insist on regarding it as a treasure, that is your prerogative. In any case, it does not cost me anything. The crowd fell silent. Chun Fan continued. You are all luminaries in this field. Must I elucidate everything so explicitly? He pointed to the array of antiques displayed on the shelf of the shop. This is from the early Southern Song dynasty. This one dates back to the Qianlong period. This belongs to the Han dynasty during the reign of Emperor Wen. And this is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. He meticulously detailed the provenance of each piece, leaving the onlookers astounded. This young fellow truly possessed remarkable insight, able to discern the origins of these artifacts at a glance. They were all friends of Zhua Handong and were well aware of the treasures in his possession. The circle was rather small. When someone acquired a remarkable item, news spread swiftly. Chun Fan's assertions rang true. Could it be that they had all collectively overlooked something? At this moment, Zhua Handong received a phone call. I understand, he said, hanging up the call. He addressed the crowd, stating that it had now been confirmed that the artifact was indeed a modern imitation. For the sake of prudence, Zhua Handong had specifically sent the jar to an authoritative department for appraisal. To his surprise, the experts there also declared it a recent counterfeit, likely dating back to the 1990s, though they could not specify further. The crowd stared blankly at Chun Fan, wondering if he was correct after all. Reflecting on how Chun Fan had confidently recounted the origins of the antiques from Bai Bao's Hai earlier, they could not help but admire him. After all, despite so many researchers having studied it for a prolonged period, only Chun Fan had discerned the truth. You are impressive, exclaimed a middle-aged man in a tang suit, giving him a thumbs up. Young brother, do come to my shop sometime. He handed Chun Fan a business card, extending an invitation. Another man in a long gown added, I welcome you too. Feel free to visit often. The previously indifferent crowd transformed into a warm and enthusiastic group, each offering their business cards. Chun Fan, displaying humility, graciously accepted their cards. Zhua, pardon the intrusion, one of them remarked as they departed. Once they left, Zhua Handong excitedly said, Young brother, I have another treasure here. Might you assist me in appraising it? He ascended the stairs and returned with a rectangular box, containing a piece of artwork. The box appeared ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features. Zhua Handong opened it, revealing a long scroll, exquisitely crafted, measuring over a meter in length and approximately 80 centimeters in width. I acquired this for 8,000 yuan. It should be authentic, yet I feel something is amiss, Zhua Handong confessed. Chun Fan examined the painting closely and noticed something peculiar. Upon further inspection, he discovered two inscriptions, one dated 1756, attributed to Zheng Xie, and another from 1938, credited to Huang Yuhan. Chun Fan was unfamiliar with Huang Yuhan, likely an obscure figure. But the name Zheng Xie startled him. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed a conventional landscape painting, with the inscription from Huang Yuhan prominently displayed. From an outsider's perspective, the artwork appeared quite appealing. However, there was yet another inscription that puzzled Chun Fan, marking the first time since acquiring his extraordinary abilities that he encountered such a convoluted situation. I must scrutinize this closely. Chun Fan leaned in, observing intently. Chapter 14. At my father-in-law's place. Ding. A message arrived on his phone. Energetic girl. Pig, what are you doing? I miss you. Chun Fan glanced at Zhua Handong beside him and replied, I'm at my father-in-law's. Thud. Zhua Bing's hand trembled, causing her phone to drop to the floor. Why is he at my dad's shop again? She thought, frantically retracting her message. Meanwhile, Chun Fan continued to examine the painting, gently twisting the paper with his fingers. Why does this painting bear two signatures? He moved the box aside and examined it intently, lifting the artwork to the light streaming through. His pupils dilated as his gaze penetrated the surface of the painting. Goodness, is it truly like this? Chun Fan set down the painting, momentarily stunned, and exclaimed to Zhua Handong, "Oh no, Zhua, you have struck gold." Zhua Handong quickly inquired, "What do you mean?" Chen Fan, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, "This painting, purchased for 8,000, suggests that you are exceptionally fortunate. It is a painting within a painting." "Really?" Zhua Handong gasped in astonishment. "Quick, elucidate the reasons." He was brimming with anticipation. Chen Fan continued, "If I am not mistaken, there is another painting concealed behind this one, a genuine work by Zhang Banqiao. Is that so?" Zhua Handong, overwhelmed with excitement, plopped down onto the ground. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Chen Fan, somewhat exasperated, responded, "You are, after all, my half-father-in-law. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Why not find a way to tear this painting apart? Huang Yuhan's work likely holds little value. If sold, it might fetch only 20 to 30,000. But if it is indeed Zhang Banqiao's, that would be extraordinary, worth a minimum of several million. Potentially even tens of millions." Zhua Handong, visibly agitated, immediately fetched a basin of water and carefully soaked the edges of the painting with a brush. Then, with utmost caution, he peeled away the upper layer of paper. Indeed, beneath it lay another artwork, the ink treasures of Zhang Banqiao. Although he could not yet ascertain its authenticity, he at least glimpsed its visage. "My young friend, you truly have an eye for talent. I knew I had not misjudged you." Zhua Handong excitedly grasped Chen Fan's shoulder, declaring, "If this painting is authentic, I must express my gratitude properly." Chen Fan, however, remained composed, saying, "No need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. That simply won't do. You must understand, earlier I refrained from revealing this to anyone. You must keep this matter confidential. Genuine works by Zhang Banqiao are exceedingly rare, and I prefer to keep this under wraps." Zhua Handong, drawing from his own experience, was confident that this painting could not be a forgery. He insisted on hosting a banquet to honor Chen Fan, who declined, citing commitments at the school. "Perhaps next time, but you must not refuse again," Zhua Handong insisted, pulling out his phone to transfer a 20,000 yuan red envelope. "Please accept this small token of appreciation." "Zhua, how could I possibly accept your money?" Chen Fan attempted to return it, but Zhua Handong became anxious. "If you do this, it would be quite disrespectful. This is customary. You have uncovered such a significant secret for me. To be honest, this 20,000 is hardly sufficient. Had it not been for you, I would have lost at least several million by hastily selling it." "Very well, then I shall graciously accept." Chen Fan took the red envelope and returned to school, content. After a profitable outing, earning 20,000, Chen Fan sent a WeChat message to Zhua Bing, inviting her to dinner, with the promise of treating her. Zhua Bing replied, suspicious of his intentions. "What scheme are you concocting this time?" she inquired. Chen Fan, feigning innocence, responded, "Am I truly that nefarious in your eyes?" Zhua Bing retorted, "You can't deny it. You approached me with such boldness on our first date. Just tell me if you'll come or not. My father gave me 20,000 today." Chen Fan pressed, "What on earth did you do to earn that?" Zhua Bing exclaimed, intrigued by the revelation that his father had bestowed such a sum upon him. "I must attend and uncover what this fellow accomplished at his father's shop today." She quickly changed her outfit. Upon receiving Zhua Bing's affirmative response, Chen Fan's delight was palpable. "What was Zhao Linlin saying about my inability to win you over? Underestimating me, were you?" He had no intention of transferring the 20,000 into his stock market funds. Rather, he intended to send it home, claiming it was a scholarship award. After all, with over 200,000 still at his disposal, he could comfortably invest in the stock market and simply watch his wealth accumulate. Meanwhile, his mother, laboring in the fields, heard her phone ringing. Upon opening it, she immediately cast aside her hoe. "Old Chen, our son has received a scholarship," she exclaimed. Old Chen snatched the phone to see the message, puzzled by his son's decision to transfer money to her instead of keeping it for himself. "You mustn't let him suffer at school, now that he has grown. What if he starts dating? He'll need funds for that." He promptly called Chen Fan, forcing him to explain himself at length. Sighing, Chen Fan realized that this method of providing financial support would not suffice in the future. He would need to devise a different strategy. At that moment, Zhua Bing arrived, and together they ventured to a restaurant situated far from the school to avoid any awkward encounters with acquaintances. "Chen Fan, you absolutely must not let my father know about us." Zhua Bing's first words were a stern warning. "Didn't you say your family doesn't interfere?" Chen Fan questioned, casting a doubtful glance her way. Zhua Bing, clad in form-fitting jeans and a simple top, looked stunning at her height of 1.70 meters. She shot him a disapproving glance, insisting, "Regardless, you cannot speak of it." Chen Fan replied, "Ah, I see. You're toying with me. Are you already contemplating your next partner? Zhuobing pinched the tender flesh at his waist, incredulous at his thoughts. Do you really think that during university, one would date with marriage in mind? Of course. I've even chosen names for our future children, he jested, causing Zhuobing to choke in disbelief. Dating in school should be about having fun, not planning a future. They found a spot to enjoy skewers, and Zhuobing asked, "What brought you to my father's shop?" "He asked me to help keep an eye on things," Chen Fan replied. "You actually understand such matters?" Zhuobing asked, astonished. "Not at all. I wouldn't have gone if it weren't for you," he admitted, earning an eye roll from her. She resolved to inquire further with her father later, convinced that Chen Fan had not divulged the complete truth. During this date, Chen Fan accomplished little, but given the daylight, he was constrained in his actions. Zhuobing complimented him, noting his newfound restraint. "Let him perform well. Only then will I dare to go out with him next time." She then called her father. And Zhuohanong excitedly exclaimed, "Zhuobing, do you know that today Chen Fan helped me recover at least several million in losses? I initially planned to spend 80,000 on this painting, but Chen Fan uncovered this secret. Is this guy really that impressive?" Zhuobing felt a bit bewildered. No wonder her father was so generous, directly giving him 20,000 as a reward. After hanging up, Zhuobing muttered to herself, "Oh, it seems this guy is hiding some secrets from me." Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Fan opened his stock trading app. It seemed impossible to invest in Yuanjing technology as it was consistently hitting the daily limit. He realized he needed to choose another stock. With 200,000 still in hand, Chen Fan decided to invest it all tomorrow. If he earned back 10% daily, that would amount to 20 to 30,000 a day. At this rate, making money to marry a wife shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 15. Slapping Professor Sun's face at this moment, Chen Fan was entirely focused on making money. He had activated the growth enterprise market. If luck was on his side, he could achieve a 20% gain in a day. If he encountered a limit up, it would truly be a windfall. Do you know what it feels like to earn 40% in a day? Limit ups are common, but limit downs are rare. This indeed depends on fortune. At that moment, Qin Nin called, "Chen Fan, what do you think of Tangjing?" "Tangjing?" Chen Fan recalled and finally remembered the quiet girl. "She's fine." "Why?" "If she's fine, then take the initiative to ask her out." "Do I really have to teach you this?" "Cough. I'm just too busy. Thank you for your kindness." Chen Fan hung up the phone, leaving Qin Nin puzzled. What did he mean by being too busy? Does he have many girlfriends? What a good act. She was all too familiar with Chen Fan's situation. Wang Hao told her everything. The main issue was that his family was financially strained, leaving Chen Fan feeling constrained. If it weren't for his good character, he might have ended up friendless. It was Tuesday, and today there was a particularly important practical finance class. Liang Dongkai and Yi Lang were captivated by stock trading, all sparked by this lesson. The instructor for the practical course was an expert specially invited from outside the school. He was relatively young, in his 30s, always slicking back his hair and donning a sharp suit, exuding the aura of a successful individual. His name was particularly endearing, Sun Songqiu. Chen Fan arrived at the classroom and, taking advantage of the teacher's absence, opened his stock trading app once more. Wow! A strong stock appeared on the leaderboard today, Dalong Construction, hitting the limit up, and it was likely to hit at least 4 limit ups in the following 5 trading days. It seemed luck was on his side lately. Whatever he thought seemed to materialize. Chen Fan's nerves tightened as he quickly executed his trading strategy, investing all his remaining 200,000 at the limit down price for Dalong Construction, then patiently awaited the outcome of his transaction. As the market opened, it plummeted to the limit down, only to suddenly soar half an hour later. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. Professor Sun ascended the podium with his laptop in hand. "Today, we shall continue our practical course. I ask those who have open trading accounts to raise their hands." In unison, nearly every student in the classroom lifted their hands. However, Chen Fan did not. Professor Sun's gaze fell upon him, questioning why this student refrained from participating. Could it be that he could not even muster a mere 1,000 yuan for practical training fees? The others turned to see Liang Dong loudly exclaim, "Professor Sun, please disregard him. He is the poorest student in our class. Not only can he not afford the 1,000 yuan for practical training, but he cannot even produce the 200 yuan class fee. He relies on the school's poverty assistance every year." Laughter erupted in the classroom. Professor Sun's brow furrowed. "You, studying finance, must understand that practical training is invaluable, especially the opportunity to trade alongside me. This is a rare privilege. I trust you have often seen me on major financial programs. Now, I shall not elaborate further. Cherish this opportunity." He then proceeded to teach them how to select stocks. Chen Fan, however, was not inclined to pay attention. He opened his stock trading app, eagerly awaiting the execution of his trades. The stock he had previously purchased, Yuanjing Technology, remained locked in a limit up, and he intended to leave it undisturbed. As for Dalong Construction, he was aware it would only open at 10 o'clock. Yet he felt a surge of excitement. Moreover, it was a stock from the growth enterprise market. What did a limit up signify? Incredible. He marveled at his current capital of 200,000 yuan, with Dalong Construction priced at 806 yuan per share, and he had acquired 24,800 shares. To his surprise, Professor Sun displayed several stocks on the large screen. Tianjin Environmental Protection, Beihua Heavy Industry, Dalong Construction, and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry. Chen Fan noted that 3 of these stocks had made it onto yesterday's list of top performers, and a smile crept onto his face upon seeing Dalong Construction. These 4 stocks each had their own characteristics. Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry were recent strong performers, while Beihua Heavy Industry had shown average performance. Neither hot nor cold, yet its trajectory was steady, climbing at a 30-degree angle. In contrast, Dalong Construction had been in a continuous decline, experiencing 6 or 7 consecutive limit downs, each with a drop of 20%. Such a stock was poised for significant movement. At that moment, Liang Yao was also engrossed in his phone. Chen Fan snatched it from him, exclaiming, "Come on, you've already ruined yourself." This guy had played his 10,000 yuan down to around 5,000, and coupled with his previous 9,000 borrowed online, his total funds amounted to 14,000. Without hesitation, Chen Fan cleared his position and also purchased Dalong Construction. "What are you doing? Damn, you've led me to ruin. You scoundrel." The stock market operates on a singular mode of action. Stocks purchased today can only be sold tomorrow. Liang Gao, upon witnessing his investment in Dalong Construction, felt a wave of despair. However, Chen Fan paid him no heed and cheerfully returned his phone. Chen Fan had long wished to extend a helping hand, and upon noticing Professor Sun mentioning this particular stock, he decided to do a good turn. To his astonishment, Liang Yao had opened an account on the growth enterprise market, indicating that his funds had previously exceeded 100,000. It was no wonder his former girlfriends had all suffered losses. At this moment, Professor Sun stood on stage and inquired which student could elucidate the selection criteria for the 4 stocks. Chen Fan casually remarked that Dalong Construction was the obvious choice. Given its substantial rise, Professor Sun's countenance immediately soured. He commanded, "You out. You truly know nothing," and shout recklessly. Investing in a stock like Dalong Construction is akin to jumping into a pit. It has already encountered 6 or 7 consecutive declines. How much money do you intend to pour into it? Remember, we must never choose stocks that are in a relentless downward spiral. We should only invest in strong stocks. Chen Fan was expelled from the classroom, departing without a word. You are being offered an opportunity to prosper, yet you squander it, he thought. Young Dong, who had boisterously voiced his opinions, had deposited 200,000 into his account due to his wealthy background. Under Professor Sun's guidance, the students proceeded to buy Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry. Liang Gao looked at his account, where Chen Fan had invested in Dalong Construction, feeling utterly despondent. As expected, with Professor Sun's guidance, the stocks began to rise immediately, 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, and soon they surged past 9 points, nearing a limit up. A chorus of excitement erupted from the crowd. Professor Sun beamed with joy, having been dubbed a stock god by his students. Liang Yao sent Chen Fan a message. "Damn it, you owe me a meal." Just as the message was sent, a murmur swept through the classroom. Someone pointed at the large screen, exclaiming, "Professor Sun, look." Professor Sun turned languidly, only to exclaim in shock. The 2 stocks, which had been soaring, suddenly plummeted sharply. From over 9 points, they nosedived to 2 points, then fell by 2, 3, and 5 points. The market was poised for a sudden crash. The classroom fell into chaos. Professor Sun tugged at his tie, bewildered. What is happening? How could such a promising market turn so swiftly? Everyone, remain calm. It may simply be a technical adjustment. He reassured them. Look at Dalong Construction. A female student suddenly shouted. The stock broke through its limit down, ascending like a rocket, soaring skyward. In mere seconds, it reached its limit up at 40 points. How is this possible? Liang Yao was left speechless, as a single spike had recouped all his previous losses. Chen Fan, you are incredible. Upon regaining composure, I hurriedly messaged Chen Fan. Tonight, I shall treat you. Chapter 16. A pivotal moment in life's ascendancy. The market plummeted, yet long construction defied the odds. Professor Sun's expression faltered, as if today's market fluctuations were orchestrated solely to embarrass him. The other classmates fared relatively well. But Liang Dongkai, in his attempt to maintain appearances, found himself suffering an additional loss of over 10 points, compounding his previous misfortunes. My goodness! At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. Wang Hao exclaimed, I shall never trust experts again. To spare his girlfriend's feelings, he refrained from revealing that he too was dabbling in stocks, though fortunately, his investment was modest, merely 1,000 yuan. Professor Sun wiped the sweat from his brow, imparting the day's lesson. The stock market is fraught with risks, and one must tread carefully. I surveyed my classmates for any signs of risk awareness. Who hasn't incurred losses? Raise your hands. Silence enveloped the room, until Li Langgao stood up, declaring, Teacher, I made a profit of 40 points. Astonishment swept across the classroom, with some girls casting admiring glances in his direction. Clearing his throat, the teacher asked, How did you achieve this? Li Langgao chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance. I analyzed long construction. After consistently hitting the limit down for 6 or 7 consecutive days, I sensed a reversal was imminent. As the saying goes, one must be greedy when others are fearful. And there were signs of capital intervention, so I boldly invested all my funds. Well done. Even Professor Sun gave him a thumbs up. I do not expect every student to become a prodigious stock genius. As long as 1 or 2 achieve success, I shall be satisfied. The 4 stocks selected today were rigorous tests for everyone, illustrating that the majority are ill-suited for stock trading. This student shows promise. Keep up the good work. Today's lesson concludes here. You may practice on your own. Professor Sun hurriedly gathered his computer and left, his shirt drenched in sweat by the time he exited the classroom. Prince, teach me how to operate. Prince, you are my idol. Prince, I love you. Let me be your girlfriend. In the classroom, Li Langgao found himself surrounded by a throng of classmates, and Chun Fan's casual assistance inadvertently spotlighted his moment of glory. Some girls seemed eager to throw themselves into his arms, contemplating the financial security a partner like him could offer. Meanwhile, Su Keqing sneezed repeatedly, likely unaware that her own standing was precarious. Meanwhile, Chun Fan sat in his dormitory, gazing at his phone's financial account, which had soared to over 360,000 yuan. What a satisfying experience it was to hit the ceiling. 2 stocks alone had netted him over 60,000 yuan. Yet, there lingered a feeling that the money was arriving too slowly. Should I consider seeking out some off-market financing? Some legitimate securities firms offer a maximum of 3 times leverage, but to obtain more, one must approach off-market institutions. I could consult Zhou Handong about this matter. Individuals of their stature should possess familiar channels. Chun Fan retrieved his phone and dialed. Zhou, are you free? I need your assistance. Just as he ended the call, Zhou Bing sent a message. Pig, shall we arrange a meeting? Not available. What do you want? Leaving me in suspense. Aren't you concerned about being whisked away by someone else? I'm going to meet my father-in-law. Zhou Bing replied, What business do you have with him? Who exactly is your girlfriend? Seeing Chun Fan preparing to meet her father, Zhou Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he inadvertently revealed something and compromised her? I intend to curry favor with him. Perhaps I can expedite our union. Zhou Bing rolled her eyes. Do let me know what transpires. Chun Fan, disinterested in attending classes, ventured into the city to find Zhou Handong. Upon learning that Chun Fan sought an external financing agency, Zhou Handong looked at him in surprise. You're still dabbling in stocks? Leverage is a tricky business. Tread carefully. It's not for me. I have no interest in such matters. With Zhou Handong's assistance, Chun Fan connected with a reputable financing institution. By afternoon, he completed the necessary procedures, and both parties signed a confidentiality agreement, as Chun Fan opted for tenfold leverage. The agreement stipulated that the counterpart held the authority to oversee funds and established a stringent liquidation line. If the drop reached 10, liquidation would occur immediately to safeguard their capital from losses. After concluding all these matters and returning to campus, Zhou Bing eagerly approached him. What was your purpose in seeking my father? He is our father. Zhou Bing shot him a reproachful glance. What exactly did you do? Chun Fan leaned closer to her ear. I sought ways to earn money, so that I may one day marry you in grandeur. Smooth talker. Embracing such a stunning and alluring beauty, he felt a surge of desire. Shall we retire to a hotel? Zhou Bing gritted her teeth. Pinching the tender flesh at his waist, is this all you think about? Do you intend to let go only after you have me? Who says? Even after having you. I wouldn't let go. Get lost. The two engaged in playful banter, and although Zhuo Bing did not obstruct his whims, she steadfastly maintained her final line of defense. Chen Fan, left with no choice, took her to a movie before finally escorting her back to her dormitory. That night, the financial prince did not return to the dorm. Wu Jianyang lay on his bed, bored, playing games, while Wang Hao inquired, "Why not go on a date?" "What date? We broke up?" "Ah? What happened?" Wang Hao tossed him a cigarette. Wu Jianyang replied, "She found out about my affair with the boss's wife." Chen Fan burst into laughter. Wang Hao remarked, "No worries. The prince and Su Keqing's relationship is likely nearing its end as well." "Why is that?" Chen Fan asked curiously. "Haven't they always gotten along well?" Wang Hao chuckled. "Today, the prince impressively caught a ceiling board, and several girls in class have invited him to hotels to exchange experiences." Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering whether he was assisting or inadvertently harming him. Would Su Keqing hold him accountable? In the dormitory, 3 couples had swiftly dissolved into 2. Oh. The fragility of love in college. On May 21st, a Wednesday, it marked the day Chen Fan would soar towards his future, a pivotal moment in his life. In the morning, he opened his stock trading app, only to find that the market for Dalong construction had already peaked, 4 gains in 5 trading days, with today as high followed by a retreat into a correction phase. Zhao's real estate seemed promising. A local enterprise in Jiangzhou, it exhibited strong growth potential. After a period of consolidation, it experienced a slight decline yesterday. The main force had adjusted, and it was on the brink of a significant upward surge. According to Zhao's real estate's anticipated trajectory, it was undoubtedly a triple bagger. Without hesitation, Chen Fan liquidated all his shares in Dalong Construction. In stock trading, he only pursued standout stocks, avoiding those with consecutive gains, as he lacked the time to monitor the market daily. Initially investing 200,000 in Dalong Construction, he had amassed 510,000 in just 5 days, coupled with Yuanjing Technology, which, although not at its peak, had already doubled after 7 limit-ups. His total capital had reached 700,000. Now, he was poised to leverage his investment tenfold, pouring 7 million into Zhao's real estate. With Zhao's opening at 337 and the current price at 836, if it hit the limit, it would yield a handsome profit of 700,000, bringing his total wealth to an unimaginable sum. Clenching his fist, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. A life of extraordinary fortune was indeed different. Chapter 17, Chen Fan. I like you at noon. While heading for lunch, he finally caught sight of Yi Yao. This fellow had been rather flamboyant of late, brazenly dining with 2 girls. Guo Jianliang, in jealousy, muttered, "This guy has really let it go to his head. I thought I was the only scoundrel in the dorm." Before he could finish, Su Keqing arrived. Oh no, trouble was brewing. Just as Wang Hao was about to warn Yi Yao, Su Keqing approached him and the 2 girls with an icy expression. "What is the meaning of this? You don't answer my calls, nor do you reply to my messages." Yi Yao looked at her and said, "Let's break up." "Why?" Su Keqing's face reflected bewilderment and hurt. Being abruptly dumped without explanation was maddening. "You ought to provide a reason. Do I even need to? After all this time, nothing is working out with you. Ask any guy who wants to linger in the novice village forever. After all this time, you won't even let me touch you." Tears welled in Su Keqing's eyes as she covered her face and fled. Chen Fan shook his head, berating himself. Why had he meddled with stocks on his behalf? Today, Dalong Construction had risen again. He wondered if Yi Yao had sold his shares. He didn't bother to check the market anymore. It was up to him now. At that moment, Chen Fan's phone rang. Hawthorne. Pair. He took out his phone and gazed at Guo Jianyang and Wang Hao with a look of disbelief. Who altered my ring-own? The caller ID read, a spirited girl. Chen Fan shot them a glare and answered the call. Chen Fan, you need to come here immediately. I've been cornered at the dorm entrance. With his girlfriend in distress, Chen Fan felt compelled to act. He swiftly took off. And Wang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Guo Jianyang, clearly anticipating trouble. They hurried along, only to find Chen Fan had indeed arrived at the girls' dormitory. What was he doing here? Could it be that this fellow was secretly communicating with some girl? Zhuo Bing resided in Building 6, where a BMW was parked out front, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. A boy stood there, holding a bouquet of roses. Zhuo Bing, I know you were testing me, but you must trust my sincerity. I am truly devoted. For you, I would forsake an entire forest and devote my life to you. For your sake, I would give everything. Zhuo Bing, please say yes. I genuinely like you. Upon arriving, Chun Fan was astonished to discover that the bouquet was being held by the shameless Liang Dongkai. After being rejected by Zhuo Bing previously, he had returned, relentlessly pursuing her once more. It seemed that Zhuo Bing would not escape without providing an answer today. Watching the flowers in Liang Dongkai's hands, Zhuo Bing felt exasperated. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Don't fool me. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? Everyone in the school knows I'm pursuing you. At that moment, a crowd began to jeer, showing no fear of escalating the situation. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered whether Zhuo Bing would indeed accept Liang Dongkai. From above, a girl shouted, if she doesn't agree, I'll be your girlfriend. Hearing that someone else was pursuing Zhuo Bing, Zhao Linlin observed quietly. The previous incident where Zhuo Bing rejected Liang Dongkai had stirred quite the commotion in the school, significantly boosting her popularity. All conversations revolved around her. The school's flower goddess seemed to have been overshadowed. Coupled with Zhuo Bing's naturally long legs, her allure had always been considerable. Chun Fan had claimed he could win Zhuo Bing's heart. Now, it was time to see if he could surpass Liang Dongkai's challenge. Frustrated by Zhuo Bing's refusal, Liang Dongkai angrily declared, if you insist you have a boyfriend, then bring him here. If I see him with my own eyes, I will cease my pursuit. Zhuo Bing, anxiously awaiting Chun Fan's arrival, wondered why that scoundrel was taking so long. Just then, Chun Fan arrived, and Zhuo Bing quickly approached him. I'm laying it all on the line, Liang Dongkai. Chun Fan is my boyfriend. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Liang Dongkai laughed rather than fuming. What a joke, Zhuo Bing. Are you really trying to pull this off? Do you even know who he is? He is the poorest boy in our class. If you don't believe me, ask around to see if I'm lying. Besides, he isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. You ought to seek someone of considerable stature. Someone who can truly earn my respect. What's wrong with my admiration for Zhuo Bing? Does it concern you? Chun Fan cast a glance at Liang Dongkai, scoffing at the ostentation of driving a BMW. What is there to boast about? A mere BMW is hardly worth my notice. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, astonished that the most impoverished boy in class dared to disdain a BMW. Let us not forget, you are still receiving the school's financial assistance for the needy. Liang Dongkai approached, attempting to grasp Zhuo Bing's hand, but she retreated to Chun Fan's side. You don't believe me, do you, Liang Dongkai? Very well, I shall prove it to you, Zhuo Bing declared, turning to wrap her arms around Chun Fan's neck, suddenly kissing him passionately. Chun Fan, unfazed, embraced her in enthusiastic reciprocation. Oh! Gasps erupted from the girls' dormitory, while boys and girls alike shouted in excitement. How romantic! Liang Dongkai felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, furiously tossing aside the roses he held. Chun Fan, just you wait. I will have my revenge. With that, he stormed off in his car, seething with rage. Zhuo Bing released Chun Fan, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chun Fan, I like you, she exclaimed, leaning in for another kiss, continuing their display of affection. The two young lovers were momentarily lost in their own world. Some onlookers seized their phones, capturing the moment with fervor. Chun Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, this would land them on the school's front page. Wang Hao and Guo Jinliang stood dumbfounded, realizing that when Chun Fan decided to engage, he did so with grandiosity. The two friends suddenly felt that their previous relationships paled in comparison. In a nearby dormitory, Zhao Linlin frowned, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. How shameless, she exclaimed, prompting a retort from her companion, Zhou Yufei. Why are you so jealous? Zhao Linlin responded, perplexed. Aren't young people meant to love boldly? Linlin, you've changed, Zhou Yufei remarked, wide-eyed with surprise. That afternoon, the romance between Zhuo Bing and Chun Fan ignited a frenzy throughout the school. As eager individuals shared photos and videos of their passionate display, Zhuo Bing's boldness incited both envy and admiration in droves. This spectacle did not escape Tang Jing's notice, stirring uncomfortable feelings within her. Meanwhile, the couple skipped classes, retreating to a cozy CAF to indulge in their affection. Shall we go to a hotel? Chun Fan suggested. Zhuo Bing frowned, pouting, can you not wait a little longer? It will all be yours in due time. Chun Fan sighed. It's just so difficult to endure. Do you know that a boy in our dorm just broke up with his girlfriend? Why? Zhuo Bing inquired. Because he didn't wish to remain in the novice phase. Chun Fan lamented. Zhuo Bing glared at him. And yet, you managed to conquer me on our very first date. I am left with but one fortress to defend. What more do you desire? A mischievous grin spread across Chun Fan's face. Whispering close to Zhuo Bing's ear, he suddenly felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, delivering a playful punch to him. Chapter 18. Recently, your romantic endeavors have been unfortunate. On May 22nd, Zhao's real estate continued its inevitable surge, hitting the upper limit. According to Chun Fan's observations of the subsequent trends, it was projected to triple within 22 trading days. After several consecutive days of gains, there were a few days where the market maker forcefully adjusted the stocks, creating fluctuations that reached 20, presenting an excellent opportunity for maneuvering. Chun Fan verified his financial account. After 2 limit-up days, his total had reached 8.47 million yuan. Subtracting the leveraged funds, this indicated that his own capital had soared to 2.17 million yuan. Wow, I have become a millionaire. Closing the software, Chun Fan took a piece of paper and drafted an application report. During the second class, the homeroom teacher called him to the office. Their homeroom teacher, a stunningly beautiful woman in her late 20s, was known as the goddess of Jiangzhou University. With an impressive figure standing at 1.68 meters, she was a striking sight on campus. Almost no one missed her classes. Chun Fan entered the homeroom teacher's office with his report in hand. Teacher Shen Mingyao wore a troubled expression, a hint of worry shadowing her features. Upon hearing a knock, she called out, "Come in." Teacher Shen. Chun Fan entered with his report. Shen Mingyao regarded this rural student with a touch of regret and said, "Classmate Chun Fan, please have a seat." "No need, I'll stand." "Please go ahead, teacher," he responded politely, which pleased Shen Mingyao. Unlike most teachers who often neglect their students and remain unaware of their circumstances, Shen Mingyao had diligently familiarized herself with each student's situation. Chun Fan came from a humble background, and it was Shen Mingyao who had assisted him in applying for the poverty relief funds. At this moment, she appeared somewhat troubled. "Chun Fan, there is something I need to explain to you, but I hope you can remain calm." "Yes, please go ahead, teacher," Chun Fan replied, his courteous demeanor satisfying her. "Your poverty assistance for this semester has been revoked. Although I fervently advocated for you with the principal, there are many students in greater need, and thus, the quota was insufficient. I hope you do not feel discouraged. I will help you reapply for it next semester. Additionally, I will allocate part of my salary to support you this semester." "That's unnecessary, teacher. I truly appreciate your kindness. In fact, even if the school had not canceled my assistance, I was already planning to withdraw my application. Here's my application report. Please take a look." "What?" Shen Mingyao was taken aback, never expecting that such a challenging situation could be resolved so effortlessly. As she received Chun Fan's application report, her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Looking at Chun Fan's beautiful handwriting, she couldn't help but admire. This child possesses quite a talent. "But why do you wish to withdraw your application?" "As I have now attained self-sufficiency, I am able to earn my living expenses through various means, allowing me to be independent and no longer a burden on the school. I am grateful to my teacher for her unwavering concern." "What an honest child. Such simplicity is indeed rare," she remarked. "You may return to the classroom now." Shen Mingyao nodded appreciatively, aware that Chun Fan had been diligently working to support himself. However, he did not leave. Instead, he gazed intently at Shen Mingyao once more. "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Shen Mingyao inquired, her beauty strikingly evident, setting her apart from the youthful university students. She exuded maturity, sensuality, and even a hint of allure. Noticing the intensity of Chun Fan's gaze, a faint blush crept onto Shen Mingyao's cheeks. "Teacher Shen, it seems your romantic endeavors may not be going smoothly lately. Please take care of yourself," Chun Fan stated earnestly. "I cannot explain why, do not ask me for the reasons, but I can perceive a person's fortune." With that, he departed. It took Shen Mingyao a moment to process his words. What? What is Chun Fan talking about? How could my love life be tumultuous? After all, her husband was an accomplished executive in the real estate industry, young and successful. Shen Mingyao was indeed happy, though they had been married for over 3 years without conceiving a child. Of course, her husband's demanding career contributed to their infrequent time together. Why would Chun Fan bring this up? Young people often indulge in fanciful thoughts, she mused, shaking her head and dismissing it. A short while later, she received a WeChat message. "Wife, I will be on a business trip for a few days and won't be home tonight." Shen Mingyao responded with a smiling emoji, advising him to stay safe and take care of himself while away. She set her phone down and headed to the classroom. Upon returning, Chun Fan noticed Liang Dongkai glaring at him with a cold demeanor. It was evident to Chun Fan that his financial aid had likely been revoked due to Liang's influence. As a class officer with connections to the school administration, it was easy to deduce. However, he remained unaware that, even if his financial aid were not rescinded, He was preparing to forego it himself. After all, he was now capable of earning substantial sums daily, rendering such modest assistance inconsequential. The stock he held in the Zhao Group was poised to yield at least threefold returns, potentially elevating his worth to millions. His classmates, having learned that Chen Fan had captured the affection of the beautiful Zhuo Bing, were in awe. Who could resist her stunning beauty, particularly her long legs that enchanted many? It was shocking that the girl Liang Dongkai had merely held hands with was now with Chen Fan. The campus was abuzz with photos and videos of the two sharing passionate kisses, stirring excitement among his peers. Chen Fan, you're quite impressive, Yi Langgao exclaimed. When did you manage to win Zhuo Bing's heart? Chen Fan merely smiled nonchalantly and replied, she pursued me. The classroom erupted in disbelief, many rolling their eyes at his nonchalant demeanor. Liang Dongkai shot a glare, filled with resentment, vowing to himself that he would eventually bring about your downfall. The homeroom teacher arrived, and the classroom fell into a hushed silence. After class, Xin Mingyao returned to the office, her phone buzzing with several WeChat messages and missed calls. The messages were from her best friend, who excitedly invited her to a class reunion that evening at the Yunhu International Resort Center, assuring her that she would pick her up after work. At their level, many classmates had achieved considerable success, leading to more frequent gatherings. Initially, Shen Mingyao contemplated declining the invitation, but with her husband away on business and herself alone at home, she decided to join. Shortly after 5, her friend arrived in a newly purchased Porsche Cayenne. Shen Mingyao hadn't even had time to change clothes as she hurried into the car. The luxury vehicle was infused with the scent of Chanel perfume. Her friend was dressed provocatively, resembling a captivating siren. Shen Mingyao remarked, Lu Qin, you've become increasingly enchanting. Aren't you afraid of bewitching everyone? Lu Qin giggled. That's precisely the intention. They were too blind to pursue me back then. The Yunhu Resort Center was a leisure destination far removed from the city's hustle and bustle, also a favorite spot for clandestine rendezvous, boasting hot springs, upscale hotels, and recreational activities. Upon parking, Lu Qin exclaimed, Wait, Mingyao, isn't that your husband's car? It was only then that Shen Mingyao noticed the BMW 740 parked beside them. The man, who had claimed to be on a business trip, was now embracing another woman as they entered the hotel. In a different scene, Chapter 19, Chen Fan remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding with the teacher. He eagerly wished for time to pass swiftly, yearning to experience the thrill of wealth. For days, he had been calculating in his mind, anticipating that the 7 million investment would triple within a month, envisioning the profits to come. Excluding the leveraged funds, he anticipated over 14 million. Oh, my heavens! After confirming the stock market trends once more, Chen Fan settled down to rest. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao was embroiled in a fierce argument with her husband at the Yunhu Resort Center, her heart shattered and contemplating divorce, despite her friend's futile attempts to dissuade her. After a brief respite, Chen Fan pondered a visit to the antique market when he received a message from Zhuo Bing. Chen Fan, could I be pregnant? Startled by the message, Chen Fan quickly dialed her number, but she did not answer. He continued texting, I'm in class, and I felt unwell since this morning, nauseous. Do you think I could be pregnant? Chen Fan was taken aback, thinking, how could this happen? I haven't even touched you. He inquired, whose is it? Zhuo Bing replied with a teasing eye roll. Regardless of whose it is, you must acknowledge it. Come out. I will book a room for you to rest. Zhuo Bing thought, this fellow has ulterior motives. He always tries to persuade me to go to a hotel. During the lunch break, Chen Fan invited her out. Zhuo Bing was crouched under a tree, clutching her abdomen. I will take you to the infirmary. Zhuo Bing nodded, and Chen Fan accompanied her to the infirmary. The doctor informed her that her menstrual period was approaching, causing dysmenorrhea. Zhuo Bing cast an embarrassed smile at Chen Fan, and after receiving some medication, she struggled to walk steadily. Chen Fan suggested, how about I take you home? No. After much hesitation, she finally relented, suggesting he book a room instead. I do not wish to return to the dormitory. After much deliberation, she finally agreed to accompany him to the hotel. However, Chen Fan felt no joy. He suspected that this girl was intentionally tormenting him, but there was little he could do, so he led her out of the campus. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, please take us to the nearest 5-star hotel. The taxi driver, understanding their request, smiled at the two and drove them to Boya Hotel. Chen Fan did not want to pretend. He simply wished to avoid the cheap lodgings near the school, which were unsanitary. After assisting Zhuo Bing into the room, she remarked, why did you come so far? Isn't there one nearby? Chen Fan replied with a smile. Such places do not befit your status. I wish to provide you with the best within my capabilities. Zhuo Bing glared at him. You must not harbor any ulterior motives. I am unwell today. Chen Fan felt quite speechless. Why so? Besides, am I that kind of person? All right, then come here for a moment and help me massage my abdomen. Chen Fan approached her, gently rubbing her lower abdomen. As he continued, she exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Zhuo Bing's face was filled with a playful resentment, clearly not behaving herself. Chen Fan withdrew his hand, feeling a sense of unfulfillment. In the hotel lobby, a group of managers surrounded a young lady as she approached the front desk. Miss, the hotel has been performing exceptionally well lately. We have accomplished a great deal. This quarter's performance has increased by 60%. Several managers followed the young lady, all showing utmost respect. The young lady reached out to the front desk staff for today's guest check-in records, eager to verify if the performance matched what she had been told. Chen Fan. Initially, she thought it was a case of sharing the same name. However, upon seeing the age and the registered identity information, her brows furrowed. How could he be checking in here? When did this guest arrive? Just a moment ago, about 20 minutes ago, with a girl. The young lady's brow twitched as she commanded, Send me the surveillance footage from the lobby. Certainly, Mississippi. Please hold on. Within 2 minutes. The staff retrieved the video footage from that time. A cold smile flashed across the young lady's face, and then she shook her head. Underestimating him was a grave error. Just as he was about to depart, the elevator door slid open. Chen Fan hurried out to prepare some brown sugar water for Zhuo Bing, only to unexpectedly spot Zhao Linlin amidst a gathering of people. What are you doing here? He asked, feeling a sense of dread. Oh no. The fact that he had come to the hotel with Zhuo Bing was likely to be exposed. Zhao Linlin regarded him with a peculiar expression. Why can't I be here? This is a family enterprise. Ever since my first day at university, my family entrusted its management to me. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling embarrassed. How awkward. He had always known Zhao Linlin came from wealth, but he had not anticipated the extent of her family's fortune. A 5-star hotel entrusted to a young woman. Impressive. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'll be on my way. What a scoundrel. Zhao Linlin scoffed. What kind of person is he? They've only been together for a short time. And he's already brought her to a hotel. She couldn't fathom what he was thinking and, after Chen Fan left, she even summoned a staff member to keep an eye on him. If she guessed correctly, he must have headed to a pharmacy. After a while, the staff member returned with a report. Chen Fan had entered a restaurant and had taken a bowl of brown sugar water upstairs. Zhao Linlin pondered this revelation. She hadn't expected this scoundrel to be so attentive. Chapter 20. Relentlessly extracting from Zhao's real estate that evening, she decided not to go to school. Half an hour later, she called the waiter over again. Please deliver a fruit platter to room 8916 and keep an eye on the situation inside. After the waiter left, Zhao Linlin occupied herself with a signature pen in her office. Few individuals her age had reached her level, balancing studies with practical management experience. She stood at a height that many could only dream of. At this moment, Zhao, the campus belle, gazed out the window, awaiting news from the waiter. Minutes later, the waiter returned. Miss, the fruit platter has been delivered. There is a man and a woman inside. The woman is already asleep. All right, here is the plan. Knock on the door every 10 minutes, Zhao Linlin instructed. Huh. The waiter looked at her quizzically. That might provoke a complaint from the guests. Complaint? Just do as I say. No need for so many questions. Understood. The waiter remained, perplexed by the young lady's unusual demeanor. 10 minutes later, there was a knock. Excuse me, would you like to change the bed linens? Chen Fan opened the door, and a staff member peeked in. What nonsense. Change what linens? No need. Chen Fan closed the door. Another 10 minutes passed. Excuse me, would you like something to eat? We have a complimentary buffet at the hotel. Yet another 10 minutes later, there was another knock. Excuse me. Chen Fan finally lost his patience. What is going on? What kind of hotel is this? I've already told you not to disturb me. The waiter, blushing, repeatedly apologized, expressing their concerns about potentially inadequate service that might mar the guest's experience. After all, this is a 5-star hotel. If it pleases you, I shall stand at the entrance. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. What does standing at the entrance even mean? Very well, I shall not stay here any longer. With that, the waiter successfully managed to drive away a guest. Zhuo Bing, awakened by the commotion, inquired about the disturbance. I don't know. She has been knocking on the door every 10 minutes. It's utterly vexing. Are you feeling any better? Shall we return to school? Zhuo Bing cast a puzzled glance at the waiter, perplexed by the notion that someone would vigilantly stand guard at the hotel door. During past travels with her parents, she had never encountered such service. The service here is truly exceptional. The two proceeded downstairs for a meal. Chen Fan suggested, "Shall we head back to school?" "Why?" Zhuo Bing questioned. "Did you not insist on coming to the hotel?" I suddenly remembered an urgent matter that must be addressed immediately. Zhuo Bing regarded him with skepticism, hardly able to believe his words. "Fine. If you wish to leave, do not blame me." After checking out, they summoned a vehicle back to school. As they departed, the waiter promptly reported to Zhao Linlin, "Miss, they have checked out." "Oh." Zhao Linlin prepared herself and drove back to school. "Yufei, can you check if Chen Fan has returned to the dormitory?" Zhou Yufei replied with wide eyes. "How would I know? Isn't there a telescope hidden in your suitcase?" "Don't think I'm unaware." Reluctantly, Zhou Yufei retrieved the telescope concealed at the bottom of her bag. "Oh, they are taking a shower." Zhou Yufei's expression became rather awkward. "Wait, I see Chen Fan. Why are you so concerned about Chen Fan?" "Nothing. Just wash up and sleep." Zhao Linlin entered the bathroom with her clothes. This only intrigued Zhou Yufei further. "Linlin, what on earth did you consume today? Why the sudden interest in Chen Fan?" "Oh my, you can't be serious." Zhou Yufei gasped, as if she had stumbled upon a momentous discovery. Meanwhile, Chen Fan lay on his bed post-shower, reflecting on the peculiar events of the day. Could this be the work of Zhao Linlin? That seems improbable. Would she truly be that bored? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Before one knew it, 5 trading days had flown by, and Zhao's real estate had delivered on expectations with 5 consecutive price increases. However, today marked the end of that streak. In the following days, it was set to undergo a vigorous consolidation, with fluctuations reaching as high as 20. It was likely that many small investors would be frightened off, allowing the major players to continue reaping their profits. Chen Fan noted that his account balance had swelled to 11.27 million. In a bid to create an illusion of continued upward momentum, the major players placed large orders to cap the price early in the morning, only to suddenly release the pressure, withdrawing all the capped orders, resulting in a subsequent decline in stock price. This situation inadvertently provided Chen Fan with the opportunity to make his exit. He unreservedly liquidated all the stocks in his possession. However, employing over 10 million in funds to discreetly accumulate shares at a lower price without attracting the attention of the market makers requires a certain level of finesse. The time has come to test his trading prowess. It appears prudent to acquire a laptop and establish a personal trading room. Renting an apartment might also facilitate his operations. The sell orders were executed, while the main force behind Zhao's real estate suppressed the stock, resulting in a long upper shadow on the candlestick chart. Trading volume surged, and the turnover rate escalated. To scare off retail investors, the main force pressed down hard, causing a drop of over 8%. Today's suppression, followed by a limit up tomorrow and a subsequent limit down the day after. Such tactics are executed with remarkable skill. Given this, why hesitate? It is time to relentlessly exploit Zhao's real estate. Therefore, he proceeded to place numerous small orders without further deliberation. With a total market capitalization of 100 billion, Zhao's real estate has been experiencing daily trading volumes fluctuating between 2 to 3 billion. Chen Fan's mere 1 million in hand should not attract excessive scrutiny. As he observed his buy orders continuously being filled, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. It is likely that even the market makers do not realize how many individuals are seizing the opportunity to buy at a low price. However, these small retail investors have always been disregarded by the market makers, for the stock price is poised to hit the limit down soon. 20 minutes later, Zhao's real estate reached its limit down. Chen Fan's entire investment of over 10 million was executed, and he currently faced a total unrealized loss of 0.63. He planned to sell at the opening tomorrow and repurchase the day after. One can only imagine how the main force of Zhao's real estate must be lamenting. With the trades complete, he exited the trading software. His next course of action was to find a place to rent. Meanwhile, the senior management of Zhao Group was convening a meeting where the chairman decided to leverage this wave of market movement to elevate the company's valuation further. They planned to find an opportune moment to reduce their holdings and cash out, freeing up capital for new projects. Little did they realize, a small fish was quietly growing within their pond. Chapter 21. Emotions do not define everything. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Shun, had not come to work for several days, leaving all the students baffled about the situation. The school promptly assigned a new homeroom teacher, an elderly gentleman with thinning hair. Why had Mr. Shun not returned? Many speculated, but only Chen Fan felt a jolt of unease. wondering if the fortune he had witnessed that day had indeed come to pass. That day, he noticed a hint of misfortune surrounding Mr. Shun, and, after much contemplation, he decided to caution him. The very next day, however, Mr. Shun did not show up. Yet, such matters are beyond his control, and Mr. Shun appeared rather fragile. Even if her husband were to have an affair, it should not lead to him abandoning his class entirely, should it? That afternoon, Chen Fan browsed rental listings on his phone and unexpectedly stumbled upon an advertisement for a high-end apartment available nearby. A one-bedroom studio apartment, fully equipped with appliances, ready for immediate occupancy, is available for a monthly rent of $2,000, with utilities to be covered by the tenant. Despite the somewhat steep rental price, Chen Fan decided to take a look, for the location is remarkably close to the school, a mere 300 meters in a straight line, just beyond the campus wall. During his lunch break, he contacted the agency and arranged a viewing. The property certainly lived up to its reputation as a high-end community, with security personnel diligently monitoring entry and exit, and the surroundings were exquisite, boasting a high level of safety. The apartment is located on the 26th floor, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Fan's favorite, overlooking the campus. A subtle fragrance, reminiscent of femininity, permeated the air, delightfully pleasant. The decor and furnishings were immensely satisfying to him. Instantly enamored with the space, he resolved to secure it. How much is the deposit? He inquired, having several thousand yuan in hand, and promptly signed the contract. He handed over a deposit of 5,000, promising to transfer the rent the day after. The agent, quite agreeable, immediately handed him the keys, marking the beginning of his tenancy. Once the agent departed, Chen Fan surveyed the apartment, which was impeccably clean, requiring no effort on his part to maintain hygiene. It appeared the landlord had left in haste, as there were still some clothes left behind for safekeeping. Chen Fan realized he needed a computer, or possibly multiple devices in the future. After examining the layout of the room, he noted that no alterations were necessary. There was already a ready-made workstation that sufficed for his current needs. However, he felt a pang of embarrassment as he considered his financial constraints. With the rent totaling 24,000 and the acquisition of 2 computers likely to cost around 40,000, he would have to tighten his budget the following day. Alas, he lamented his financial predicament. The following morning, Zhao's realty stock surged to its peak, but was expected to plummet the next day. Chen Fan decided to liquidate his holdings once more, planning to reinvest once the price dropped, anticipating a rebound. At that moment, the speculator smirked, having frightened off yet another small investor. Although Chen Fan found himself with a substantial amount of capital, he could only transfer it out of his account the next day. Thus, he took a day to rest, focusing on his studies and striving for improvement. On the third morning, he promptly transferred 100,000 yuan out, reinvesting the remainder into Zhao's realty. After paying the rent, he rushed to the computer market to purchase a laptop and a desktop. Equipped with these 2 essential tools, he was poised to showcase his skills, officially entering the realm of professional stock trading. As Chen Fan returned to his rental unit, dragging along the 2 computers, he opened the door to find a woman lounging on the sofa. She was clad in a fitted pencil skirt and black stockings, her hair styled in glamorous waves, exuding an aura of sensuality. Chen Fan thought to himself that her hairstyle bore a resemblance to Miss Shan's. Just then, upon hearing the door open, she sat up, and they both froze in surprise. Miss Shun? Chen Fan, what are you doing here? They exclaimed in unison. Teacher Shun gazed at Chen Fan, who was dragging 2 suitcases, as if she had come to a realization. You are indeed diligent. Have you skipped class again to take on odd jobs? Chen Fan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he promptly replied, Well, since I have free time, I might as well run some errands. Every little bit helps. Teacher Shun, feeling a bit shy, tugged at her short skirt, and said, You truly are a child that puts your parents' minds at ease. Alas, it is my fault for not assisting you in securing the subsidy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Teacher, it's really unnecessary. Earning through my own efforts feels much more fulfilling. He brought in the computer case, which was pre-installed, leaving only the task of plugging it in. Oh, Teacher Shun, what brings you here? Shin Mingyao explained. A bit embarrassed, I came to fetch some clothes, but unexpectedly became too tired and ended up resting on the sofa for a while. Chen Fan understood. It turned out this was Teacher Shun's house. What a coincidence. How would he explain if she found out he was renting her place? Watching Chen Fan skillfully connect the power and tidy up the garbage, Shin Mingyao did not leave immediately. Instead, she asked, How did you get the key to this place? The landlord left the key with the security guard. instructing me to set up the computer. Oh, Shin Mingyao observed him with great interest. Once he completed his task, she showed no signs of wanting to leave. Shin Fan, feeling it was time to go, said, Teacher, I'll head out now. Shin Mingyao replied, No rush, I'm leaving as well. Just here to grab a couple of garments. Let me help you with that. Shin Fan offered to carry Shin Mingyao's suitcase, and the two entered the elevator together. Shin Mingyao was tall and elegant, in her late 20s, radiating a unique charm of maturity. Shin Fan caught a whiff of that pleasantly familiar perfume. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon entering. It was indeed Teacher Shun's residence. Teacher, why did you suddenly resign? Shin Mingyao smiled wryly. Wasn't it you who reminded me? Shin Fan was taken aback. That explained her somewhat haggard appearance. So, where do you plan to go now? I don't know. Perhaps I'll just step out to unwind for a bit. I might return after some time. Ding. The elevator reached the first floor. Shin Mingyao prepared to retrieve her car from the parking lot when Shin Fan couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, there's something I wish to tell you. Shin Mingyao turned slightly, surprised, and said, Go ahead. In truth, emotions are merely a small part of life. There's no need to regard them as everything. Even without them, life still offers numerous joys, like work, life goals, and dreams, Shin Fan said earnestly. Shin Mingyao gazed at him intently, seemingly taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that a student would possess such clarity on this matter. Shaking her head, she allowed a faint smile to cross her lips. Thank you, Shin Fan. I shall be fine. You were right. Emotions do not signify everything, and I should aspire to greater heights. Observing her as she turned to enter the car. Her silhouette was truly enchanting. Shin Fan waved his hand. Once the vehicle departed, he returned to his rented accommodation, activating both computers to test the internet connection and stock trading software. The network here was readily available. It merely required a renewal fee for continued use. Chapter 22. They are working for themselves. Shin Fan had no intention of residing here permanently. He needed to return to the dormitory in the evening to avoid raising suspicions about any dubious activities. Many couples from the school were already renting apartments together. Just as he exited the community, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Nan and Tang Jing. Upon seeing him emerge, both were taken aback. Shin Fan greeted them, but Tang Jing displayed a rather displeased expression and turned away. What was wrong with her? Qin Nan shot him an exasperated glance as if to say, Isn't it obvious that you upset her? Tang Jing, wait for me. Qin Nan turned to pursue her, leaving Shin Fan perplexed, scratching his head in confusion over how he had managed to anger her. Originally, Shin Fan intended to assist in cleaning the cafeteria, which would earn him 20 yuan for each session. He could manage 3 times a week. Completing the cleaning would also grant him a meal, which was a generous arrangement for a student of limited means. However, today he had come to resign. To his surprise, as soon as he entered the cafeteria, a group of students gathered around him. Hey, isn't that the impoverished student pursuing Zwabing? How amusing. Today's impoverished students are remarkably shameless. Hey, you poor loser. Stay away from Zwabing. Shin Fan chose to ignore the group of self-proclaimed elites, reminding himself that he was now worth millions. He found their company beneath his dignity and proceeded to fetch his meal and find a seat. In a corner of the cafeteria, 2 girls observed the scene with mild interest. This man who lives off others is quite remarkable. Despite being insulted like this, he remains unfazed. Zhou Yufei shrugged, unable to see through this impoverished student. He is not as simple as you think, Zhao Linlin remarked with a slight smirk, recalling the day she had disrupted their rendezvous, stirring an inexplicable thrill within her. She had investigated Shin Fan's background, discovering he was merely an ordinary rural university student without any familial influence. She could not fathom why Zwabing would choose to associate with him. Zwabing herself was well known on campus, with family assets exceeding $1 billion. Her father was a successful businessman, earning hundreds of millions annually from his antique trade, now enjoying a life of leisure. It baffled Zhao Linlin that Zwabing would reject someone like Liang Dongkai, a typical wealthy heir, to be with Shin Fan. However, even Liang Dongkai's family wealth seemed insignificant in Zhao Linlin's eyes. As Shin Fan inadvertently approached Zhao Linlin and her companion, he asked, Hey, have you not finished your meal? We're done, they replied. Zhao Linlin looked at him curiously. Shin Fan, how is it that you can simply stand here cleaning and still win over Zwabing? I truly cannot comprehend what Zwabing is thinking. Shin Fan replied with a smile, This matter does not concern you, does it? At least she is superior to you. After all, you ran into someone and didn't even utter an apology. Zhao Linlin's expression stiffened. Fine, I admit it was my fault for the collision, but I have apologized. Who knows your intentions? Chen Fan, disinterested in continuing the conversation, retorted, What do you mean by my intentions? I have never harbored any thoughts about you, all right? It is you who is so self-important, believing everyone wishes to approach you. Noticing that Chen Fan was ignoring her, Zhao Linlin felt a bit irritated. How about this? You should stop cleaning here and work at my hotel instead. Just for Saturday and Sunday, 2,000 a month. 8 days of work a month. 2,000 is quite generous, wouldn't you agree? Many waitstaff earn just a little over 3,000. I'm essentially giving you a favor. Chen Fan paused. Is this your idea of compensation? No need for that. I am here to clean, not for the money. I simply enjoy working. I have no interest in money. Zhou Yufei, standing nearby, nearly choked. A struggling student relying on subsidies dares to claim indifference to money? Zhou Yufei, always in Zhao Linlin's shadow, thought to herself, I am not even interested in boys. Chen Fan smiled at the two, choosing not to engage in an argument, for to argue with women is a foolish endeavor. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan informed the cafeteria owner of his resignation and returned to his rented room. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Zhao Group, Zhao Guowei was giving directions. We need to adjust the increase of around 50% in a timely manner. We cannot allow the small investors and speculative funds to ride our coattails. His intention was to prevent retail investors from causing disturbances, as they tend to sell off at the slightest profit. They cannot hold on to their shares. Thus, he aimed to shake them out, waiting for them to see the upward trend before re-entering the market. This way, he could elevate their cost price. The advantage of this strategy is to lower his own cost. Clearly, Zhao Guowei was a skilled player in the stock market, adept at manipulating situations to his advantage. However, he was now faced with Chen Fan. Before the operators of Zhao Real Estate could implement such tactics, Chen Fan had already begun to sell off his shares. His current holdings were modest, making it difficult to attract attention. Yet, he executed a series of maneuvers that would leave Zhao Guowei astounded. As Zhao Real Estate reached its peak, Chen Fan had already made his exit. When Zhao Real Estate faced pressure, he would buy in. Remarkably, he consistently managed to sell at the highest points and buy at the lowest, causing significant frustration for the operators. Although his capital had little impact on Zhao Real Estate, Chen Fan's goal was not to undermine the company. He simply aimed to profit for himself. In this back-and-forth exchange, Chen Fan, over the course of several days, has remarkably increased his earnings by at least 20 percentage points, bringing his financial account to an astonishing 14 million. The moment has arrived for Zhao's real estate to truly soar. Within the next fortnight, Zhao Group's stock price is set to double. However, Chen Fan executed an even bolder maneuver by removing the previous leverage and re-entering the market with a five-fold leverage. As he observed that all his funds had transformed into shares of Zhao's real estate, a smile crept across Chen Fan's face. Zhao Linlin was likely still unaware that her family was effectively working for him. With this advantageous tool, no stock could elude his keen perception. As long as he refrained from reckless actions, he could undoubtedly maintain an unassailable position in the stock market. After completing his transactions, Chen Fan stretched languidly. Perhaps he should visit the antique market today to explore any potential opportunities for treasure hunting. Chapter 23, True Feelings Revealed in Adversity. Ding dong. Just as he was about to step out, the doorbell rang. Chen Fan, intrigued, opened the door to find a stunning young lady standing outside. Dressed in a standard business suit and dragging a suitcase, she resembled a bank employee. Who are you looking for? Chen Fan inquired, scrutinizing her for a moment. The young woman, appearing puzzled, responded, Isn't there a house for rent here? I came to view it. View what house? I've already rented it. It seems the agent hasn't removed the listing yet, he explained. May I still see the house? She asked. That might not be appropriate, Chen Fan replied, relaying the situation honestly. No way. She exclaimed anxiously, What should I do? I have nowhere to stay tonight, and I really like this house. She had seen the photos online and believed it was perfect for her. With a resigned shrug, Chen Fan admitted he needed the place too. And having just set everything up, it was impossible to relocate. Could I at least come in to take a look? She persisted, her pleading demeanor compelling him to relent. As she toured the room, Chen Fan had not altered the previous arrangement aside from adding 2 computers, and the space still radiated a warm ambience. Little brother, you're still a student, aren't you? The term felt awkward. It seemed inappropriate for a young woman to address him in such a manner. Chen Fan gazed at her, contemplating how to express his discontent, only to realize she was, in fact, quite mature. The tailored suit and snug white blouse seemed almost ready to burst. In the past, he would have hesitated to look at her in such a way. But after Left Bing had opened the door to another realm of appreciation, he had learned to admire beauty. Her figure was leagues beyond those of internet celebrities. Noticing Chun Fan's silence, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Little brother, could we discuss something?" "What is it?" He replied, "Could I stay here for a few days?" Chun Fan gazed at the solitary bed in the room, pondering its suitability. In truth, he wished to remain undisturbed, to keep his secrets hidden. Yet the other party insisted. "What is inappropriate about it? I can sleep on the sofa. Rest assured, you can comfortably occupy the spacious bed. I promise not to disturb you." Then, with an air of vulnerability, she intertwined her arm with Chun Fan's, pleading, "Please help me. I was dismissed from my job today, and I truly have nowhere to go. Would you shelter me for a few days? I assure you, should any unforeseen circumstances arise during my stay, I will not involve the authorities." Her words triggered a sudden tension within Chun Fan. "You are not afraid?" "I find myself somewhat apprehensive." He cast a glance at the soft warmth pressed against his arm as she implored, "Really, once I overcome this hurdle, I shall repay your kindness. Having lost my job and not yet received my salary, without your assistance, I would be left to roam the streets. Can you bear to see a beauty like me in such a plight? Moreover, I can cook and do laundry. I am willing to assist you in any way you require." All right, please stop swaying. It's making me dizzy." Chun Fan thought to himself that since he would not be sleeping there, he might as well be a good Samaritan and offer her shelter for a few days. Alas, the sight of her soft form was quite disarming. "Very well, you may stay temporarily, but you must not touch my belongings," he declared, gesturing toward his two computers. The girl wore a knowing expression, smiling cheerfully as she assured him, "Rest assured, I will not tamper with your hard drives." Chun Fan then requested, "Please send me a photo of your ID." After all, she was a stranger, and it was prudent to know a bit more about her. "All right, thank you, little brother." Upon his consent, she excitedly dashed to the door, dragging her suitcase inside and rummaging through her bag for her ID. "Surujin?" Yes. Why not call me Lu Rushi instead?" She replied with a smile. "That works too, as long as you like it. Call me whatever you wish." Surujin beamed at him, suggesting, "Should we sign a contract?" "No need. It's only for a few days," Chun Fan replied, snapping a photo of her ID and returning it to her. He was surprised to learn she was only 24, with a remarkable figure. "You can stay here tonight," he said, preparing to leave. Surujin inquired, "Aren't you going to add me on WeChat or leave a phone number?" "Oh, right." Chun Fan turned back to add her on WeChat and noted her phone number, sensing she had no intention of fleeing. After Chun Fan departed, Surujin hung her clothes in the wardrobe, tidied up, and began cleaning. She then picked up her clothes and headed for the shower. Upon returning to school, Chun Fan messaged Zwabing, asking if she wanted to go out for a meal. Zwabing took a while to respond, likely occupied in the dance studio. In the dormitory, several of his friends were present. Gua Jianliang lay in bed, conversing with a girl, while Wang Hao sat nearby, smoking. Yilang was slumped over like a wilting eggplant, his head wrapped in bandages, evidently the result of a beating. "What happened?" Chun Fan inquired, but initially, the three remained silent. Wang Hao spoke up. "He was beaten. His online loan has soared to over 40,000. "What the hell? You borrowed 10,000 and received only 9,000, and in such a short time, it has escalated to over 40,000? Chun Fan gazed at Yilang in disbelief. "Didn't I tell you to pay it off last time?" Yilang, with a downcast expression, replied, "I saw the rising trend and thought to make another profit, but ended up losing everything. And those two girls? They left. Who would stay with me when I have no money?" "How pragmatic," Wang Hao remarked. "The debt collector said that if he doesn't repay by the day after tomorrow, they will take his 2 legs. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilang stood up and dashed outside. "Where are you going?" Chun Fan stopped him. "I'm going to sell a kidney." "Get lost, you useless fool." Chun Fan pushed him slightly and said, "Let us all think of a solution together." Wang Hao suggested, "I'll discuss with Qin Nan to see if we can scrape together 2 or 3,000. Wang Hao had always been loyal in such matters. "What about you?" Chun Fan asked Guojian Yang, who shook his head. "I have no money. A person like him is incapable of helping anyone beyond boasting." Chun Fan then advised Yilang, "Stay put at school for the next few days." With that, he turned and walked out. Yilang called after him, "Where are you going?" "To help you get some money. I'll see if there's anything it's Wabing s." As he reached the dormitory entrance, he bumped into Su Kuching. "What brings you here?" Su Kuching looked worn and haggard, her eyes red-rimmed. Gritting her teeth, She pulled out a stack of bills and handed them over. Give this to him. It's all I have. After speaking, she turned and ran away. Chen Fan felt a wave of emotion. The two girls who indulged Yi Lang had left, yet Su Keqing remained steadfast in her feelings. True loyalty is revealed in times of hardship. Chapter 24. Brotherhood and Loyalty. The matter concerning Yi Lang must be resolved, but compromise was not an option. These predatory online lending companies have victimized countless individuals, many of whom were young women misled into their traps, and it would be difficult to bring them to justice through the police. Chen Fan pondered the optimal solution. Why not leverage the power of the internet and public opinion? That's it. With a plan in place, Chen Fan withdrew some money. Together with the cash Su Keqing had given him, he had nearly 10,000, and Wang Hao could contribute a little more. It was tea that Chen Fan was unwilling to spend. He could bear the burden alone, but it was imperative to utilize this situation to teach Yi Lang a lesson. Wang Hao's money symbolized brotherly loyalty, while Su Keqing's represented love. Yi Lang must remember those who came to his aid. He could not play the hero in this narrative. Moreover, he had no intention of providing the other party with such a substantial amount. To repay 40,000 in just a few days? The hearts of these individuals are exceedingly dark. Having prepared everything, he dialed Zhuo Bing's number, inviting her out for a meeting. Zhuo Bing had just finished bathing, her hair tips exuding a delicate fragrance, observing her in her favorite denim shorts. Chen Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Next time, he would purchase her a dozen pairs of long pants. Such beautiful long legs need not be on full display for everyone to see. What's wrong? Zhuo Bing inquired, having hurriedly come out. As Chen Fan had only mentioned there was something important over the phone, he led her to a secluded area of the playground, where, in the distance beneath the trees, several couples embraced each other. Zhuo Bing grew anxious. Last time you didn't come to the hotel, and now you've brought me to such a place. What do you intend to do? Chen Fan remained speechless. One of our dormitory roommates has encountered trouble, and I need your assistance. Upon hearing that it was a serious matter, Zhuo Bing pouted and responded, Oh, when we meet those people, if you sense something amiss, call the police. Zhuo Bing nodded but, with concern, asked, Can you all handle it? Chen Fan reassured her, It's nothing. At worst, we'll take a beating. Just remember, regardless of what happens, do not come over and ensure you preserve the evidence. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that Yi Lang Gao and the others had not gone out. He pulled out 2,600 yuan, saying, This is for Su Keqing. From now on, be a decent person. Look at what you've done to that girl. What? Su Keqing is so affectionate? Wang Hao exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. If you don't want her, at least don't mistreat her. That would be disgraceful. Why not give her to me? Yi Lang Gao shot him a glare. Get lost. He had never anticipated that Su Keqing would come to his aid, but given her limited resources, her willingness to assist was commendable. Chen Fan continued, afterward. Go apologize to her and try to win her back. Having a girl treat you like this is a blessing in your lifetime. Enough. Stop talking, Yi Lang Gao exclaimed, his eyes reddening as he dashed out. Guo Jianliang sat silently, having no intention of offering help. Chen Fan received a WeChat message on his phone. Little brother, are you coming back to sleep tonight? Not coming back. It was already 11 o'clock, and Yi Lang Gao had yet to return. The following day, it became known that he had gone to find Su Keqing, and the two had spent the night embracing in a small grove behind the school. In the afternoon, the three of them prepared to meet with the representatives of the online lending company. Chen Fan asked Guo Jianliang, Are you coming along? He needed to ascertain Guo Jianliang's character. Friends unwilling to assist in times of crisis were not worth keeping. Guo Jianliang replied, I want to participate in such matters. Fine, let us go. Chen Fan chose not to engage further with Guo Jianliang. Such a person would no longer be part of his life. The trio arrived at the agreed-upon location, a tea restaurant at the school gate. The location was chosen by Chen Fan for Yi Lang Gao, primarily to facilitate Zhuo Bing's photography and videography. The opposing party consisted of 5 or 6 individuals, each robustly built and adorned with tattoos, presumably intended to exert pressure on the three, instilling fear of resistance. The leader, a man named Biao, possessed a menacing appearance, unmistakably a nefarious character. With his bulging, fish-like eyes, he inquired, Did you bring the money? Yi Lang Gao exchanged a glance with Chen Fan, remaining silent, while Chen Fan responded, Yes, I have it. He too was equipped with a recording device and solemnly engaged in negotiations, stating, There are issues with your online lending. How can the interest be so exorbitant? When we borrowed 10,000, you only provided 9,000. How is it that, in just over a week, It has inflated to 40,000. The opponent shot a glance at Chen Fan. Did I ask you a question? Are you itching for trouble? This is our matter with him. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Fan had long prepared himself mentally, affirming, he is my brother. We will repay his debt together. Since you do not wish for my involvement, we shall take our leave. Stop. The adversary slammed the table, exclaiming, you little brat. Who the hell are you to be so arrogant? You dare speak to me like that? Wang Hao, undeterred by their intimidation, retorted, what are you getting so fierce about? Is it just a few bucks you lent us? We are not your slaves. Debts must be repaid, but human rights are equal. Do not think that because you lend us some money, you can command us. Oh, you little brats think you can defy us? The adversary's fish-like eyes widened as several of his lackeys prepared to charge forward. The three stood up simultaneously, each seizing a chair. Let us take them down. As the lackeys prepared for violence, Chen Fan interjected, wait. We have come today with the intent to repay the debt. What is this hostility? The opponent sneered, fine. Then repay the money. But today, it's no longer 40,000. It's 80,000. Huh, you lent us 9,000. And now you demand 80,000 in a week? Is there any logic in that? Chen Fan shouted deliberately loud. Which law states that such interest exists? As long as you provide evidence, we would accept even 800,000. Biao, incensed, declared, I am the evidence. With your foolish demeanor today, you want to leave without paying 80,000. As Chen Fan attempted to speak again, the adversary pointed at him, 100,000. I'm sorry, but we have no money. We will not repay. Biao pointed at him. You think you can just refuse to pay? Huh. No one in this area has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Do you believe I want to end you right now? With a mere glance. Several of his subordinates encircled them. Chen Fan and his companions braced themselves, ready to act. Should the opponents make a move, they would seize Biao, no questions asked. Capture the leader first, strike the horse before the rider. With Zhuo Bing present to document the incident, they had no fear in asserting their case. As they observed the adversaries preparing for aggression, Chen Fan and his companions suddenly stood up. At that moment, a sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air. Chapter 25, The Recklessness of Youth. Law enforcement arrived, escorting both parties to the police vehicle. Chen Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained a few blows when he took down Biao, causing his gums to bleed. Yilang Gao and the others were equally disheveled, as they were merely ordinary students lacking experience in brawls. Had it not been for Chen Fan's insistence on confronting them head-on, Yilang Gao would have opted for compromise. However, this time, he felt the fervor of brotherhood coursing through his veins, an emotion that no amount of money could procure, and one that would serve as a cherished memory in the years to come. They had been young, reckless, and joyous. After both groups were taken to the station and questioned, law enforcement grasped the specifics of the situation. Nonetheless, such matters were intricate to resolve, especially given the underlying debt disputes. For the group of students, the officers merely offered a stern admonition before allowing them to return to their school. The individuals affiliated with Biao were audacious, brazenly threatening to harm Chen Fan and his companions. After all, they regarded a few students with disdain. Once outside the police station, Wang Hao inquired, what if they seek revenge against us? Chen Fan offered a cigarette to both of them, declaring that there was no turning back. They would face their adversaries head-on. If we don't put an end to this, we will encounter trouble. What should we do? Yilang Gao asked, taking a drag from the cigarette. We'll discuss it after returning home, Chen Fan replied, contemplating the evidence in Zhuo Bing's possession. He called her, and she responded urgently, are you all right? I was about to ask my dad for help. We're fine. We've just resolved to confront the situation. He reassured her. All right, we'll come find you later. Upon returning to school, the trio sought out Zhuo Bing immediately. After she showed them the video she had recorded, Chen Fan transferred it to his phone. I'll handle the remaining matters. You need not worry. Wang Hao insisted, call me if anything arises. Yilang Gao, embracing both of them, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brothers. In this lifetime, I recognize only you two. Let us go celebrate with some drinks. Having engaged in a fight, their mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, they would never have dared to confront such individuals from society. Now, however, they felt invincible. The three of them, accompanied by Zhuo Bing, decided to indulge in some barbecue. Aren't we inviting Su Keqing? No, it's not appropriate for this occasion, Yilang Gao replied. Zhuo Bing, having been involved in the incident, was invited along. At the barbecue stand, Yilang Gao shouted, Boss, bring me 2 cases of beer. Serve up a round of all the barbecued dishes. Zhuo Bing interjected, What are you doing? Let me order. She promptly eliminated the less appetizing items from the menu, not wanting to be as foolish as Elang Gao. You're showing off here. The boss will just serve you all the unsold items. Elang Gao opened the bottle with a decisive bite, declaring, "Come on, brothers, let's drink. After today's events, my life is yours from now on. Cheers." The three men raised their bottles, and even Zhuo Bing poured herself a glass. With a clink, they tilted their heads back and gulped down the liquor in one go. Once finished, they slammed the bottles on the table, feeling exhilarated. Life is like this. What more could one desire? Brothers, let's have another. They chanted, downing another bottle in unison. Zhuo Bing glanced at the trio, but remained silent. Shi Wuti advised them to stop drinking. If they wished to indulge, let them do so to their heart's content. She would deal with the aftermath later. After 3 bottles, Elang Gao let out a belch and remarked, "Wu Jianliang is truly despicable. I won't associate with him anymore." Wu Jianliang had always been lacking in loyalty, yet he would always take advantage of free food. Chen Fan interjected, "There's no need for that. In life, one cannot treat everyone as a brother, nor can one be completely sincere with everyone. There are only a few true confidants in life. As the ancients said, having one true friend is enough." Guo Jianliang should merely be viewed as a passerby along life's journey, not someone to target intentionally. Zhuo Bing looked at him in surprise. Her boyfriend was indeed unique. She had noticed a distinctive aura about Chen Fan, a quality many lacked. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed. As the four enjoyed their barbecue, Elang Gao called out, "Zhuo Bing, just eat what you like. Order whatever you desire. Don't worry about us. I won't concern myself with you." Zhuo Bing replied with a smile, displaying her thoughtful nature. She sat beside Chen Fan, occasionally offering him a skewer she had nibbled on. "Don't worry, I've tasted it for you." Witnessing their display of affection, Wang Hao and the others looked on with disdain. The 3 men drank heartily and devoured the meat. Chen Fan discreetly signaled to Zhuo Bing, "You take care of the bill later." "Understood," she replied, maintaining her composure, as she had already prepared for this. That night, the trio finished 2 cases of beer, while Zhuo Bing consumed 2 bottles herself. Observing them sway unsteadily, she merely smiled. One must indulge in youth without restraining one's character, allowing it to flourish. This is the essence of springtime. She quietly settled the bill and watched as the 3 stumbled along the roadside. Just as she was about to approach, she witnessed them shamelessly relieving themselves. Disgusted, Zhuo Bing turned away, pretending not to see. Fueled by the spirits, the trio draped their arms over each other's shoulders, singing boisterously. A man should strive for self-improvement. Watching them revel in their carefree spirits, Zhuo Bing felt a twinge of envy. Such reckless abandon was a privilege exclusive to young men. Girls could never behave in such a manner. After escorting them back to their dormitory, Zhuo Bing returned home. Upon their return, Guo Jianliang noticed they were all reeking of alcohol and exclaimed, "Damn it, you lot went for late-night snacks without inviting me." Hearing this, Elang became incensed, already inebriated. He glared at Guo Jianliang and retorted, "What can you do besides mooch off food and drinks?" "Guo Jianliang, it's not that I don't regard you as a person. Rather, it is you who lacks the understanding of how to behave. Do you know what we 3 have been up to today? We got into a scuffle with some online loan sharks. By the heavens, we took a few hits, and had the law enforcement not arrived swiftly, we might have perished there. When we were facing life and death together, where were you? You still have the audacity to complain about not being invited for late-night snacks? Even if I had invited you today, would you have been able to eat?" Wu Jianliang, chastised, plopped down on the bed, while Chen Fan intervened. All right. Let us not dwell on this." Guo Jianliang stubbornly replied, "Damn, you went to fight, and didn't call me. If you had, I would definitely have joined." Wang Hao could no longer tolerate it. "Didn't we invite you back then? You chose not to go. What are you pretending for now? Enough already. Let us keep it down and get some rest. We are all classmates in the same dorm. There is no need for such quarrels." Chapter 26. Hiring a beautiful employee. The following day, Chen Fan sought out a social media influencer. Upon meeting, he made a request to blow the matter out of proportion, making it as sensational as possible. The influencer, having reviewed the video material, agreed but mentioned a hefty fee. This individual, a sharp-looking man in his 30s, stood under 5'7". Chen Fan inquired, "How much do you want?" 20,000. After scrutinizing Chen Fan for a considerable time, he finally stated this amount. Knowing that any higher would be beyond the student's means, Chen Fan proposed, "I will give you 40,000, but you must ensure this matter gains traction." He understood that a hot topic could drive traffic to the influencer's account, potentially bringing him a windfall of followers. Surprised by the student's generosity, the influencer nodded. Leave it to me. Chun Fan provided a 20,000 deposit, with the remaining sum to be paid upon successful completion. The influencer took the money and departed, while Chun Fan did not return to school, but instead went back to his rented accommodation. Su Ruzhen was lounging on the sofa, munching on potato chips while watching a variety show. Upon seeing Chun Fan return, she quickly stood up and brushed off the crumbs from her clothes. Little brother, why are you back so late? Chun Fan noticed she was clad in a form-fitting dress, her long, beautiful legs captivatingly alluring. Realizing his gaze, she instinctively adjusted the hem of her skirt. Please, have a seat. I'll pour you some tea. No need, Chun Fan replied. I just came back for a brief matter. Oh, why are you still here? Su Ruzhen bit her lip. I haven't found a job yet. You're not thinking of kicking me out, are you? Noticing her anxiety, Chun Fan remarked that it was not a concern. He casually opened his computer, intending to check the stock market trends, when he observed Su Ruzhen standing there with her hands clasped, rather demurely. Why are you standing there? Go ahead and attend to your own matters, he encouraged. I have nothing to do, little brother. Would you like me to do the laundry? Or perhaps I could prepare a meal. You need not go to school for lunch, she offered. Chun Fan was somewhat skeptical about her culinary skills. Yet considering her earnest demeanor, he decided to give her a chance to cook. All right, he nodded. I will go buy groceries then. Su Ruzhen glanced at him, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Chun Fan noticed her unease and inquired, Are you short on money? Yes, she replied. Chun Fan, recalling he had some cash left, handed her some to purchase the ingredients. As he logged into his stock trading software, he noted that Zhao's real estate stocks were performing splendidly, experiencing 5 consecutive rises. Zhao's real estate was a substantial player, with a target price aiming to quadruple. At this moment, Chun Fan needed only to remain patient, waiting for the right moment to exit before the others sold off. With his increased capital, he could no longer afford to chase daily surges as he once did. Instead, he needed to adopt a medium to long-term strategy. Otherwise, his involvement would attract unwelcome attention. The market makers were not foolish. If he invested several million or even 100 million, particularly in smaller stocks worth billions, it would likely scare them off. Thus, a long-term approach was essential, or he would require a partner to manage trades on his behalf. As the market neared closing, Su Ruzhen returned. How is it? Are you hungry? She asked. However, she had not brought back groceries but rather fast food. Did you not go to buy vegetables? Surely you cooked them first before returning? Chun Fan expressed his disbelief at the sight of the fast food on the table. Apologetically, Su Ruzhen smiled. I'm so sorry. I got caught up with some errands and lost track of time. I was concerned you might be too hungry, so I brought back some fast food. Sighing, Chun Fan conceded, let us make do with this. After they finished their meal, Su Ruzhen poured him a cup of tea and began tidying up the remnants on the table. She seemed industrious, resembling a devoted wife. Would you like to take a nap? She offered. Yes, Chun Fan replied, preparing to rise. By the way, how did you get expelled? Su Ruzhen pursed her lips. Smiling slightly, I'd rather not discuss it. It's bothersome. And what do you do now? He inquired further. I'm a temporary worker at a bank, she explained. Oh. Chun Fan acknowledged as he entered the bedroom and lay down on the large bed. It smells delightful, he noted, recognizing the fragrance reminiscent of Su Ruzhen, undoubtedly lingering from her having slept there the previous night. When he entered the bedroom, he found Su Ruzhen resting on the sofa. After over an hour's nap, Chun Fan awoke. Hearing the noise, Su Ruzhen sat up. Are you leaving for school already? Will you return to sleep tonight? I want tea, he replied, moving towards the door. Do you have any plans for the near future? Su Ruzhen shook her head in response. Do you know how to trade stocks? Yes. I've received training. Are you going to teach me? Chun Fan did not respond directly, but gazed at her intently for a long while. Su Ruzhen felt a twinge of anxiety. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? If I were to offer you a job, how much would you expect to earn per month? Chun Fan suddenly inquired. Su Ruzhen was taken aback. That would depend on the job, of course. I was even contemplating entering live streaming. Forget about those frivolous pursuits. Assist me instead. What? What do you mean? Su Ruzhen stared at him in disbelief, clutching her chest and stepping back. Chun Fan was at a loss for words. What are you thinking? You will help me manage trades, working 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. You will reside here from now on. Su Ruzhen exhaled in relief. Is that for real? Absolutely, but we must sign a non-disclosure agreement. You cannot disclose the nature of your work to anyone, or I will hold you accountable. Of course, I do possess a sense of professional integrity. Very well. How much do you want per month? This is a long-term arrangement, and if you are not mentally prepared, we should not proceed. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. Previously, I earned 6,000 a month at the bank and over 10,000 with good performance. You decide. I will guarantee you a minimum of 10,000 plus commissions. Su Ruzhen's expression lit up. Is that for real? If you agree, we will draft a contract, but I have many stipulations. Rest assured, I will do my best to accommodate. Not in that sense. If we reach an agreement, no third party is allowed to reside here. I will include all that in the terms. You can review it and sign if you're agreeable. No need for a review, I agree. Without hesitation, Su Ruzhen accepted. Thus, the two signed the contract, marking the beginning of Su Ruzhen's journey as Chun Fan's first employee. Chapter 27. The little brother is actually a billionaire? After signing the contract, Su Ruzhen was engulfed by disbelief. Had she truly found a job so effortlessly? Moreover, the requirements, nature, hours, and compensation were nearly every worker's dream. Working merely 4 hours a day and 5 days a week, with such generous benefits, including meals and accommodation, was simply delightful. Wait, did he have ulterior motives? After contemplating for a while, she concluded that it did not seem so. This young man appeared to harbor no romantic feelings towards her. It was said that the task Chun Fan entrusted to her involved stock trading, prompting Su Ruzhen to delve into stock market knowledge. She was familiar with basic transactions but decided to learn more to justify her salary. She opened her computer and began to study while simulating trades. Meanwhile, after signing her on, Chun Fan had been largely unresponsive for several days. Let her remain in the rental apartment. The sensationalism cultivated by the media figure Wei Jianjun gradually began to yield results. He disseminated the video footage of Chun Fan in segments across the internet, enlisting several peers to further amplify the publicity. In recent years, online lending has ensnared numerous young individuals, particularly female university students. Seizing upon this topic, a tempest of controversy swiftly arose. Many eager to join the fray began to share and condemn, escalating the situation further. Over 10,000 students at Jiangzhou University, upon encountering these reports, eagerly participated in the uproar. As anticipated by Chun Fan, the incident surged to trending status. Authorities could no longer remain passive and resolved to take action against these unscrupulous lending practices, while also pursuing the criminal liability of those implicated in the video. These individuals were swiftly apprehended, and given their extensive criminal records, it is likely they would not see freedom for a decade or more. When this situation erupted, Chun Fan and his two companions were summoned multiple times for questioning. The city, in conjunction with the university, expressed intentions to commend the three, but Chun Fan declined, insisting on maintaining a low profile. What merit is there in such accolades? The priority was to resolve the matter effectively, ideally eradicating these malignancies to safeguard society. Once the situation was thoroughly addressed and rectified, Yi Langyao emerged from the online lending turmoil. This experience matured him significantly, and his relationship with Su Keqing improved as well. Most importantly, he relinquished stock trading. Chun Fan sighed in relief. That afternoon, he handed over the final 20,000 yuan to Wei Jianjun. Pleased with the transaction, Wei Jianjun clapped Chun Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, remember to reach out to me for future endeavors." Certainly. The two had already exchanged WeChat contacts. And after bidding farewell to Wei Jianjun, Chun Fan returned to his apartment. Zhao Real Estate was preparing for a liquidation, and they needed to exit safely before the speculators acted. He had analyzed the stock trends yesterday. The speculators would inflate prices tomorrow, followed by a gradual fluctuation, ultimately leading to another decline. Su Ruzhen had not left her room for an entire week, continuously simulating scenarios, studying, and intensifying her knowledge. Chun Fan knocked on the door, ready for practical application in the afternoon. Ah, great, wonderful. She was utterly delighted. To this day, she remained unaware of Chun Fan's true background, only knowing he was a sophomore. Chun Fan powered on his computer and logged into his investment account. In a span of 2 weeks, Zhao Real Estate had skyrocketed with 15 consecutive limit-up days. The stock price had quadrupled, becoming a sensational darling within the real estate sector. At this moment, Chun Fan's account balance displayed an astonishing total of 15.4 billion. Oh heavens! Su Ruzhen was utterly astonished at the sight of this account balance. Her young companion was, in fact, a billionaire? Not quite. This figure included the 5-fold leveraged funds Chun Fan had borrowed earlier. After accounting for these external funds and interest, Chun Fan was left with approximately 1 2 billion. Entering the market with a five-fold leverage, Chun Fan has astoundingly surpassed 1.2 billion. He has effectively extracted considerable profits from Zhao's real estate. Witnessing his transformation into a billionaire, Chun Fan felt a surge of excitement, planning to celebrate this evening. In the afternoon, he took matters into his own hands. Seizing the opportunity while the main players were distracted, he began to reduce his holdings. Currently, over 20,000 large orders were locked in, with the stock price at 9,667 yuan. It is likely that many are anticipating it to breach the 100 yuan barrier. In truth, it will indeed surpass that mark tomorrow before declining. A slight smile graced Chun Fan's face as he noted that the total value of those 20,000 large orders amounted to 19.3 billion. His own shares were valued at merely 15.4 billion, a perfect tailor-made opportunity for him. With a sly grin, he selected all and clicked to execute a lightning-fast sell order. In an instant, 15.4 billion was used to absorb 70 of the locked limit orders. Unbeknownst to him, this move tore open a gap in the limit upboard, prompting a flurry of anxious retail investors to flee the scene. At that moment, the operators of Zhao's real estate were taken aback. What on earth is happening? This is bad. Funds are fleeing. Quickly, report to the chairman. Who could it be causing this chaos? Hadn't they previously coordinated with those institutions? Today was not supposed to be the time for selling. A call to the chairman's office left Zhao Guowei visibly shaken. What is going on? Seal the breach immediately, just as the harvest season was approaching. How could they allow anyone to disrupt their plans? In the trading room, several operators scrambled to stabilize the situation, pouring over 1 billion to patch the gap. Chairman Zhao Guowei, on the phone, was livid. You're breaking the rules. We agreed on a gradual exit. Whoever is causing this trouble will face my wrath. No. Zhao, please listen. We truly haven't sold a single share. It may have been a retail investor. Several major institutional investors insisted, claiming innocence. However, Zhao Guowei was furious. After such a lengthy preparation, he relied on this plan to reduce his holdings and cash out. If something went awry at this critical juncture, future investment plans would be jeopardized. Yet, Chun Fan's actions had shaken market confidence. Many investors, pleased with their gains, began to exit. Retail investors may have been nimble, but the main players were not in such a fortunate position. To exit, they needed substantial capital to absorb the shares. Otherwise, they faced an endless decline. Witnessing retail investors and speculative funds on the verge of flight, Zhao Guowei had no choice but to order a limit down board. Let us see who possesses greater strength and more chips. With the main players sealing off the exits, retail investors found themselves trapped, unable to escape. One must admit, this maneuver was exceptionally ruthless. That day, Zhao's real estate hit the limit down, leaving behind a terrifying solid green column. Meanwhile, Chun Fan had already secured his profits, gazing at over 1 billion in his account with a faint smile. Starting from tomorrow, he will reorganize his approach. He has decided to eliminate leverage, breaking down his investments into smaller segments. While engaging in both medium to long-term and short-term trading, he, a billionaire, has resolved to retain only 1.2 billion in the stock market, transferring the rest for personal expenses, and has sent an additional 20,000 to his parents. Concurrently, he has prepaid a month's salary to Su Ruzhen to enable her to work with peace of mind and dedication. Overcome with emotion, Su Ruzhen impulsively embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek. You are truly wonderful to me. Chapter 28. In the future, assist my father. But don't accept less than 100,000. Feeling Su Ruzhen's unreserved closeness was pleasantly soft, Chun Fan found himself on the verge of losing control. Just as his hand descended, he abruptly halted. No, this cannot be. If she were to become his girlfriend, she would inevitably demand his attention and manage his finances, which would hinder her commitment to her work. Su Ruzhen, equally exhilarated, was still caught up in the thrill, and when Chun Fan lunged towards her, she was left in a state of longing. What does this mean? She gazed at Chun Fan, only to see him pick up his clothes and walk away. Hey, what are you doing? Leaving me here unattended? What kind of person are you? Infuriated, she grabbed her phone and called him. Little brother, what's wrong? It's not nice to keep someone hanging like this. Chun Fan replied, focus on your work. No more reckless behavior. Excuse me, how have I been reckless? Realizing the age difference, Su Ruzhen quickly comprehended. Don't worry, I want to cling to you. I will work diligently. That's for the best. Chun Fan took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the thrill Su Ruzhen brought him lingered in his thoughts. After much internal struggle, he dialed Zhuo Bing's number. Zhuo Bing, Let us go out and have some fun. I can't. I have class tonight. Then I'll wait for you after class. What do you want to do? I want to celebrate. I've become a billionaire, and I need someone to share this joy with. Plus, I've decided to return home during the summer to help my parents live better lives. After some consideration, Zhao Bing responded, all right. I'll contact you after class. On Zhao Linlin's side, she too received news today about the unusual transactions at Zhao's real estate, which even triggered a dramatic market response. Coming from a privileged background, Zhao Linlin stood at a higher echelon than most of her classmates. As a sophomore, she had already accumulated significant experience in business management and had knowledge related to the stock market. If it were a market maker offloading shares, they would do so gradually, employing a gentle approach rather than such a violent one. Undoubtedly, Zhao's real estate had been undermined by someone. But who could it be? Even the market makers could not ascertain the identity of the culprit, unless they possess insider information at the securities center, Chen Fan's mere 100 million. Amidst Zhao's real estate witnessing a remarkable doubling is utterly insignificant in the grand scheme of over $1 trillion. Upon returning home, Zhao Linlin found her father still in a fit of rage. Chen Fan's recent actions compelled him to postpone his plans for divestment. Dad, we could consider engaging in block trading, Zhao Linlin suggested. Zhao Guowei responded, at such elevated stock prices, who would be willing to take over? Linlin smiled and replied, that is quite simple. We can apply for a trading halt tomorrow, then utilize a high bonus issue to lower the stock price. Indeed, our current stock price is quite alluring, and given the rapid surge, profit takers are bound to flee. Zhao Guowei squinted his eyes. That could work. Let us do 10 shares for every 10 shares, or even 20 for 20. This way, the stock price will be lowered and become less conspicuous. Moreover, many are fond of stocks that fill rights. A brilliant strategy. Zhao Guowei looked at his daughter with pride. Your plan is commendable. We shall implement it tomorrow. Linlin, you are our only daughter, and in the future, Zhao's real estate will belong to you. How has the hotel been treating you? Quite well, Dad. I shall strive diligently. Indeed, Zhao Guowei held a particular affection for this daughter, and Linlin was exceptionally understanding, never failing to meet his expectations. What was even more heartening was her remarkable sense of propriety. Unlike some girls her age who engaged in romantic entanglements at school, Linlin inherited her ambition from him. Mrs. Zhao approached with a fruit platter, and upon witnessing the father-daughter duo discussing work, she felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, for nurturing her daughter was her greatest aspiration. The Zhao family radiated warmth, while Chun Fan and Zhao Bing were out shopping. Zhao Bing, what do you think of this bag? How about this watch? What about the phone? Do you like it? Zhao Bing gazed at him peculiarly. You seem off today. Speak up. What is on your mind? Chun Fan remained silent. Zhao Bing pressed on. Do we really need to quantify our relationship with money? Am I that materialistic in your eyes? Wait, do you treat other girls in the same manner? Zhao Bing relentlessly scrutinized Chen Fan. He was at a loss for words. I earned some money today and wanted to share it with you. Zhao Bing's eyes narrowed. How much did you earn? 20,000, perhaps? Pfft. Zhao Bing scoffed. 20,000 is hardly anything worth celebrating. My father could easily trade an antique that would sustain you for a lifetime. All right. She was indeed a girl who lacked for nothing. Zhao Bing poked his forehead. A bit of ambition wouldn't he hurt. You're overjoyed by a mere 20,000? How will I ever look up to you as a husband? Remember, in the future, when assisting my father, don't accept less than 100,000. This girl, truly in love. Forget it. She doesn't desire material things, so let us go shopping. Or perhaps we could watch a movie. Zhao Bing, unwilling to dampen his spirits, agreed. And the two ventured to the cinema. After the film, it was already 10:30 when Chen Fan suggested, shall we not return to school tonight? Zhao Bing shot him a glance. I know that's your intention for today. However, you must not touch me tonight. Why not? He inquired. It's inconvenient. Chen Fan realized the day's atmosphere was amiss. He had no choice but to suppress his feelings and join Zhao Bing in stargazing and moongazing. Hey, Chen Fan. What is your dream? Zhao Bing nestled against him and suddenly asked. Chen Fan gazed at the sky and replied, to earn an immense fortune. And then? She probed. To earn an immense fortune, he reiterated. Zhao Bing frowned and Chen Fan added, to support you. She pinched his nose. You're lying. Do you really need that much money to support me? I think you want to support many people. No, you see, you don't know. My family is quite poor, and you have no idea of the hardships faced by those in the countryside. You must take me to see it sometime, Zhao Bing said. Sure. I'll go back this summer, Chen Fan replied without much hesitation. Seeing his swift agreement, Zhao Bing smiled. Invite a few classmates along. It would be nice to have someone to cover for us. Chen Fan contemplated. Let us discuss it later. He was also pondering how to explain this to his parents, hoping they would accept this reality. However, it was only mid-June, and there was still a month until vacation. He resolved to cherish this month and strive to achieve something significant. He wondered how much he could earn from the 12 billion he had in hand over the course of a month. Chapter 29. It's settled. I am a person with principles. Ultimately, Chen Fan escorted Zhou Bing back to her dormitory before returning to his apartment. Su Ruzhen was already asleep, and upon seeing Chen Fan arriving late at night, she assumed something was amiss. Chen Fan, however, urged her to rest, as he intended to research some material online. Su Ruzhen, refusing to let her boss work overtime while she slept, poured him a cup of tea and dutifully sat beside him. Despite Chen Fan's insistence that she go to bed, she remained adamant. Thus, he opened his stock trading software and began meticulously studying stocks. Su Ruzhen understood that investing in stocks required prior research, and she was astonished by Chen Fan's diligence. Even as midnight approached, he was still engrossed in his analysis. Chen Fan didn't mind her watching. After all, she could not foresee the future trends of the stocks. After working until past 3 in the morning, Chen Fan identified 10 stocks, 3 of which were from the growth enterprise market. He further filtered them down to 3 stocks. Su Ruzhen, full of energy, attentively observed but failed to grasp why Chen Fan had chosen those particular stocks. When he concluded his work, she asked, "Why did you select these stocks?" "Disregard that. Simply follow my instructions." "Very well." Chen Fan handed her the notebook, indicating that this blue-chip stock should be invested in over the long term, purchasing 60 million in increments within 3 days. As for these 2 small-cap stocks from the Chinext board, each should acquire 30 million tomorrow. I have marked the entry points for you. MHM. Su Ruzhen nodded, attentively absorbing his words. Chen Fan entrusted her with these tasks, suggesting she go to bed while he rested on the sofa. "That won't do. There's no logic in a boss sleeping on the sofa." "You should take the bed while I sleep on the sofa," Su Ruzhen insisted. Chen Fan, understanding the delicacy of the situation, felt it inappropriate to have a young woman sleep on the sofa. He waved his hand dismissively, urging her not to delay tomorrow's transactions. Reluctantly, Su Ruzhen retreated to the bedroom, only to return, gazing at the spacious king-sized bed. "Why not share the bed? There's more than enough space," she proposed. Chen Fan swallowed hard, captivated by her alluring figure. "That might not be appropriate," he stammered, reminding himself of his principles. "What are you thinking?" Su Ruzhen blushed, clarifying, "I truly meant nothing of the sort." With that, she refrained from further discussion, gathering a pillow and blanket for Chen Fan before retiring to her own bed. However, she left the door ajar, suggesting that if he found the sofa uncomfortable, he could come in. This proposition prompted a lengthy internal struggle for Chen Fan, ultimately leading to reason prevailing over impulse. "No, the first time must be reserved for my girlfriend." The following morning, upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Hao mentioned that Gui Jianliang had moved out on his own. Chen Fan paid him no mind. It was a matter of Guo's inability to integrate into their circle. Henceforth, all the wealth and splendor would be irrelevant to him. At 9:30 in the morning, Su Ruzhen diligently executed Chen Fan's instructions. She fully invested in the 2 short-term stocks while methodically breaking down the long-term investment of 60 million into smaller purchases over the next 2 days, ensuring that the market makers remained undisturbed while allowing her to enter before the price surged. The stock Chen Fan selected was a large-cap stock with a market value in the hundreds of billions, boasting a daily trading volume fluctuating in the billions. With Su Ruzhen managing the trades, Chen Fan could focus his attention elsewhere. He glanced at his classmates, realizing it was time to help his friends achieve prosperity. Ever since Gui Jianliang moved out, he had ceased all interactions with the trio and had wholly ingratiated himself with Liang Dong. During lunch, Chen Fan summoned Yilang Yao and Wang Hao, asking, "Are you two interested in starting a business?" Yilang Yao replied, "Starting a business? I'd rather trade stocks." Chen Fan kicked him playfully. "Haven't you had enough of that?" Wang Hao inquired, "Do you have a plan?" Chen Fan nodded, "Since you both love late-night snacks, why not open our own late-night eatery? We can invite Su Keqing and Qin Nan to help out." "Wait, why is there no Zhou Bing?" Yilang Gao seized the crux of the matter. Ahem, Chen Fan raised his eyelids. "Zhou Bing's family is not lacking in wealth. Her father is worth over 100 million. Can you compete with that?" The two were left speechless. Wang Hao remarked, "Fine, but I can't afford to contribute much money. Are we supposed to sell ourselves like Gui Jianliang?" Chen Fan cast him a sidelong glance. "Your perspective is too narrow. Do not worry about the finances. Contribute what you can, and I will seek investors. So we will merely be working for someone else? Lang Gao questioned, still harboring thoughts of quick riches. Unwilling to endure hardship, Chun Fan shot him a glare. If you remain impractical, how can you live up to Su Keqing? My goal is simple, to earn back a year's tuition. Mouse, don't you agree? Wang Hao nodded. This would also alleviate the burden on our families. Lang Gao looked disdainfully at the two. Sigh, people of your caliber can hardly perceive matters of a higher order. You are merely earning a meager living. Aim higher. Damn it. Are you in or out? Chun Fan scolded, and he promptly complied. All right, why not? Consider it an experience of life. Oh, my apologies for making young Mastery feel slighted. They chuckled. At that moment, Qin Nan and Su Keqing approached. What are you three scheming this time? Chun Fan replied. You arrived just in time. We are discussing starting a late-night snack shop. Great. It's a perfect opportunity to experience the hardships of entrepreneurship. We can help out too. Qin Nan, with her cheerful and lively demeanor, suggested. Su Keqing, more reserved, cast a discreet glance at Lang Gao. Noting their lack of opposition, Chun Fan declared. Then it's settled. We five shall be shareholders. Qin Nan added, can we invite Tang Jing as well? She still hoped to play matchmaker for Chun Fan. Lang Gao responded, sure, if she wants to join, we welcome her, but can she endure the hardships? Chun Fan interjected, no way. Why not? Qin Nan asked, perplexed. Gathering her courage, she said to Chun Fan, there is something I've wanted to tell you. I don't know if you'll like it. Zwabing is not suited for you. The disparity between you two is far too great. Chun Fan, heed my words. Tang Jing can truly endure hardships. Trust my judgment. You two are the perfect match. The deeper your affection, the greater the pain you will suffer. Chun Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, aware of Qin Nan's intentions. She meant well. After all, he was a struggling student, unable to enter such an elite circle. Wang Hao chimed in. Indeed, I believe my wife is correct. Get lost. Qin Nan erupted upon hearing him call her wife. Chun Fan and the others burst into laughter. Even Su Keqing could not suppress a smile. Chapter 30. A few individuals, having just seen you, immediately decided to take action, beginning to strategize on how to manage the business. Meanwhile, Chun Fan discreetly called Su Ruzhen, instructing her to check out the shops on the back street and purchase them directly if they seemed suitable. Given that Jiangzhou University is not located in the city center, the shop prices were only a little over 10,000 per square meter. Su Ruzhen completed the operations by midday, with nothing else to occupy her time. She ventured to the back street of the university. In the realm of business, there are often those who mismanage their ventures. Not everyone can turn a profit. Even in the restaurant industry, some establishments struggle to succeed, particularly those serving late-night meals. Su Ruzhen identified two promising shops and sent photos to Chun Fan for confirmation. He glanced at the images, recognizing the locations, and directed her to negotiate the prices, facilitating the purchase of both properties. An hour later, Su Ruzhen reported the outcome of her discussions with the owners. The two shops would cost 320,000. Without hesitation, Chun Fan agreed to the purchase. That evening, Chun Fan returned to the apartment to meet Su Ruzhen, who would need his presence the following day to finalize the transfer of the shops. Additionally, he reviewed her operations from earlier in the day. 2 short positions had already been established, and half of the long positions had been acquired, with the remainder expected to be fully invested by the next day. Cautiously, Su Ruzhen inquired, I still do not comprehend why you chose these 3 stocks. After much analysis, she felt that they did not align with the principles she had learned. The patterns, trends, and volumes seemed disconnected. Chun Fan smiled and remarked, the theories in textbooks often diverge from real-world applications. One cannot simply memorize and rigidly apply formulas. Have you observed their performance? The long-term stock was still fluctuating, likely to open lower the following day. However, the 2 stocks from the entrepreneurial board had already risen, one by 8 points and the other by 13. This piqued her curiosity, as she had purchased them in the morning and they surged in the afternoon. How was Chun Fan so astute? Every stock he selected seemed to appreciate. Upon noticing that he had 12 billion in his account, Su Ruzhen was particularly astonished. She decided to stay the night rather than return home, intending to manage the situation until morning. You should take the bed tonight, she suggested. I still have some studying to do. As the boss, Chun Fan did not insist further. Sleeping on the sofa was hardly comfortable, leaving him sore the next day. In the middle of the night, as he turned over, Chun Fan felt himself enveloped by something soft and fluffy, a particularly pleasant sensation. in his dream state. He did not contemplate this rarity, as only Luo Bing had ever provided him such comfort. He then dreamt of being together with Luo Bing, their intimacy palpable, but was abruptly awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself. Observing Su Ruzhen, tangled in her clothes on the bed, he felt a wave of embarrassment as he walked into the bathroom. Su Ruzhen stirred as well, and, upon his return, seemed to grasp the situation. She adjusted her clothing and remarked, "You do not sleep very peacefully." With a flush of red on his cheeks, Chun Fan stepped into the living room. Su Ruzhen queried, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "No longer able to sleep. I shall embark on a morning run." "How could one possibly rest? Lying down again would likely lead to misfortune." Chun Fan changed into his attire and stepped outside, while Su Ruzhen, yawning, reclined back onto her bed. She too relished the indulgence of slumber. At this moment, it was just past 5, the dawn barely illuminating the sky. Chun Fan, like a wild stallion yearning for release, galloped across the playground. After completing 5 or 6 laps, he remained invigorated. Su Ruzhen was akin to a potent poison. Chun Fan took a few breaths, then resumed his run. As the light gradually brightened, more figures emerged on the field. Zhao Linlin, clad in athletic wear and sporting a ponytail, also arrived for her morning exercise. However, her trajectory was opposite to Chun Fan's, and after completing a lap, their paths inevitably crossed. Zhao Linlin glanced up at him, pondering his choice of location. Why did he choose to exercise in the same place she frequented for her morning routine? He even claimed it wasn't tea for her sake. Yet Chun Fan paid her no heed, unaware that she had lost her focus. With a twist of her ankle, she fell to the ground. Ouch! Chun Fan heard the sound and, initially intending to ignore it, halted upon hearing Zhao Linlin's pained groan. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Ouch! It hurts." Zhao Linlin did not respond, her forehead beating with cold sweat due to the pain. She had been running too swiftly, and the force of the fall had left her knee scraped and her ankle twisted. As Chun Fan approached, he gasped softly at the sight. Her knee was scraped and bleeding profusely. Tears welled in Zhao Linlin's eyes as she glared at him in frustration. "This is all your fault." "Why?" Chun Fan was oblivious to the cause, yet Zhao Linlin understood very well that had she not glanced at him, she would not have fallen so hard. Biting her lip, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chun Fan knelt down. "Hold still," he instructed, rolling up her pant leg and removing her shoe. Her delicate foot elicited an involuntary flutter in his heart. After all, she was the belle of Jiangzhou University. Even her feet were exquisitely formed, fair and alluring. Yet her ankle was swollen considerably, indicating a need for medical attention. However, the infirmary was not yet open. "Does it hurt? Shall I massage it for you?" For such minor injuries, a child from the countryside would hardly think twice. Growing up, he had often sustained scrapes and bruises, deeming them inconsequential. But for Zhao Linlin, the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, such discomfort was foreign. Chun Fan grasped her ankle gently. "Bear with me. It may hurt a bit." Instinctively, Zhao Linlin recoiled. When had she ever allowed a boy to touch her feet? Yet her joint had dislocated, and if not repositioned promptly, the pain would intensify. As Chun Fan held her ankle and began to gently shake it, she felt a surge of anxiety. "Wait a moment," she said, gripping Chun Fan's arm. "Be gentle." Chun Fan remained silent, gripping her ankle with one hand while supporting her foot with the other. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped Zhao Linlin's lips, and Chun Fan echoed her cry. Her nails dug painfully into his arm as her body went limp, and she fainted. Chun Fan stared in disbelief at this delicate young lady. Could it truly be so severe? He gently manipulated her ankle joint, ensuring it was correctly positioned. However, the injury on her knee required attention from the infirmary. With Zhao Linlin unconscious, Chun Fan felt exasperated. Her frail constitution could hardly withstand such turmoil. He gazed at her petite, soft lips, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to apply any further pressure. When Zhao Linlin regained consciousness, she found herself in Chun Fan's embrace. She quickly sat up, glaring at him with indignation. "What have you done to me?" she demanded. "I merely assisted in relocating your dislocated joint. What else could I have done?" Zhao Linlin glanced down at her chest, relieved to find her clothing intact. "Shall I escort you to the infirmary?" he suggested. "Have you considered that the infirmary is likely closed at this hour?" For reasons she could not articulate, Zhao Linlin was irked. Chun Fan, feeling frustrated, retorted, "Why are you being hostile? I was the one who helped you." Zhao Linlin replied angrily, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen at all. I exercise here daily without incident. It's all your fault." "Why is that?" Chun Fan countered. You were distracted by me and didn't watch where you were going. This rationale left Chen Fan at a loss for words. Chapter 31. The assisting doctor. Am I truly that attractive? Is it possible for someone to become beautiful simply by acquiring wealth? Chen Fan had long pondered this question, though he had chosen to remain discreet about his affluence. He retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket to wipe away the blood from Zhao Linlin's injury, relieved that it was merely a superficial scrape. Shall I take you to the hospital? He offered. Zhao Linlin glared at him. Are you suggesting I should go alone? Could you speak a bit more gently? It doesn't quite match your image, Chen Fan remarked with dissatisfaction. Zhao Linlin paused, intrigued by her own image, especially in the eyes of the boys around her. Yet, she refrained from asking and instead puffed her cheeks, clearly upset. I'll let you carry me. Chen Fan helped her to her feet and then squatted before her. Zhao Linlin surveyed their surroundings. Dawn had just broken, and the playground was relatively empty. After a moment's hesitation, she said, just go and bring my car over. I'll have Zhou Yufei deliver the keys. Very well. Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, where Zhou Yufei, just awakening, appeared bewildered. What brings you here? She asked, only realizing the unexpected nature of the situation when she handed Chen Fan the car keys. Without engaging in further conversation, Chen Fan turned and headed towards the parking lot. Zhou Yufei rubbed her eyes, perplexed. What is going on? Why does Linlin want me to give the keys to him? They would not. Zhou Yufei was no longer calm, exclaiming, what happened to the promise of letting me have this? Oh dear, my best friend is truly unreliable. There are so many suitors vying for her attention, yet even the most impoverished among them is denied to me. Though Chen Fan hails from a modest background, he diligently obtained a driver's license. This was his first experience behind the wheel of an extravagant Maserati. He cautiously familiarized himself with the controls, gingerly pressing the accelerator. Having heard tales of the car's astonishing speed, which left him hesitant to exert full pressure. Upon seeing him approach, Zhao Linlin, in frustration, remarked, slow down a bit. My injury is nearly healed. Human beings are peculiar creatures. Zhao Linlin had always shunned interaction with males, yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt no aversion towards Chen Fan this time. Perhaps it was the memory of witnessing Chen Fan and Zhou Bing sharing a passionate kiss at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, boldly pursuing the dreams of youth, embracing freedom, and living unabashedly, which stirred her interest. She had long closed herself off, but, deep down, harbored aspirations. This was akin to watching couples in dramas shatter societal norms in the pursuit of self-discovery, a narrative that captivates the hearts of many young women. Perhaps Zhao Linlin was smitten, yearning to experience such joy herself. It is often said that those who have not experienced love in university have squandered their time. University should be a realm of both love and happiness. By the time they arrived at the municipal hospital, it was already past 6:40. Chen Fan assisted her in registering for emergency care. The doctor, a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-30s, expressed concern upon seeing Zhao Linlin's delicate knee injury, exclaiming, how did you manage to fall like this? She shot a disapproving glance at Chen Fan, adding, as a boyfriend, you are quite remiss in your duty to protect such a lovely girlfriend. It pains me to witness this. Chen Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. All right, you support her and remain silent, the doctor instructed. Left speechless, Chen Fan complied, aiding Zhao Linlin as he watched the doctor tend to her wound. Zhao Linlin glanced up at him and stated, Doctor, he is not my boyfriend. The doctor chuckled awkwardly, scrutinizing the pair once more. It's perfectly fine. University students today are allowed to date. There's no need to hide it from your parents. They will understand. After all, who hasn't experienced youth? Chen Fan was charmed by the doctor's perspective. Observing her meticulous care for Zhao Linlin's injury, he could tell she must be a devoted mother. Young man, remember to bring her back in 2 days for a dressing change, she advised before they departed. Chen Fan acknowledged her words and was about to assist Zhao Linlin in leaving when she urgently added, hey, you need to carry her. She cannot put weight on her foot. Chen Fan, feeling awkward, glanced at Zhao Linlin, who had previously refused his offer to carry her. Unexpectedly, the doctor had become an unexpected ally. Zhao Linlin turned back to the doctor, who nudged her gently, saying, what are you waiting for? He has already crouched down. Am I crouching? Chen Fan was at a loss, no longer able to feign indifference. Zhao Linlin's face flushed crimson as she awkwardly leaned against Chen Fan's back. Remember to take good care of yourself when you return, and avoid the water, the doctor reiterated. I understand. Thank you, doctor, Chen Fan replied while carrying Zhao Linlin out. He turned back with curiosity, pondering the doctor's exuberance. How much do you weigh? He inquired upon exiting the emergency building. Zhao Linlin's cheeks burned. What do you mean? Let me down. I can walk by myself. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely find it perplexing, he mused internally, realizing that despite Zhao Linlin's slender appearance, she was surprisingly weighty. Yet her waist was not thick, and her figure was admirable. Where could all that weight possibly be? As Zhao Linlin's hands released their grip on his shoulders, he quickly comprehended the reason. Not at all inferior to Li Bing. Were contemporary girls developing at such an accelerated rate? Chen Fan's thoughts drifted to Su Ruzhen from the previous night, recalling the feel of her hand. Just as they were nearing the parking lot, a sudden desire to prolong their journey enveloped him. He wished for the road to stretch on indefinitely. Zhao Linlin's mind was a tumultuous whirl, her head buzzing. She was uncertain of her own actions, repeatedly questioning herself. Zhao Linlin, what has come over you? This guy has a girlfriend. Are you losing your senses? Upon reaching the car, Chen Fan gently set her down, noticing her flushed face as she avoided making eye contact. Stealing a glance at his watch, he noted it was 7:30, having lingered in the emergency room for several minutes. Just as he settled into the car, Su Ruzhen called. Boss, we need to head to the real estate bureau today. When will you be free? I've arranged for someone to meet you there at 8:30. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before asking Zhao Linlin, would it be all right to return a bit later? I have some matters to attend to. Sure. Zhao Linlin did not protest. However, she felt a pang of hunger, having not yet eaten breakfast. Are you in a hurry? She queried. Not particularly. We have until 8:30. Then let us find a place for breakfast. I'm starving. Chen Fan scanned the area, noticing numerous food stalls outside the hospital. Shall I fetch something for you? I want lamb noodles, Zhao Linlin specified, indicating her preferences. Chen Fan, understanding her standards, took out his phone to search for a nearby lamb noodle shop and drove her there. After assisting Zhao Linlin into the restaurant and glancing at the prices, he was taken aback to find a bowl of lamb noodles priced at 18 yuan, equivalent to his previous week's breakfast budget. Had he not recently come into some wealth, he would have hesitated to indulge so extravagantly. As Chen Fan placed the order, Zhao Linlin was busy replying to a text. Aunt, Linlin, this boy seems quite good. Keep it up. Zhao Linlin responded. Aunt, rest assured, I want to tell your parents, your secret is safe with me. Chapter 32, The Wealthy Girlfriend by 8:30. Chen Fan arrived at the real estate bureau. He parked the car across the street, instructing Zhao Linlin to wait inside while he walked over. Zhao Linlin observed his retreating figure, pondering his purpose at the real estate bureau. However, she dismissed the thought, with her family background. Nothing Chen Fan did could possibly astonish her. It was akin to a certain monarch from years past asking the common folk why they did not feast on meat porridge. To her, owning a house was simply a norm. Yet, she did not dwell on Chen Fan's property ownership. Perhaps his visit was motivated by another reason altogether. Zhao Linlin picked up her phone and resumed sending messages on WeChat. Little did she know that today was precisely the day her aunt was on duty. She had stumbled upon this situation and firmly asserted that Chen Fan was her boyfriend. No explanation would suffice. Zhao Linlin felt exasperated. A boyfriend? Was he even suitable? She gazed at the entrance of the real estate bureau, uncertain, as she had never experienced romance herself. She admired the unrestrained freedom of someone like Sua Bing, but was reluctant to engage in a casual relationship. Naturally, she was a proud little princess, and ordinary individuals hardly captured her interest. Yet, recalling the flutter in her heart upon meeting Chen Fan made her blush anew. After waiting for over an hour, Chen Fan returned. He had delegated all matters to Su Ruzhen, merely signing his name before departing. Upon returning to the car, he noticed the peculiar look in Zhao Linlin's eyes and the flush on her cheeks. Did you steal something? He inquired. Huh, what do you mean? Zhao Linlin was baffled by his words. Chen Fan remarked, you seem rather guilty. Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes. Just drive. When Chen Fan dropped her off at school, he handed her the car keys. Suddenly, Zhao Linlin asked, have you thought about what I mentioned last time? What matter? Chen Fan had completely forgotten. Zhao Linlin felt a surge of irritation. Forget it. Pretend I never said anything. She had merely intended to lend a helping hand. Yet he did not take it to heart. Watching Zhao Linlin limp towards the dormitory, Chen Fan turned away, not even offering to escort her upstairs. However, fate had a curious way of intervening. Just as Chen Fan reached the entrance of Building 6, Sua Bing appeared seemingly from nowhere. What brings you here? I was just about to look for you. What is up? I heard you're planning to open a barbecue restaurant. Why wasn't I invited? Chen Fan was taken aback, fearing she had learned about his trip to the hospital with Zhao Linlin. But it turned out to be this matter. He pulled Zhuo Bing aside. How could I not inform you? I'm counting on you, the wealthy one, to invest. Come, let me show you the location. Initially, he had not intended for Zhuo Bing to be involved, as she had no need to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. His actions were merely to allow Yilan Gao and Wang Hao to experience the hardships of starting a business ahead of time. As many matters could not wait until after graduation to be contemplated. Who would have thought that Zhuo Bing would also express interest? However, her involvement was merely a casual endeavor. Entrusting her with the management of a shop was undoubtedly impractical. The two strolled down the back street, where two establishments had succumbed to poor management and were now closing, prompting the landlord to prepare for departure from Jiazhou. Once the handover procedures were completed, the property would be registered under Chen Fan's name. Such expansive storefronts, what a considerable sum that would require. Financial constraints were inconsequential, as the shop owner was an acquaintance who would offer us the lowest possible discount. You have acquaintances? Asked Zhuo Bing, astonished. Every student was well acquainted with this street. Yet the plethora of dining, lodging, and late-night snack options surrounding the school was overwhelming. Some were profitable, while others suffered losses. Zhuo Bing was still somewhat taken aback by Chen Fan's intention to lease two shops simultaneously. Chen Fan proposed, I have an idea. When we open, could you bring your dance troupe to support us? We can set up a stage here and, of course, we can offer them a performance fee. Zhuo Bing regarded him with curiosity. Where did you learn these tactics? I'm not entirely certain. I'll inquire for you, she replied. The dance troupe had yet to take on any contracts, as they were all students and not particularly commercialized. It remained uncertain whether the others would be willing to participate. However, some students did venture out at night with guitars to earn tips. After discussing their plans, they returned to school. At noon, Su Ruzhen called to inform them that the paperwork was complete. Chen Fan acknowledged this, instructing her to remain on standby for any further developments. In the afternoon, a few of them convened. Chen Fan announced that the storefront arrangements were finalized and urged everyone to act swiftly. They divided tasks among themselves to manage the shop during their spare time, aiming for a grand opening soon. Regarding the partnership expenses, Yilan Gao and Su Keqing pooled together 4,000, while Wang Hao and Qin Nan contributed 5,000. Zhuo Bing invested 1,000. Yilan Gao and Wang Hao remarked to Chen Fan, given your family's limited means, don't worry about it. Contribute what you can. We will consider this your share. Is that acceptable? Chen Fan inquired. Sure. I'll just take a salary and forego any profit share. Zhuo Bing replied that 1,000 is our investment money. All right then. It's not as if one of us has a wealthy girlfriend, Chen Fan chuckled. The rent for these two shops was only half of what one would typically cost, meaning they had effectively secured two storefronts for the price of one. Observing everyone painting walls and actively managing the shop, even Zhuo Bing was energetically engaged. Chen Fan smiled as he answered a call from Su Ruzhen. Boss, the two stocks on the entrepreneurial board have hit their limits. The pure profit from yesterday to today is approximately 28. Keep an eye on them. They should continue to rise. We might need to sell tomorrow to exchange stocks. With 60 million at 28, that equated to 76. 8 million, a commendable profit. As for the other long-term investment, 60 million had already been allocated, just waiting for it to take off. That evening, after a long day of activity, everyone had a light supper before retiring for the night. I want to be returning to the dormitory tonight, Chen Fan announced, preparing to head to his apartment. Two beasts exclaimed, wow, you've mastered it so swiftly? Amazing. Chen Fan, concerned they might misunderstand, clarified, it's not about Zhuo Bing. Please refrain from making wild assumptions. What? The two were once again bewildered. Aside from Zhuo Bing, there were indeed other girls? How scandalous. Chen Fan sighed. That's not what I meant. I'm merely visiting a friend. Please don't spread rumors. As he departed, Yilan Gao, filled with envy, inquired, did you succeed, Mouse? Wang Hao shook his head. Not yet, but I've made significant progress, half of it secured. What about you? Yilan Gao responded with a raised middle finger. Trash? What, did you succeed? Did Su Keqing agree? Quick, tell me. Yilan Gao produced a small square plastic package. Experience it for yourself? Wang Hao took it excitedly. Is this reliable? I've heard it might leak. Come on. Do you really think you're a pile driver? Besides, can't you be a bit gentler? Wang Hao, thrilled, tucked it into his pocket. Thank you for the guidance. Once successful, I shall offer my profound gratitude. Chapter 33. The barbecue restaurant opens. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Fan found Su Ruzhen dressed in attire that seemed to flow like silk. She had just bathed. and given the late hour, she hadn't expected Chen Fan's visit. However, the fabric of her pajamas was so smooth that at first glance, it appeared she wore nothing beneath. Chen Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Would you like to change into something else? Su Ruzhen replied. Oh, it's fine. There's no one else around. With a flirtatious glance. She teased, they say good fortune shouldn't be shared with outsiders. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Thankfully, I'm not one to be frivolous. Chen Fan opened his laptop, resuming his plans for the next day. Su Ruzhen brought him a cup of coffee, quietly sitting beside him without interruption. Chen Fan noted that the two stocks he had purchased the previous day on the Chinex market would rise sharply before retreating the next day. He began drafting an operational strategy for Su Ruzhen, predicting one stock would peak at 1366 and the other at 1672 before correcting. Given that Chinex stocks can surge by 20 in a single day, the subsequent pullback could be quite severe. While Chen Fan was engrossed in his analysis, he unexpectedly discovered an exceptionally promising stock, Dongfang Shenlong, which had achieved 7 consecutive limit-up days. His hand trembled. This was indeed a Chinex stock. Typically, a daily increase of 10 could double one's investment over 7 limit-ups, and this stock was seeing a remarkable 20 rise. Extraordinary. Upon thorough examination, he found that its total market capitalization was merely over 6 billion, yet its trading volume had reached 2 to 3 billion daily in recent days. A major shift was underway. This was the one. Chen Fan meticulously pinned the trading strategy and handed it to Su Ruzhen. As per their usual arrangement, she would sell the two stocks the following day and initiate a position, purchasing in batches without alarming the major stakeholders. By tomorrow, our funds should exceed 80 million. So we might as well invest everything in this stock. Su Ruzhen attentively noted this. After finishing his coffee, Chen Fan prepared to leave, but Su Ruzhen suggested, why not stay here? It's quite late. Indeed, it was late, and returning to the dormitory would require climbing over the wall. He cast a glance at Su Ruzhen, who appeared somewhat awkward. Why are you looking at me like that? I won't do anything out of line, she stated. Chen Fan pointed towards the bedroom. Then you should go to sleep. I'll rest on the sofa. As he observed Su Ruzhen's alluring silhouette entering the bedroom, he gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, he would confront Zhuo Bing. He could no longer afford to delay, or he might truly suffocate under the tension. At 20 years old, it was unnecessary to remain chaste any longer, was it? After nearly a week of setting up the shop, Chen Fan stocks had also risen for the same duration. That long-term stock had taken off, increasing by 59 over 7 trading days. Recently, the stock Dongfang Shenlong, which Su Ruzhen had been instructed to invest in, had also surged after 7 consecutive limits. The total market value of the shares he held had nearly reached 400 million. In the realm of the stock market, Chen Fan's wealth had multiplied exponentially. However, as his capital grew, so did the complexity of operations. It was also impractical to invest all his funds in chasing limit-up stocks. Such a strategy was simply unrealistic. His focus would need to shift primarily to medium and long-term investments, diversifying his portfolio to avoid placing all his eggs in one basket. Yet, these challenges were not insurmountable, as Chen Fan could continue to recruit more personnel. After completing this round of short-term trading, Chen Fan awarded Su Ruzhen a bonus of 100,000. Looking at the transfer on her phone, Su Ruzhen exclaimed, Boss, I've already received an advance on last month's salary. Why are you giving me a bonus again? Chen Fan replied, Take it. Cherish the present moment. What? Su Ruzhen's tears welled up. Are you trying to send me away? Do you not want me anymore? Having worked with Chen Fan for less than a month, he had already given her 120,000. Where could one find such employment? Seeing Su Ruzhen's tear-streaked face, Chen Fan chuckled. Why are you crying? Don't be foolish. I mean, while we can still earn, enjoy it. Finally, Su Ruzhen managed to smile. You're so mean. I thought you were dismissing me. If I don't perform well, you can scold me or criticize me. Chen Fan awkwardly replied, You're wonderful, but just a bit too beautiful. Su Ruzhen blushed, gazing at him with a hint of longing. Boss, do you have a girlfriend? Of course. Oh. She pouted. Don't worry, I won't cause you trouble. Chen Fan regarded her appreciatively. It's good that you understand. He then transferred her another million, suggesting she buy a car over the weekend. Upon hearing that Chen Fan intended to purchase a vehicle, Su Ruzhen excitedly nodded. Then I'll go for a business model. How about a Mercedes 300? Chen Fan shrugged. That's fine. Just choose what you think is suitable. After all, it is merely a means of transportation. Su Ruzhen diligently recorded the tasks he had assigned in her notebook. I have noted everything down. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Once the work had been discussed, the two settled down for a chat. Chen Fan inquired, "What was the reason for your dismissal?" "Am I obligated to answer that question?" Su Ruzhen responded, somewhat bashfully. "It is essential to disclose." "Very well." Su Ruzhen bit her lip. "They constantly pressured me to accompany the leaders for social engagements, and their intentions were far from innocent." Chen Fan gazed at her, puzzled. "You do not seem like someone who would be so reserved." "Goodness, what are you saying?" "I merely struggle to maintain my composure in your presence. After all, who does not appreciate a handsome young man?" Chen Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing his playful teasing had backfired. Su Ruzhen lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling. "Truly, I shall not cause you any trouble. If you have any intentions, do feel free to express them. Ahem. Let us prioritize work, shall we? You are aware that I am not lacking in suitors." "All right then." Su Ruzhen's face bore a look of longing. This weekend, the barbecue restaurant is set to open. Zhou Bing informed Chen Fan that she had already resolved matters concerning the dance troupe, revealing that it was her boyfriend's establishment, and they were all eager to support it, even without charge. However, they had one request: to receive discounts when dining there in the future. Chen Fan chuckled, thinking it was not a significant issue at all. As long as they come, they can dine for free. After all, the members of the dance troupe were all stunning and possess enviable figures. With such enchanting individuals, how could business possibly falter? After attending to various tasks, the group pondered what name would be fitting. Chen Fan announced that the sign had already been prepared, "Indulging in Youth." The group was momentarily taken aback. "Indulging in youth? Very well. It is your decision." No one opposed the idea. As the new establishment opened, they did not print flyers, but rather circulated a plethora of advertisements in alumni groups. A stage was erected at the entrance, equipped with an elaborate sound system worth hundreds of thousands. Patrons could enjoy their barbecue while relishing performances of song and dance. In moments of excitement, they could even take the stage to play an instrument or sing a tune. Thus, the barbecue restaurant had a grand opening this weekend. Chapter 34. The arrival of the campus belle. The decor of Indulging in Youth was quite simple, given the limited investment. The sound system on stage was privately purchased by Chen Fan, though he claimed it was rented. On opening day, all dishes were offered at a 20% discount, and beer flowed freely. Almost everyone, including Yi Lang, Su Keqing, Wang Hao, and Qin Nan, participated in the festivities. Chen Fan orchestrated the planning, managed the scene, and welcomed guests. Since most of the ideas for the establishment originated from Chen Fan, including those from Zhou Bing's team of girls, they unanimously decided to appoint him as the manager while they took charge of the operations. Su Ruzhen heard that the barbecue restaurant owned by her boss had opened and had offered to help, but was declined by Chen Fan. Although she was nominally the owner of the shop, it was inappropriate for her to meddle in such matters. The barbecue restaurant saw little business in the afternoon, with patrons only arriving in the evening. As the clock struck 6, the music began, setting a lively atmosphere. Many alumni, upon hearing the news, rushed over to join the festivities, and some had already begun placing orders. Unlike most barbecue establishments, Chen Fan's restaurant operated on a self-service model. Once customers ordered, the ingredients were delivered, allowing them to grill their own food. This approach alleviated concerns about culinary skills or insufficient staff. The joy of grilling oneself added to the experience. On stage, a dance troupe showcased their performance, the young ladies clad in matching short skirts, exuding a captivating allure. As they elegantly posed on stage, the crowd erupted with excitement. 8 dancers displayed their moves, and the patrons below were so entranced that they momentarily forgot about the barbecue, some even drooling in anticipation. Meanwhile, Ilang Gao and his companions busily prepared side dishes and served beverages, while Qin Nan assisted with orders, and Zhou Bing managed the register. For some unknown reason, the crowd was particularly large that day, quickly filling every table. Many attendees were not there merely for the barbecue, but to witness the performances, as the dancers were a rare sight. Nearby, a drummer, her hair flowing in the breeze created by a powerful fan, was energetically playing. The entertainment continued in succession, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Fan tirelessly arranged for additional makeshift tables, temporarily accommodating several more. In the dormitory, Zhao Linlin stood on the balcony, gazing at the street behind the school. "Rui Fei, I don't feel like eating at the cafeteria today." Zhou Rui Fei, looking toward the barbecue restaurant, replied, "Neither do I. How about we grab something outside?" "Sounds good." The two exited the campus, only to be met with a cacophony of music. "Linlin, let us go check it out," Zhou Rui Fei curiously urged. Zhao Linlin frowned slightly, noting how impressively the students had organized the event, demonstrating remarkable business acumen. It was evident that a few students had skillfully transformed the establishment into a vibrant hub, attracting a youthful crowd, while neighboring shops remained desolate. Especially with the lively and attractive dancers on stage, it was clear they had mastered the art of commercial allure. "Shall we get something to eat as well?" Zhou Ruifei said, salivating at the thought. "Can you grill it yourself?" "It's quite simple." Zhou Ruifei approached, saying, "Linlin wants barbecue. Who can help grill a little?" "Oh, Zhao Linlin is here too. I'll grill. I'll grill." Upon hearing Zhao Linlin's name, the crowd erupted in cheers, with countless boys rising to shout. They eagerly offered their freshly grilled food. Zhou Ruifei graciously accepted, smiling at Zhao Linlin. "See? We already have it." Zhao Linlin was at a loss for words when Zhou Bing approached her, exclaiming, "Zhao, our esteemed campus beauty, thank you for gracing us with your presence." Zhao Linlin found herself at a loss for a suitable response. "Please, take a seat." Zhou Bing gestured towards a table, inviting the two of them to sit down, while a swarm of eager admirers instantly surrounded them. "Enjoy your meal. Whatever you wish to eat, we'll cook it for you." "Yes. Let us savor it while it's hot." The overwhelming attention made Zhao Linlin feel rather awkward. "Zhao Linlin, what brings you here?" Chen Fan, surprised to see her, approached to greet her personally. "Zhao, why not take the stage and perform a piece? You are well known for your diverse talents." Zhao Linlin had merely come to join in the festivities and was taken aback by Chen Fan's suggestion to perform. Before she could refuse, the crowd began to cheer. "Let the campus beauty perform. Let the campus beauty perform." With so many voices calling for her, Zhao Linlin felt compelled to acquiesce. She shot a resentful glance at Chen Fan, wishing she could silence him. Her forte lay in playing the piano, a skill honed from her upbringing in a cultured family. Yet there was no piano available here. Taking to the stage, she thought, "Then I shall sing a song." Yay! The audience erupted in excitement. It was rare for ordinary students to have such an opportunity to interact with the esteemed campus beauty. Even among classmates, how often could they engage with her? Grasping the microphone, Zhao Linlin asked, "Is there any music?" Yes, of course." Elang, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed to the computer and inquired, "What song shall we play?" "Qian Qian Ke Gobai Chen Hui Xian." "Great. Let us begin." Zhao Linlin possessed a commanding stage presence. As the music commenced, she stepped forward. "Those nights that belong to us, the red remains you, the gift within my heart, the blazing sun, like flowing foolish tears." Her voice was exquisite, indicating that she had devoted considerable effort to her musical craft. Even Chen Fan found himself captivated. Her rendition possessed a unique essence, transcending the original. Zhou Bing, with her striking eyes, watched intently. Zhao Linlin exuded elegance and restraint, contrasting with Zhou Bing's exuberance. She appeared gentle, her voice infused with a hint of melancholy. The audience erupted in applause, continuously cheering for her. Enraptured by her own music, Zhao Linlin seemed lost in the moment. "Wow, the campus beauty sings with such remarkable skill." Many expressed their astonishment. Zhou Bing nodded in agreement, rarely finding herself in awe of anyone. But today Zhao Linlin had truly opened her eyes. As Zhao Linlin concluded her performance, the audience remained entranced by her melodic voice. It was simply extraordinary. Only when she expressed her gratitude did thunderous applause resound once more. "Another one! Another one!" They called out for the campus beauty. The audience was relentless, requesting an encore from her. Zhao Linlin shook her head, insisting, "No, no." As she gracefully descended from the stage, the crowd remained unsatisfied. Zhou Bing approached with a generous platter of barbecue, exclaiming, "You were magnificent. Here, have something to eat." Zhao Linlin selected a beef skewer, replying, "I must take my leave now. Thank you." Zhou Yufei, clutching a handful of skewers, hurried after her, calling out, "Wait for me." The festivities continued until past 2 in the morning, with everyone pitching in to clean up, laboring until 3. "It's getting late, and everyone has worked hard. Let us return. We shall dine together tomorrow at noon." Several girls retreated to their dormitory, while Chen Fan and his 2 companions calculated their earnings from the day. Unfortunately, they had incurred more losses than profits, having consumed over 80 cases of beer. Chapter 35. Touching Su Rouge. In the following afternoon, the group gathered for a meal. Reflecting on the previous night, they noted the undeniable success of the event. Although they had made some profit on the barbecue ingredients, the losses from the beer were substantial. Their observations revealed that some patrons could drink an entire case of beer alone. However, this expense was deemed necessary for drawing in customers. The next 2 days remained equally vibrant. The barbecue establishment, Indulgent Youth, had garnered a reputation at Jiangzhou University, particularly after the grand opening. Many took to social media to share their experiences. Zhou Bing's dance troupe had gained popularity on platforms like Douyin, and Zhao Linlin's song also went viral. Thanks to her unique style and striking beauty, her videos were disseminated widely, transforming indulgent youth into a trendy hotspot. On the second and third evenings, the crowd swelled. Some influencers even arrived to livestream the event. Chun Fan and his companions chose not to interfere, as long as the influencers adhered to the establishment's rules. After a week, they finally turned a profit. The earnings from the last 4 days compensated for the losses incurred in the first 3. Chun Fan estimated that if this trend continued, the daily revenue could reach around 1 to 2,000 yuan. By the end of the month, they might achieve profits of 50 to 60,000 yuan. Though this sum seemed insignificant to Chun Fan, it represented the inception of their entrepreneurial journey and offered new opportunities for his friends. This experience would greatly assist them as they ventured into society. Guo Jianyang, upon learning of their venture, seethed with resentment, now refusing to even acknowledge Chun Fan, viewing the trio as adversaries. Chun Fan, however, paid him no mind. Individuals like him were not worth engaging with. He had become nothing more than Liang Dongcai's sycophant. Yet, Chun Fan remained indifferent to the business's success, treating it merely as an experience, as his true concern lay with the stock market. During this past week, most of the time was dedicated to Su Ruzhen's operation. The long-term stock that was previously arranged has essentially doubled in value, with the market capitalization of the shares in hand reaching 12.2 billion. Notably, the stocks from the Chinex board have been particularly gratifying. Chun Fan has been instructing Su Ruzhen to purchase stocks with a 20% increase in batches almost every day, and her holdings have now amassed to 5.8 billion. However, with an increased number of stocks in the portfolio, the complexity of operations has intensified, resulting in a heavier workload. With only half a month remaining before summer vacation, Chun Fan has set a target of achieving a total asset value of at least 2 billion within this time frame. Naturally, managing such operations would overwhelm Su Ruzhen. This is not due to her lack of skill, but rather the limited time the stock market allows. Consequently, Chun Fan decided to forego his morning classes, monitoring the market from 9:30 to 11:30, collaborating with Su Ruzhen to complete the operations before returning to school in the afternoon. Besides her work, Su Ruzhen also prepared lunch, allowing Chun Fan to dine in the apartment and rest before heading to school. At this moment, she had retrieved her car, parked it in the apartment garage. Up until now, Chun Fan had yet to touch the vehicle. He must return home during the summer break, as he requires additional accounts to manage these funds. At present, he and Su Ruzhen were in the apartment executing the operations based on the homework he completed the previous night. Zhou Bing called, asking, "Where are you?" Chun Fan replied, "I'm busy outside and can't talk right now." Frustrated, Zhou Bing shook her fist, feeling suspicious about his recent behavior, wondering if he was involved with someone else. Little did she know, Chun Fan had been laying low, vowing to become the world's richest man. Currently, he held 3 long-term stocks, totaling over 300 million, while the remaining 400 million was divided among 10 stocks for trading. Yet, this was indeed exhausting, especially with his ultra-short-term trading approach. Of course, the profits from short-term trading are the most substantial, but it certainly displeases the market makers. It remains a mystery who the lunatics are, making a quick 20% gain and fleeing each day. After hanging up with Zhou Bing, Chun Fan said, "I'll handle the rest. You should take a break." Su Ruzhen, being considerate, replied, "Then I'll go cook. Let's finish lunch early so you can head to school." Observing her enter the kitchen, Chun Fan found himself lost in thought. Once he completed his tasks, he walked into the kitchen where Su Ruzhen, adorned in an apron, was skillfully chopping vegetables. This sight evoked a peculiar feeling within him. Noticing his gaze, Su Ruzhen blushed and asked, "What's wrong? Am I doing something wrong?" "No, not at all. It's quite impressive that you can cook." Su Ruzhen smiled radiantly. "Then keep me by your side, and I'll cook for you every day." "That won't do. You shouldn't be relegated to the role of a cook. I want you to become a business elite." Su Ruzhen's heart fluttered with joy. "Really?" Chun Fan nodded. "There's a saying, but of course, I'm not referring to love." Su Ruzhen cast a glance at him, questioning, "Why can't I possess love? Am I unworthy?" "No, for she already had a girlfriend. You are my best partner," she declared. Su Ruzhen pouted. She was determined to claim him one day. She was not foolish. She understood Chun Fan's intentions. He feared that once they became romantically involved, it might hinder his progress, diverting his focus from work. At this stage of his development, what he needed was a companion to strive alongside him, not romance. This fellow was quite clear-headed. During this period, She had also undertaken her own analysis and judgments, applying her acquired knowledge of the stock market to her trades. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. Meanwhile, the stocks favored by Chen Fan consistently reached their peak. This perplexed her. Was there someone inherently destined to be a titan of the stock market? After several trials, Su Ruzhen conceded that he possessed such a talent. Given this, she resolved to steadfastly follow him, especially since he treated her well. Su Ruzhen simply prepared a modest meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. At home, she dressed casually, often in pajamas. Chen Fan remarked, "When you have time, go shopping and buy a few more upscale outfits. Let the expenses be on me." Having yet to exhaust the 5 million he had, he directly transferred 100,000 to Su Ruzhen. Startled, she questioned, "Why are you giving me so much money?" Chen Fan smiled. "Money is meant to be spent. What is the point of earning it if not to use it? From now on, all your expenses are mine. Once this busy period is over, I will buy you a car. Choose whatever you like, as long as it suits your taste. A girl should always look beautiful. But remember to remain discreet." Su Ruzhen bit her lip, gazing at Chen Fan with gratitude. "You are so good to me. How can I repay you?" Deeply touched, she reflected on her past experiences at the bank, where those who claimed to care for her often had ulterior motives. Now, as she genuinely wished to show her gratitude to Chen Fan, he never took advantage of her. Girls are easily moved, and Chen Fan playfully pinched her cheek. "Just work hard, and together, we will conquer the world." Su Ruzhen nodded fervently. Chapter 36. An incident at Tang Jing's home. Chen Fan, come here for a moment. Just as he was about to head to school, Wang Hao called, urging him to hurry to the barbecue restaurant. Chen Fan quickly relayed a few instructions to Su Ruzhen before departing. At the barbecue restaurant, Qin Nan, Su Keping, and others were present, along with Tang Jing, who was in tears. Chen Fan, uncertain of the situation, immediately inquired, "What happened?" Qin Nan replied, "Tang Jing's family is in trouble. Her father was in a car accident, and the doctor said it would require 200,000 for surgery. For an ordinary family, 200,000 was an astronomical sum. Tang Jing hails from a humble background in Sichuan, an ordinary citizen who had once accrued some savings and purchased a home last year, albeit encumbered with a substantial mortgage. Unfortunately, her father has encountered yet another crisis, leaving the family unable to muster any financial resources. Her mother has resolved to sell their house. Yet there are no prospective buyers at present. Everyone is brainstorming ways to assist her, but as a young woman, where could she possibly procure 200,000 for her father's surgery? Yilang Gao and Wang Hao suggested that everyone contribute a little. However, the shop's funds are limited, as it has only recently opened. Even if they pooled all their money, it would merely be a drop in the bucket. Tang Jing shares a close bond with Qin Nan, who could not bear to witness her friend in such despair. "Why don't you take a leave of absence to go home and see what can be done about the money?" Chen Fan proposed to Tang Jing. Her eyes were red from crying, and she was well aware of the financial situations of Chen Fan and the others. None of them came from wealthy backgrounds. 200,000 is a considerable sum for anyone. Yilang Gao suggested that they should give Tang Jing all the cash from the shop. No one opposed this idea. But Tang Jing shook her head. She was acutely aware of the consequences of such an action. If they withdrew all the cash, their newly opened shop would face closure. Without funds, how could they sustain it? She did not wish to burden anyone further. "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this money," she said, wiping her tears as she left, trying to suppress her sobs. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. Chen Fan glanced at the others and said, "Do not worry about Tang Jing. I have a friend who might be able to lend us some money." Yilang Gao interjected, "Stop pretending, Chen Fan. We all know your family is poorer than ours. Where would you find a wealthy friend?" Wang Hao chimed in, "Let us all contribute. If worse comes to worst, we can close the shop." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Qin Nan, please give the money to Tang Jing." Since everyone was united in their resolve, Chen Fan did not wish to dismiss their intentions. He turned to Qin Nan and requested, "Could you share her WeChat with me?" Without much thought, Qin Nan provided Tang Jing's WeChat ID. Upon opening it, Chen Fan sent a friend request with the message, "This is Chen Fan." He wondered what Tang Jing was doing, as it took her over 10 minutes to accept the request. He then messaged, "Step outside. I am waiting for you in the small grove behind the school." Tang Jing did not reply, yet she did indeed show up. It was midday, and the grove was deserted. Chen Fan sat beneath a tree and waved as he saw Tang Jing approach, her eyes still red, likely from weeping in her dormitory earlier. Faced with such a significant family crisis, she felt utterly helpless. Without further ado, Chen Fan directly transferred 220,000 to Tang Jing. "You should return home soon. Purchasing a plane ticket will save you considerable time. Tang Jing heard her phone beep, but did not check it. Instead, she bit her lip and gazed at Chen Fan, who reminded her to check her phone. Only then did Tang Jing take out her phone and unlock it, her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing the transfer of 220,000. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Chen Fan, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate her gratitude. Please, don't cry. If someone sees you like this, they might think I have done something wrong, he urged. Wiping her tears, Tang Jing struggled to regain her composure, leaning against the tree and sobbing quietly. After a prolonged bout of weeping, she finally managed to stop, still incredulous as she stared at the transfer on her phone. Where did this money come from? She asked, remembering that Chen Fan came from a modest background and relied on school assistance. He had even worked part-time in the school cafeteria. How could he possibly have such a substantial sum? Chen Fan replied, I borrowed it from a friend who owns an antique shop. Use it for now. But I would prefer if you kept this matter to yourself. Tang Jing, still wiping her tears, replied, this amount is beyond my means to repay immediately. What if they inquire about it? Don't worry, I will handle it, he reassured her. If there's something I cannot settle, I won't involve you. Right now, the priority is for you to return home immediately. We can discuss the rest later. Okay, Tang Jing said, her eyes red. Thank you, Chen Fan. No need for thanks. We are all alumni. If I can lend a hand, I shall, he replied. Transfer the money to your mother right away to avoid delaying her surgery. After expressing her gratitude once more, she accepted the money. That afternoon, Tang Jing took leave to return to her hometown. Originally, everyone had planned to close for the night. But Qin Nan insisted that Tang Jing had not accepted the money, and business must go on. Soon, however, they encountered a problem. Ever since opening the barbecue restaurant, they had little time for dating, which was contrary to their aspirations. Yet, Qin Nan remarked, seeing each other every day and being so busy. Why would we need to schedule dates? Wang Hao and Yi Lang exchanged glances. These two had previously conspired in their dormitory to make some progress in their romantic endeavors, only to discover that they had no time to implement their plans. Meanwhile, Chen Fan occasionally did not return to the dormitory, leaving them to wonder what he was doing outside. The only one who approached this venture lightly was Zhu Bing, who participated purely for enjoyment, unfazed by the prospect of profit. Nonetheless, she had made it clear from the outset that she would help when she could, but if she were unavailable, it was not her fault, as her assistance was voluntary and unpaid. Observing the exhaustion among his peers, Chen Fan suggested they recruit a few more people next semester, considering the current semester was nearing its end and business was likely to dwindle. 3 days after Tang Jing's departure, Chen Fan visited the apartment building, where Su Ruzhen was particularly delighted to see him. She presented him with newly purchased clothing, urging, quick, try these on. If they don't fit, we can exchange them. Chen Fan had given her 100,000 to buy clothes, and she had procured 3 outfits for him, each priced above 20,000. Designer labels such as Armani, Versace, and Givenchy adorned the garments. In addition to these items, I also purchased branded lingerie, belts, and shoes, totaling over 80,000. Chen Fan was at a loss for words. I asked you to buy for yourself. Why did you buy these for me? It's unnecessary. Noticing Chen Fan's displeasure, Su Ruzhen's face flushed with embarrassment. Biting her lip, she said with a sense of grievance, then I will return them tomorrow. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Chen Fan clarified, you misunderstood my intention. A girl should adorn herself with elegance. This way, she can deter those who might harbor ill intentions. When you exude grace and sophistication, it naturally causes those beneath you to feel ashamed and retreat. Why should a man like me indulge in such extravagance? I have no need to show off. He then transferred another 200,000 to Su Ruzhen. She softly replied, I also bought 2 sets for myself. Would you like to see me wear them? Chapter 37. Gratitude from Tang Jing. Su Ruzhen had purchased 2 sets of blazers for herself, which were not overly expensive, costing around 5,000 to 6,000 each. For the old Chen Fan, this would have seemed exorbitant, but for the current him, it was mere trifling. Su Ruzhen possessed an exquisite figure, and paired with such alluring lighting, her appearance was quite captivating. These outfits were suitable for ordinary social gatherings. However, they were evidently insufficient for grand occasions. Chen Fan suggested she make do for now, and when she had the time, she could acquire a few high-end pieces. Su Ruzhen, not daring to refuse further, obediently acknowledged his suggestion. Yet, she held a small secret. The remaining 2,000 had been spent on delightful intimate wear. Such private items were certainly inappropriate to showcase to Chen Fan in broad daylight. A week later, the short-term stocks in Chen Fan's portfolio had nearly doubled. While 3 long-term stocks had risen by approximately 40%, his total assets had now reached 13.6 billion. With over a week of vacation remaining, Chen Fan aimed to double this amount again before returning home. During the summer break, he resolved to focus on long-term investments. With just over $1 million remaining in his bank account, he decided to remain discreet and low-key. One day, after completing his transactions with Su Ruzhen, he took notice of Zhao's real estate stocks. Following a recent round of dividends and high transfers, Zhao Guowei had seized the opportunity to reduce his holdings by 12%. As of now, he retained only 28.99% of the shares. However, he still remained the major shareholder, wielding significant influence over the company. Tang Jing had returned from her hometown. Initially, she had no plans to come back since the summer break was approaching. To express her gratitude for everyone's support, she brought back a variety of local snacks. After the late-night eatery closed, Tang Jing insisted on treating everyone to a meal, wanting to properly convey her appreciation. Qin Nan suggested, "Let us have a barbecue at our place. There's no need to go elsewhere. Besides, we haven't contributed much, and you've returned the money." Tang Jing agreed but insisted that she would cover the bill for the day. A group of individuals gathered around for a barbecue. While Zhuo Bing had been preoccupied with dance training, seldom visiting the shop, Chen Fan called her, and she expressed her exhaustion, stating she had no desire to move. Dancing was indeed taxing, as they were preparing for a citywide competition, which had intensified their training regimen. After finishing their late-night snacks, it was already past 3 in the morning. Qin Nan suggested that instead of returning to the dormitory, they find a place to chat. Wang Hao understood and proposed they head to a hotel. The late-night snack shop had been bustling for over half a month, and they had managed to earn some money. Yilang raised his hands in agreement, suggesting they book 3 rooms. "What do you mean? You all are in pairs. What about me and Tang Jing?" Chen Fan interjected. "You all go ahead. I'll just climb over the wall." "Cut it out, just pretending." Yilang nearly revealed Chen Fan's frequent overnight escapades. Chen Fan shot him a glare, prompting him to quickly cease. At that moment, they truly had nowhere to go, as the late-night snack shop lacked beds. They decided to head to the nearest hotel, booking a suite for 688. In truth, this type of suite consisted of a bedroom with a mahjong table outside. Upon seeing the mahjong table, Wang Hao immediately suggested, "How about we play mahjong?" Chen Fan expressed his disinterest. Unexpectedly, Qin Nan also showed enthusiasm for the game, suggesting they play a bit, while those uninterested could rest inside. Yilang had other intentions, casting a glance at Su Keqing, who blushed and turned her head away. Chen Fan noticed this and understood. With the holiday approaching, they would soon part ways, likely desiring some time alone together. He concocted an excuse, stating he needed to step outside while they played. Tang Jing, however, wasn't particularly keen on playing mahjong. She had come over primarily to express her gratitude to Chen Fan. When she saw Chen Fan step out, she followed suit, saying, "I have something to attend to." At this hour, what could she possibly need to do? Qin Nan chuckled mischievously, nudging Wang Hao with her foot. Wang Hao caught on and stifled a laugh. Everyone understood the implication, and once the two exited, Yilang remarked, "It seems Tang Jing has a thing for Chen Fan." "Indeed, I sense there's potential," Su Keqing added. "What if Zhuo Bing finds out?" Qin Nan shook her head. "After all, Zhuo Bing belongs to a different world than ours. I have more faith in Tang Jing and Chen Fan. I believe Chen Fan will make his own choices. We need not interfere." Yilang could no longer contain himself, declaring, "I can't stay up late. I'll go book another room." Wang Hao, momentarily bewildered, thought, "You can't stay up late? Why did you say that?" Regrettably, he realized he had inadvertently created an opportunity for Yilang. Su Keqing was pulled out by Yilang, leaving only Qin Nan and Wang Hao in the room. Wang Hao felt the small raincoat he had hidden in his pocket for over half a month, his palms growing sweaty. "Chen Fan, wait a moment." As Chen Fan exited the hotel, Tang Jing followed him out. "Why did you come out?" At this hour, it was already past midnight. Chen Fan had initially intended to return to his apartment for some rest, but to his surprise, Tang Jing had followed him. As she approached, her head lowered, she suggested, "Shall we find a place to sit for a while?" "All right." Chen Fan felt reluctant to refuse, given her presence. The two of them departed from the hotel and strolled along. Outside Jiangzhou University, there lay a vast artificial lake, a delightful destination in the summertime. "Why didn't you rest at the hotel with them?" Chen Fan inquired as they settled by the lakeside. "I simply wanted to express my gratitude." "I have no ulterior motives," she replied. "There is no need for such formality," he responded. However, Tang Jing insisted. "But how are we going to repay such a significant amount of money?" As I've mentioned, there is no rush. I will manage the financial matters. You needn't feel pressured, Chen Fan reassured her. But that is not acceptable. I cannot allow you to bear this burden alone, Tang Jing argued. How about this? I want to return home during the summer. I'll find a job and work hard to repay you. Seeing her stubbornness, Chen Fan contemplated. You're only in your second year. What kind of job can you find? Even if you earn 10,000 a month. How long will it take to settle this debt? What should we do then? She asked anxiously, gazing at him. Chen Fan thought for a moment and suggested. You should focus on your studies for now. We can address this in the future. But what if they demand payment? She pressed. They want tea. I've already informed them that it might take years to repay, he assured her. However, if you truly wish to seek employment, I may have a lead. Though it may take some time. Since Chen Fan had offered her unconditional support, Tang Jing placed complete trust in him. Nodding vigorously, she responded, Yes, I can wait. As long as I can earn some money. Chen Fan chuckled. I never expected you to appear so proud before. You seem like a different person now. Tang Jing's cheeks flushed, and she explained, I wasn't being proud. We simply weren't very familiar with each other. All right, you should head back now. I'll inform you once things settle, Chen Fan said as he stood up, genuinely ready to return to his apartment for some sleep. Meanwhile, Tang Jing felt a flurry of emotions as she anxiously made her way toward the school gate. Chapter 38. Those two miscreants didn't behave last night. Chen Fan had contemplated registering a company, but such an endeavor entailed complex tax issues he wished to avoid. For the time being, trading stocks as an individual spared him such complications. That evening, he remained unaware of how Yi Lang and his companions spent their time. He simply returned to his apartment while Tang Jing went back to school. Consequently, the next morning, neither of the two rascals showed up in class. Chen Fan surmised they had overslept. Liang Dong then came to collect the class fees, intending to hold a class meeting on the final day of the semester. However, this time, it was Guo Jianliang who collected the fees, taking the class funds from the neighboring table without uttering a single word to Chen Fan. In his eyes, Chen Fan would forever remain the individual incapable of paying the class dues. After all, Liang Dong had remarked that not everyone was required to participate. Thus, Chen Fan felt justified in once again not contributing to the class fund. During the fourth period, Zhuo Bing sent him a message inviting him to lunch together. Without hesitation, Chen Fan agreed. They convened in the cafeteria to share a meal. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei also arrived. She glanced at the two from a distance and called Zhou Yufei to leave. Zhuo Bing, oblivious to the situation, suggested, Chen Fan. How about we travel together during the summer vacation? Chen Fan looked at her and inquired, who else would join us? Zhuo Bing picked up a piece of fatty meat from her bowl and handed it to him, saying, just the two of us definitely won't suffice. If our families find out, we would be scolded mercilessly. We could invite Qin Nan and the others as well. I need to return home once during the summer. We can decide then, Chen Fan replied, uncertain if he would have the time. Time was exceedingly precious to him. Each trading day could yield at least a 10% profit. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even snag a top-performing stock on the startup board. Currently, his capital stood at 13.6 billion, and he aimed to double it before summer vacation. I'll call them, Zhuo Bing said, reaching for her phone to contact Qin Nan. But Chen Fan stopped her. It's best not to call them right now. Why not? She asked, perplexed. It's already noon. Don't they open in the evening? Chen Fan chuckled ambiguously. They partied all night yesterday. Staying out all night at university was commonplace. Many singles could spend days in internet cafes. Then this weekend, accompany me to the movies. Zhuo Bing made a small request. Perhaps it was the impending holiday, but Chen Fan sensed that Zhuo Bing was becoming more clingy. In truth, he had intended to invite her as well. As for the summer vacation, he would make a brief return home and soon return. Therefore, he felt no anxiety regarding parting. In the afternoon, Yilang Gao and his companion finally made their appearance, yet Qin Nan and Su Keqing remained absent. Chen Fan intuitively understood the reason. Those two had likely engaged in mischief the previous night. He surmised that the girls were too shy to show themselves, especially since it was their first time. And even if others did not mention it, they might feel a twinge of guilt. Furthermore, Chen Fan could easily discern their discomfort from the lewd expressions on the boys' faces. Particularly Wang Hao, who wore a foolish grin and bore numerous hickeys on his neck and chest. Yilang Gao grinned as he offered a cigarette to Chen Fan. Thanks for your assist. Hey, how did it go between you and Tang Jing last night? Chen Fan shot him a glare. Don't talk nonsense. I wasn't with her. What? That is such a pity, Wang Hao lamented. It's my fault for not booking an extra room. All right, let us drop it. Chen Fan noticed Zhuo Bing approaching from afar and shot a fierce glare at the two. He prided himself on being a virtuous man. Unlike those two who constantly schemed after their girlfriends, it seemed that Zhuo Bing genuinely wished to go out, hence her inquiry about Tan Nan and the others' opinions. However, Tan Nan and Su Keqing were nowhere to be found. Chen Fan suggested, "You should rest. They will not be coming today." Zhuo Bing replied, "It's fine. I have nowhere else to go," and chose to stay in the shop to assist. Meanwhile, Tan Nan and Su Keqing had been engaged in conversations with Wang Hao in their respective dormitories for an entire semester. This fellow persistently pursued intimate relations, and last night, she had succumbed to his advances, albeit reluctantly. With Tang Jing present in the dormitory, Tan Nan felt a pang of guilt and asked, "When are you coming back?" Tang Jing, oblivious to the insinuation, responded, "I went straight back to the dormitory yesterday." Upon noticing the red mark on Tan Nan's neck, she inquired, "What happened? Are you allergic?" Instantly, Tan Nan was engulfed in embarrassment, yet it reassured her that Tang Jing was genuinely unaware. Only those who had not experienced such matters would pose such questions. She tightened her shirt collar, evasively deflecting the inquiry. Su Keqing, also in her dormitory, was even more reserved than Tan Nan and did not dare to venture out. She simply lay in bed feigning illness. The week passed swiftly, with Chen Fan continuing to forego morning classes to collaborate with Su Ruzhen at the apartment. On Friday afternoon, with no classes, he resolved to spend a day with Zhuo Bing. After informing Yi Lang and Gao that he would take the day off, Zhuo Bing became rather clingy. When alone, she entwined her arm with his and asked, "How long will you be gone?" "That's hard to say. Why not come back with me?" Chen Fan proposed. Zhuo Bing blushed and shot him a disapproving glance, stating, "Absolutely not. If I return with you, my family will find out." Moreover, she was not ready to meet Chen Fan's family so soon. "Then you can stay at home for a week before returning," he suggested. "We'll see. I truly cannot be certain right now." "I don't care. You must accompany me to the seaside," she insisted. "I have already made plans with Tan Nan and the others." "Are they going to?" Chen Fan had not paid much attention to this detail. Zhuo Bing nodded affirmatively. "Fine then. Since everyone has made arrangements, I must comply." In the afternoon, he accompanied Zhuo Bing on a shopping spree, purchasing several dresses for her. Chen Fan initially intended to buy dresses worth several thousand yuan each, but Zhuo Bing firmly refused, fearing her family might become suspicious due to the exorbitance, and insisted that such extravagance was unnecessary. She only knew that Chen Fan enjoyed antique dealings with her father, but the extent of his wealth remained a mystery to her. Despite her family's reasonable financial standing, Zhuo Bing was not one to squander money frivolously. Subsequently, the pair attended a movie. As the clock approached 9, Chen Fan was about to persuade her not to return that night when Zhuo Bing's mother called. "Zhuo Bing, are you not coming home today?" Zhuo Bing told a fib, saying, "Mom, the holidays are approaching and the school is organizing activities. I can't leave." "Nonsense. I will come to pick you up." Zhuo Bing's mother, a formidable presence, offered no opportunity for her daughter to protest. With a look of melancholy, Zhuo Bing turned to Chen Fan, stating, "I must return now." Chen Fan felt a twinge of regret. It seemed that Zhuo Bing had prepared herself for this moment. Offering her solace, he replied, "Then you should head back. See you the day after tomorrow." Zhuo Bing nodded and, in a sudden burst of affection, wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck and planted a kiss on him. "Chen Fan, I love you." Her declaration sent a jolt through Chen Fan, who instinctively embraced her tighter, his heart racing, his breath quickening. "I love you too." Chapter 39. Zhuo Bing's mother's strategy at long last. Summer vacation was upon them, with couples reluctant to part filling the school grounds. Chen Fan, however, did not share this sentiment, for he had no intention of lingering at home for long. Yet, he wished to keep his current endeavors private. Zhuo Bing mentioned that her mother wanted her to stay at her grandmother's house for a while, which likely meant their plans for a seaside trip were dashed. Zhuo Bing's grandmother lived in the northeast, explaining her daughter's northern demeanor, a trait inherited from her lineage. "Chen Fan, why don't you come with me to the northeast?" Zhuo Bing suggested, her eyes sparkling with hope. Chen Fan inquired, "Where would I stay?" "My grandmother lives in the county town. You can book a nearby hotel. I'll cover the expenses," she replied. Chen Fan playfully pinched her cheek. "And how long do you plan to stay?" "At least a month," she declared. "That is quite a stretch," he exclaimed. Leaning closer, Zhuo Bing whispered, "If you come to accompany me, I will give you everything." Chen Fan felt a surge of enthusiasm. "All right." True to the adage that great rewards inspire courage, Zhuo Bing shot him a bemused glance, questioning whether men ever thought of anything beyond such matters. Nevertheless, she was earnest. Having made a promise, she would not retract it. As the holidays commenced, Lang and his 3 companions decided against returning home, using the excuse of managing a barbecue business. Even during the break, there were plenty of people around the school. If they persevered, they could earn a considerable sum each month. Their parents, upon learning of their entrepreneurial venture, were surprisingly pleased. Thus, the 4 remained, their presence justified, while Chen Fan chose not to inquire about their living arrangements. These young souls, newly acquainted with the sweetness of love, were bound to face challenges. Zhou Bing was picked up personally by her mother, while Chen Fan watched from a distance, refraining from approaching. He sensed her mother's strong demeanor and observed how Zhou Bing seemed particularly intimidated by her. After sending Zhou Bing a message, he bid her farewell. In the car, as Zhou Bing's mother drove, she caught sight of her daughter responding to a message in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, she suggested, "Why not invite him over for dinner?" Zhou Bing gasped in surprise, causing her phone to tumble to the floor. She noticed her daughter's panic and calmly said, "It's nothing to worry about. Your father and I are not unreasonable people. We've been through similar situations ourselves. There's no need for you to conceal anything from us." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Zhou Bing hastily responded, picking up her phone. Zhou Bing's mother smiled. "Your face is as red as a tomato. You still think you can hide things from me? Really? Have him come over for dinner. It would be good for us to get to know him. A boy who can make my precious daughter so anxious and attached must be quite remarkable." Zhou Bing shook her head vigorously. "Mom, stop guessing. There's truly nothing going on. I was merely saying goodbye to a few friends in the group." Zhou Bing's mother's expression turned serious. "That's for the best. You know nothing at this age. Don't be easily deceived. When you grow up and it's time to date, we will help you find someone suitable." "Okay. I understand, Mom." Zhou Bing felt a tightening in her chest, nearly falling into her mother's trap. What a cunning mother she had. Fortunately, Zhou Bing had not been deceived. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against her chest and gazed out the window. Alas, her little schemes could hardly escape the keen insight of her shrewd mother. The signs indicated that her daughter was indeed in love. Yet, she remained composed, engaging Zhou Bing in casual conversation. Chen Fan was preparing to return to his apartment when a message from Tang Jing arrived. "Chen Fan, when are you coming back?" "In a few days." "I'm not certain yet," he replied, only then recalling Tang Jing's job search. "When will you be free? I'd like to treat you to a meal." "Let us skip the meal. I'm currently contemplating the job situation." Tang Jing responded, "No, don't misunderstand. I've already spoken to Qin Nan about the job. She asked me to help in the store for 2 months. I just wanted to express my gratitude." Chen Fan had indeed assisted her significantly, and Tang Jing certainly remembered that. "However, you declined. Let us talk about it later. I want to be returning for the time being." "All right. Just let me know before you come back." Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Fan found Su Ruzhen preoccupied with her tasks. Hearing the door, she hurried to bring him a pair of slippers. "How did it go?" Chen Fan inquired, concerned about the operations of the past couple of days. Su Ruzhen replied, "It's progressing, but it will likely take another day or 2. The 2 stocks that hit the limit yesterday performed exceptionally well. One surged by 30 points. And I even managed to catch another at the peak. The least successful still gained over 20 points. Chen Fan nodded, approaching his computer. "During this period, I can only pursue long-term investments. Daily trading isn't feasible." He glanced at the total funds in his account, which had reached 239.8 billion. He had achieved his previous small target, yet was still a little short of doubling his investment. There was no need to rush. If the stocks hit their limits today, he would be close to achieving his goal. Chen Fan has now begun his search for long-term stocks. He calculated his travel itinerary, estimating that he would be home in as little as 7 days, and at most, half a month. Hence, during this period, he intends to identify several long-term stocks for investment. The morning session quickly drew to a close, and Chen Fan shut down his computer, turning to Su Ruzhen. "Do you have time lately?" he inquired. Su Ruzhen was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, why? Come back home with me." So soon to meet your parents?" she replied, suddenly realizing something, her face flushing red as she clarified, "I didn't mean it that way." Chen Fan chuckled. "Indeed, it is to visit my parents. However, you will certainly need to assist me with a few tasks." "Sure, I'll do whatever you say. Then I'll go prepare dinner. Let us skip cooking today. We can dine out." Chen Fan, not wanting to burden her, agreed. After all, he couldn't treat her like a housekeeper. He gazed at the charming Su Ruzhen and suggested, "You should change into something else first." For reasons unknown, He preferred her to dress elegantly. Of course, if she appeared too unattractive, it might spoil his appetite. Su Ruzhen returned to her room, leaving the door unlocked as she changed her outfit. "How does this look?" she asked, stepping out in a tailored suit paired with a white blouse that accentuated her graceful figure. She exuded a strong professional aura, and Chun Fan nodded approvingly. He was particularly fond of this style on her. It was very fitting for her role. The two departed their apartment, taking the newly purchased Touareg for a spin. "Where shall we dine? Choose a place you like." On the day they bought the car, Su Ruzhen had initially intended to look at a Mercedes. But due to an incident online, she opted instead for the Touareg. Sitting in the back seat, Chun Fan found the new car satisfactory, though the scent was rather overwhelming. The Touareg could be described as understated, with decent features, a fitting choice for Chun Fan, who preferred to remain low-key, especially since he had only recently amassed a fortune in the billions. Having spent considerable time together, Su Ruzhen had gradually come to understand his character and subsequently selected a modest restaurant. They planned to have a simple meal before returning to their work. However, upon entering the restaurant, an extravagantly dressed woman approached them. "Is that not the stunning Su Ruzhen? Oh, what brings you to such a place to eat? What happened? No bank president to back you anymore?" Upon seeing this woman, Su Ruzhen's expression turned icy. "Huang Yinyan, what do you mean by that? Am I stepping on your toes?" This woman had previously worked in the same unit as Su Ruzhen at the bank, leveraging her looks to flirt and gain favor. However, after Su Ruzhen's arrival, she had lost her allure and faced neglect from their superiors. Frustrated that Su Ruzhen had repeatedly rebuffed the advances of their higher-ups, she was dismissed in a fit of rage. Huang Yinyan, harboring resentment for having been overshadowed by Su Ruzhen, greeted her with scornful mockery. She cast a disdainful glance at the man behind Su Ruzhen, sneering, "Huh, I thought you were so lofty that you could find a decent man. He doesn't seem impressive at all." Chun Fan, always understated in his attire and demeanor, naturally did not catch Huang Yinyan's attention. Su Ruzhen retorted sharply, "No matter how unimpressive he may be, he is 1,000 times better than any of your men." "Tch." Huang Yinyan spat dismissively. "What is there to boast about for someone who has even lost their job?" With that, she swayed her hips and ascended the stairs to the private room. Chun Fan felt a wave of nausea at the sight of her. Although she had a decent appearance, her behavior was overly affected. The makeup on her face seemed excessively thick, and her lipstick was applied in a ghastly manner. After she departed, Su Ruzhen angrily muttered, "Public transport. Forget it. Don't stoop to her level. It only diminishes your own stature," Chun Fan advised. He summoned a waiter to order a few dishes. The two of them decided against drinking, opting instead for a light meal. Su Ruzhen lamented, "When I worked at the bank, she constantly targeted me. After being sidelined, her hatred for me has only deepened." Chun Fan chuckled, "Who told you to choose such a place to dine? I had intended to take you somewhere nice, but you settled for this ordinary restaurant." Su Ruzhen frowned in frustration. "I merely thought you preferred a low-key atmosphere. I didn't expect to encounter such a person." Chun Fan remarked. "Her choice to dine here suggests her own circumstances are not so great." Su Ruzhen nodded in agreement. Working in a bank has become exceedingly challenging. Salaries are tied to performance. One either needs connections or exceptional abilities. She is barely managing, relying solely on her looks. If I am not mistaken, she is likely out soliciting business. Oh, Chun Fan had heard that in banking, there are monthly performance requirements. If one fails to meet these standards, they may face deductions in bonuses or even elimination. The glory days of banking are long gone. Perhaps Su Ruzhen's decision to leave was indeed the right choice. After their meal, Su Ruzhen went to settle the bill. Chun Fan stood to use the restroom, but the waiter informed him that the restroom on the first floor was clogged, requiring him to go to the second floor. Laughter erupted from a private room on the second floor, accompanied by Huang Yinyan's coy voice. "Xiao Huang, your waist is so smooth, so slender, and your skin is exquisite. Lu Gu, you are incorrigible. Come, let me toast to you. All right, let us drink a cup together." A plump hand wrapped around Huang Yinyan's waist, and she gracefully settled onto the man's lap. "Lu Gu, how much can you help me with this time? A deposit of several 100,000? Let us discuss it after drinking," he said. Lu Gu, nearly 50, appeared rather greasy, yet Huang Yinyan showed no signs of discomfort. The two interlocked their arms and partook in a toast. After finishing the drink, Lu Gu did not release her, instead pulling her closer and saying, "Come, give me a kiss." Huang Yinyan flirtatiously batted her eyelashes and leaned in willingly. As Chun Fan unintentionally witnessed this scene, he covered his mouth and rushed into the restroom. "Wait, there's someone outside. Huang Yinyan slid down from Lu Gu and ran out to sea. Upon spotting Chen Fan, she couldn't help but scoff. Humph. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, a poor wretch. Have you never seen the world? Noticing the red mark on her low-cut neckline, Chen Fan immediately understood what they had been up to in the private room. Indeed, I have not experienced much of the world. Observing Huang Yinyan's demeanor, Chen Fan nonchalantly took out his phone and transferred 10 million from his stock market balance. He then presented it to Huang Yinyan, asking, "What do you make of this?" "Oh my." Huang Yinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait a moment," she exclaimed, grasping Chen Fan's hand. 10 million. That's a fortune. Instantly, jealousy surged within her. She never expected this impoverished soul to possess such savings. 10 million is nothing, Chen Fan retorted disdainfully, turning to head downstairs. Wait. Huang Yinyan hurried after him. "Hey, handsome." She pulled Chen Fan's hand, attempting to lean against him, but he withdrew it in disgust. Returning to the restroom, he applied some hand sanitizer and remarked, "Do not touch me." All right, I won't touch you," she replied. "Could you possibly deposit your money in our bank? I can offer you the highest interest rates." 10 million is a significant client. She never dreamed that Su Ruzhen had managed to attract a wealthy patron. Chen Fan's bank balance exceeded 11 million. If she could convince him to deposit his funds at the bank where she worked, it would mark a substantial achievement for her, freeing her from the need to chase clients for the rest of the year. However, after washing his hands, Chen Fan ignored her and continued downstairs. Huang Yinyan, now uninterested in Lu Gu, who was sly enough to have his way with her yet remained tight-lipped, grabbed her bag from the private room and left. Lu Gu quickly stood up. "What's going on? Are you not going to make the deposit?" "Forget it. Leave me alone," Huang Yinyan retorted as she caught up with Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, wait for me." As they exited the restaurant, Huang Yinyan caught up, shamelessly pulling Su Ruzhen along, calling her sister on both sides, leaving Su Ruzhen utterly perplexed. "What are you doing?" "Hey, I was wrong before. I offended you. After all, we are sisters. Can you overlook it and help me out?" she pleaded. "Since you no longer work at the bank, could you have a word with your boyfriend?" Su Ruzhen looked at Chen Fan in confusion. "What is happening?" "Ignore her," Chen Fan replied. Huang Yinyan clung to them. "Ruzhen, please help me. Once it's done, I'll be sure to thank you." Su Ruzhen, irritated, replied, "Let us talk later. I'm busy right now." "All right then, I'll contact you later. Have a safe journey." Moments ago, with an air of bravado and sardonic remarks, Chen Fan excused himself to the restroom, only to find that Huang Yinyan had shamelessly approached him. Su Ruzhen, perplexed, inquired after they had driven away. "Did she catch a glimpse of you while you were in the restroom?" Chen Fan, visibly embarrassed, urged, "Just focus on driving." Su Ruzhen, at a loss for words, mused that for Huang Yinyan to be so tenacious, she must possess considerable leverage. Chapter 41. $1 million reward upon returning to the apartment. Su Ruzhen received no less than a dozen calls from Huang Yinyan, who incessantly pleaded for assistance in transferring the funds from Chen Fan's account to her bank. In that moment, Su Ruzhen realized that it was indeed Chen Fan's savings that Huang Yinyan had been eyeing. "I thought she had seen something significant," Su Ruzhen thought to herself, feeling irked as she hung up. Having grown accustomed to substantial sums of money, she found the mere thousands utterly uninspiring. It is worth noting that her usual transactions involved billions. After discussing Huang Yinyan with Chen Fan, he remarked, "Why bother with such a woman? I merely provoked her because of her disdainful attitude. Do you have any idea what she was up to in the private room?" Curiosity piqued, Su Ruzhen pressed for details. Chen Fan recounted the earlier scene, causing Su Ruzhen to feel a sense of embarrassment. Huang Yinyan's lack of decorum in her pursuit of performance was truly remarkable. In the afternoon, Chen Fan resumed his studies, diligently selecting stocks for long-term investment. After over an hour of sifting through options, he finally discovered an energy stock with a market capitalization exceeding 200 billion. This particular stock, boasting a robust backing, had experienced a dramatic surge 2 years prior, but had since languished in a state of stagnation. Once peaking above 260 per share, it had now dwindled to merely over 6. Chen Fan envisioned its future trajectory, anticipating a significant rebound after a period of consolidation. He also identified 2 additional long-term stocks, Jiangnan Machinery and Bagua Mining, both poised for remarkable growth within the next 15 trading days, and both representing substantial market entities. After reviewing his account balance, he resolved to divest all current stocks the following day in favor of these long-term investments. "I need a moment to rest," he declared. feeling fatigued from the intense focus on stock analysis. Reclining on the sofa, Superpowers promptly draped a comforter over him. Exhaustion often leads to slumber. And as he drifted off, he dreamt of a dog licking him, a faint aroma wafting through his senses. Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he abruptly awoke, finding Superpowers' eyelashes nearly brushing his nose. Startled, he sat up, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Superpowers, equally taken aback by his sudden movement, blushed profusely, stammering, "In nothing." Chen Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "This is ridiculous. I'm not a dog." He soon realized the absurdity of the situation as he gazed at Superpowers' awkward demeanor. Have young women become this brazen nowadays? The following morning, the two began to liquidate their stocks. The Chi was witnessing dozens of limit-up stocks daily, yet Chen Fan remained untempted. Once they cleared everything, he checked his total funds, 306.8 billion. Splendid. In just over a month, he had amassed 30 billion, achieving his initial financial goal. It was time for him to shine. With 30 billion in hand, he should be regarded as a figure of considerable wealth anywhere he went. However, he chose to remain patient, deciding to withdraw 68 million for pocket money, while allowing the remaining funds to continue their journey in the stock market. In the afternoon, he began to strategize for 3 long-term stocks he favored for the next day: Shijiang Energy, Jiangnan Machinery, and Bagua Mining. All 3 companies boasted valuations in the hundreds of billions, making it a challenge for the average person to establish a stronghold. Chen Fan was optimistic about their growth potential and underlying support. As they busied themselves, they realized the sheer amount of capital they possessed was overwhelming. At this slow pace, it was uncertain how long it would take to execute their trades. After 2 hours of trading, they had barely invested 3 billion, leaving 27 billion still unallocated. Finding this method of operation tedious, Chen Fan sought out 2 additional long-term stocks: Dagua Heavy Industry and Jinhua Company. This way, each of the 5 stocks would only require a 6 billion investment. Even so, it took them a full 4 days to fully invest the 30 billion. Of course, under normal circumstances, such rapid investment would be ill-advised. Chen Fan was confident in his foresight of market trends, enabling him to take such a bold approach. Subsequently, he withdrew the remaining 68 million. At that moment, he held nearly 80 million in disposable funds. "Ruzhen, you've worked hard during this time. I reward you with 1 million. Ruzhen was utterly astonished. Chen Fan had already given her over 130,000. They had only been working together for a month. Biting her lip, she looked at him. "Boss," she said, and seeing her excitement, Chen Fan chuckled. "Keep up the good work, and you can have whatever you desire in the future." Yes. Ruzhen nodded her gratitude. "I will follow your lead." However, she gazed at Chen Fan and asked, "Can I hug you?" Before he could respond, she had already thrown her arms around him tightly. Her hair brushed gently against his chest, and Chen Fan felt himself falter. "Don't tease me. You might regret it later." Ruzhen playfully replied, "I won't regret anything. As long as you're willing, I'll follow your every wish." Clearing his throat, Chen Fan released her, admiring her delicate figure. "I'll hold back. For now." He took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Zhuobing, expressing his intention to return home and hoping to meet her once more. Upon receiving Chen Fan's message, Zhuobing responded with a tinge of melancholy. "Chen Fan, I miss you. However, my mother keeps me under constant surveillance, nearly 24 hours a day. I hardly even have time to use the restroom. Oh, next week I will be going to my grandmother's house. When will you come to see me?" Learning of Zhuobing's strict maternal oversight, Chen Fan replied, "I will head back in the next few days and will try my utmost to arrive as soon as possible." Zhuobing sent a crying emoji followed by a long string of kisses. Sighing, Chen Fan lamented the controlling nature of his future mother-in-law. Was it truly necessary for a daughter of her age? Indeed, he longed to see Zhuobing, yet she was unable to step out. Chapter 42. A young woman needs not such wealth. Chen Fan's hometown lay over 1,000 kilometers from Jiangzhou. Initially, he planned to fly back, but Superpowers suggested driving instead. Driving would afford them convenience and leisure, allowing them to enjoy the scenery along the way. For the lengthy journey, they could easily spend a night on the road if needed. He adopted her suggestion, packing only a few garments for the trip, along with some water and snacks for the journey. As he prepared to sit in the back seat, Superpowers quickly opened the door to the passenger seat. Chen Fan understood her intention and smiled as he took his place beside her. "Let us take turns driving," he proposed. Given the long distance, he did not want her to bear the burden alone. Even though she was his employee, a measure of concern was warranted. setting off early in the morning. They exited the city and merged onto the highway. Chun Fan's hometown was situated in the rural expanse of Tongcheng, where the inhabitants were primarily farmers. Most young villagers opted to seek employment elsewhere, leaving behind a handful of women and children. In this day and age, urban migration was rampant, and given that his hometown was hilly, it was ill-suited for mechanized agriculture. Consequently, Tongcheng's economy had yet to flourish. Su Ruzhen hailed from the Jiangnan region, which was relatively close to Jiangzhou. Chun Fan had never inquired about her family background, but observing her adept driving skills, he could not help but ask, "Are you an experienced driver?" "Not quite. I took years to obtain my license and rarely practiced," she replied. Chun Fan, too, had a license but had seldom driven. Nevertheless, Su Ruzhen appeared far from a novice, having had more opportunities to engage with vehicles than he. After covering over 300 kilometers, Chun Fan suggested they stop at a service area for a brief respite. Obediently, Su Ruzhen steered the car into the rest stop. Today, she was attired in a dark suit complemented by a white shirt, reminiscent of her previous attire when she worked at the bank. Chun Fan appreciated the professional aura she exuded. Recently, she had purchased perfume with the money Chun Fan had given her. Two individuals dined at a service area, and Chun Fan remarked, "In due time, I aspire to establish a company, with you as its sole overseer. What do you think?" Su Ruzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that for real?" "It must be true. Henceforth, you shall be my chief steward. I will allocate some shares to you. As long as you dedicate yourself to the endeavor, I assure you, your worth will soar to billions." Su Ruzhen's heart raced at the thought of becoming a billionaire, a dream coveted by many. Yet, she shook her head. "As a girl, I do not require such wealth. Even now, with over $1 million you've given me, I find myself at a loss as to how to spend it." Chun Fan fell silent, appreciating Su Ruzhen's modest nature. He believed that those who are too ostentatious cannot achieve great things. "What, then, is your dream?" Su Ruzhen glanced at Chun Fan and suddenly burst into a fit of giggles, covering her mouth. "I won't tell you." "All right then." The two took a brief respite at the service area before resuming their journey. After driving over 400 kilometers, Su Ruzhen suggested, "Shall we find a place to rest and continue our journey tomorrow? The visibility is not ideal at night." Chun Fan checked the time. It was just past 6. "Let me drive." They continued until after 8 before exiting the highway, with over 500 kilometers remaining to Tongcheng. This was the provincial capital, Chun Fan's hometown. Upon leaving the highway, they searched for the nearest hotel to check in. Having gone to university in Jiangzhou after finishing high school, Chun Fan was unfamiliar with the provincial capital, having only passed through occasionally. After dining, they prepared to check into the hotel. As Chun Fan parked the car, Su Ruzhen volunteered, "I'll handle the check-in." Chun Fan paid little mind, retrieving their luggage from the trunk as they entered the lobby. "Hey, isn't that Chun Fan?" A security guard recognized him just as he reached the entrance. Chun Fan looked at the man quizzically. "Chun Meng, what brings you here?" "Haha, I work here now." Chun Meng, a fellow villager, had previously been a close friend of Chun Fan's before joining the army. Upon returning from service, he found employment as a security guard. Noticing Chun Fan with a backpack and dragging a suitcase, Chun Meng quickly offered his assistance. "Let me help you with that." No, it's fine." Chun Meng expressed surprise at Chun Fan's choice of a high-end hotel. "Are you staying here tonight?" Chun Fan scratched his head, about to respond when Chun Meng interjected. "That beautiful lady, she's your classmate?" "Yes, from the same school." "No wonder." Chun Meng chuckled, giving Chun Fan a knowing pat on the shoulder. Associating with such affluent individuals could indeed be a shortcut. However, Chun Fan felt somewhat exasperated. He did not wish for Chun Meng to be aware of his circumstances. He hurriedly said, "I'll take her to her room and get in touch later." "All right, give me your phone number." Chun Meng requested his number. Watching as Chun Fan carried the luggage away, Su Ruzhen has already completed the check-in process, having booked a suite. "Why would you reserve a room?" he mused. "That would be quite awkward." Nevertheless, since Su Ruzhen had already taken care of everything, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The attendant ushered them into the elevator, and upon ascending, they placed their belongings down. The suite was quite satisfactory, featuring 2 bedrooms with 2 beds. Su Ruzhen explained. "The front desk mentioned this was the only room left, and I thought having 2 beds was rather convenient." Chun Fan was skeptical. After all, the hotel business was thriving, and the location was not in the city center. However, he chose not to expose Su Ruzhen's fib, with each occupying a separate room. It was akin to having 2 separate accommodations. "Rest early. I ran into an acquaintance earlier and need to catch up." Su Ruzhen, with thoughtful consideration. nodded, and took her clothes to shower. As Chun Fan descended from the upper floor, he encountered Chun Ming, who was just finishing his shift. "Come on, let us grab a drink." The two childhood friends hadn't seen each other in ages, and with the rare opportunity to reunite in the provincial capital, Chun Ming was quite generous. Without even changing his clothes, they headed to a nearby night market for some late-night snacks. "I'll treat you tonight, so don't even think about arguing," he declared, fully aware that Chun Fan was still a student with limited means, while he himself was at least a working professional. Chun Fan, understanding his friend's nature, readily acquiesced. They ordered a substantial amount of barbecue and a pitcher of beer. Chun Fan inquired about Chun Ming's recent circumstances. After his discharge from the military, Chun Ming had faced limitations and was still without a girlfriend. He clapped Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, "You're a university student. Once you start your own business, I'll come work for you." Chun Fan chuckled, raising his glass. "Let us drink." Chun Ming replied, "I may not have many skills, but I could easily work as a driver. I possess enough martial prowess to handle 30 or 50 people without breaking a sweat." "You're not a special forces soldier," Chun Fan retorted, skeptical. Noticing his disbelief, Chun Ming grabbed an empty beer bottle and, with a swift motion, severed it in half. The sight left Chun Fan utterly astonished. Such strength would not only suffice for driving, but could also easily qualify him as a bodyguard. Chapter 43. Returning to assist father in selling potatoes the following morning, after exchanging pleasantries with Chun Ming, Chun Fan continued on his journey. By mid-afternoon, the two finally arrived back in Tongqing County. Chun Fan's hometown was not far from the county seat, merely 3 to 4 kilometers away, although roads now connected every village. There was no public transport to the countryside. Chun Fan suggested that Su Ruzhen find a hotel in the county to wait for his message, after which he hailed a motorcycle taxi to hasten his return home. "Ah, you're back from university." The motorcycle driver, known as Ermazai, was also from the same village. In his 30s, he had not sought work elsewhere, instead running a small shop at the intersection leading to the village. While selling goods, he would also offer rides to customers. As Chun Fan rode on Ermazai's motorcycle, he observed everything around him. Tongcheng remained the same, yet he felt profoundly different from the Chun Fan of old. The sensation of returning this time is profoundly different. An unfamiliar feeling envelopes my heart. The fields alongside the road are overgrown with reeds, and the once fertile farmland has long since fallen into neglect. Very few engage in farming now. The youth have ventured away for work or have moved to the city, leaving only the elderly behind. Upon my return to the village, I handed over 15 yuan. Endermatzi turned back. With my backpack slung over my shoulder, I approached my home. "Dad, Mom." My mother emerged from within upon hearing my voice. "Chun Fan, you're back?" I placed my bag inside and inquired, "Where's Dad?" "He went to the county today." "Oh, and what about my sister?" "She went to a classmate's house and hasn't returned yet." As I surveyed the familiar surroundings, a torrent of emotions surged within me. Our house remains the same old adobe structure. Although it boasts 2 stories, it is exceedingly dilapidated. Others have constructed charming villas, while the ground of our home is still bare dirt, untouched by cement. Gazing at the forlorn state of my family's environment, I pondered how to broach the subject with my parents. Before long, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Stepping out, I discovered my sister, Jinwan, returning in a classmate's vehicle, accompanied by 4 fellow students. A male classmate parked a moderately new Hyundai by the roadside, deliberately flaunting the keys in his hand. Upon noticing this, my mother hurried to greet Chinwan's friends. "Brother, you're back?" 3 classmates settled at the doorstep as my mother poured tea and brought out some sunflower seeds. The driving male student placed the car keys on the table and asked me, "Your village has no cars. How did you return? Did you walk? You should have let us know in advance so we could pick you up." I replied, "No need. I took a motorcycle." "Oh, your area is quite remote. There are no buses. It's much more convenient where we live. Nearly every household owns a private car. Your family should consider purchasing one." A nearby female student remarked, "How can you compare? Your village is relatively affluent in the county." The other 2 boys chimed in. "Indeed, he is fortunate. Even if he doesn't get into university, he'll fare better than many others." I sensed a certain pride in the boy's gaze towards Chinwan, indicating his interest in her. However, I had no desire to engage with this group of youngsters and retreated to my room. I wandered to the back of the yard, where pigs, chickens, and ducks were kept. The conditions were quite poor, with an abundance of mosquitoes. At this moment, a singular thought occupied my mind: how to help my parents accept this reality, or rather, how to persuade them to move to the city. As 5 o'clock approached, old Chin returned from the county on his bicycle. Coincidentally, Chinwan's friends were leaving as I took the bag from my father. Dad, why are you back so late? Seeing his son, old Chin's face brightened. You're back? Perfect timing. Come with me tomorrow to the county to buy potatoes. I nodded enthusiastically, sure. Upon the return of her son, the mother took the initiative to prepare a chicken, and that evening, the family gathered joyfully around the dinner table. Savoring their meal, Chun Fan tentatively broached the subject. Dad, Mom, our house is rather old, and the ecological environment leaves much to be desired. Why don't we, like others, rent a space in the city to start a small business? Who knows, perhaps in the future, we could even purchase a home in the city. Hearing this, old Chun furrowed his brow and replied, You can buy a house in the city by yourself in the future. Your mother and I will remain here. The mother added, Indeed, after you graduate from university, we will find a way to help you with the down payment. Nowadays, girls in the city won't marry if there's no house. After saying this, she cast a glance at Xinwan. You must also strive to excel. Do not even think about failing to pass your university entrance exams. Keep your distance from those classmates and focus on your studies. Xinwan remained silent, aware of her mother's penchant for nagging. Today, Chun Fan had observed her classmates and echoed, I too believe you should concentrate on your studies. Now is not the time for frivolity. Even if you wish to pursue a romance now, you will surely regret it in the future. Xinwan looked at her brother in astonishment, wondering how his perspective had shifted so suddenly. Chun Fan, undeterred by her gaze, proceeded to elucidate his point. He used the bowls of vegetables on the table as an analogy, explaining that her current social circle, akin to this bowl of vegetables, limited her vision. Only by stepping beyond this circle could she glimpse the metaphorical chicken. Do not regard me with such disbelief, from my years of experience. I have discerned that people exist in various strata. Their knowledge, insight, and social circles differ, and thus their levels vary as well. For instance, if I were to remain in the countryside, my aspirations and dreams would be confined to marrying, having children, and continuing the agrarian toil of my ancestors. However, if I were to ascend into a higher social circle, my ambitions might shift towards establishing a company and contributing meaningfully to my country and society. Do you not envy those career elites and domineering CEOs portrayed on television? You too must strive to reach their level. A girl must be refined and sophisticated to the utmost, so that those beneath her cannot help but feel inadequate. Elevate your standing, and your life will transform. Xinwan pouted, expressing her inability to comprehend. Old Chin also struggled to grasp the depth of Chin Fan's words. His expectations were rather simple. As long as Xinwan attended university and did not remain in the countryside thereafter, he would be content. Beyond that, he felt powerless. All he could do was ensure his children reached this place. The rest would depend on their own fate and capabilities. The following day, bright and early, Chin Fan accompanied Old Chin to sell potatoes. Expecting a substantial harvest, he was surprised to find only a little over 300 pounds. It seemed they adhered to their traditional methods of labor. The father and son borrowed a trailer to transport the potatoes to the market in the county town. With this approach, how much could they possibly earn in a day? Chun Fan shook his head and, citing the need to use the restroom, discreetly called Su Ruzhen. The sun blazed down today, and Old Chin stood beneath its glare, wiping the sweat from his brow. Nearly an hour had passed, and not a single potato had been sold. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a brand new Tuareg rolled up. A particularly stunning young woman emerged from the vehicle, her figure and attire reminiscent of someone from a bustling metropolis. She glanced at the photo on her phone, then scrutinized the middle-aged man before her, inquiring, Uncle, how much are the potatoes? Chapter 44. A generous future bride after a prolonged wait. A customer had finally arrived, and she was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Old Chun felt a surge of joy. $2.50 a pound. How many would you like? Su Ruzhen picked up a gnarled potato and remarked, These potatoes are of good quality and variety. How about this? You help me load them into my car, and I'll take them all. Just then, Chun Fan arrived in the nick of time. Dad, let me handle this. You go take a break. Old Chun looked at the misshapen potatoes he had grown, wondering if city dwellers truly appreciated such produce. Chun Fan was busy loading the 50-pound bags of potatoes onto the vehicle, completing the task with remarkable speed. Su Ruzhen observed his robust physique and smiled faintly, even daring to give him a gentle nudge, which caused Chin Fan to glare at her in surprise. Uncle, that's 326 pounds. Let us round it up to 400. These potatoes are quite good. I'll offer you $20 a pound. For 400 pounds, that totals 8,000. To make it easier, how about I give you 10,000? Old Chun, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered in disbelief. Is there such a way to calculate? Potatoes at $2.50 a pound, and she offers 20. 326 pounds rounded to 400. And 8,000 rounded to 10,000. Am I delirious? He rubbed his forehead, bewildered. Chun Fan was equally perplexed, thinking that Su Ruzhen had gone a bit overboard with her act. Old Chun cautiously asked, Miss, are you sure about this? Absolutely, absolutely. Uncle, where do you live? I can give you a ride back. I want to see if you have more of these potatoes. I'll take them all. Chun Fan was taken aback. She was deviating from the expected script. We don't have any more. This is all there is. Old Chun shot him a fierce glare. You foolish son. How can you say there are none when such an excellent opportunity presents itself? He quickly added, we do have some more at home, just not many, about 100 pounds, which we intended to feed to the pigs. Chun Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. Dad's skills still need some refining. Su Ruzhen smiled and beckoned them to get into the car, and together they set off for Chun Fan's home. Old Chun eyed the vehicle and remarked, son, this Santana must cost around 100,000, right? Once you're wealthy, you should buy one for yourself. Su Ruzhen turned back with a smile, remaining silent. Chun Fan could only nod in agreement. Traveling by car is indeed swift. What would typically take 3 or 4 kilometers was accomplished in no time. As the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance, Su Ruzhen gazed around with curiosity, peering to the left and right. Chun Wan, observing nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How extraordinarily beautiful this young lady is. After sipping a couple of cups of tea, Su Ruzhen entered the house and exclaimed, Ah, uncle, do you have any bowls like this in your home? Old Chun was taken aback, inquiring, what is the matter? Su Ruzhen replied, this bowl is remarkable. It's an antique. Isn't it? Are you willing to sell it? The bowl had indeed been passed down for decades. But Old Chun was skeptical about labeling it as an antique. Chun Fan's mother interjected, my dear girl, this is no antique. It was brought over from my family when I got married. Su Ruzhen insisted, regardless of whether it's an antique or not. I truly adore this bowl. Please sell it to me. Chun Fan's mother hesitated. If you truly want it, take it. It's a gift. No, that won't do. I would feel much more at ease if I paid for it. Count how many you have. I'll take them all at 100,000 yuan each. Thud. Chun Fan's mother was so startled that she fell to the ground. Old Chun pondered. Could this girl possibly be out of her mind? How could she offer 20 yuan per jean for my potatoes yet 100,000 for a bowl? Something felt amiss. Chun Fan, witnessing Su Ruzhen's performance, chose to remain silent. After all, her lack of expertise was evident, and it was only a matter of time before the facade crumbled. Ah, uncle, aunt, how much are these ducks? She continued. Sell them to me for 10,000 yuan each. I require these farm-raised chickens and ducks for my catering business. The couple was utterly bewildered. They were now certain that this girl had some mental issues. Why else would she demand everything at exorbitant prices? But Su Ruzhen was not finished. Oh, and please sell me this stool as well, and I'll take this bed too. I want everything in your home. The astute Chun Wan finally realized the truth. Miss, I believe what you truly desire is my brother. Isn't it? The realization dawned on Old Chun and his wife as they gazed at their son in astonishment. So that was it. Chun Fan, feeling embarrassed, thought to himself, why is she saying such ridiculous things? At this moment, Su Ruzhen began to giggle. You're quite clever, sister. Let me put it this way. I genuinely like your brother. I'm his senior, and I've been pursuing him for over a year. But he has yet to relent. Since he is on summer break, I've quietly come to your home. She then approached Chun Fan, linking her arm with his. This time, you mustn't send me away. Old Chun and his wife exchanged glances, realizing that this was indeed her true intention. She had come for their son. Nonetheless, the girl was undeniably charming. She appeared to be from a wealthy family. With the script unfolding this way, Chun Fan found himself at a loss. Retracting his hand, he said, could you please stop making a scene? Su Ruzhen smiled brightly as she leaned against him. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Uncle, aunt? He bullies me. You must help me with him. The elderly couple was taken aback by the arrival of such a beautiful young woman, at a loss for words. Chun Fan's mother quickly urged Su Ruzhen to take a seat and shot him a reproachful glance. What are you standing there for? Go wash some fruit for her. As Su Ruzhen caught sight of Chun Fan entering the room, she stifled a giggle behind her hand. Then, she pulled a bank card from her bag. Uncle, aunt, this card holds 1 million yuan. Please use this money to build a house, perhaps a small villa. It would bring you some dignity in front of the villagers. This is too much. Old Chun hastily declined. Su Ruzhen replied, now that we are to be family, there's no need for such formality. Our family assets are worth hundreds of billions. This million is nothing. Just promise me, once you receive the money, do not mention it to anyone in the village to avoid any trouble. Once the house is built, when Chun Fan and I return, we won't have to stay in such a place. It would also bring me pride in front of my family. Hearing her words, the elderly couple found themselves in agreement. For the sake of their daughter-in-law's reputation, it was indeed wise to renovate the house. The couple exchanged glances, and after much hesitation, they finally accepted the bank card from her. Chin Wan, watching from the side, was astonished. Her future sister-in-law was remarkably generous, presenting $1 million with such ease. After handing the money to old Chun and his wife, Su Ruzhen turned to Chin Wan. Sister, let me take you shopping for some new clothes. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chin Wan beamed with joy. The sudden appearance of such a wonderful sister-in-law felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens. Their mother shot her a disapproving look. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? How can we trouble her? Mom. Oh no, Auntie, Su Ruzhen reassured her. It's perfectly fine. After all, my relationship with Chun Fan is now established, and that's an unchangeable fact. You're 17 now, yet you don't have a decent outfit. With that, she insisted on taking Chun Wan to the county town. Chun Fan called out, let us eat first, then we can go. Their mother suddenly realized, yes. Dad, you go catch a fish from the pond, and I'll prepare a chicken. Oh, and invite his uncle's family over. Let them know Chun Fan is back. It was clear that a grand gathering was in the works, and Chun Fan made no move to stop it. Su Ruzhen observed his awkward demeanor and couldn't help but smile. She leaned in closer, feigning intimacy. Did I perform well? Chun Fan shot her a glare. I asked you to buy a potato, and you turned it into a scene with a daughter-in-law. You'll get it when we return. Old Chin summoned Chun Fan's uncle's family over, and the two brothers headed to the pond to catch fish, while Chun Fan's mother prepared the chicken and duck. In the countryside, this was all they had. Andy was delighted to hear that Chun Fan had brought home a girlfriend, and she eagerly came to lend a hand. Nearby, several neighbors, upon learning that the Chun family was serving a sumptuous meal, unreservedly joined in for a feast. Chun Fan observed the lively scene with a sense of contentment. It dawned on him that this was advantageous, for otherwise, he would be at a loss for justifiable reasons to provide them with money. If he claimed to be earning a fortune outside, the sums he provided might be excessive, risking their heads becoming inflated with pride. Such arrogance could lead to dire consequences. There exists a saying, virtue must correspond with position. Chun Fan understood this principle well. Had Chun Fan found a wealthy bride, with her family financing the construction of their home, it would have alleviated many complications. The midday meal was a bustling affair, filled with polite exchanges. With 7 or 8 dishes laid out for a dozen guests, Uncle and Aunt marveled at the stunning Su Ruzhen, each secretly envious of their nephew's fortune. They pondered how fortunate he was and wished for similar destinies for their own sons. The neighbors were equally envious, inquiring about Su Ruzhen's family background. She simply stated that her family was involved in business and operated a publicly traded company. By saying this, she laid the groundwork for Chun Fan to inevitably draw financial support from home. Otherwise, sudden wealth could evoke suspicion. As everyone dined and toasted to the good fortune of the elder Chins, Chun Fan seized the moment to suggest, Father, let us begin construction on the house. It wouldn't do for Ruzhen's family to see it in its current state. Indeed, it should be built, Uncle chimed in. Old Chun understood well. The funds had already been provided, and preparations were merely awaited. Chun Fan continued, I will arrange for someone to draft the blueprints for you. Please construct according to the plans, avoiding any more of these outdated designs. Uncle agreed, acknowledging that as Chun Fan was a university graduate, his advice was sound. If you lack insight, it's best not to interfere, just assist in the tasks at hand. Old Chun found himself without a voice in the matter. After the meal, Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen took his sister to the county town to shop for clothes. Meanwhile, Old Chun and his wife entertained themselves at home, and before long, the village buzzed with the news that Chun Fan had returned with a girlfriend from a major city. Su Ruzhen took Chun Wan on a shopping spree, eagerly exchanging her entire wardrobe. Sister-in-law, I'll buy you new things, she declared. They stocked up for every season. 10 outfits for spring, 10 for summer, and 10 for winter. Chun Wan was astounded, wondering if affluent families simply emptied entire clothing stores. The lavish spending of the wealthy reshaped her understanding of consumption. Su Ruzhen discreetly transferred 100,000 yuan to Chun Wan, instructing her to keep it from her brother. From now on, when you study, you won't need to ask the family for money. You can manage on your own, but be prudent. Chunwan nodded in understanding. However, she still confided in Chun Fan about the generous gift. Chun Fan calculated, and it seemed that Su Ruzhen had indeed exhausted the over 1 million she had. However, he had to admit that Su Ruzhen was quite adept at navigating social interactions. Thus, he discreetly transferred 10 million into her account. Beep. Upon receiving the notification, Su Ruzhen opened her phone and gasped, her reaction akin to a sudden revelation. Having spent 1 million for the Chin family, he had gifted her 10 million in return. She cast a glance at Chun Fan in the distance, choosing to keep the news to herself for the moment. Subsequently, she purchased clothing for Chun Fan's parents and acquired some fruits and snacks to take home, as they still had guests. In the evening, the atmosphere at home remained vibrant. Chun Fan had downloaded the architectural plans for rural homesteads from the internet. He selected a design for a Sihiyuan, as the contemporary villas were overly varied. With ample space on the family's homestead, he decided to construct a 2-story Sihiyuan. He presented the blueprints to old Chun, and there was no need for hesitation. They would consult a geomancer to choose an auspicious date and then hire a construction crew to commence the project. The old house was hardly worth anything, so it would simply be demolished. With funds in hand, old Chun felt reassured. Given that his daughter-in-law was so supportive, they would proceed. Coincidentally, the geomancer had identified a propitious date 2 days hence, which meant that if old Chin's family was timely, construction could begin immediately. As for the commencement of the work, it would merely be a symbolic gesture, with the actual construction to unfold gradually afterward. Chun Fan planned to stay home for a week to half a month, and he had not anticipated that this matter would be resolved upon his return. His intention was to have everything fully managed, with old Chun overseeing the process. Uncle was also well-versed in infrastructure projects, so the housing affairs could be entrusted to him. The following day, the old house was demolished, and by the third day, a groundbreaking ceremony was held. Soon, cement, sand, and steel reinforcements arrived on site. The Chun family temporarily took refuge at a neighbor's house, while the new home began to take shape. During the week spent at home, Zhou Bing frequently messaged Chun Fan, sometimes even making discreet phone calls. She urged him to come over soon, as in a few days, her mother would be taking her out of town. This year's plans had unexpectedly changed, preventing her from visiting her grandmother. Zhou Bing was puzzled by her mother's peculiar behavior, as she seemed to be keeping a close watch on her. Once the foundation at home was completed and everything progressed smoothly, Chun Fan finally informed his parents of his early return to Jiangzhou. During this time, Su Ruzhen had been staying at a hotel in the county and was now preparing to head back. She packed her belongings and bid farewell to Chun Fan's family. Old Chun and his wife had grown particularly fond of their future daughter-in-law, almost eager for the couple to start a family immediately. As they saw the two off, they offered heartfelt goodbyes that lingered long after. As they drove onto the highway, Su Ruzhen cheerfully asked Chun Fan, "Boss, have I performed well during this time?" Chun Fan shot her a glance, saying, "If you don't return with me next time, how will I explain myself?" Su Ruzhen laughed lightly, replying, "As long as you wish, I will follow you for a lifetime." Chapter 46. A battle of wits between Zhou Bing and her mother in their eagerness to reunite with Zhou Bing. The two did not intend to spend the night in the provincial capital, opting instead to return directly to Jiangzhou. If fatigue set in along the way, they would seek a place to rest. Alternating in driving, they journeyed for over 10 hours, finally arriving in Jiangzhou shortly after 3 in the morning. To inform Zhou Bing of his return, Chun Fan posted a message on social media, a testament to their relentless pace. Upon arriving at their apartment, the two exchanged no words, simply washed up and retired for the night, utterly exhausted from the journey. Early the next morning, Zhou Bing, upon seeing Chun Fan's post, could not help but smile with joy. Due to her mother's recent strictness, Chun Fan had refrained from sending messages freely. This post served as a signal. Just as Zhou Bing was reveling in her happiness, her mother knocked on her door. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Bing, are you up?" "Mom, I'm not going today. I wish to sleep in," Zhou Bing protested. Her mother entered the room. "What do you mean? You've only just begun your training. If you do not focus on your studies now, how can I entrust the business to you in the future?" Zhou Bing's mother owned a trading company, modest yet valuable, worth several million. In the grand scheme of society, she could be considered somewhat successful, but not without her struggles. Zhou Handong, engaged in the antique trade, had a fortune exceeding 100 million. The couple worked diligently in their respective fields, maintaining a separation in their business endeavors. "I don't want to go," Zhou Bing exclaimed. "Can't you just let me rest for one day?" Hearing the commotion, Zhou Handong approached to mediate. Just allow her a day off. It's unnecessary to keep such a tight rein on her. Zwabing's mother shot him a disapproving glare. What do you know? She's likely in a relationship. But I haven't mentioned anything to you. In her mind, having sensed a hint of potential romance, she believed it imperative to nip it in the bud. She was determined to prevent any developments that could spiral out of control, adhering to her strategy of preemptive caution. Zwabing remained resolute in her refusal to rise, regardless of her mother's persistent calls. So infuriating, she thought, feeling as though her mother was guarding her like a thief, seeing her daughter steadfastly unmoving. Her mother grew frustrated, tossing her bag aside. Fine, I want to go to work today. I'll stay home with you. Zwabing was left speechless. Zwahandong, bewildered by his wife's intentions, noticed that this holiday felt as though she was at odds with their daughter. She insisted on keeping Zwabing close. Not wishing for the two to remain in a state of tension, he attempted to offer a few words of encouragement, but Zwabing's mother glared at him fiercely. Stay out of this. I am doing this for her own good. Eventually, Zwabing got out of bed and, after freshening up, began to gather her belongings. What are you doing? I'm going to my grandmother's house. Is that not permissible? I'll tell her about you. Let us see if she treated you the same way. I am an adult now. I have no freedom whatsoever. I refuse to believe you were ever this obedient. Zwabing's complaints left her mother feeling quite embarrassed. Zwahandong observed his wife's reaction, smiling silently. In her youth, she was married to a woman from northeast China, whose spirited personality allowed her to travel extensively at a tender age. However, it was only upon meeting her that she found stability. Upon hearing that Zwabing intended to report her to her grandmother, she felt her pride diminish. Perhaps it was due to her understanding of her own temperament, fearing that Zwabing might repeat her youthful mistakes, which caused her to be particularly vigilant. Zwahandong observed his wife's discomfort and chuckled silently. All right, you may take a day off to rest at home. Ultimately, she could not resist her daughter's wishes and chose to concede. After all, it was futile to attempt to control a girl in matters of romance. She could only hope to delay it as much as possible. Zwahandong, you should stay home today to accompany her. With that, she exited in a huff. Bag in hand, Zwahandong seemed to sense something amiss. Zwabing, why must you oppose your mother? You know her temperament. Zwabing retorted, is she not annoying? It's as if she is constantly watching me like a hawk. I'm an adult, you know. I have no dignity or freedom. Zwahandong scrutinized his daughter. Are you seeing someone? Zwabing rolled her eyes. How can you be so similar to her? Zwahandong, feeling a bit awkward, clarified. What I mean is, if you are in a relationship, you could bring him home for us to meet. It would help ease your mother's worries if we all approve of him. Stop trying to pry into my life. You two are incorrigible. With that, she plopped down onto the sofa. Dad, you go ahead and handle your matters. I'll just rest here. Zwahandong, being more diplomatic than his wife, suggested, could you please check on the store for me? I have matters to attend to today. Why does everyone want to create time for you to meet Shin Fan? It's so irritating. At that moment, she genuinely contemplated leaving home. No way. Zwabing snapped. Zwahandong was merely probing. After all, he truly cared about his daughter's future. While it was permissible for her to date, as parents, they felt the need to oversee her choices to prevent her from falling for the wrong man. Then I'll head to the store. You can manage lunch on your own. Zwahandong took his bag and departed. Got it. Zwabing replied impatiently. Once her parents left, she immediately called Shin Fan. Hey, have you returned? I got back around 3 last night. Where are you? I've been waiting for your call. Zwabing pondered for a moment. Let us meet in a more secluded place. My mom is keeping a close watch on me. A secluded place? Then I'll book a hotel room. Only in a hotel would she be safe from her mother's prying eyes. If they went shopping, what if her mother caught them? Do as you wish. Zwabing stood up, quickly tidied herself, and admired her reflection in the mirror. Not bad. She still looked stunning, vibrant with youth. Stepping outside, Zwabing hailed a taxi at the roadside. Miss, where to? Zwabing suddenly noticed the car behind her, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was her mother. Goodness. It turned out she hadn't gone to the office, but had been watching from downstairs all along. Zwabing felt speechless. After arriving at the Xinhua bookstore, she purchased a book casually before taking a taxi back. How surprising that she was merely out to buy a book. Had she misjudged her mother? Zwabing's mother pondered as she watched her daughter ascend the stairs. She picked up her phone and dialed, Zwabing, I'll be home for lunch. Zwabing fumed silently. This meant she couldn't go out. Got it, she replied curtly before hanging up. After seeing her mother's car leave from the window, Zwabing, feeling deflated, called Shin Fan. Where are you? He asked. I'm about to head to the hotel. Are you out yet? Don't go. I can't get out today. Oh, where are you? I'll come see you. No, my mother is keeping a close watch on me. That is fine. I'll just peek in through your window without alarming them. Zwabing felt warmth in her heart as she gazed at the hotel outside the community. All right, I'll send you my location. Come here. I just need to be back by noon. Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was just past 9. Without hesitation, he rushed to the hotel opposite Zwabing's neighborhood. Chapter 47. The purchase of the building. Chen Fan secured a room and immediately informed Zwabing of the room number. She arrived within 10 minutes. The moment they met, they embraced tightly, exchanging no words, simply holding each other close. Zwabing nestled against Chen Fan like a cherished pet. They remained in each other's arms for a good 10 minutes before Chen Fan lifted her and brought her to the sofa. At that moment, it seemed neither harbored any ill intentions. They merely longed to hold one another, alleviating their feelings of longing. Chen Fan, did you miss me? After a long while, Zwabing finally lifted her head and touched Chen Fan's chin as she asked, I missed you terribly. Otherwise, would I rush over like this? I love you. Zwabing smiled contentedly, pressing her face against his chest. What is the deal with your mother? She's being so strict. Did she find out about something? Chen Fan, perplexed, couldn't he understand why her parents were so watchful at their age. Mentioning her mother, Zwabing frowned. I don't know what has gotten into her. She has been keeping tabs on me since the holiday started. Chen Fan felt a chill. Could their activities at school have come to her attention? After pondering for a moment, Zwabing shook her head. I have no idea. Sigh. It seems we must remain discreet. Who knows what might have reached her ears about school? What does your mother do? They nestled together, and Zwabing shared details about her family, revealing that they belonged to a solidly middle-class background, living comfortably without worries about daily needs. Forget it. I shall not concern myself with her. If she knows, she knows. Truth be told, I cannot comprehend. She has been rather occupied lately, and her current company premises are quite cramped. She intends to relocate, yet has not found a more suitable venue amidst her busyness, and still manages to think of me. A thought crossed Chen Fan's mind. Where does she wish to move? I suppose she seeks a more upscale location. Zwabing nestled in his embrace. At that moment, Chen Fan pondered. The two had been entwined at the hotel for over an hour, and this time Chen Fan was truly obedient. He refrained from the usual playful antics, instead holding her tightly. Zwabing felt secure and thoroughly enjoyed the moment. Approaching noon, she hesitantly remarked, I must return. My mother is coming back for lunch. All right. Chen Fan held her close. Call me when you have the chance. Zwabing eagerly nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck, and shared a kiss. The young couple found it hard to part, their affection deepening. When a girl is in love, she becomes particularly clingy. This was Chen Fan's first experience of such feelings. After checking out, Zwabing stealthily exited through the back door. Upon returning home, she promptly messaged Chen Fan. I love you. You are mine. Chen Fan smiled at his phone, thinking, what an endearing little enchantress. At that moment, Su Ruzhen called, Boss. Are you coming back for dinner? Yes. Chen Fan quickly made his way back to the apartment. Su Ruzhen, donned in a small apron, was cooking, and upon seeing Chen Fan enter, immediately offered him a pair of slippers. Have you been up to no good? Noticing the marks on Chen Fan's neck, Su Ruzhen felt a twinge of displeasure. How could he forsake such a good catch for a fleeting dalliance? Chen Fan, of course, denied it. What nonsense are you spouting? Not at all. Yet, his neck bore evidence to the contrary. Su Ruzhen tossed him a towel. Go look in the bathroom. Chen Fan entered the bathroom and gasped. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed. He wondered if Zwabing bore any marks as well. He sent her a WeChat message, to which Zwabing responded with a pitiful emoji. Clearly, he needed to be more cautious. It was only a matter of time before her family discovered the truth. Cough. Cough. Ruzhen, you need to handle something this afternoon. Chen Fan returned to the living room, adopting a serious demeanor. Su Ruzhen replied, what is it? Isn't there a building at Zenjiku? Go and purchase it. Huh? Su Ruzhen was taken aback. What do you need to buy a building for? She was aware of the structure, which stood over 50 stories high, and had heard that the developer was facing financial difficulties and intended to sell it entirely. Such a skyscraper would cost billions. Who could afford it? She could not fathom why Chen Fan suddenly wanted to buy a building. Chen Fan explained, we cannot remain cooped up here forever. If we acquire it, we can establish a company, and from this moment onward, you shall be Su Zong. Everything within the company falls under your jurisdiction. Naturally, you are under my authority. Su Ruzhen cast him a sidelong glance, questioning if he had ever truly been in charge of anyone. In this regard, she harbored some lingering resentment. When the meal was prepared, the two dined together. And in the afternoon, Su Ruzhen set off to attend to her business. Chen Fan opened his stock trading software to assess the market conditions. The 5 long-term stocks had all shown substantial increases, averaging a profit of 30. The total amount in his account now exceeded 36.4 billion. He glanced once more at the anticipated trends of these 5 stocks, deciding to liquidate the one that appeared weak. This was due to the necessity of a significant sum of funds once Su Ruzhen's transactions were finalized. However, it was estimated that her negotiations would not conclude so swiftly. At the headquarters of Zhao Real Estate, a distinguished guest arrived. The manager from the business department was also a woman, aged around 36 or 37, strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing that someone intended to purchase the large building on Xinjiku, she personally attended to this guest. Yet, upon seeing the visitor, she was taken aback. The other woman was even younger and more attractive. Observing the guest's impeccably tailored professional attire, Zhou Lan found herself uncertain about the visitor's background. I am Zhou Lan from the business department of Zhao Real Estate. May I ask how to address you? I am Su Ruzhen. Simply call me Ruzhen, Su Ruzhen replied, rising to shake Zhou Lan's hand. In the past, she would have envied high-ranking executives like Zhou Lan in large corporations. However, that sentiment had entirely dissipated at this moment. She was the esteemed guest of Zhao Real Estate. Upon stating her purpose, Su Ruzhen was met with surprise from Zhou Lan, who inquired about her preferred method of payment. Unfazed, Su Ruzhen replied nonchalantly, "Whatever is most convenient for you works for me. Just ensure that the transaction is swift. Our boss dislikes delays." Are you implying that you can pay in full? Zhou Lan asked, rising abruptly. The company was in urgent need of substantial funds. The chairman had recently realized a profit of several percentage points from the stock market to prepare for significant projects. After the news of the sale of the Xinjiku building was released, many interested parties had inquired, yet most could not muster such a large sum of cash. The fact that the other party could pay in full was astonishing. Suppressing her excitement, Zhou Lan responded, "Very well. I will consult with my superiors to secure the most favorable price possible." She exited the meeting room and immediately contacted the chairman for instructions. Zhao Guwei instructed her to handle the matter independently. Zhou Lan understood the implications clearly. Upon her return, she quickly finalized the arrangements with Su Ruzhen. Our company's bottom line is 4.8 billion. Su Ruzhen nodded, "No problem." Zhou Lan was momentarily taken aback. She was astonished that there was no negotiation. Was the deal concluded just like that? Of course, the prior offer had been 6.5 billion. The price was adjusted to 4.8 billion due to the urgent need for significant cash flow. Thus, the two parties reached an agreement, with Su Ruzhen paying a deposit of 100 million and signing the contract. Once a third-party inspection confirmed that there were no quality issues with the construction, the remaining balance would be settled in one lump sum. Chapter 48. Chen Fan's first company, the building belonging to Zhao Real Estate, was privately purchased, a fact that astonished Zhao Guowei. In Jiangzhou, such individuals existed. It is well known that even many large corporations cannot casually produce several hundred million. They either resort to bank loans or installment payments, as everyone understands the importance of retaining cash. The other party's prompt payment was quite remarkable. He instructed Zhou Lan to keep an eye on this individual, as they might become partners in the future. The third-party inspection report would take a week to be released. Chen Fan urged Su Ruzhen to expedite the registration of a new company, with her as the legal representative. Su Ruzhen was aware that Chen Fan's business ambitions were about to commence. The company was named Blueprint Investment, while Su Ruzhen attended to the company registration procedures. Chen Fan called Chen Meng over. Once the company was established, the security system would need to be promptly implemented. Upon receiving the call and learning of the offer for a threefold salary, Chen Meng wasted no time in resigning and took the high-speed train to Jiangzhou that very night. In the evening, Chen Fan invited him to a late-night meal and arranged for him to stay at a hotel for the night. The following morning, Chen Fan introduced him to Su Ruzhen. According to their prior agreement, Su Ruzhen was the boss, while Chen Fan merely acted as an introducer. After meeting Su Ruzhen and observing her demeanor, Chen Meng was convinced. Su Ruzhen briefed him on the key points. The company was in its infancy, and his responsibility would be to oversee security operations. For the time being, he would serve as Su Ruzhen's driver, as she was quite busy. Chen Meng, grateful for the excellent job Chen Fan had helped him secure, inquired if he could join the company once Chen Fan graduated. Su Ruzhen stifled a smile. Mindful not to reveal Chen Fan's true identity. Let us discuss that later. He mentioned that you are quite impressive and highly recommended you. Just do your best. Chen Ming was elated. After all, the position offered him 10,000 a month with relatively easy duties. Once Chen Ming's employment was settled, the third-party inspection report arrived. The entire building met construction standards and posed no safety or quality issues. Thus, the formal handover took place, and Su Ruzhen made the payment. From this moment forth, the building would be an asset under Chen Fan's name, classified as private property and not included in the company's assets. Blueprint Investment Company, Limited, was officially established with a registered capital of 10 million. Subsequently, Chen Fan established another company, this time with himself as the legal representative, to hold shares in Blueprint Investment. Naturally, Su Ruzhen was unaware of these intricacies. She was merely an executor. During this period, Chen Ming accompanied Su Ruzhen, and upon receiving the property, he gazed up at the towering building, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this the company headquarters?" Su Ruzhen replied, "From now on, the security of this building will be under your management, with dozens, if not hundreds, of personnel at your command." Chen Ming chuckled softly, scratching his head in appreciation of President Su's recognition. However, the company's management policies would be stringent, and he needed to work diligently. Su Ruzhen admonished him once more, ensuring he remained grounded. She busied herself with the establishment of the company while Chen Fan continued his daily operations. Nonetheless, as he was now focused on long-term investments, there was no need for him to monitor them obsessively. Having successfully secured 6 billion in funding, his current assets had reached 40 billion. He resolved to remain discreet, opting to be a modest player in the stock market. Chen Fan shut down his computer and called Su Ruzhen to inquire about the leasing of the company building. "Has it been arranged?" "Yes, someone came to inspect the premises yesterday." "Excellent, let us advertise it. You've worked hard during this period. Let me treat you tonight. What would you like to eat? Can I choose freely?" "Of course. Are you sure?" Su Ruzhen noticed his sudden silence and stifled a laugh on the other end of the line. However, she felt a twinge of frustration. What was the matter with him? Why was he so indifferent towards her? What was lacking in her? Humph. One day, you will not escape my grasp. Su Ruzhen remained unconvinced that Chen Fan could remain unperturbed. Chen Fan then called Zhuo Bing, asking, "Is your mother being strict lately? You should find a way to get her to stroll around Xinjiku." Zhuo Bing was puzzled, as she had been busy searching for venues without success. "Just persuade her to go. It's best if it's done subtly. After all, your mother is quite astute." Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes. "Is this how you treat your future mother-in-law? If it weren't for her, I would have succeeded long ago. Now here I am, 20 years old and still a novice." "Get lost," Zhuo Bing retorted, but she ultimately heeded his advice. Without her mother needing to call, she went directly to her mother's workplace. "Mom, I don't want to eat at home tonight. Let us dine out instead. You've been working hard lately. I'll treat you." Zhuo Bing's mother was taken aback, recalling how her daughter had been sulking a few days prior. "What has changed? Has something happened?" She scrutinized her daughter cautiously. That evening, the three of them went out for dinner. Zhuo Bing specifically requested to go to a restaurant in Xinjiku, which did not arouse her mother's suspicion. Instead, it drew her attention to the leasing advertisement for the building across the street. A whole building advertised for rent. Her eyes lit up. Didn't they say it was for sale only? Why is it now available for rent? She immediately sought information and learned that the building had sold for a staggering 48 billion. Goodness, such wealth. Even combined, my husband and I could never afford this building. Moreover, they are often regarded as successful individuals by others, such as a certain CEO. This meal delighted Zhuo Bing's mother, for she would be able to visit the venue the following day. If the company could be established here, the prime location and the grandeur of the building would elevate the entire company's image. In the evening, Chen Fan was planning with Su Ruzhen. "With such a large building, we could operate a hotel," Su Ruzhen suggested. "Operating a hotel is not our forte. We could hold shares and let others manage it," Chen Fan replied, recalling Zhao Linlin, who runs a hotel herself. Having acquired this magnificent edifice, it must be utilized effectively. With over 50 floors, a hotel is certainly a necessity alongside the office spaces. Chen Fan aimed to expand his ventures beyond mere stock market profits. The next morning, Su Ruzhen received a call from Zhuo Bing's mother, and they arranged a time to meet. Chen Fan informed her that they could forego her rental fees in exchange for equity. Su Ruzhen was puzzled. Why would Chen Fan show interest in such a small company? Unbeknownst to her, this woman was Zhuo Bing's mother. Once he held shares in Zhuo Bing's mother's company, this future mother-in-law would be at his mercy. In Chapter 49, worth billions, how could she claim I was merely a decorator? Zhuo Bing's mother, however, was quite sensitive. Upon hearing that the landlord intended to acquire shares in her company, she chose to decline. Ultimately, Su Ruzhen leased an entire floor of the building to her at a relatively low price. Chen Fan named the building Yunfan Tower. While others may not grasp Chen Fan's intentions, Su Ruzhen understood in her heart that this edifice represented a new starting point for Chen Fan's career. There will be times when the wind and waves will break. I will hoist my sails to navigate the vast sea. He was poised to enter the realm of industry. However, Zhuo Bing's mother could not comprehend why she was so fortunate to secure the leasing rights for a floor of Yunfan Tower at such a modest price. She even inquired with Su Ruzhen, who explained that she was the first client to seek a lease, hence the discount. Zhuo Bing's mother could only accept this explanation, for she could not assume that anyone coveted her beauty. Zhuo Bing's mother was a woman of grace, and Zhuo Bing surpassed her in excellence. In the afternoon, Zhuo Bing sent a message stating that she would accompany her mother to Yunfan Tower to inspect the renovation progress. Chen Fan checked the time and hurried over as well. Previously, Su Ruzhen had managed the affairs of Yunfan Tower, and Chen Fan had only visited once before. Today marked his second visit. Coinciding with the renovations by the Blueprint Investment Company, the top 10 floors of the tower were reserved by Chen Fan. The floors below 20 were designated for the hotel, while those from 20 to 40 were intended for leasing. Zhuo Bing's mother harbored great ambitions and claimed the 46th floor. As she did not wish for other companies to overshadow her, she regarded her new venture as another starting point for her career. Although the hotel is still under construction, Chen Fan has already reserved the space. Its elevator is separate from the commercial area above, with half of the lobby on the first floor designated for the hotel, accessed from the south. The commercial area, on the other hand, is entered from the north, ensuring no interference between the two sides. As Chen Fan made his way downstairs, he coincidentally encountered Zhuo Bing and her mother alighting from their vehicle. Seizing the moment while her mother was distracted, Zhuo Bing flashed a smile at Chen Fan. He noticed Zhuo Bing's mother, a northern woman standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.7 meters. With her striking figure, she and Zhuo Bing appeared almost like sisters. Chen Fan, unhurried, followed the two into the elevator. Zhuo Bing's mother cast a glance at Chen Fan and, seeing only an ordinary young man, paid him little mind. Chen Fan positioned himself behind her, aligning with Zhuo Bing. Quietly, Zhuo Bing traced a few lines on Chen Fan's palm with her finger, making a playful face. Chen Fan, equally bold, pinched her thigh lightly. "Young man, are you a renovation worker here?" Zhuo Bing's mother suddenly inquired. "Yes, Auntie, is there something you need?" Chen Fan replied. Zhuo Bing's mother turned to scrutinize him again and remarked to Zhuo Bing, "See, this is what happens when you neglect your studies. At such a young age, he can only toil at a construction site doing such arduous work." Chen Fan was speechless, realizing her inquiry was merely an opportunity to belittle him. Zhuo Bing shared his sentiment. He glanced at Zhuo Bing's mother and retorted, "Indeed, I am uneducated and can only carry bricks at the construction site." Upon reaching the 46th floor, the mother and daughter exited the elevator, while Chen Fan proceeded to his company's premises, where Su Ruzhen was already on site. She approached the task with utmost seriousness, given that the company was under her name, and her enthusiasm was palpable. Chen Fan had promised her that he would elevate her worth to billions. Once the Blueprint investment was underway, Su Ruzhen's value would naturally soar, marking her as an elite among the younger generation in the industry. "What brought you here? How do you find our design division?" she asked. Chen Fan nodded, his gaze drifting through the window. This towering building, rising over 50 stories, stood impressively against the skyline, surrounded by numerous high-rises, most only reaching 30 stories. Thus, Yunfan Tower possessed a unique grandeur. From this vantage point, one could behold the mighty river flowing eastward. Standing beside him, Su Ruzhen smiled brightly at this moment. "I feel a sense of dominion over the world." She was in high spirits, filled with fervor. Chen Fan chuckled lightly. However, he did not share her sentiments. His ambitions were straightforward: to make money. What need was there for lofty aspirations and grand ambitions? Su Ruzhen pointed to a designated area. "This is the office space prepared for you. Over 500 square meters, complete with a special lounge." As Chen Fan's plan entailed only renovating one floor, Su Ruzhen designated a prime area for Chen Fan's office. Chen Fan shook his head, expressing his disinterest in an office. However, he stipulated that the lounge area was off-limits to anyone but him. Su Ruzhen's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she cast him a reproachful glance. "Had I known sooner, I would have felt more at ease," she said, her face still tinged with crimson. Yet, she spoke with earnestness. "You must uphold your word. Do not deceive me. Chen Fan erupted into hearty laughter. Downstairs, Zhuo Bing's mother stood by the window with her daughter, pointing out the view with a sense of authority. Zhuo Bing. This marks the beginning of my career's new chapter. From here, I shall venture into the world, becoming a figure of global significance. I aspire to be a titan in the business realm, akin to the likes of Li Chaoran, the wealthiest among them. When I grow old, I will pass all of this on to you. She urged. Now, let us ascend to the upper floor. The mother and daughter took the elevator to the Blueprint Investment Renovation site above, where they found Su Ruzhen engaged in conversation with the aforementioned contractor. Zhuo Bing's mother approached. Ah, Su Zong, what a coincidence to see you here. Noticing their arrival, Chen Fan signaled to Su Ruzhen, advising her to conceal his identity. Su Ruzhen greeted her warmly. President Han, what brings you here? Zhuo Bing's mother cast a fleeting glance at Chen Fan, dismissing him as merely a contractor. She conversed with Su Ruzhen, expressing her gratitude for the favorable rental terms. When you have time, I would love to treat you to a meal. How about today? There's no time like the present. Su Ruzhen repeatedly waved her hands, declining the offer, explaining that she had to accompany her boss for dinner and couldn't leave him alone. Han Kaiying, feeling anxious, insisted. Oh, come now. Regardless of how busy you are, one must eat. It won't take much time. Let us make it tonight. I'll book a restaurant. As Su Ruzhen prepared to decline once more, Chen Fan from a distance gestured for her to check her phone. Upon seeing the message, Su Ruzhen, albeit perplexed by Chen Fan's intent, reluctantly agreed. Very well then. In Chapter 50, the greatest mastermind behind it all emerged. However, she made a small request, President Han. If we are to dine together tonight, I would prefer it to be just the two of us, as I wish to discuss certain matters. Zhuo Bing's mother paused for a moment before readily agreeing, of course. How wonderful. After enduring a wait for Su Ruzhen's consent, she would certainly not refuse. Despite Su Ruzhen's uncertainty regarding Chen Fan's reasoning for this arrangement, she complied. Zhuo Bing, you should return home alone and inform your father that I have plans tonight. Okay. Zhuo Bing replied, her excitement palpable as she instinctively smiled at Chen Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuo Bing's mother proposed to Su Ruzhen, since we're at it. Why don't we find a place for tea? I feel an immediate kinship with you, Su Zong. Young and already accomplished, Su Zong smiled gracefully, offering polite words of admiration. Oh, not at all. It is you, General Manager Han, who deserves my respect. I must learn from you. However, the notion of learning felt like a slap in the face. You oversee a multi-billion-dollar building, while my entire worth barely reaches tens of millions. In an effort to get closer to Su Ruzhen, Mama Zhua invited her to a tea house she was well acquainted with. Little did she anticipate that her daughter would develop any connection with a mere construction worker. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they descended the stairs. Upon seeing the two depart in a vehicle, Zhuo Bing waved, Goodbye, Mom. Then she turned back, as the couple, deeply in love, embraced eagerly. Chen Fan, I love you. I love you too. At last, they could openly be together without the worry of her mother's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen and Mama Zhua continued to sip their tea, unaware that the curtains of a nearby hotel room were being drawn shut. In the tea house, Mama Zhua was particularly courteous. Mr. Su, I truly must thank you this time. Ah, Mr. Su, how old are you? I am 24. I envy your youth. In the blink of an eye, I feel I have aged. Gazing at Su Ruzhen's graceful figure, Mama Zhua felt an overwhelming sense of envy. So young, yet so capable. Possessing both beauty and wisdom, such a girl must be rare indeed. Where does Mr. Su's family come from? As she savored her tea, Mama Zhua gradually sought to bridge a connection with Su Ruzhen. Suddenly, Su Ruzhen's brows twitched inexplicably. She sensed that something was about to transpire. However, her directive was to keep Mama Zhua occupied for as long as possible, sipping tea, dining, and then perhaps indulging in some wellness activities. Surely this could be managed within a few hours? Su Ruzhen remained puzzled. What could Chen Fan be up to? The clever Su Ruzhen seemed to have an inkling, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she secretly cursed, That rascal. The two spent over 3 hours in the hotel room, reluctant to part. When Zhuo Handong called, Zhuo Bing remembered she hadn't informed her father that she wouldn't be home for dinner. Oh no. Will my mom suspect anything? No, she is too busy with her own affairs. Relieved, Zhuo Bing sighed. It seems you're quite familiar with Mr. Su. Chen Fan nodded. Otherwise, do you really think our mother could afford to rent such an inexpensive office building? So you were the one assisting behind the scenes? She was somewhat incredulous. Chen Fan came from a modest background, which fueled his diligent efforts. Besides working hard to support his studies, he also took on part-time jobs. According to her father, he had met Chen Fan at the antique market. Little did she expect him to know someone of Su Ruzhen's stature. In Zwabing's eyes, Su Ruzhen was indeed a significant figure, considering her parents' combined assets barely amounted to 1 or 200 million. Certainly, she could never have imagined that Chen Fan was the mastermind behind it all. The two of them lingered at the hotel until past 10 o'clock. And when it was time for Zwabing to leave, Chen Fan was particularly cautious, ensuring he left no marks on her neck. He escorted Zwabing to her doorstep before hailing a taxi to return home. Today, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Having finally won Zwabing over and tasted an alternative joy in life. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Fan headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Su Ruzhen returned home, bringing dinner for him. Chen Fan, half concealing the bathroom door, inquired, "Why are you back so soon?" Su Ruzhen gazed at him and asked, "What do you mean? Do you not want me back?" "Not at all. It's just that I didn't bring any clothes in." He replied. "Uft. It's not like you haven't seen it before," she retorted, rolling her eyes. "When have you seen it?" Chen Fan felt something was amiss. Suddenly, Su Ruzhen's face flushed crimson. "I'll go get your clothes," she offered. Witnessing her flustered demeanor, Chen Fan felt a wave of panic. "Wait a moment. How could you have seen it? Did she sneak a peek?" As Su Ruzhen fetched the clothes, her guilty expression heightened Chen Fan's suspicions about being at her mercy. After changing into his clothes, he solemnly asked, "Honestly, did you sneak a look at me? What are you thinking? It was you who was sleeping at night." Su Ruzhen abruptly interjected. Chen Fan shivered, "But you shouldn't have looked." "Is it my fault?" "I didn't take advantage of the situation," she countered. In matters of cheekiness, he found himself outmatched. Chen Fan swiftly redirected the conversation, eager to establish the company structure, as Chen Ming also needed to recruit staff. "Yes, I was about to arrange that. I'll have him gather his former comrades to form a protective force. Right? We also need to establish a property management company. I'll contemplate this matter first," Chen Fan said, having his own considerations in mind. He planned to visit the barbecue restaurant the next day to assess their current situation. The following afternoon, Chen Fan arrived at the barbecue restaurant. He found Yi Langyao and the others present, with Tang Jing continuing to work for them. Chen Fan inquired, "How's business lately?" Qin Nan replied, "It's been SOSO, neither too good nor too bad. We earn over 1,000 a day." Chen Fan remarked, "Shut it down. Let someone else handle it." "Huh?" The group looked puzzled. Wang Hao chimed in, "I think making over 1,000 a day during the summer is quite good." Chen Fan asked him, "Have you done the math? If we aren't losing money, we could all make a little profit by passing it on." "I have an idea. How about we establish a property management company?" "A property management company? How much investment would that require?" Chen Fan assured them he wouldn't ask them to invest. He intended for Su Ruzhen to set it up and then contract it out to them, allowing them to acclimate to society. If Yufan building took off, it would be a lucrative venture. Chen Fan said to Tang Jing, "You should join us. The 5 of you can embark on this entrepreneurial journey together." Tang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Huh? She had not anticipated that she would be included. Chapter 51. The secret of Su Ru compared to the triviality of a barbecue restaurant. Managing the property of Yunfan building would undoubtedly be far more lucrative. Chen Fan shared his plan with them. Although the 5 were deeply intrigued, they harbored some apprehensions. Such a significant undertaking, would anyone entrust it to us? The crux of the matter is, we know nothing. Isn't it possible to learn? Chen Fan earnestly instructed them. Managing property is merely about providing service, collecting payments, and ensuring high-quality service. Seeing his earnest demeanor, which bore the hallmark of a leader, Yi Lang was astonished. Chen Fan, you've changed. Indeed, many noticed his transformation. He was no longer the impoverished student he once was. He had grown more self-assured and commanding. It was noteworthy that these individuals had grown alongside him. Even Tang Jing sensed the change. They had all regarded Chen Fan as a student reliant on welfare, yet the confidence and assertiveness he now exhibited raised doubts. Was this truly the Chen Fan they once knew? It seemed Chen Fan realized something. Oh no, had he perhaps overstepped? He quickly interrupted their conversation. I genuinely believe that if we manage this well, it will mark a new beginning in our lives. But why would anyone trust us with such a substantial project? Exactly. Many companies are reluctant to hire us due to our lack of experience. Qin Nan voiced her concerns. Chen Fan reassured her, you need not worry about that. I will handle the coordination. What you need to focus on now is how to divide the responsibilities. For the time being, we can register under the name of the company, which will alleviate many complications, such as financial and tax matters. However, you must clearly define the organizational structure. The work environment differs significantly from school. Since you are all partners, you must work together in unity and cooperation. It is essential to adhere to arrangements and management. Have you considered your role? Chen Nin inquired. Yes, you should lead us. We will follow your direction. Chen Fan shook his head. I have my own part-time commitments. I cannot manage everything. Wang Zi and Hao Zi, you two must carry the weight of responsibility. It is your duty to shoulder the burden. The two nodded in agreement. All right, then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed with the transfer. The barbecue restaurant was initially intended as their training ground. And now they were truly stepping into the realm of their careers, engaging with society. Currently, Yufan Building was just beginning to lease out its spaces. And property management was not overly complicated at this stage. After the barbecue shop was transferred, Tang Jing's salary needed to be settled immediately. Chen Fan suggested, you can split my share among yourselves. Just calculate 2 salaries for Tang Jing. Chen Nin opened his mouth, taken aback by Chen Fan's generosity. He was willing to forego his earnings while Wang Hao interjected, that's not acceptable. Among us, your family circumstances are the most modest. How can we take your share? Indeed, although we all recognize your righteousness, it cannot be like this. Otherwise, what kind of good brothers would we be? Ilang Gao also refused to accept his money. Do as you wish. I'm indifferent to such trivial amounts. Following Chen Fan's suggestion, they paid Tang Jing 5,000 yuan. Deep down, she understood that her work there could never yield such a sum, hence she was reluctant to accept it. The others were speechless. Could it be that none of them were short of money? Were they all indifferent to wealth? Chen Nin encouraged Tang Jing, just take it. It's a gesture from all of us. After much persuasion, Tang Jing finally agreed to accept 3,000 yuan. As Chen Fan was about to leave, Tang Jing hurried after him. Chen Fan, what's wrong? She offered the 3,000 yuan back, asking, can I return this to you? Chen Fan shook his head. Why the rush? Keep this money for now. The school year will begin again soon, and you cannot go back to ask for money, can you? Tang Jing bit her lip, but he reassured her, do not feel any psychological burden. I have been through this too, but now I am quite strong. Just focus on doing your job well. It is also a valuable life experience. Yet, you still need money. Tang Jing remained unconvinced. Are you worried about me? Chen Fan observed her as she couldn't even lift her gaze. Compared to Zwabing, Tang Jing was a bit more timid. I've been working part-time outside, so I am not short on funds. I can even send money home now, so don't worry. Concentrate on studying property management knowledge. Tang Jing nodded. I will strive to do my best. In the evening, Su Ruzhen returned and reported to Chen Fan about the progress of the day's work. Chen Ming had recruited over a dozen security personnel, among whom were several of his former comrades. Chen Fan remarked, although the company is just starting out, the rules must be well-defined. We cannot allow them to become complacent. Otherwise, management will become impossible in the future. Also, about those students I mentioned to you. Let them train well and see if we can integrate them into the company later. Chen Fan did not assign them fixed salaries but encouraged them to embark on their own entrepreneurial journeys, demonstrating his earnest intentions. Currently, the focus of the property management was on safety and fire prevention, maintaining the building's facilities, and dealing with the renovation waste from new company occupants. As the company began to operate step by step, the workforce gradually increased. Chen Fan started to contemplate even grander plans. In the stock market, he continued to follow his profitable strategy daily. The funds in the account have surpassed 6 billion, experiencing an increase of over 50% within a fortnight. The current capital is so vast that it is no longer possible to maneuver as nimbly as before, consistently seizing opportunities for rapid gains. With such substantial investments, the market operators become more cautious. Consequently, Chen Fan can only strategize for the long term. Su Ruzhen is now busier than ever, managing both internal and external affairs of the company, leaving her no time to assist Chen Fan with trading. One day, utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto the sofa upon returning home. Chen Fan suggested, come, let me take you for a massage. Su Ruzhen lay there, disinclined to move. Really? I offer you an opportunity for enjoyment, and you refuse? She retorted, playfully hooking her foot around him. How about you give me a massage instead? You can do as you please. Chen Fan replied, little Su, you seem rather bold these days, asking your boss for a massage. Su Ruzhen pouted. What a miser. I have never guarded myself around you, and this is how you repay my trust? Clearing his throat, Chen Fan quickly shifted the topic. The house I'm constructing has reached the second floor. The main structure should be completed soon. Oh, that is quite fast, she acknowledged. Once it's finished, I'll make time to visit. By the way, Surujan, I've never heard you mention your family. When will I get to see your home? Her expression instantly turned flustered. What is there to see at my house? Noticing her discomfort, Chen Fan began to suspect she was concealing something. If there is anything troubling you, don't hesitate to tell me, he said earnestly. Surujan shook her head. What are you talking about? She placed her foot on Chen Fan's leg, requesting, please help me with a massage. Reluctantly, Chen Fan obliged and began to massage her calves. Surujan's legs were slender and straight, her ankles exquisitely formed. Her delicate feet resembled finely carved jade. Aside from Li Bing, Chen Fan had never appreciated a girl's feet from such proximity. Observing Surujan in blissful enjoyment, he entertained the notion that she was being deliberate in her display, especially as she lay there in such a captivating manner. Particularly when he applied pressure in just the right way, she would emit a satisfied hum, almost enchanting him. Move up a bit. Don't linger on one spot, she audaciously requested, guiding his hand higher. Chen Fan gazed at her in disbelief. Do you truly see me as your master? With a wistful sigh, Surujan remarked, you truly are a gentle soul. I can't fathom how you pursue women. Shall I take the lead in pursuing? Chen Fan continued massaging. Generally, they come after me. You certainly boast, she teased, nudging him with her foot. When Chen Fan remained unresponsive, she nudged again. You. Chen Fan recoiled, removing her foot from his leg. Let us engage in serious matters. It appears that this vehicle no longer befits your stature. Perhaps it is prudent to acquire a few more. Surujan inquired, what price range should I consider? Chen Fan replied, you may gauge this yourself. Do not hesitate to spend. The company still possesses over $1 billion, and with no current investments. Feel free to purchase at will. Surujan deliberated earnestly, suggesting, then I shall acquire a Maybach and a business vehicle for receptions. Chen Fan added, let us also procure a personal vehicle for you. What style do you prefer? There is no necessity for such an abundance of cars, Surujan countered, shaking her head. We can always augment our fleet when the company requires it, perhaps just adding a small delivery truck. Chen Fan regarded her with curiosity, remarking, I find it curious how you seem indifferent to wealth. The first time I gifted you 100,000, you bought yourself clothing. Later, I bestowed upon you 1 million, which you allocated towards constructing a house for your family. When I granted you 10 million, you used it for a deposit on Yunfan Tower. It is rare for anyone to remain unmoved by money, is it not? Surujan chuckled. Who claims that? I merely have no fondness for trivial sums. Very well. Then I shall provide you with several billion, he jested. Surujan rolled her eyes. What exactly are you implying? To support you, of course. That is acceptable. I must admit, I do entertain that notion, Chen Fan confessed. However, Surujan dismissed the idea. I trust you as far as I can throw you. If your intention is to support me without any physical intimacy, what does that signify? You do not nurture me. You intend to starve me. Chen Fan wiped his brow. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I do not want to betray Zhu Bing. After all, she has been quite devoted to me. It would be unfair to hurt her. Moreover, it is paramount that I maintain clarity in my relationship with Surujan. In life, one can be avaricious for certain things. Yet some desires must be restrained. He resolved to purchase a building, to be used as rewards for the company's executives, with particular generosity bestowed upon Surujan. Tomorrow is a day off. There is no need to monitor the market. Chen Fan decided to explore the surroundings. The following morning offered splendid weather. As the company was undergoing renovations, Surujan returned to the construction site. Chen Fan departed from the apartment, utilizing a shared bicycle to inspect potential properties. Prior to his outing, he had conducted research the previous evening and identified several appealing neighborhoods, particularly those close to Yunfan Tower for employee accommodations. However, it was challenging to find available units nearby. A billboard ahead proclaimed, Jiashan Daijing, standalone villas, enjoy expansive privacy. The picturesque riverscape promised a distinctive lifestyle. Intrigued, Chen Fan contemplated visiting the site. He pedaled swiftly to the Jiangshan Daijing sales office. This development was situated on the hillside of a forest park, offering a stunning view of the river below. Such low-rise villas could only capture the river view by virtue of their elevated position. The environment was pleasant, notably located just a mountain apart from Jiangzhou University, one on the southern slope, the other to the east. Chen Fan stood outside the sales office, taking in the unobstructed view before him. The location was indeed splendid. Residing here would undoubtedly be a pleasure if one were not burdened by the struggles of life. Just as he was about to enter the sales office, a car approached from behind, honking lightly. Turning around, he saw a champagne-colored Porsche Cayenne glide into the parking space. Zhao Linlin emerged from the vehicle. Had she changed her car again? No, a person of her stature likely possessed more than one vehicle. Chen Fan, Zhao Linlin called out. Dressed in a white casual outfit, clutching a handbag, she placed her car keys into her bag and walked towards him. What brings you here? Surely, you aren't seeking employment? The sales office was indeed hiring, attracting numerous university students for interviews. Zhao Linlin immediately thought of this. Noticing her misunderstanding, Chen Fan chose not to clarify. What about you? What brings you here? Zhao Linlin smiled. This is part of our family's business. It was only then that Chen Fan noticed the sign reading Zhao Real Estate. Wait. Could this Zhao Real Estate be the very company he had previously taken advantage of during a stock maneuver? Chen Fan typically didn't pay attention to such details, focusing solely on stock trends. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhao Linlin inquired, "What's wrong? Your father is the chairman of Zhao Real Estate?" Indeed. Oh, now it all makes sense. Zhao Linlin's family business has grown significantly, and after the recent surge in stock prices, their assets must be in the hundreds of billions, right? Of course, a market value in the billions did not equate to liquid cash, but it was still an intimidating figure. No wonder Zhao Linlin, at such a young age, was capable of managing a hotel. Are you considering working here? Zhao Linlin asked. Chen Fan shook his head. It's too far from school. You might as well come work with me. Once again, Zhao Linlin extended an invitation. Let us see how it goes. Chen Fan entered the sales office. Intending to purchase property, if he found something suitable, he would acquire 2 units. All right, take your time. Zhao Linlin headed to the second-floor office area. Perhaps noticing Chen Fan's arrival with Zhao Linlin, a striking saleswoman approached briskly. Sir, are you looking to buy a home? She stood tall, at least 168 meters, and possessed stunning looks. It was no surprise that in such a high-end villa district, all the staff exuded charm. Chen Fan noted her name tag, Chu Yanfei. Though she could not ascertain whether this young man had the financial capability to buy property, she approached him with enthusiasm for her job. Chen Fan maintained his composure. I'll take a look first. The location of the development was excellent, and there were a limited number of ready-to-move-in homes, quite a rarity in Jiangzhou. However, the prices were steep. Even the least expensive villa would cost several tens of millions. However, for Chen Fan, whose worth is in the billions, this is of little consequence. Chapter 53. 2 sets of villas. Working in such an environment, not everyone has the opportunity to sell a villa. After all, the wealthy are few and far between in this world. Securing a deal on a villa priced in the tens of millions is quite an achievement, yielding commissions that can easily surpass hundreds of thousands. This effortlessly elevates one's lifestyle beyond that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, they are entitled to a guaranteed salary, ensuring that even in the absence of sales, they will not face starvation. Those who are privileged enough to work here are the C-Army de la C-Army. Meticulously selected sales elites, either exceptional in beauty or extraordinary in skill. Chu Yanfei did not harbor high hopes of selling a villa today. She approached her guest with the same mindset as usual. Chen Fan inquired about the sales status of the property, and Chu Yanfei attentively began her presentation, crouching beside him. This gesture captured Chen Fan's attention, prompting him to regard her more closely. Meanwhile, Zhao Linlin was busy upstairs, gathering market information. As the only cherished daughter of the Zhao family, she was destined to take over the family business upon graduation, necessitating her early familiarization with all aspects of it. Chen Fan initially intended to make a purchase today, but decided against letting Zhao Linlin in on his plans. Thus, he suggested to Chu Yanfei, let us connect on WeChat. In this day and age, there are many ways to obtain a beautiful woman's WeChat, and given Chu Yanfei's striking appearance, it was inevitable that others would take an interest in her. Upon hearing Chen Fan's request, she stood up and smiled shyly. I'm afraid I didn't bring my phone. Chen Fan did not press the matter further and merely regarded her with a calm glance. Call over someone else. Chu Yanfei noticed his composed demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the usual teasing she received from others. His gaze was pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus, she hesitated before saying, please wait a moment, I'll grab my phone. She hurried to the front desk, retrieved her phone, and opened the QR code. Sir, will this work? Chen Fan scanned it and nodded. You may resume your duties. With that, he prepared to leave. I'll escort you to the door. Dressed in a cheongsam, Chu Yanfei courteously led Chen Fan to the entrance and bowed deeply, saying, take care, sir. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. Chen Fan glanced at the second floor and instructed, if anyone inquires later, simply say I came for an interview, and refrain from mentioning anything else. Ah, he came for an interview? Chu Yanfei felt a slight pang of disappointment, but managed to conceal it, nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, Chen Fan strode towards the shared bicycle he had arrived on. One who rides a shared bicycle surely cannot afford a villa, she mused. Returning to the lobby, the manager approached and inquired, so, how did it go? Is the guest interested? Chu Yanfei shook her head. The manager chuckled. It seems your judgment of people still needs refinement. I can discern the depth of young individuals like him at a mere glance. It is essential to study diligently. Our profession is fraught with complexities. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Linlin descended from the second floor, surveying the sales hall. Where is that person who entered with me earlier? The manager promptly approached. Miss, are you referring to? Zhao Linlin furrowed her brows. Directing her gaze towards Chu Yanfei, did you not attend to him? Chu Yanfei replied softly, he left about half an hour ago. Oh. Did he mention his purpose for coming? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yanfei responded. He stated he was here for an interview. Just as I suspected. Zhao Linlin smiled slightly and instructed, if he returns, inform him that we are not hiring. What? The manager appeared bewildered. Chu Yanfei was equally taken aback. Momentarily unable to process the situation, she had assumed he shared some connection with the young lady, only to realize he was someone she detested. After escorting Zhao Linlin to the entrance, Chu Yanfei picked up her phone, intending to delete Chen Fan's WeChat. However, she couldn't help but glance at his moments. They were rather unremarkable, revealing only that he was a university student. So he is merely a student. Perhaps it is best to leave it as it is. Just let it be. As Chu Yanfei was about to put her phone away, a notification pinged. Reserve Building 16 and Building 19 for me. How do I pay the deposit? What? Chu Yanfei was utterly confused. She glanced again at the message. Indeed, it was from Chen Fan, the very person she had contemplated deleting. Wasn't he still a student? Could this be a jest at my expense? A deposit? She pondered. I will send you the financial receipt code. According to company policy, if a client is dissatisfied, the deposit is fully refundable within half a month. Chu Yanfei forwarded the financial receipt code. Minutes later, she received Chen Fan's payment notification, a deposit of 200,000 for Building 16 and Building 19. Oh my. He truly made a deposit, and it was the price for 2 villas. Chu Yanfei felt somewhat disoriented. After all, Chen Fan hardly seemed like someone capable of purchasing a villa. Chen Fan further cautioned, do not disclose my intention to purchase villas to anyone, or I will cancel the plan. Understood. Chu Yanfei's heart raced. She repeatedly assured Chen Fan that she would not, absolutely would not. Yet, the front desk phone rang. It was the finance department inquiring about a client who had made a deposit for 2 villas. What? The sales department erupted in chaos. Who is it? The manager looked equally perplexed, scanning all the sales personnel in the sales office. Chu Yanfei had no choice but to call the manager outside to relay Chen Fan's request. The manager opened her mouth, having just remarked that Chu Yanfei was not perceptive enough, only to discover that he had already made a deposit. She patted Chu Yanfei on the shoulder, declaring, all right. I know what to do now. You should contact the client promptly to secure the contract as soon as possible. How about this? You make a visit tonight to avoid any unnecessary delays. Tonight? Isn't that a bit inconvenient? Chu Yanfei hesitated. The manager shot her a glare. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? When you encounter such a client, you must seize the opportunity. Do you intend to wait for someone else to snatch it away? Should I step in for you? Chu Yanfei obediently replied, okay. Remember to bring a gift. Securing a client like this means you could take the rest of the year off work. Closing 2 villas could earn you a commission of at least 300,000. The manager, who also received a share of the management commission, fervently encouraged Chu Yanfei not to let the client slip away. The deposit indicated genuine interest. As closing time approached, Chu Yanfei indeed called, wishing to discuss the villa with Chen Fan and casually inviting him to dinner. How about tomorrow? Chen Fan replied, promptly hanging up. In truth, he had already gathered ample information about the entire development at the sales office. He simply hadn't visited the site. Had it not been for Zhao Linlin, he would have purchased it outright. Chu Yanfei, nervously pressing her phone to her heart, fervently hoped there would be no change of plans the following day, silently praying for a favorable outcome. Chapter 54. A gift worth over 6 million the following morning. Chu Yanfei called again, inquiring whether Chen Fan had time to come by and sign the contract. Su Ruzhen was off today, and upon hearing Chen Fan's phone ring, she asked, "Who is it?" "A salesperson," Chen Fan replied casually, not wishing for Su Ruzhen to be privy to the villa purchase, which he deemed confidential. If memory served correctly, next week marked Su Ruzhen's birthday, her 24th year, a pivotal one. "I'm stepping out for a bit," Chen Fan said, changing his clothes in preparation to leave. "Are you not taking me with you?" Su Ruzhen pouted. "I'm going on a date. What are you going for?" "Humph." Su Ruzhen shot him a glare. "I could be your wing woman." Let us not. Stay home and wait for me. I'll be back soon." He had already promised Swabing to meet her, but he doubted he could manage both commitments. As he exited the apartment complex, Chu Yifeng had already arrived in a luxurious Mercedes to pick him up. Seeing the $1 million vehicle, Chen Fan felt a sense of calm wash over him. Surely, the 2 cars Su Ruzhen ordered must have arrived by now. Upon reaching the sales office, Chu Yifeng hurriedly exited the car to open the door for him, saying, "Mr. Chen, please take your time." Having visited the previous day, Chen Fan wasted no time and directed, "Let us head straight to the site." The villas of Zhao Real Estate were sold fully furnished, as many clients found the renovation process tedious and bothersome. They handled the arrangements for the clients, conveniently earning an additional 1 to 2 million in the process. Chen Fan followed Chu Yinfei to Building 16, where each villa featured an expansive courtyard of approximately 300 square meters. The courtyard was available for use but not for ownership. The villa comprised 4 stories, including a basement, with a total area of around 400 square meters. Priced at over 34 million, the 2 villas were not far apart. After a brief glance, Chen Fan decided, "All right, let us finalize this." The owner of Building 16 was registered as Su Ruzhen. Chu Yinfei was taken aback. He was purchasing the villa not for himself? Who was the Su Ruzhen? Perhaps she was his girlfriend. She scrutinized Chen Fan's attire, which was remarkably modest. No one would suspect he was a scion of wealth. In fact, she could not have imagined that he was a first-generation affluent individual. Thus, within less than half an hour, he signed for 2 villas. Chu Yinfei's heart raced. With this transaction, her annual income would soar by over 300,000. Even if she had no further sales, she would not suffer a loss. This client was undoubtedly the most straightforward she had encountered in her career. Unlike some seasoned negotiators who would dawdle and even take advantage, Chen Fan remained composed, hardly asking any questions. The final price for the 2 villas was 62 million, which Chen Fan paid effortlessly before requesting Chu Yinfei to take him home. Su Ruzhen was on the phone when she heard the doorbell and hurriedly hung up. Was he back already? With such a performance, could his girlfriend be satisfied? Chen Fan shot her a silent glare, thinking, "What are you implying? Must young ladies be so brazen?" With only half a month until school starts, Chen Fan inquired about the recent status of Yi Langgao and the others. Su Ruzhen replied that she had sent them for training. Chen Fan nodded, wanting to provide them with ample opportunities to practice and see if they could improve. Su Ruzhen understood his intent. If Yi Langgao and the others could adapt, they might prove invaluable in the future. He took Su Ruzhen's ID without mentioning the reason and then opened his computer, as Monday was approaching and he needed to study. His total assets had reached 80 billion. Chen Fan reviewed the anticipated trends of several long-term stocks over the next 2 weeks. 2 of the stocks exhibited similar patterns, with a massive volume expected to be released tomorrow and a turnover rate exceeding 40%. A significant pullback would follow, only to surge again. Within 10 trading days, a 7-day consecutive rise was anticipated. This was indicative of the strong market manipulation intended to scare off the wavering investors. In the past, Chen Fan would have taken advantage of the momentum to sell a portion before reinvesting. However, given the current scale of his funds, with at least several billion in each stock, selling would likely alert the market manipulators. Therefore, he resolved to remain patient and await the second wave of ascension. By that time, the funds in my account will undoubtedly exceed 10 billion. 10 billion will serve as yet another starting point in my life. Taking advantage of the busy days that Su Ruzhen has ahead, Chen Fan provided her identity information to Chu Yinfei. 2 villas, one registered under Su Ruzhen's name and the other temporarily under his own. Just after completing the paperwork, Zwabing called. "What are you busy with? Why is it that when I don't seek you out, you don't reach out to me?" "Silly," Chen Fan explained. "I'm working part-time, as you know. Send me your location, and I'll be there shortly." Zwabing huffed. Now that sounds reasonable. She sent Chen Fan her location, as she too was sneaking out to meet him while her mother was preoccupied with her own affairs. However, with the school term approaching, they would soon be able to spend every day together. Arriving at the hotel where Zwabing had booked a room, Chen Fan barely stepped inside when she pressed him against the wall. This girl, brimming with passion and having been restrained by her mother for days, could hardly contain herself. After their intimate encounter, Zwabing lay on his chest and said, "You must treat me better." Initially, she only intended to experience love, never anticipating that she would give herself entirely. Fan embraced her, affirming, "Of course. Even if I do not treat myself well, I will certainly treat you well. Now that us more like it." Zwabing smiled contentedly. Fan suggested, "Shall we go shopping?" No. She was reluctant to waste any precious moments. Meanwhile, Fan contemplated gifting her something, yet Zwabing consistently declined. She understood his intentions, saying, "You know, being with you doesn't require material possessions." Fan pinched her cheek, insisting, "This time, you must agree. I wish for something of mine to belong to you." Zwabing retorted, "I've already given myself to you. Isn't that enough?" Fan got up, saying, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." He hurried to a nearby jewelry store and instructed, "Wrap up this diamond necklace and bracelet for me." The store staff were taken aback. "Sir, please take a closer look. Just this necklace costs over 6 million. The bracelet is priced at 800,000. Fan wasn't interested in a lengthy discussion. "I said to wrap it up. Can you not hear me?" He placed his bank card on the counter, causing the staff to tremble. Okay. After purchasing the items, he returned to the hotel, where Zwabing was lying on the bed. Upon hearing the doorbell, she pouted, "Where have you been?" Being all mysterious. "I need to head back in half an hour." Fan chuckled, revealing the 2 gifts he had just acquired. "What do you think? Do you like them?" Zwabing's eyes widened. "Where did you buy these? Are they expensive?" "Not at all, just a few hundred." "Well then, as long as you bought it, I will love it." Zwabing twisted her neck, requesting, "Help me put it on." Chapter 55. The matching necklace that evening. A dinner party awaited at the Zwa family residence, an event they could not afford to miss. Upon returning home, Zwabing admired the necklace gifted to her by Fan in front of the mirror. The pendant was quite exquisite. This fellow certainly had an eye for beauty. A piece worth just a few hundred yuan, yet so refined. At that moment, Han Kaiying returned. "Why haven't you changed yet? Wear a dress, be a bit more ladylike. And stop exposing your legs all the time." Zwabing, left speechless, retreated to her room to change into a flowing white gown. Her swan-like neck, adorned with the diamond necklace, radiated an alluring charm. The delicate bracelet accentuated her fair, porcelain-like arms, making her glow even more. With Zwabing's appearance, she commanded attention wherever she went, forever the proud little princess in the eyes of many. Zwa Handong arrived. "Are you ready? Let us go." Dressed in a sharp suit, Zwa Handong exuded charisma and elegance, truly a standout among men of his age. Han Kaiying was equally glamorous, donning a purple gown with a plunging neckline that showcased a hint of white. "Handong, could you bring me that necklace from my vanity?" This necklace, a cherished possession, had cost Han Kaiying over 100,000 yuan. Zwa Handong took the necklace and personally adorned his wife with it. Indeed, it looked splendid. "My wife is the most beautiful," he declared. Zwabing felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed her father was the greatest admirer of all. "Let us go." As the couple emerged from the bedroom, Han Kaiying, while changing her shoes and grabbing her purse, noticed the necklace around Zwabing's neck. "Oh, Zwabing, when did you get that necklace?" Zwabing casually replied, "I bought it while dancing at school." "Why?" "Nothing. I just find it quite eye-catching." "That diamond pendant can't be real, can it?" "How could it be? This necklace only cost a few hundred yuan." Zwa Handong laughed heartily. "Come on. It's merely a child's trinket. No matter how expensive, it cannot compare to your necklace worth over 100,000. "Indeed." Han Kaiying chuckled proudly, touching the large pendant at her chest. "Handong, when will you buy me another fine piece?" "Sure." Zwabing unexpectedly noted how feminine her mother appeared today. The family of 3 soon drove to a villa community in the southern district of the city. Upon their arrival, Han Handong carried the gifts they had prepared. Today marked the birthday of one of Han Kaiying's close friends, and they were gathering to celebrate. As they reached the entrance, a middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. "Ah, Handong, you're here. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you." Han Kaiying expressed her surprise. "Really? Did they arrive so early?" Upon entering, they indeed found the room filled with people, 7 or 8 elegantly dressed women, akin to Han Kaiying, adorned in their finery, engaged in lively conversation. These individuals are the closest companions of Han Kaiying, with the eldest in her 50s and the youngest in her late 20s. "Oh, here comes brother-in-law Zwa Handong," a 30-something matron exclaimed as she sauntered over, unabashedly linking her arm with Zwa Handong's and playfully flirting. With their daughter present, Zwa Handong felt a twinge of embarrassment. A bold woman nearby chimed in. Jiao Jiao, must you be so flirtatious? Be careful lest Kaiying gets jealous. Surely not. Right, Sister Kaiying? Han Kaiying remarked. I could smell your allure the moment I walked in. Do you fancy our Han Dong? Perhaps I should just gift him to you. Laughter erupted throughout the villa. The birthday celebrant, personally serving fruit, reminded everyone to be mindful of their words, as the children were present. The flirtatious matron pouted. They often disregard the occasion. The bold woman retorted, it's fine. They'll find out sooner or later. We ought to learn from the West and not be so conservative. Understanding early on prevents misfortune. Oh, Kaiying, when did you purchase that lovely dress? It looks stunning. How much was it? I'd like to buy one as well. Observing their chatter, Zhua Handong retreated to the courtyard to sip tea with several men, while Zhua Bing sat beside her mother and took a bite of fruit. Han Kaiying had adorned herself beautifully today, yet among this circle, each woman was affluent, of a wealthier caliber. She felt somewhat modest, stating, it's nothing extravagant. I merely bought it because I liked the design. How much? Inquired the curious Li Jia, in her 40s, who wore an exceptionally beautiful dress costing over 30,000. As they pressed for details, Han Kaiying replied, it was quite inexpensive, just over 6,000. That is indeed a bargain, Li Jia noted. Mine was more than 30,000. The bold woman added, of course, who doesn't know you're a wealthy lady? 3 villas, assets in the billions. Li Jia proudly stated, not too shabby, I suppose. But you all aren't doing poorly either, so please don't make me appear foolish. In reality, her family's assets were likely around 4 to 5 billion. At that moment, the birthday girl, He Jia, announced, my husband bought me a necklace, let me show you. Oh, wonderful. The crowd exclaimed in delight. He Jia joyfully dashed into the bedroom, retrieving a red box. She opened it publicly, revealing a stunning necklace nestled within. The pendant bore a resemblance to the ones Zhua Bing wore, though the diamonds were not as large. Everyone gathered around, exclaiming, wow, how beautiful. He Jia. That necklace must have been quite costly. He Jia donned the necklace and twirled around, asking, what do you think? Is it all right? In truth, He Jia was not very tall, standing at just over 5 feet, and was somewhat plump, with a complexion that was not particularly fair. The diamond necklace worn by her appeared quite discordant, yet everyone nodded in agreement, declaring it beautiful and utterly perfect. Ah, Sister He. You haven't told us how much this necklace costs, someone remarked. Observing the collective curiosity, Sister He smiled mysteriously. Guess how much it is? I reckon it must be at least 100,000, came the response. Try again. Sister He, clearly enjoying the moment, encouraged them. It should be around 200,000. Another suggested, to which Sister He merely smiled, her gaze drifting to Han Kaiying's neck. Kaiying's necklace must be worth tens of thousands as well. Han Kaiying felt slightly embarrassed, questioning why she was being compared again. Sisterly, seeing your mystery, it can't possibly be over 1 million, right? Sister He chuckled, not at all. It's 468,800. Indeed, the world of the affluent was markedly different. A single necklace could command such a price. The revelation left the onlookers astounded, affirming Sister He's wealth. Just then, Jiao Jiao exclaimed, hey, your necklace looks remarkably similar to Bing Bing's. At her shout, everyone's gaze shifted to Zhua Bing, who had been quietly watching television, detached from their interaction. As they focused on her, it became evident that Zhua Bing's necklace was not only of superior quality but also boasted larger diamonds, strikingly resembling Sister He's piece. Chapter 56. You claim this necklace worth millions is merely a few hundred? Bing, how much did you pay for your necklace? Could we possibly take a look? Sister Li inquired, intrigued, yet she doubted Zhua Bing's piece could surpass Sister He's in value. Zhua Bing smiled sweetly. I purchased it casually for a few hundred. She casually handed over the necklace. A few hundred? The crowd expressed disbelief as they compared Zhua Bing's necklace to Sister He's. This must be a replica, they murmured. And how could ordinary diamonds be so large? If it were genuine, that would be extraordinary. A chorus of chatter ensued among the women. Yet they could not deny that Zhua Bing's necklace indeed outshone Sister He's. Sister Li jested, Sister He, I think you got a raw deal. Your tens of thousands necklace pales in comparison to Bing Bing's replica. Exactly. The craftsmanship of today's replicas is incredibly refined, they echoed, eager to return the necklace to Zhua Bing when, at that moment, the statuesque Tao Jia emerged from the restroom. Tao Jia, the youngest among their close-knit group at 28, was in the business of jewelry and precious metals. Hey, Xiao Tao, come take a look. I increasingly feel that Bing Bing's necklace isn't just a replica. Among them were those with discerning eyes. Han Kaiying interjected, don't be ridiculous. It's just a toy for kids. How could something worth a few hundred be taken seriously? Come on. It's not like we have anything else to do, they urged. Tao Jie took Zhou Bing's necklace into her hands, her eyes lighting up. Oh, what is this? The others inquired, their curiosity piqued, especially regarding Sister Li and Jiao Jiao. Tao Jie squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the necklace and examining the mark on its reverse side. Each brand possesses its unique insignia, she asserted confidently. Do you truly believe this is a mere imitation worth only a few hundred? Bing Bing. How much did you pay for this necklace? A few hundred, replied Zhou Bing. Regardless of its value, Zhou Bing cherished the gift from Chen Fan. Tao Jie then shifted her gaze to Zhou Bing's wrist. And what about this bracelet? Zhou Bing shook her head. It's truly not worth much, so please don't inquire further. Tao Jie solemnly remarked, Sister Kaiying, your Bing Bing is far too understated. What's wrong? If I am not mistaken, just this bracelet alone must be worth between 600,000 to 700,000. What? What? The villa was filled with astonishment. Surely not. They considered themselves affluent. Yet a casual bracelet worn by Zhou Bing could be valued at such a staggering amount. That is remarkable. Han Kaiying could hardly believe it. Is that true? Indeed. Having been in this industry for so long, I could not have erred. As for this necklace, it is a new release from an overseas company, and the diamond adorning it is priced at no less than 6 million. Thud. Upon hearing Tao Jie's unwavering assertion, Sister Li collapsed onto the floor. Jie's expression turned grave. Are you certain? There is no doubt. I have attended the launch of this company's new products, and that necklace of Bing Bing's is worth at least 6 million. Zhou Bing stood in stunned silence. What a fool Chen Fan is. Has he lost his mind? Wasn't it said to be merely a few hundred? Did I mishear? Did I miss a digit? Where would he acquire such wealth to bestow such an extravagant gift upon me? Has he been dabbling in antiques again? While Zhou Bing was lost in thought, Han Kaiying and her circle of friends were left bewildered. Han Kaiying gazed at her daughter with suspicion, her mind racing with wild conjectures. What on earth has her daughter been up to afford a necklace worth millions? Sister Li, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Kaiying, our family is sufficiently understated. Precisely. It's clearly a necklace worth millions, and yet she deceives us into believing it costs but a few hundred. Does she fear we might borrow money from her? They began to mock. Han Kaiying felt embarrassed, urging them to cease their teasing. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Though she spoke thus, her mind was anything but calm. Consequently, the group began to compliment Han Kaiying, truly understated. When did you strike it rich? On the way back from dinner. She commenced her interrogation. Zhou Bing, come here. What is it, Mom? Speak plainly. Who gifted you that necklace? What? I thought something was amiss. If you like it, I can give it to you. Silence. Who is joking around? Zhou Handong approached. What is going on? She is already grown up. Indeed, father. You should pay more attention to your wife, who constantly scrutinizes our daughter like a hawk. Han Kaiying, with a dark expression, commanded them to be silent. Zhou Handong. Are you still oblivious? Your daughter has become quite capable, flaunting a bracelet worth 600,000 to 700,000 and a necklace exceeding 6 million. She is quite the spectacle today. What 6 million necklace? Zhou Handong exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Zhou Bing. Let me see. Who gave you that? I purchased it myself. Still defiant, Han Kaiying retorted angrily. If you do not clarify this matter today, do not think you can evade the consequences. Zhou Bing, at a loss for words, replied, Mom, if you continue like this, I will have no choice but to leave home. Am I not entitled to privacy and freedom as an adult? It is merely a necklace. Why such an uproar? You. Han Kaiying was furious. I will not let you off so easily. Zhou Bing was equally unyielding. If you insist on pressuring me, I will resort to legal measures. I do not believe I cannot support myself. Very well. You have grown wings. Han Kaiying was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Seeing the two women at odds, Zhou Handong intervened gently. Zhou Bing, just confess. Your mother only has your best interests at heart, fearing you might make a mistake out there. Dad, do you not trust me either? Zhou Bing argued passionately. I am nearly 20 years old. What mistakes can I possibly make? But that necklace and bracelet are difficult to explain, Zhou Handong reasoned. As her parents continued to dig in their heels, Zhou Bing, exasperated, exclaimed, it was a gift from a male classmate. That should suffice. What male classmate is so generous as to give you a necklace worth millions? What is the nature of your relationship? Have you done something behind my back? Han Kaiying's alarm was immediate. Zhou Bing retorted, how would I know it was so expensive? He told me it was merely something worth a few hundred. Fine, I will return it to him tomorrow. This is so annoying. Han Kaiying gazed at her daughter and inquired, who is he? What is your relationship with him? Mom, please. Are you trying to force me into becoming a martyr like Neza? Zwahandong quickly interjected. All right. If he truly is just a male classmate, invite him over tomorrow for a chat. This concerns your lifelong happiness. Logically, Han Kaiying should have been pleased that her daughter found such a boyfriend. But she could not comprehend it, as Wu Bing had not sought her approval. Such behavior was unforgivable. Chapter 57. Scoundrel. Let go of my daughter at that moment. Chen Fan was preparing to sleep when Zhu Bing sent a WeChat message. You were remarkable today. Of course. He replied with a rather mischievous grin. Zhu Bing nearly wished to vanish from embarrassment. Get lost. That is not what I meant. Let us not delve into the origins of your mysterious wealth. What was the purpose of this gift? Now my parents are aware of it, insisting on uncovering its origins. What do you think I should do? Chen Fan never anticipated that the gift he presented to Zhu Bing would lead to such complications. His initial intention was merely to provide her with a personal item, something that would remind her of him whenever she glanced at the necklace or bracelet. Little did he know her parents would be so shrewd. Clearly, a strategy must be devised. Should he truly confess to Zhu Bing's parents? Must he really expose his identity as an invisible, affluent individual? Thus, Chen Fan suggested to Zhu Bing, what if we come clean? Come clean about what? With my mother's disposition, honesty would be your undoing. You have no idea how controlling she can be. Then perhaps we should meet and gauge her reaction? After careful consideration, Chen Fan concluded that he should not continue to hide, as the trouble was of his own making. However, Zhu Bing disagreed. She was unaware of her boyfriend's capabilities, and she replied, let us put it off for now. I'm going to sleep. This girl has such a disposition, especially when she is in a bad mood. Chen Fan reclined on the sofa, pondering how to resolve this predicament. In the master bedroom of Zhu Bing's home, Zwahandong was also attempting to persuade his wife. She is now an adult, no longer a child. You needn't be so stringent. Besides, someone who can afford such an extravagant gift as a necklace is surely not an ordinary person. They say it is better to be lenient than to be strict. Why can't you loosen the reins a bit? Han Kaiying retorted, what do you know? She hasn't even graduated from university yet. And I fear she may stray in the outside world. I refuse to let go until this person is revealed. Seeing that he could not sway her, Zwahandong grew indifferent and remarked, fine. You are the most formidable in the world. He turned over and went to sleep. There are times he finds himself exasperated by his wife's temperament. Honestly, does she really need to be so domineering at home? This time, he resolved not to side with her. The following morning, when Zhu Bing awoke, she found her mother sitting on the sofa with a cold expression. You're up? When will you clarify your situation? Zhu Bing gazed at her mother. Are you ever going to stop? Han Kaiying maintained her icy demeanor, and the atmosphere in the house felt oppressively tense. Zhu Bing, feeling vexed, finally relented. All right, fine. Since you're so curious, I'll call him over right now. She dialed Chen Fan. Come over, she is confused. Chen Fan had initially planned to change stocks that day, but upon receiving Zhu Bing's call, he was compelled to alter his plans. Soon, he arrived downstairs at Zhu Bing's residence. I'm here. Which floor is your home on? In fact, Chen Fan had pondered extensively the previous night. If Zhu Bing's mother was so rigid and insistent on confronting her, he might as well show his face. Therefore, when he arrived today, he did so with complete composure, devoid of any trepidation. Zhu Bing provided him with the floor and room number. Within moments, the doorbell rang. Today, Zwahandong remained indoors, and upon seeing Zhu Bing approach to open the door, he poured himself a cup of tea and took a seat. When it came to the matter of his daughter's romantic entanglements, Zwahandong was far more indifferent than Han Kaiying. As the door swung open, Zhu Bing smiled upon seeing Chen Fan. Come in. We have a meeting today, she said. Chen Fan did not arrive empty-handed. He brought 2 bottles of Mauda liquor, 2 boxes of bird's nest, and held a red booklet in his hand. Upon entering, he greeted, hello, uncle, and Zwahandong's initial reaction upon seeing Chen Fan was one of surprise. What brings you here? Han Kaiying's gaze scrutinized Chen Fan as though she were interrogating a suspect. Noticing her husband's reaction, her brow furrowed. Do you two know each other? Coughing, Zwahandong struggled to regain his composure. Young man, please, take a seat. Why all these gifts? Chen Fan replied, it's only right. He then added, uncle, aunt. Regarding my relationship with Zhu Bing, please do not blame her. If anyone is to be held accountable, it is I. Silence. Han Kaiying stood, visibly displeased, and examined Chen Fan closely. Her gaze then shifted to Zwahandong and his daughter. Are you two conspiring to deceive me? What? Zhuahandong was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. By heaven's virtue, Han Kaiying, what do you mean? Humph. Zhuahandong. Do you think your feeble thoughts can fool me? You're merely trying to protect your daughter by finding someone to placate me. Do you take me for a fool? Him? Can he afford a diamond necklace worth millions? Don't think I'm unaware. He is just a worker on a construction site. What? Zhuahandong was left bewildered. Turning to Chun Fan with a confused expression. Young man, when did you become a construction worker? Chun Fan, feeling awkward, replied, This is my building. I'm helping a friend. Zhuahandong admonished, Then why didn't you come to my shop? No matter what, I wouldn't treat you poorly. Han Kaiying coldly interrupted. Enough. Are you done with your little play? Zhuabing, do you truly not intend to tell the truth? Zhuabing, at a loss for words, responded. What must I say for you to believe me? Chun Fan, seeing her distress, stepped forward and said, Please ask whatever you wish. Don't put Zhuabing in a difficult position. She is a good girl. Han Kaiying glared at him. Do you think you are worthy of our bibbing? What? Chun Fan countered, realizing the crux of her disbelief in their relationship. What do you mean? Do you think I am too poor to afford gifts worth millions? I have simply devoted all my earnings to the woman I cherish most. Is there anything wrong with a man doing so? Zhuahandong interjected. How can you speak like that? Young Chun is simply modest. Many of my antiques were sourced by him. Be quiet. Han Kaiying would not allow him and Chun Fan to conspire against her. Indeed, I find it hard to believe. What proof do you have to offer? Are you truly Zhuabing's boyfriend? Chun Fan turned to Zhuabing, who was already bewildered by her mother's outburst. Auntie, I understand your disbelief, but fret not. He approached Zhuabing, taking her hand. Zhuabing, at this juncture, there is nothing left to conceal. Since Annie is so curious, let us reveal the truth. With that, he embraced Zhuabing. Auntie, we are genuinely in love. Please do not make things difficult for us. Zhuahandong covered his face, turning away in embarrassment. Han Kaiying, exasperated, shouted, You scoundrel, release my daughter. Chapter 58. He actually possesses ownership of a skyscraper. Han Kaiying, infuriated, was about to charge forward when Zhuahandong quickly restrained her. What are you doing? Can you not grasp the situation? You insisted on having proof, and now it has been presented to you. Han Kaiying shook off his hand, retorting angrily, I think you've lost your mind. Zhuabing, come here. Chun Fan released Zhuabing. Zhuabing gazed at Chun Fan with joy, her smile radiant. It was such a blissful experience to be with the one she adored in front of her parents. Chun Fan held Zhuabing's hand. Auntie, feel free to express what you wish to say. Han Kaiying was seething, nearly wishing to eliminate this lunatic. The very notion that her daughter was dating without her consent was unforgivable. Yet, he was doing this right before her eyes. At that moment, Han Kaiying felt a profound pain as if her most cherished possession was being stolen. Observing her distress, Chun Fan spoke earnestly, Auntie, I am uncertain of your mindset. The freedom to love is a concept that has been advocated for many years. Both Zhuabing and I are of age, and thus, you possess no legitimate reason to impede her from pursuing love. Should you forcefully intervene, it constitutes an unlawful act. Furthermore, I do not perceive gifting my girlfriend as something disgraceful. If a woman encounters someone in her lifetime who is willing to devote everything to her, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. I refuse to believe that you do not yearn for such a love. Cough, cough. Zhuahandong, feeling the awkwardness, could not suppress a fit of coughing. Han Kaiying was rendered speechless by his words. Indeed, how could she not yearn for such love? Who would not desire it? However, she shot a fierce glare at Zhuahandong. Seizing the moment, Chun Fan added, Auntie, your stringent control stems from your own insecurities. A woman with ample confidence can navigate any situation with ease. She can shine amidst the crowd, standing tall and unmatched. With confidence, she fears nothing and has no apprehensions. Whether in love, career, or family. If you believe that my relationship with Zhuabing is a mistake, I can acquiesce to your wishes. However, I can only perceive this as a sign of weakness. Children will eventually grow up. They possess their own thoughts, their own opinions, and their own worlds. The more you try to control them, the smaller their world becomes. Only by releasing your grip and allowing them to soar freely will they truly experience the entirety of this world. Enough. Han Kaiying was infuriated. Although she understood deep down that Chun Fan was entirely correct, yet she was unwilling to acknowledge it. Must she, at her age, be lectured by a mere child? Meanwhile, Zhuabing gazed at Chun Fan in astonishment. How had she never noticed his eloquence before? Humph. This fellow must have charmed many young ladies outside. Zhuahandong was impressed. As expected of a student from Jiangzhou University, he was articulate and persuasive. Quite remarkable. He looked at Chen Fan with admiration. What could be wrong with having him as a son-in-law? Why must everything be a competition? Zhou Handong was calm and uncontentious. He led a leisurely life and saw nothing wrong with it. Han Kaiying, noticing her husband's silence, shot him a fierce glare and commanded, "Release Zhou Bing's hand and stand properly." Zhou Bing, taken aback by her treatment of her boyfriend, stepped in defensively. "Mom, what do you mean? Chen Fan came bearing such an expensive gift, and you expect him to stand?" Chen Fan chuckled. "It's all right. I will have a good talk with Mom." Zhou Bing stiffened. This guy truly was fearless. However, letting him stand up to her mother might be beneficial. Otherwise, he would have no standing in the family. Han Kaiying's face turned green upon hearing that address. This boy certainly had a thick skin, unlike a fool. Zhou Handong secretly laughed. His impression of Chen Fan was quite favorable, especially considering the necklace he gifted their daughter, which was valued at over 6 million. What did this signify? It indicated that he possessed the ability to earn. A young man with the capacity to provide for himself is not a bad thing. In contrast, Zhou Handong had little fondness for idle rich second-generation heirs. One must earn their keep through hard work for it to last. Han Kaiying, maintaining her pride, coldly inquired, "Where are you from?" Chen Fan replied, "Auntie, I hail from Tongqing in Hunan province. My parents are farmers, and I have a younger sister." "Such a remote country bumpkin?" Han Kaiying instantly felt displeased again. "I ask you, what can you offer to ensure Zhou Bing's happiness?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan thought, "Oh, is she preparing to give her consent?" He looked at Zhou Bing, who wore a smile. It seemed that in this battle against her mother, victory was within their grasp. No matter how thick her legs were, they could not overpower 2 arms. As Han Kaiying fixed her gaze on Chen Fan like a fierce tigress, he remained silent and calmly produced a red booklet. It was the ownership certificate for Yunfan Building. Left Handong gasped in astonishment. "Is this yours?" "What is this?" Han Kaiying leaned in for a closer look. "Handong, could you assist me? My legs feel a bit weak." She could hardly believe her eyes as she stared at Chen Fan. "So, the venue rented by my company is actually yours?" Her expression was one of disbelief. "I can't accept this. It's simply absurd. How could he possibly own an entire building?" "Nonsense. This is clearly a property I rented from Blueprint Investment Company." Han Kaiying's demeanor chilled, yet she sensed something was amiss. Why would Blueprint offer her such favorable terms? She regarded Chen Fan, feeling uncertain. Could this young man truly be a scion of a prominent family? Even if he wasn't, his capabilities seemed extraordinary. As for whether this building belonged to him, she could verify that later. With this thought, she felt reluctant to maintain her earlier dominance, yet her pride held her back. Thus, she feigned authority and inquired, "What are your future plans? Will you develop in Jiangzhou?" Chen Fan replied, "That's hard to say. If I perform well, I may venture into larger cities. Perhaps even the world." He spoke with utter sincerity. However, Han Kaiying was irked again. Young people should be more pragmatic. "Just tell me plainly, will you settle in Jiangzhou in the future?" Jiangzhou was merely the starting point of his career, and whether he would remain there was indeed uncertain. Yet, what did this have to do with romance? As Left Bing said, "Are you currently dating with the intention of marriage?" Chen Fan smiled. "If Auntie approves, we can buy a house and settle down in Jiangzhou. It wouldn't be a difficult task for me." "Such lofty ambitions," she retorted. "Very well, I'll give you 6 months. Buy a villa in Jiangzhou. If you succeed, I won't oppose your relationship." "Huh?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "What's wrong? Can't you do it? If you can't, then stop pursuing our Bing Bing." "No, that's not it." Chen Fan wanted to express his surprise at how modest her demands were. "I already own not just 1, but 2 villas." Left Handong, sensing his wife's challenge to the young man, felt a twinge of awkwardness and interjected, "Kaiying, perhaps we should focus on acquiring a more suitable residence first." Han Kaiying shot him a glare. "No way. Isn't he quite impressive? He casually gifts 600,000 for a necklace. What's the big deal about buying a villa? It's merely a few tens of millions." Cough, cough. Left Handong defended Chen Fan. "That 600,000 might very well be all he has. He has already given it to your daughter." "Enough, Left Handong. Why are you constantly siding with him? I desire for him to purchase a villa. Is it not for my own sake? He is still so young. If he possesses the will, he would strive independently." "Very well. Since my wife has already taken a step back, Zhou Handong shall seize the opportunity. If all else fails, I shall discreetly lend them a hand in the future. By the way, Chen Fan, since you are here, do stay for lunch with us. Remember to treat Zhou Bing kindly. Do not bully her. She is our only daughter." "Ah, you agree so readily?" Chen Fan gazed at Zhou Bing with excitement, and Zhou Bing felt a quiet joy. However, her mother still wore a stern expression. Zhou Bing approached her and linked arms, saying, "Mom, come on, don't be angry. Let us go eat." Chapter 59. Haha, a billionaire now. Han Kai's unease stemmed from her ignorance, leaving her feeling uncertain. Upon meeting Chen Fan, she realized that although his background was humble, he possessed remarkable capability, and she accepted him. Ultimately, parents' hearts tend to lean towards their children. To ease the atmosphere, Zhou Hanong took it upon himself to cook, even opening a bottle of wine for the occasion. He patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said, "Make sure to come by the store more often to lend me your discerning eye." The meal lasted for over an hour, and when Chen Fan departed, Zhou Bing accompanied him downstairs. She embraced Chen Fan, radiantly exclaiming, "Chen Fan, I love you." Chen Fan playfully pinched her cheek and replied, "I'm heading back now. Remember to think of me." As Chen Fan walked away, Zhou Bing finally exhaled in relief, pleased to have appeased her mother. To her surprise, the outcome was quite harmonious. The girl, filled with joy, returned home with a smile. Meanwhile, Chen Fan returned to his apartment, where Su Ruzhen was busy with company affairs. He opened his computer to manage his investments. The total account balance stood at 1,038.9 billion. Oh, goodness. It seems the recent long-term gains have been promising. Chen Fan meticulously analyzed the future trends of several stocks. Two of them should be liquidated. Chen Fan never clung to his positions. Given the substantial amount of capital involved, waiting until risks materialize would render escape impossible. Thus, many traders simultaneously push prices higher while unloading their shares. Some unscrupulous traders, in the end, sell off their holdings almost recklessly. Consequently, his primary task in the afternoon was to reduce his holdings, even to the point of liquidating. In fact, the quickest way to sell is still at the limit up. A trader seeking to achieve higher profits must seal the limit up, creating an impression of a formidable upward momentum for retail investors. Others may not comprehend the ensuing trends, but Chen Fan can. Some traders may also seal the limit up to facilitate selling, resulting in the limit up repeatedly opening and closing. He would inject funds into the surge, slowly strategizing. Chen Fan observed that Jinhua Company, Jiangnan Machinery, and Dagua Heavy Industry had reached their conclusion. Tomorrow, there will be a phenomenon of artificially inflated selling. And in the subsequent trading days, this trend will persist. Although on the day after tomorrow, the stock will close at its upper limit again. It will merely be a final illusion. Following this surge, the stock price will plummet sharply, experiencing a decline of over 50%. Such a situation is certainly unacceptable to Chen Fan. Upon observing the upper limit being sealed with over 40,000 large orders, Chen Fan calculated it to be more than 600 million. His own capital in these few stocks amounts to approximately 2 billion. Without further ado, he decided to execute a transaction. With precise timing, Chen Fan directly sold 40,000 shares. In an instant, the upper limit was breached and all buy orders were consumed. The opposing speculator was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Who dares to challenge me? They hurriedly attempted to stabilize the situation. The speculator could not afford to let their efforts go to waste after pushing the stock price to this level. A sudden sell-off would undoubtedly alert retail investors. If the retail investors fled, what would become of them? Gritting their teeth, the speculator once again sealed the stock with over 20,000 large orders. Chen Fan smiled. Having anticipated the speculator's move, they would not allow the stock price to fall. Thus, he proceeded to sell another 20,000 shares, consuming the opposing buy orders once more. As a result, Chen Fan successfully liquidated over 300 million. Nevertheless, there remained over 1 billion still trapped in this stock. Now, he could only quietly await the speculator's next move. Having consecutively reduced his holdings, realizing over 900 million, the speculator must be cursing inwardly. Ultimately, whether to block or allow the stock price to decline hinged on the speculator's mentality and tactics. After all, the market value of this stock exceeded 200 billion. Indeed, the speculator adopted a different approach. They ceased to seal the upper limit and instead employed a supportive strategy, attempting to prevent the stock price from dropping. Chen Fan chuckled and chose to disregard it. He continued to operate on another stock, employing a similar strategy. Soon, he liquidated over 4 billion from these three stocks. There still remained over 2 billion in the market. Chen Fan did not intend to sell Xizjiang Energy and Bagua Mining, as the forthcoming trend shattered everyone's preconceived notions. They were, astonishingly, rare century-defining stocks. Thus, he continued to monitor them. In the following half-month, these two stocks experienced a meteoric rise. However, there were moments of immense volume. With the transaction rate exceeding 60%, Chen Fan speculated that this might be the second or even third wave of speculative capital taking the reins. In fact, many of these extraordinary stocks are not the result of a single speculator's efforts, but rather a spectacle formed by multiple capital players taking turns. After pausing for about half an hour, the speculator, noticing Chen Fan's lack of further actions, began to analyze the opponent's strength. With over 900 million spent, they must be nearing their limits. Thus, the speculator once again sealed the stock with over 30,000 large orders. The dealer truly proves to be a benevolent individual. Time to reap the rewards. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude and unreservedly placed a buy order for 30,000 shares. Once again, over 400 million was secured, leaving only the initial investment. Alas, the dealer was enraged. He promptly issued thousands of large orders. 4,444. 4,444. 4,444. Clearly, he was somewhat vexed. Without adhering to any rules, Chen Fan decisively cast aside all his chips. In the end, he delivered a few final blows, exclaiming, 886. I'm done here, I'm leaving. 10 minutes before the market closed, Chen Fan disposed of all his holdings, successfully liquidating a staggering 206.5 billion. However, the dealer's prowess was formidable. As in the final minutes, he managed to seal the ceiling price. This further instilled confidence among retail investors, who believed that the stock would continue to rise. For the other two stocks, Chen Fan did not employ the same strategy. He sold a portion while retaining some, refraining from drastic measures. Nevertheless, he resolved to divest entirely over the next couple of days. Observing the more than 4 billion balance in his account, coupled with nearly 6 billion in holdings, he realized that attaining a net worth of 100 billion was no small feat. He decided to remain prudent. Yet, Chen Fan adhered to the principle of never holding more than 5% of his assets in any stock and avoided entering the top 10 of small-cap stocks, maintaining a low profile. However, today he had provoked the dealer, who was now in the trading room, fuming with rage. In just one day, nearly 2 billion in funds had evaporated, all from his own capital. He was determined to locate this opponent and make him suffer a bit. However, venting his anger was futile. He had no choice but to alter his strategy. What was originally intended for liquidation tomorrow would now necessitate an enforced rally to further invigorate market sentiment, allowing him to select a more opportune moment for selling. After completing his operations, Chen Fan stretched lazily. He wondered how Su Ruzhen was faring. Should he go check on her? Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen was supervising at the construction site, where she had specially arranged for the creation of a spacious trading room. Naturally, the workers were unaware of the purpose of this area. They merely followed the blueprints. Su Ruzhen envisioned a massive screen on the wall, with dozens of computers below, planning to gradually expand as needed, thus establishing a professional trading center. Chapter 60. A birthday gift for Su Ruzhen. Chen Fan arrived at Yunfan Building, where Chen Ming was patrolling. Hey, Chen Fan, what brings you here? Chen Ming quickly offered him a cigarette, surprisingly a pack of the 20 yuan de Hongyang. Oh, feeling extravagant, are we? Chen Fan lit the cigarette and took a puff, astonished that he dared smoke such an expensive brand. Chen Ming chuckled, thanks to you, I got this job. President Su has treated me well, offering a monthly salary of 10,000, along with bonuses. Well, keep up the good work, Chen Fan encouraged. Chen Ming patted his chest, assuring, rest assured, I will give it my all. Chen Fan ascended to the upper floor, having recently signed numerous tenants. However, their rental prices were at least 1.5 times that of Han Kaiying, which brought her considerable joy. After all, she alone had secured the lowest rate, leaving no room for negotiation for anyone else. Moreover, Su Ruzhen's stance was undeniably firm. She asserted that companies lacking strength were not welcome. Her reasoning was sound. If one was bargaining over rent, it indicated a lack of capability. Such companies would inevitably vacate, and to avoid unnecessary complications, Su Ruzhen directly raised the entry threshold. Of course, had Han Kaiying not had her daughter, Zhua Bing, she would never have had the opportunity to secure such a price. The office area was nearly finished with its renovations. Upon seeing Chen Fan arrive, Su Ruzhen hurried over, asking, what brings you here? Chen Fan smiled and replied, I came to check on your progress. Su Ruzhen, beaming with happiness, inquired, what do you think? Is it satisfactory? Quite good. Chen Fan offered a candid appraisal. He quickly recognized a remarkable quality in her. No matter the burden he assigned to Su Ruzhen, she managed to bear it effortlessly. Where could one find such an employee? The office area, reception, break room, and logistics were all impeccably managed. Chen Fan looked at her with satisfaction and said, "Tomorrow is your birthday. Take a day off." Huh? Su Ruzhen appeared genuinely surprised. "How did you know?" "Please," he teased, "your ID is right in my hands. How could I not know?" Realizing the implication, Su Ruzhen blushed and remarked, "I didn't expect you to remember that. So, do you have any plans?" Chen Fan replied, "Any arrangements you desire can be made." With no one around, Su Ruzhen leaned closer to Chen Fan and whispered, "Give me a kiss." "Come on, don't be so flirtatious," Chen Fan retorted, rolling his eyes at her lack of ambition. "Finish work early tonight." Su Ruzhen giggled in response. After spending an hour at the construction site, Chen Ming observed the two descending the stairs together, feeling a twinge of surprise. Chen Fan is impressive, getting along so well with Su Zong. If only they could become a couple. "Su Zong, do you need a ride?" Chen Ming asked as he approached. "No need. I'll drive myself," she replied. Now, Chen Ming and his colleagues no longer had to rent outside accommodations, as all security personnel resided in the dormitory on the basement level. Given that security work required 24-hour coverage, they operated in 3 shifts. The two enjoyed a meal together before returning to the apartment. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chen Fan received a call from Chu Yinfei, who informed him that everything was ready and inquired when he would come by. This was something Chen Fan had previously arranged, and he was pleasantly surprised by Chu Yinfei's diligence in executing the task so precisely on time. Today marked Su Ruzhen's birthday. A rare day off for her, allowing her to indulge in a late sleep. It was already 9 o'clock, yet she had not yet risen. Chen Fan emerged from the kitchen, removing his apron. This marks the first occasion he has ventured into the kitchen since moving into the apartment. Previously, it was always Su Ruzhen who took charge, while he, as the proprietor, merely indulged in the meals. Today is indeed a special day. Let us show some concern for this veteran. Knock, knock, knock. "Are you awake?" Chen Fan called out, only to be met with Su Ruzhen's languid voice from within. "What is it? Let me sleep a little longer." Chen Fan, disregarding her reluctance, entered and pulled her up. "Get up. We have things to do today." However, Su Ruzhen had no intention of moving. Whether it was intentional or not, she yanked him, causing him to stumble and fall directly onto her. In a swift motion, Su Ruzhen embraced him. "What are you doing?" "Please, a girl should maintain some modesty." A few minutes later, as Su Ruzhen wiped her mouth, she remarked, "Seriously? Are you even a man? All right. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We need to head out soon." Chen Fan urged her into the bathroom. Once Su Ruzhen emerged, she spotted a bowl of egg noodles on the table. "Did you cook this?" "Who else could it be?" Chen Fan replied. "Happy birthday." He offered her a pair of chopsticks, and she felt a wave of emotion. Staring at Chen Fan, she then smiled wryly. "Thank you. You were so thoughtful." "Is this really being thoughtful? It's just a bowl of noodles." After they finished the egg noodles, Chen Fan pressed her to change her clothes. "What should I wear?" Su Ruzhen playfully pouted, seeking his opinion on such matters. Chen Fan responded, "With your figure, you would look even better without wearing anything." "Oh my." Su Ruzhen shot him a glare. "Do you really want to see?" Then she pretended to remove her clothes, prompting Chen Fan to turn his head away. Realizing that things could escalate quickly if this continued. "Who was scared of whom?" Su Ruzhen huffed. "If you have the courage, go ahead. I wouldn't refuse." Chen Fan, disinterested in their banter, remarked, "Chu Yinfei is still waiting." Su Ruzhen changed into a form-fitting skirt and black stockings. "This enchantress is ready to cast her spell." Chen Fan commented, "Could you not dress so provocatively? It's unsafe outside." With a playful glint in her eye, Su Ruzhen replied, "I dress as I please." "Very well." Chen Fan conceded, no longer bothering with her attire. The two drove to the Jiangshan Daijing sales office. Chu Yinfei had been waiting there, and, upon seeing Chen Fan arrive with a beautiful woman, felt a twinge of envy. That girl is truly fortunate to have such a boyfriend. She approached and handed Chen Fan the prepared items. "Mr. Chen, this lovely lady, please." "What are we doing here?" Su Ruzhen inquired, unaware that Chen Fan was purchasing a villa. Chen Fan explained, "Take a look. This development is quite impressive. A community of exclusive villas. Are you planning to live here in the future?" Su Ruzhen asked as they walked side by side, following Chu Yinfei to Building 16. Chu Yinfei opened the gate to the courtyard. "Please, after you." Su Ruzhen gently pushed Chen Fan ahead, urging him to go first. "Wow, it's magnificent," she exclaimed upon seeing the lavish villa. This exquisitely decorated residence only required furniture to make it livable. Chen Fan led her to the second floor, where the view was even more splendid, offering a distant glimpse of the riverbank. "What do you think? Do you like it?" He casually handed her the bag that Chu Yifeng had entrusted to him. "This is your birthday gift. Take a look." Ah? Su Ruzhen opened the bag and pulled out a certificate of registration. Was it a property deed? Upon flipping it open, she saw the name of the homeowner, Su Ruzhen. She was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Qin Fan, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Fan. Without regard for the onlookers, Su Ruzhen embraced him tightly. In that moment, she was truly moved. It wasn't merely the value of the villa that struck her, but the thoughtfulness that Qin Fan had put into this gesture. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Hey, what's this about? Can such a small gift really move you so much?" Qin Fan felt awkward. Not because of her tears, but rather due to the allure of her form, which left him in a state of discomfort. Nearby, Chu Yinfeng observed the scene, turning her face away in embarrassment. Yet, what shocked her even more was Qin Fan's casual remark. This villa worth over 30 million was merely a small gift. Goodness. If he could purchase 2 villas in one go without a second thought, she felt an urge to confront this boastful individual. To many, certain things may seem insurmountable ladders in life, but to the affluent, they are mere trifles. Although Chu Yinfeng worked as a sales representative at the Jiangshan Daijing sales office, she never dared to dream of living in such luxury. For an ordinary person, being able to buy a decent apartment with a larger layout would be a significant achievement. Witnessing the scene before her, Chu Yinfeng could only feel deep envy. How wonderful it would be if this young man were her boyfriend. Qin Fan, increasingly uncomfortable due to Su Ruzhen's closeness, gently pushed her away. All right. Let's not be so forward. It might draw unwanted attention." Su Ruzhen wiped her tears away and shot him a reproachful look. This fellow truly lacked romantic sensibility. Nonetheless, she was quite fond of the villa. Qin Fan handed her the keys and the property deed. "This is your house. You can move in whenever you wish." Pouting, Su Ruzhen replied, "I think I'll hold off for now. The newly renovated house needs to air out." Qin Fan nodded, saying, "That's entirely up to you." In truth, he harbored the intention of vacating his apartment for future rendezvous with Zhuo Bing. However, he couldn't press Su Ruzhen to move in. With the property now hers, Su Ruzhen was particularly elated. "Let us go out for dinner today. It's my treat. Do you have other friends in Jiangzhou? If not, why not invite them all over?" Qin Fan also desired a livelier atmosphere. After all, it was her birthday. However, Su Ruzhen shook her head and leaned close to Qin Fan's ear, whispering softly, "I don't want anyone but you." Qin Fan was taken aback by her boldness, unable to suppress a playful glare. "What a temptress. You'd best not provoke me. I am quite indiscriminate in my tastes." Su Ruzhen's figure was indeed more alluring than Zhuo Bing's, though Zhuo Bing's long legs were unmatched by many. At noon, Qin Fan accompanied her for a meal. Su Ruzhen made a modest request. "Would you go to the movies with me?" Qin Fan shook his head, explaining that he had 2 stocks to liquidate in the coming days, and any delay could lead to complications. Su Ruzhen understood the volatile nature of the stock market, where conditions could change in the blink of an eye. "All right then," she conceded, "I will accompany you." The trading accounts for the Lantua company had already been established, with several accounts under its purview, which Qin Fan intended to utilize for future investments. Upon returning to the apartment building, Qin Fan promptly powered on his device and logged into the stock market account. Jiangnan Machinery and Dagua Heavy Industry were still experiencing upward momentum, albeit with diminished strength. The rally seemed to be entering a phase of fatigue, indicating that the major shareholders were likely offloading their holdings. Qin Fan, observing the situation, opted for a strategy of fragmentation, discreetly selling off his shares in numerous small transactions. The major shareholder, astute as ever, realized that their support orders were being consumed, indicating that someone was taking the opportunity to sell. When the volume increased, encountering such a savvy opponent made exiting the position far from easy. Thus, trading stocks was not as straightforward as television portrayed. One could not simply sell at will, casually raking in billions. After all, there were instances where traders had incurred losses of billions. Moreover, the market's trajectory was not fixed. While Qin Fan could foresee the stock's movement over the next 15 trading days, withdrawing funds or making sudden large purchases could disrupt the major shareholder's strategy, thereby altering the anticipated direction. This was akin to traveling back in time and altering the course of history. Although the current market cap exceeded $1 trillion, both the major shareholder and Qin Fan aimed to exit, and with both parties holding substantial volumes, a peculiar phenomenon arose: too many fraudsters and not enough fools. When both parties sought to sell, the retail investors available to absorb the shares were insufficient, making it equally challenging to sell. This was also the reason Chen Fan refrained from negotiating with the major shareholder yesterday, opting instead to break through the price ceiling. Faced with a scenario like today's, it would come down to who possessed superior skills and a steely resolve. Once the major shareholder ceased their support, the stock price would plummet, likely inciting panic among retail investors. Su Ruzhen, having never encountered such a situation in her previous trading experiences, anxiously inquired, "What should we do?" Chen Fan chuckled. "Why the haste? We have already liquidated 60% of our positions. Even if we were to lose all the funds involved, we would still emerge with a profit. In contrast, he cannot afford such risks. Just watch, I shall impart to you a new technique." Chen Fan smiled, continuously placing a multitude of sell orders. However, these orders were set at a relatively high price, remaining invisible even at the 5-level quotes on the market. Naturally, seasoned players like the market makers typically use 10-level quotes for greater clarity. At this juncture, it was time to showcase his skills. Chen Fan suddenly unleashed a flurry of several hundred large orders, directly placing them at the limit down price. The stock price plummeted in an instant, crashing to the bottom. The market makers and countless retail investors were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing this scene. Damn it, someone is about to crash the market. The market makers hastily placed buy orders to stabilize the situation. This was precisely the moment Chen Fan had anticipated. If the market makers failed to intervene, all of his previous efforts would be in vain. Should a bank run occur among the retail investors, he would be unable to continue. Thus, maintaining market stability was paramount for him. If they did not defend the market, Chen Fan would relentlessly continue to sell, causing further turmoil. To restore confidence, the market makers had no choice but to step in, and Chen Fan had only executed this maneuver in a fleeting moment, merely a few hundred transactions. Yet, this act would undoubtedly leave a long shadow line on today's chart. This move effectively served as an assist for the market makers. Many unsuspecting retail investors interpreted this as a strong washout, as numerous advisors informed them that a longer shadow line indicated greater buying strength, suggesting a more vigorous upward momentum ahead. In no time, besides the market makers' defense, numerous opportunistic retail investors followed suit, entering the fray. Chen Fan's sell orders at the elevated prices were swiftly consumed. Within a mere 10 minutes, he secured several $100 million in profits. Su Ruzhen watched in awe, exclaiming, "Brilliant! This guy is simply a genius in the stock market." Elated, Su Ruzhen felt a surge of joy, having successfully liquidated his positions. Chen Fan excitedly patted her shoulder and declared, "Let us celebrate your birthday tonight." Chapter 62. Visitors from the Su family at 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Ruzhen had already taken her shower and donned a black long dress. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, simple yet elegant. "Ah, this looks much purer." Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction as he observed her applying perfume. "Let us go, we shall dine." Considering that they might indulge in alcohol that evening, Chen Fan suggested she invite Chen Ming. Currently, Chen Ming managed the security team, while also serving as Su Ruzhen's driver and bodyguard. Once Chen Ming arrived in the newly purchased Maybach, the two of them got into the car and headed towards the Four Seasons seafood restaurant. Excellent. Chen Ming was a loyal guardian, having grown up alongside Chen Fan, who understood his character well. He knew precisely what was expected of him and what was not. His employment was introduced by Chen Fan, who frequently spent time with Su Ruzhen, leading him to assume they were in a romantic relationship. After escorting them to the Four Seasons seafood restaurant, Su Ruzhen suggested, "You should find a place to dine as well. Today, feel free to choose whatever you desire, and I shall reimburse you." "All right, thank you, Miss Su," he replied. As a part-time bodyguard, Chen Ming refrained from indulging in a lavish meal, instead opting to patiently wait in the car. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Fan reiterated his offer, urging her to order whatever she fancied. With a playful glint in her eyes, Su Ruzhen teased, "You won't let me have what I want." Chen Fan summoned the waiter and ordered 6 or 7 seafood dishes, accompanied by 2 stir-fried dishes and a plate of vegetables. "That should suffice. We could never finish all this," he remarked. To his surprise, Su Ruzhen demonstrated frugality. "My dear, let us not overindulge." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine." "Oh, and since it's her birthday today, let us add a seafood longevity noodle." "Very well. And what would you like to drink?" the waiter inquired, adhering to the customary practice of upselling. Su Ruzhen asked Chen Fan, "Shall we have some red wine?" "Of course. It's your birthday. You decide. I'll join you." "All right, let us have a bottle of red wine." Su Ruzhen glanced at the price. "Your wines are rather pricey here. Let us go for the one priced at 2006. Chen Fan looked at her quizzically. Why are you being so economical? Just enough will do, she replied. Dear, that will be all. Understood. Please wait a moment, the waiter responded before taking the menu and leaving. Chen Fan also ordered a cake, which was on its way. The restaurant's service was commendable, considering the high expenditure typical of such establishments. This meal for two was likely to cost several thousand. The dishes arrived promptly, and the wine was poured. Chen Fan raised his glass. Cheers to our Ms. Su on her birthday. Su Ruzhen smiled, and may our endeavors flourish, shining brightly. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, our business must prosper. Furthermore, may our Chen Fan be surrounded by beautiful wives. Chen Fan was left speechless. Do you genuinely wish for me to have numerous girlfriends? The more girlfriends, the more I benefit, she quipped. Chen Fan clinked glasses with her and downed his drink. Stop teasing me. Be careful, or one day I may actually push you away. Su Ruzhen shot him a challenging glance. Come on. Who's afraid? All right, you win this round. He urged, let us eat some noodles. These are longevity noodles. Chen Fan pushed the bowl toward her. Didn't you already make me noodles this morning? More noodles? Su Ruzhen, undeterred, picked up a few bites. As they dined and conversed, Chen Fan remarked, you must expedite the company's operations. Henceforth, I will entrust you with full control. He had allocated 10% of shares in the Blueprint Capital Company to Su Ruzhen. As the bottle of wine was drained, a rosy hue adorned Su Ruzhen's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with inebriation. Your tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. Who said that? Are you brave enough for another bottle? Perhaps not. We still need to cut the cake. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the delivery boy arrived with the cake. The cake was modest in size, but brimming with sincerity. It bore the inscription wishing President Su eternal youth at 18. Su Ruzhen beamed with delight, exclaiming, this is delightful. She made a wish and, seizing a moment when Chen Fan was distracted, playfully smeared a handful of cream on his face. Unfazed, Chen Fan retaliated by dabbing some on her cheek as well. Had they not been in a restaurant, a full-fledged cream battle would likely have ensued. Gasping for breath, Su Ruzhen finally relented, saying, all right, no more mischief. Observing her surrender, Chen Fan chose not to press his advantage. I'll go wash my hands, she declared, rising to leave her bag at the table before heading to the restroom. Chen Fan took a tissue to wipe his face and called out, Miss, the bill, please. After washing her face, Su Ruzhen was drying it with a tissue when a man emerged from the adjacent men's restroom. Su Ruzhen? So, you were hiding here, he stated. Startling her, she turned to face him, her expression shifting dramatically. You certainly know how to conceal yourself. The Liu family thought you had gone abroad. Immediately, Su Ruzhen spun on her heel, insisting, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Without further ado, she hurried back to the dining area. Grabbing her bag and calling to Chen Fan, let us go. However, the man pursued them, and upon seeing Su Ruzhen with a male companion, he barked, stop right there. Chen Fan sensed something amiss. What is going on? He inquired, noticing the man glaring at him with chilling disdain. And who are you? Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. You have no business with the Su family, nor the capacity to provoke them. Enough, Su Jejun. Su Ruzhen, incensed by the man's hostility toward Chen Fan, retorted, my affairs do not require your intervention, nor anyone else's. With that, she firmly grasped Chen Fan's arm and stormed toward the exit. Yet, the man was not about to let her go. He rushed forward to block their path. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Fan, raging, you seeking death? Do you want to fight? Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves, feeling the thrill of a long-overdue altercation. Hailing from a rural background, he was no stranger to physical strength. He doubted that this well-dressed dandy could withstand his might. Despite the man's polished appearance, Chen Fan was confident that a single punch would bring him to his knees in supplication. Seeing the escalating tension, Su Ruzhen stepped between them, declaring, if you have a problem, direct it at me. The man shot an angry look at Chen Fan and replied, fine then, come with me. And I'll pretend this incident never occurred. Su Ruzhen scoffed, and what if I refuse? That will not be your decision. He glanced at Chen Fan and warned, kid, stay away from her. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your end. What business is it of yours? Chen Fan retorted defiantly. The man, now seething with rage, exclaimed, I see you're looking for trouble. He lunged at Chen Fan with a punch. Before Chen Fan could react, Chen Ming, who had been waiting outside, charged forward. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap and seized his opponent's wrist, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. Ah, it hurts. The other cried out in anguish, baring his teeth at Chen Ming. How dare you strike me? Another sharp slap followed. Indeed, I am striking you. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Chun Ming tightened his grip, eliciting further cries of pain. Ah, it hurts. I submit, I submit. Chun Fan let out a cold chuckle and remarked to Su Ruzhen, let us depart. Chapter 63. Su Ruzhen confesses her heritage once outside the restaurant. Su Ruzhen's spirits had plummeted. Chun Fan offered words of comfort, saying, do not dwell on it too much. Upon returning to the apartment building, Su Ruzhen appeared profoundly despondent. Initially, she had been in high spirits, yet now she retrieved a bottle of wine and retreated to the balcony to drink alone. Chun Fan observed her transformation. Sensing something was amiss, Su Ruzhen, what troubles you? Please, confide in me. She took several swigs from the bottle, but he swiftly snatched it away. You mustn't drink any more, it will harm your health. In a moment of vulnerability, she clung to his neck and wept uncontrollably. Chun Fan could only offer his solace. Whatever it is, share it with me, and we shall face it together. Yet, Su Ruzhen remained silent, seemingly weighed down by prolonged repression, her sobs echoing in the stillness. Feeling compelled, Chun Fan did not push her away. As her tears flowed, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Her once radiant face was now marred by sorrow. Streaked with tears, and her eyes were red and swollen. The sight tugged at Chun Fan's heartstrings. What has transpired? Can you not share it with me? She shook her head, unable to suppress her tears any longer. The events of the day had unearthed her buried sorrows, and Chun Fan, witnessing her distress, felt helpless to provide more than comfort. Shall I assist you to bed to rest? Stay with me and drink a little, she implored. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, bringing 2 bottles of wine to join her on the balcony. Perhaps, he mused, sometimes it was sufficient to indulge in drunkenness. Thus, he refrained from pressing her for details, simply accompanying her in her revelry. In truth, Chun Fan had never experienced love, loss, or intoxication. His sole recourse was to share this moment of inebriation with Su Ruzhen. As she drank and wept, time slipped by unnoticed, and when the clock struck past 1, he realized she had finally succumbed to drunkenness. With half a bottle still untouched, he gently lifted her and carried her into the bedroom. He covered her with the air-conditioned blanket and remained vigil by her side. The night deepened, devoid of wind or rain, as the very atmosphere seemed to whisper of subtle melancholy. The remaining half-bottle of wine lay abandoned in a corner. Chun Fan remained unaware of her lineage or her grievances, and at that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to console her. At last, she wept herself to exhaustion and succumbed to a deep slumber upon her bed. The following morning, Chun Fan awoke from his dreams to discover a garment draped over him. Su Ruzhen had risen early, and upon seeing Chun Fan awake, she wore an expression of profound remorse, expressing that he had suffered the previous night. Chun Fan stood to stretch his limbs, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body, just as he was about to inquire about the previous evening's events. A call from Wang Hao interrupted him. Chun Fan, we are back. Understood. Let's discuss it later. I am currently occupied. Their training session had concluded, and they sought to meet with Chun Fan to discuss matters. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. I have prepared breakfast. Su Ruzhen gently urged as she changed her clothes and began tidying up the room, observing her diligent demeanor reminiscent of an ideal wife. Chun Fan felt a surge of warmth within. Nevertheless, he broached the subject of the previous night. What truly happened? Who was that person? He is my cousin. Su Ruzhen replied, no longer evading the issue. After smoothing the bedding, she sat at the edge of the bed. Are you curious about the reason? Speak freely. I shall assist you in any way I can. Chun Fan vaguely sensed there was a story behind her words. Through their interactions over time, it was evident that she was not an ordinary individual. Her capabilities seemed more suited to managing a company than the mere temporary banking position she had mentioned. At this juncture, Su Ruzhen was compelled to be forthright. In truth, I am from the Jiang and Su family. My parents passed away long ago. To secure a union with the Liu family, they wished for me to marry into them, but I refused and left clandestinely. Chun Fan was taken aback. Are you referring to the renowned Jiang and Su family? That lineage is quite illustrious, akin to how people speak of Chairman Wang from the Small Goals Initiative. He had certainly heard of them, yet he never imagined that Su Ruzhen hailed from such a distinguished background. Indeed, Su Ruzhen nodded. Chun Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Well, you are the young lady of the Jiang and Su family? What on earth? He gazed at her in confusion, initially believing himself to be exceptionally charming. It was only now that he realized Su Ruzhen had deliberately sought to entangle him in her predicament, opposing her family. Yet, the Liu family was also a prominent clan. Goodness, what a quagmire! He exclaimed. Seeing his expression, she playfully struck him, her eyes narrowed in frustration. What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts? Chen Fan replied. Were you intentional in this? Intentional? I had no other choice. Su Ruzhen blushed. As a girl in a strange city, what could I possibly do? I perceived you as a university student, believing you to be honest and simple, which is why I relied on you. Chen Fan shook his head. All right. However, now that we have ventured into this predicament, you must not waver in your original decision. The company is just beginning. You must stand by me through thick and thin. Rest assured, she replied. Su Ruzhen finally understood the reason, pinching his face with a hint of jealousy. I am a person of my word. What are you afraid of? All right, it's settled then. From now on, we shall face everything together. Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly. However, the Liu family is not to be trifled with. If they discover her association with someone else, they will likely not let it rest easily. Both the Su and Liu families pose a formidable challenge for Chen Fan at present, representing colossal powers in the business realm. Su Ruzhen had mentioned that her family's assets exceed hundreds of billions, and she was not exaggerating in the least. It seems I must strategize anew, as I must undoubtedly overpower these titans through sheer strength. With only a few days until school starts, Chen Fan urged Su Ruzhen to expedite the establishment of the company for its official launch. He inquired about the training progress of Yi Langgao and the others. Tang Jing could likely be retained for the company as well. Su Ruzhen nodded, reassuring him, Do not worry, I will handle it. Very well. You take care of the arrangements. Chen Fan rose, preparing to leave. Is that how you're going to go? What's wrong? Chen Fan assumed she had something to discuss. She gestured to her face. Aren't you going to give me a kiss? Goodness. She was teasing herself again. Despite being a few years older, in this regard, Su Ruzhen was nothing short of a captivating enchantress. No wonder so many emperors in the past would forsake their kingdoms just to earn a smile from a beauty. With a temptress like Su Ruzhen, it is no surprise that most would struggle to maintain their composure. Upon exiting the apartment, Chen Fan found his legs trembling. Chapter 64, Collaboration with Zhao Real Estate at noon. Chen Fan met with Wang Hao and a few others. Their training had concluded, and they were set to officially take over the management of Yinfan Building. To alleviate their burden, Chen Fan had briefed Su Ruzhen, assigning them only the responsibility of maintaining the cleanliness of the common areas and facility repairs. Security matters were to be handled by the Blueprint Company, as Chen Meng was in charge of security, although he also partook in safeguarding Su Ruzhen. Thus, managing the property became a lucrative opportunity. All businesses occupying the building were required to pay property fees, and the fees throughout Jiangzhou were considerable, particularly for such commercial edifices. Therefore, Yi Langgao and his team needed to hire custodians, plumbers, and maintenance workers. As long as they managed this department effectively, it would be no trouble for each of them to earn several $100,000 annually. In essence, this was Chen Fan's way of dispensing financial rewards while simultaneously cultivating their capabilities. During their shared meal, Tang Jing spoke little. Wang Hao inquired, Chen Fan, how did you come to know President Su? You certainly have substantial influence to have entrusted us with such an excellent opportunity for practice. Qin Nan was equally intrigued, as they had already formulated their plans, aware of the potential profits to be gained over the year. This is infinitely superior to the plight of those seeking employment at corporations. Moreover, they possess a promising future. If they can successfully expand the company, they may venture into property contracting, ultimately claiming dominion over the entire Jiazhou. This is undoubtedly a mere fantasy shared by a few youthful dreamers. During discussions regarding the division of labor, everyone unanimously nominated Yi Langgao to assume the role of manager, with Wang Hao as the deputy manager, while the two young women took charge of various other tasks. Chen Fan inquired of Tang Jing, what about you? Tang Jing shook her head and replied, I have been contemplating this matter over the past few days and concluded that I am not suited for this role. I prefer to remain an employee. Chen Fan understood. Tang Jing was reluctant to work alongside these two pairs of budding couples, as they formed a cohesive unit while she stood alone, a solitary figure. She feared that prolonged interaction might create a rift, hence her timely expression of her thoughts. With the start of the new academic term approaching, they could only defer those matters. Especially now that they were entering their third year, it was commonplace to delay for 10 days to half a month. Tomorrow, they would officially commence their positions, and after dining together, everyone dispersed. Chen Fan sensed that Tang Jing harbored some concerns and offered her some words of comfort. Do not feel pressured. Embrace the task with open arms. If you allow a mere 200,000 yuan to constrain you, your vision will remain limited. Tang Jing returned to school. Life continually shapes us through its trials. Following this experience, She was evidently transformed from her former self. The first time Chen Fan met her, she displayed a hint of arrogance and was somewhat aloof. Now, she had learned to humble herself in the face of life's challenges. The next day, Tang Jing was assigned by Su Ruzhen to work as a staff member at the company. Due to her student status, she could not adhere to the regular working hours of full-time employees, so Su Ruzhen could only assign her less critical tasks or those that could be accomplished remotely, allowing her to find time to complete them while still at school. Meanwhile, after Yi Langgao and his colleagues took over the property management, their first day was met with optimism. Yi Langgao, dressed in a suit and donning a manager's badge, felt quite impressive. Chen Fan had facilitated their arrangements and thus did not pay much attention afterward. Their future path lay in their own hands. Around 10 o'clock, Su Ruzhen called. I have some delightful news. What is it? How about we celebrate tonight? Su Ruzhen teased. Sure, as long as it pleases you. Hearing her gentle voice, Chen Fan was reminded of her demeanor in more intimate settings. No, I mustn't let this continue. I might truly be drained. A soft laugh echoed from the other end of the line. Indeed, it's exceptionally good news. Today, representatives from Zhao Real Estate approached me for a potential collaboration. The mention of Zhao Real Estate immediately brought Zhao Linlin to Chen Fan's mind. Are they interested in partnering with you on a hotel project? Very astute. Su Ruzhen praised. Although she appears quite young, she possesses considerable experience in hotel management. After reviewing her analysis report, I found that the hotel is managed by their professional team, which I deemed satisfactory. Well, you can decide. This is not a significant matter. Chen Fan was indifferent to such trifles, leaving the investments within a few minor objectives entirely in Su Ruzhen's hands. Do you trust me that much? Su Ruzhen inquired playfully. Chen Fan was at a loss for words, sensing her intention to provoke him. Would I concern myself with such trivial matters? Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, noticing his unseemly behavior. I am discussing serious matters with you. Stop fixating on those distractions. Since you believe it is feasible, I shall sign. Very well. Let this be our inaugural investment. Chen Fan transferred 10 billion from the stock market. This substantial sum was subsequently injected into his own company, which then funneled the funds into Blueprint Investment Company, thereby ensuring absolute control over it. Furthermore, he transferred the remaining 3 billion to his personal account for everyday expenses. Although he had withdrawn over 13 billion from the stock market, the stocks of Xizhiang Energy and Bagua Mining had earned him back over 10 billion. He still retained hundreds of billions in the market. However, he had been too preoccupied lately to strategize on other stocks. Upon seeing the funds credited, Su Ruzhen promptly signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Linlin the following day. Blueprint Investment would contribute 12 billion, while Zhao S Group would invest 15 billion, collaboratively establishing a brand new 5-star hotel. While Su Ruzhen dedicated herself to overseeing the project, Chen Fan's school term commenced. Throughout the summer, he had resided in his apartment, with few opportunities to visit the dormitory. In fact, the days leading up to the start of classes were relatively uneventful, primarily involving the welcoming of new students. Meanwhile, Zhou Bing had been quite busy, as she and the dance team began rehearsals a week in advance for a performance at the opening ceremony. Yi Lang and his colleagues were occupied with their work at the company and did not come to report back. Only Chen Fan meandered about, preparing to head to school. Just as he stepped out of the apartment, a sleek Alfred approached, followed by several other vehicles. Excuse me, young man. Do you know of any decent apartments for rent around here? Chen Fan glanced at the speaker, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a conventional manner. Inside the open door of the Alfred sat a girl of 18 or 19, adorned in luxurious attire and a fine watch, suggesting her family was quite affluent. Chen Fan replied, I'm not too familiar. Perhaps you could ask the doorman? The man thanked him and turned to the girl in the car. Miss, what do you think of this location? It's south quite close to the school. If it's suitable, I can arrange things right away. The girl in the car leaned out to take a glance, and only then did Chen Fan realize how extraordinarily beautiful she was. Could she be a new freshman? Just as he was about to depart, she called out to him, Wait a moment. Chapter 65, The New Freshman, do you reside in this building? As she stepped out of the vehicle, despite her casual student attire, her features were remarkably refined, and her figure was quite commendable. Her beauty rivaled that of the campus goddess, Zhao Linlin. However, to Chen Fan, a boy accustomed to a more robust physique, she appeared somewhat too slender. Standing at approximately 168 centimeters, she was certainly above average among girls. Furthermore, her attire comprised entirely of high-end luxury brands. When she inquired about the building, Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Yes. Oh, how is the environment here? It's decent, at least the safest community in the vicinity. The property management is also quite effective. I see. Thank you. She smiled radiantly, and Chun Fan, in turn, offered a polite response. No need to mention it. With that, he turned to leave. The girl gazed at the apartment building and decided, this will do. Understood, Mississippi. The middle-aged man from earlier immediately instructed, acquire 2 or 3 units on the best floors. Look, she's impressive, isn't she? Clearly not planning to rent, but to purchase outright. A security guard from the car rushed over, inquiring about the situation with the gatekeeper. And returned to report, I'm sorry, but the gatekeeper said the properties here are in high demand and not available for purchase. The manager scoffed. That's simply because their offered price is insufficient. Let's negotiate directly with the owners. Upon arriving at school, Chun Fan found a throng of students animatedly discussing the latest news. Have you heard? A remarkable figure is joining the freshman class. Supposedly, she possesses extraordinary beauty, comparable to Zhao Linlin. Indeed, I've heard she is an academic prodigy, having participated in numerous international competitions. Moreover, her family is exceedingly wealthy, owning several publicly listed companies. At that moment, Liang Donkai arrived, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. What use is all this chatter? Can you even reach her level? I've seen her. She arrived with bodyguards. For you lot, even a mere glance is a luxury. The crowd fell silent, realizing the truth in Liang Donkai's words. Such a girl, no matter how beautiful, represented an insurmountable divide for them, an existence entirely beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As for those indulging in daydreams, it was time to awaken. In class, arrangements were underway to welcome the new students, with Gui Jianli following Liang Donkai like a loyal dog. Stepping out of the classroom, Chun Fan was taken aback by the pervasive legends surrounding the new female freshman. Hey, have you heard? There is an incredibly beautiful girl among the freshmen. Her looks are extraordinary, and her family background is quite impressive. The forum is currently abuzz with tales of her prowess. Indeed, she is quite remarkable. Her reputation has already soared even before her arrival. How I yearn to witness such an extraordinary junior. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Chun Fan found the chatter rather tedious. After all, it is merely a beautiful girl. Is it really that significant? He was quite baffled by these single individuals, who seemed to have never experienced romance. Perhaps they do not yet realize that a man must cultivate his own strength to deserve everything. Otherwise, he will forever languish in envy of others. This was Chun Fan's second visit to the dance studio. Through the glass window, he caught sight of a group of stunningly attractive girls rehearsing. Their figures so enviable they could induce a nosebleed. Some girls had developed rather exaggerated physiques, resembling dairy cows in certain respects. However, Chun Fan preferred a more understated form, akin to that of Zhuo Bing or Su Ruzhen. Zhuo Bing, the captain of the dance troupe, truly embodied excellence in both grace and beauty, standing out among her peers. Thus, he admired her from afar, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their practice. Why are you here? Zhuo Bing exclaimed as she spotted Chun Fan, rushing over to greet him. Chun Fan noticed her clad in form-fitting practice attire, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Zhuo Bing, understanding his implication, shot him a sharp glare, admonishing him not to look. When do you have time for a date? Chun Fan asked. Zhuo Bing glanced at the clock, replying, later, perhaps. I have another rehearsal to attend, and I need to shower before heading back to the dorm. Chun Fan nodded, assuring her he would wait. Zhuo Bing smiled radiantly, but then unexpectedly declared, I'm leaving now, dear. Zhuo Bing shivered, turning around to glare at him, pinching him fiercely. Do not call me that. After all, they were still students, and hearing such a term made Zhuo Bing feel utterly flustered, goosebumps prickling her skin. Chun Fan, pained by her grip, fled in a hurry. What a rascal! Zhuo Bing stomped her foot, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Bored and restless, Chun Fan made his way to the playground behind the girls' dormitory, where a young woman was live-streaming. Hey, everyone, do you see this? This is the playground behind our school. I'm not lying. I'm truly still a student. Thank you for the little stars, everyone. Let us rally together. Chun Fan shook his head at such antics. People these days seem to have lost their focus. Why can't they just work diligently? Engaging in such frivolities daily, they seem to believe that fortunes will simply fall from the sky. If one possesses true talent, voluntary donations might be justified. However, this girl, apart from her cutesy antics, had little else to offer. She constantly implored her audience for support, as if treating them as fools. 555 again. Brothers, you really must do better. Chun Fan took a seat on the adjacent chair. preparing to wait for Zwabing to finish her rehearsal before heading out for a meal together. Just as he retrieved his phone, the woman streaming live turned her head and scolded, "What are you staring at? Filthy loser. Have you never seen a beauty before?" Chen Fan paid her no mind. He could not fathom why he would be insulted without provocation. Yet, she continued, "I'm talking to you, deaf. Get lost and don't disturb my stream." "Excuse me?" Chen Fan looked up, bewildered. "Are you referring to me? Who else would it be?" "It's you, you pathetic loser, coming over here to ruin my mood. You would stand a chance in a fight. How dare you?" Chen Fan glared at her, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "What? Are you going to hit me? I'm a popular influencer with tens of thousands of followers. So what if you have tens of thousands of followers?" Chen Fan retorted. He genuinely admired those capable streamers who never begged for gifts but instead devoted themselves to their passions. Individuals like this one, who likely needed to beg for a lollipop just to have someone call her big brother, were hardly impressive. Casting a glance at her streaming ID, he silently moved to a nearby spot. "A little cutie. What a peculiar nickname. Where did she gather those tens of thousands of followers?" She barely had over 1,000. And there were only a handful of viewers in her stream. Without hesitation, Chen Fan entered her live broadcast and sent 2 rockets. "Wow. A big brother has arrived in my stream." The streamer, also a woman, was taken aback. It seemed she was encountering someone of such stature for the first time. A little cutie was left in a daze. Quickly, she clicked on the profile of the big brother in her stream, and to her astonishment, recognized him as the very loser from earlier. Suddenly, a little cutie was teary-eyed. "Big brother," she called out, rushing towards the still nearby Chen Fan. "Help me with some gifts. Just send me a huazi, and I'll do anything you say." "Big brother." Chen Fan looked at her in confusion. "Do we know each other well?" A little cutie entwined her arm with his, nuzzling against him. "I was wrong earlier. Please help me out just this once. Just 2 rounds, okay? If you send me a huazi, I promise I'll go with you today." Chen Fan, visibly disgusted, pulled out his phone and sent her a few more rockets. "1 more huazi. Wow. My heavens. A windfall." The streamer completely fainted in her broadcast. A mere small-time streamer. She had never encountered such grand gestures before. Today, someone inexplicably showered her with rockets, and even gifted her a huazi. Oh my. The excitement overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. A little cutie felt a twinge of envy, frustrated that she had missed the chance with the big brother. "It is all my fault for underestimating others. I never expected that she was the true leader." Chen Fan chose to ignore her and left, while she sulkily sank to the ground. In the girls' dormitory, Zwabing had finished her tasks and changed her clothes. Upon seeing Chen Fan waiting at the dormitory entrance, she exclaimed, "Oh, you are surprisingly honest." Chen Fan stood up, puzzled by her words. Zwabing affectionately linked her arm with his, teasing, "Today is the freshman orientation. Didn't you go to charm any other girls? They are incomparable to you," she added. "Oh, have you suddenly become so sweet-tongued? Have you been up to no good?" It is often said that women are inherently sensitive, but Chen Fan firmly replied, "What are you thinking? Let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious today." Indeed, Chen Fan had become more adept at charming girls over time. After all, one must grow. After exiting the school gates, they found that 2 shops on the street had already been leased to others. The owner, seizing the opportunity of the new semester, was bustling with activity. Chen Fan preferred to remain unconcerned with such trivial matters. All he needed to do was collect the rent. "Shall we eat here?" Zwabing pointed to a nearby restaurant specializing in frog dishes, which was bustling with patrons. "We'll have to queue," she remarked. Chen Fan, disliking the commotion, suggested, "Let us head to the city center instead." Zwabing shot him a glare, questioning his decision. Although she was not short on funds, she was not one to squander money, unlike some girls who chased after the unattainable, indulging in vanity. Chen Fan wrapped his arm around her waist, stating, "When I'm with you, we ought to enjoy the finest. So you want to be back tonight?" Zwabing finished his unspoken thought. Chen Fan pinched her cheek in exasperation, "As long as you know." With no pressing matters for the next day, Zwabing acquiesced to his plan. They hailed a taxi. "Driver, take us to Yangjiang Avenue. Some say that to win a girlfriend's heart, one must treat her to seafood at least once." The taxi driver cast an envious glance at Chen Fan, thinking that this lad was quite fortunate to have such a wonderful companion. Chen Fan took Zwabing to the most prestigious restaurant in Jiangzhou, the Royal Imperial Feast. The average expenditure here exceeded 1,000, with no upper limit. Zwabing grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Why are we here?" Chen Fan, unfazed, replied, "Come on, we're already here. Do you have an abundance of money? This is so extravagant." She protested. "I must say, You seem to be getting carried away lately, she added. Chen Fan chuckled. It's fine. We don't come here often. How much can we possibly eat? Zhuo Bing scrutinized him. Are you hiding something from me? Listen here, Chen Fan. Don't engage in any illegal activities. What law could one break by enjoying seafood? Let us go. After pulling her into the restaurant, the staff led them to a cozy couple's booth by the window. The ambience was elegant, sophisticated, and exuded a sense of luxury. The floor gleamed as if it had been licked by a dog. Let us order, Chen Fan urged, handing the menu to Zhuo Bing. She glanced at the prices and gasped. This is far too expensive. She had no intention of frivolously spending Chen Fan's money. However, since she was already there, she bit her lip and ordered a few moderately priced seafood dishes. That will suffice. Let me see it. Upon seeing the selection, Chen Fan exclaimed, this simply won't do. After all, I am a billionaire. He proceeded to order the restaurant's signature dishes. Although the items in such establishments are expensive, they are exquisitely crafted and served in modest portions. Closing the menu, Chen Fan added, let us have a bottle of red wine too. The waiter cheerfully responded, certainly. May I inquire which brand you would prefer? A bottle of Lafite will do. A small Lafite costs several tens of thousands, is what Bing thought to herself. This is it. My allowance for the year will be wiped out in one go. She estimated that this dinner would not cost less than 100,000. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was elated. It was his first time bringing Zhuo Bing to such an upscale venue. Moreover, she was his genuine girlfriend, and he did not wish to shortchange her. Noticing Zhuo Bing's skeptical gaze fixed on him, Chen Fan chuckled. What else with that look? Am I really that handsome? Zhuo Bing retorted, come clean. What exactly have you been up to? Have you been trading antiques again? No. Chen Fan laughed, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, he whispered. I've made a considerable profit in the stock market. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Bing was not surprised. Many university students dabbled in stocks, though most ended up losing more than they could bear. Tentatively, she inquired, how much have you made? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, not much, just a couple 100 million. Zhuo Bing, who had just raised her glass to take a sip, ended up spraying water everywhere. Chen Fan, exasperated, wiped his face with a napkin. Why do you have so much water? Zhuo Bing shot him a glare. Don't you like it? Chen Fan was taken aback by her boldness. Well, I actually do. Knowing he had earned such a substantial sum from stock trading reassured Zhuo Bing. Even the 6 million necklace he had gifted her felt justified. The stock market is risky. Be cautious, she advised with concern. Chen Fan nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. Having a boyfriend worth over $1 billion. Zhuo Bing did not find it particularly remarkable. She had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle in the circles of wealth, as her own parents were also billionaires. The two sipped wine and savored seafood, creating a romantic atmosphere. Chen Fan had already reserved a room in the main building adjacent to the restaurant. Several luxury cars pulled up at the entrance, clearly visible through the grand windows. A middle-aged man stepped out, carefully escorting a young woman of 18 or 19 years. Observing his respectful demeanor, Chen Fan pondered, who is this woman to warrant such deference? Following them, a distinguished figure emerged from another vehicle, the president of Jiangzhou University, along with several other leaders from the administration. The principal adjusted his collar and gestured to the middle-aged man, inviting him in. The man, with utmost respect, motioned for the young lady to proceed first. In Chapter 67, the revelation that my mother would surely strike you down was imminent. Chen Fan possessed the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision, enabling him to discern intricate details even from 100 meters away. The bracelet adorning the girl's wrist was remarkably a relic from the Tang dynasty, dating back over 13 centuries. Such a precious piece of jewelry was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Chen Fan had also encountered information about this young lady on forums. She was none other than Lu Wushuang, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, a lineage that overshadowed the Zhao clan of Jiangzhou in both power and prestige, while the Zhao family's assets amounted to a mere 200 to 300 billion. The might of the Lu family was far greater, as evidenced by the grand display accompanying Lu Wushuang at school, complete with a butler, bodyguards, and even school officials in attendance. The appearance of Lu Wushuang made Chen Fan acutely aware of the situation, for her family held a significant connection with Su Ruzhen. His objective was clear, to develop swiftly and decisively overpower these families, ensuring Su Ruzhen's safety. What are you looking at? Chen Fan was lost in thought when Zhuo Bing noticed his expression. However, Lu Wushuang and her entourage had already entered the restaurant, leaving Zhuo Bing unaware of the earlier events. Shall we go shopping after dinner? Chen Fan sipped his red wine. Zhuo Bing, seemingly disinterested, declined. Then let us return to the hotel and rest. This time, Bing did not refuse but curiously inquired, "Hey, how did you manage to earn so much from stock trading?" Chen Fan set down his glass and smiled at her. "What makes you interested in this? Perhaps I could teach you another day." "Not a chance. Can't you just support me in the future?" Bing shrugged, merely posing a question. "Supporting you is a necessity. After all, you are my wife," Chen Fan replied. Bing frowned slightly, feeling that the term wife seemed a bit awkward, considering she was still a student. After finishing their meal, the couple strolled around before returning to the hotel to rest. Bing lay in his embrace and teased, "On the very first day of school, you've already taken advantage of me. How long do you plan to bully me?" Unable to contain his laughter, Chen Fan pinched her cheek and replied, "A lifetime wouldn't be sufficient. You must be mine in the next life as well. Will you not tire of me?" Bing, with her unique and cheerful disposition, was refreshingly straightforward. Chen Fan shook his head. "Why would I tire of you? I cherish you too much." Bing turned over and playfully pinned him down. "If my mother finds out, she will surely beat you." The following morning, Chen Fan received a call from Su Ruzhen early in the day. After more than a month of diligent effort, the blueprint for the investment company was ready, awaiting only Chen Fan's confirmation. Not wanting to disturb Bing, who was still enjoying her slumber, he promptly made his way to Yu Fan building. Unexpectedly, in the elevator, Chen Fan encountered Han Kaiying. "Auntie, good morning." Han Kaiying gazed at him in astonishment. "What brings you here?" Chen Fan replied with a smile. "I came to take a look. Several classmates are here for interviews." "Oh." Han Kaiying felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that this entire building truly belonged to him? The thought of her rent being half that of others made her heart skip a beat. Chen Fan stood behind her, and a strong scent of perfume filled the elevator. This mother-in-law enjoyed dressing up, despite being in her 40s. She was particularly meticulous about her appearance. Nevertheless, she possessed an admirable grace and charm. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, Han Kaiying was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. If what Chen Fan said was indeed true, then this strong-willed woman had wasted her years. She mused that she was even inferior to a mere child. One must still pursue education. Accepting the situation regarding Chen Fan and her daughter, she resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Their happiness was all that mattered. Upon reaching Han Kaiying's office floor, Chen Fan politely said, "Auntie, take care." Han Kaiying nodded, inviting him to visit her home when he had time. "All right. I'll come by to see you and Uncle Zwa." After Han Kaiying exited the elevator, Chen Fan proceeded to Blueprint Investment. To conceal Chen Fan's identity as the hidden owner, Su Ruzhen granted everyone a day off, with work officially commencing the following day. The office was immaculate, with distinctly divided areas. Following Chen Fan's instructions, Su Ruzhen ensured that the company was youthful, with a pleasant atmosphere and decor that was neither outdated nor rigid, fostering a joyful working environment. Su Ruzhen guided him on a tour, and Chen Fan expressed his satisfaction. "Very impressive. Congratulations on the grand opening, General Manager Su." With a charming smile, Su Ruzhen replied, "Aren't I working for you?" Chen Fan reminded her, "Do not forget, you are the legal representative of the company." Su Ruzhen laughed heartily, linking her arm through his. After all, no one is watching. They then arrived at the most crucial area, the trading room. This section was somewhat distanced from the usual office space and required an access card for entry. Unauthorized personnel were strictly prohibited. Inside the trading room, a massive screen dominated the front, with a podium below for the commander to preside over operations. Rows of computers lined the area, neatly arranged, with dozens of them present. Adjacent was a temporary lounge equipped with refreshments. Chen Fan praised, "Your work truly inspires confidence." Finally, they reached Su Ruzhen's expansive office, complete with a luxurious lounge. A 2-meter-20 bed and a double bathroom, all prepared for you. Would you care to experience it? Su Ruzhen teased. Chen Fan felt a sudden surge of excitement. Embracing her waist and whispering in her ear, "You're quite flirtatious." Su Ruzhen shot him a playful glance, exuding an alluring charm. However, Chen Fan was not deceived. Instead, he stated with seriousness that the company should have a separate elevator, and he asked her to arrange it. He preferred not to encounter others each time he came over. As the Yufan building becomes more populated, it is essential to avoid unnecessary appearances. Su Ruzhen nodded in agreement. Currently, 7 companies have moved into this building, and many have come to negotiate, although some find the prices steep. Chen Fan remarked that they only recruit capable enterprises, aiming to profit from affluent clients. If someone considers it expensive, they need not apply. After inspecting the premises, the two exited the office. Su Ruzhen expressed her disappointment at not having found the ideal receptionist yet. Chen Fan held high expectations for the front desk position, insisting on beauty and poise. As the receptionist embodies the company's image, if he hired someone unappealing, it would not only discomfort the guests but also be unpalatable for himself. Thus, image is paramount. The second criterion is a sense of responsibility. Those lacking it, no matter how attractive, are unfit for the role. While the salary could be slightly higher, it must align with the company's hiring standards. Speaking of receptionists, Chen Fan recalled someone. Though one is insufficient, at least two are needed. At that moment, Zhou Bing called, and Chen Fan informed her he was occupied outside. Then I shall return to school, Zhou Bing replied, vacating her room and taking a taxi to the university. Just as Chen Fan exited the Yufan building, his phone rang again. Chapter 68. Encountering a receptionist. Some individuals and events seem to be predetermined by fate. Xu Yinfei emerged from the manager's office, nearly driven to exasperation. In August, she had sold 2 villas, earning nearly 300,000 in commission. However, the company altered the commission structure, now distributing only 50%. The remaining amount would be withheld until year-end as a bonus. This was intolerable. Many protested, but they were ultimately a minority, belonging to a vulnerable group. The management's response was curt. You can choose to work or not. Without you, there are others. Countless individuals are queuing for such an excellent job. Indeed, the Jiangshan Daijing Villa area offered higher remuneration than competitors, and crucially, the properties sold well, ensuring a steady supply of sales personnel. The company's decision reflected their belief that the sales team would not dare to resist. Just moments ago, Xu Yinfei had endured a reprimand. The manager asserted that the ability to sell the properties was not due to their skills, but rather the quality of the developments and the strength of the company. Do not become complacent over minor achievements. Remember, it is the company that has made you, not the other way around. After calculations, Xu Yinfei found her commission reduced to just over 100,000, and only half was being dispersed. The manager further criticized her, saying, "You are merely reaping dead fish. What have you truly contributed?" She was well aware of the industry's underbelly and had witnessed many colleagues sacrifice much to close sales. She is indeed fortunate. Yet she cannot endure this indignation. Is it not permissible for me to resign? However, before departing, she must ensure a proper handover of her responsibilities and attend to matters concerning the clients. The property certificates for the 2 villas purchased by Chen Fan have been duly processed for Su Ruzhen, while the other unit remains unregistered as Chen Fan has no intention of placing it in his name. Xu Yinfei called Chen Fan, hoping he could visit if time permitted. Should Chen Fan decline, transferring the documents to someone else would only complicate matters further. I'll come over then. Chen Ming, please give me a ride. Without hesitation, Chen Ming drove Chen Fan to the sales office of Jiangshan Daijing. Xu Yinfei had been waiting there and, upon seeing Chen Fan alight from the vehicle, hurried to greet him. Mr. Chen, I have prepared your documents. Here are the keys to Building 19. You may proceed with the property registration at your convenience. Of course, you may also register it under someone else's name. Chen Fan replied that there is no rush. Buildings 19 and 16 have identical layouts, which he had previously inspected. Furthermore, Su Ruzhen does not intend to occupy the villas anytime soon, leaving them vacant. After handing over the materials to Chen Fan, Xu Yinfei made a small request. Mr. Chen, may I ride in your car? Certainly. Have you just finished work? I resigned today, which is why I brought you the keys. Oh, I heard about your resignation. Chen Fan scrutinized her once more. Those engaged in real estate typically possess a commendable demeanor and appealing looks, almost rivaling that of flight attendants. Thus, he inquired further. What prompted your resignation? Angrily, Xu Yinfei revealed the reason, prompting Chen Fan to glance back at the sales department of Jiangshan Daijing. He was taken aback that such a large corporation would mistreat its employees. What is your educational background? An associate degree. Xu Yinfei was unsure why Chen Fan was inquiring about this, but answered truthfully. What are your plans moving forward? I am uncertain. I suppose I will seek employment anew. If all else fails, I may consider automotive sales. Chen Fan remarked, I know of a place you might try, if you prove capable. The salary and benefits should be quite satisfactory. Really? What company? Xu Yinfei's eyes widened with curiosity. Chen Fan directed Chen Ming, who was driving, take her there. It's a newly established company currently hiring for a front desk position. Of course, if you possess the requisite skills, you may apply for other roles as well. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Xu Yinfei felt elated at the prospect of securing a job so swiftly. Naturally, she trusted that a person capable of purchasing villas would not deceive her. After all, if they wished to refer her for a position, it would be a matter of mere moments. Chen Ming, I'm heading back to school. Please take her to meet General Manager Sue for an interview. Xu Yinfei speculated that this general manager, Sue, was likely the young woman Chen Fan had brought along previously. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Chen Fan disembarked. Chen Ming departed with Xu Yan. Inside the building, a group of individuals was engaged in moving furniture, coincidentally on the same floor as Chen Fan's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of his rented apartment, he noticed that the doors of 2 units across the hall and one adjacent were all ajar. The middle-aged man he had encountered yesterday was directing the moving activities, instructing them to be cautious and avoid any damages. He urged them to arrange the items neatly and take their time, promising them double pay for their efforts. The movers, elated by this news, exerted themselves with great vigor. Chen Fan found it peculiar. Hadn't there been a scarcity of available apartments for sale here? They were not only replacing furniture, but doing so for 3 units simultaneously, quite impressive. Just as he was about to enter his apartment, the middle-aged man spotted him and inquired, "Young man, do you reside here as well? Oh, do you require assistance?" No. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively and, without further ado, retreated into his room. Upon opening his computer, he noted that Xizheng Energy and Bagua Mining had skyrocketed. Since Chen Fan had invested in them, their value had surged 6-fold and continued to rise. Truly, they were the century's leading stocks. The projected trends he could discern were predominantly marked by daily limit-ups. It appeared they were poised to double once more, which was quite promising. Given the substantial size of his current holdings, should these 2 stocks double again, his portfolio would approach nearly 10 billion. Liquidating such a vast amount would prove challenging, especially since the major stakeholders would also need to offload their shares. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to sell after 5 or 6 trading days and allocate part of the funds to Su Ruzhen's team for management, positioning himself as a behind-the-scenes investor. However, Chen Fan identified a troubling trend. The market index was poised to decline, with a potential drop of over 500 points. This was an ominous sign. Each time the market exhibited such behavior, it adversely affected numerous individual stocks, and the tragic scenario of widespread stock limits might soon repeat itself. Nonetheless, a select few stocks often remained unaffected by the market's fluctuations, charting their own independent courses. Chen Fan took note of Zhao's real estate, which indeed saw its stock price have in the subsequent market movement. Jiangnan Paper, Nanhua Real Estate, and Shenlong Automotive all experienced drops exceeding 60%. Chen Fan widened his eyes in disbelief. During the day's review, he discovered these stocks had become problematic due to their significant volume, complicating short-term trading. He had not anticipated such explosive market activity. Today was the 2nd of the month, which meant these stocks were likely to begin plummeting tomorrow. Without hesitation, he selected these stocks, noting their vigorous upward trends. They had all previously been high-flying stocks with multiple gains. What was there to wait for? It was time to short sell. Chapter 69. He had grown familiar with the girls from the dance troupe. These stocks each boasted market capitalizations in the hundreds of billions, with considerable trading volumes. Chen Fan checked their short-selling limits. Let us first acquire several hundred million and then discuss further. Once the market plummets tomorrow, one can simply recline and reap the profits. After attending to these matters, the outside world has fallen eerily silent. It seems everything has been moved. Chen Fan made a call to Zhuobing, asking if she would join him for dinner that evening. Zhuobing readily agreed, exclaiming, "Sure. Come pick me up." After hanging up, Chen Fan stepped outside and observed that the work had indeed been completed, with at least 4 cleaners tidying up each room. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the elevator, a middle-aged man accompanied by a woman in her 40s. The man instructed, "You will take care of the young lady's daily needs and meals." The woman replied, "Of course, rest assured, I will look after her well." Chen Fan entered the elevator, shaking his head with a sense of reflection. Such was the privilege of the wealthy. Their children were attended by numerous bodyguards and caretakers, an extravagant display indeed. Upon arriving at school, Chen Fan noticed that Zhuobing was still in the dance studio. Realizing time was running short, he decided to fetch her. To his surprise, he encountered Zhuobing and her fellow dancers just finishing their rehearsal, a throng of girls pouring out. "Oh, Bibing's boyfriend is here. Don't let him slip away. Today he must treat us," exclaimed one. "Yes, let him foot the bill," chimed another, as they playfully surrounded Chen Fan, demanding barbecue. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fan had already rented out the store, yet they persisted in their cheerful insistence. "I don't have any money," he protested. "No worries, let Zhuobing cover it." "She's a rich girl," one girl suggested. At that moment, another girl shouted, "No, I want seafood." Laughter erupted from another. "What makes you think you deserve seafood? That's for girlfriends." "Why? queried one innocent girl, perplexed. The girl who had laughed earlier rolled her eyes. You really don't know? What does seafood taste like? In an instant, Zhou Bing grasped the implication and shot Chen Fan a sharp glare. It became clear that this was his ulterior motive for wanting to take her out for seafood, laying the groundwork for his future plans. After changing clothes, the group set off for barbecue. Chen Fan found himself surrounded by a dozen girls, leaving the boys at school utterly astonished. Who is this young master? One wondered. Which rich heir is this? Another asked. The spectacle was astonishing. It was well known that the dancers in Zhou Bing's troupe were all stunning, tall, and graceful. Any boy fortunate enough to win over even one of them would consider it a lifetime blessing. How could this fellow be accompanied by such a bevy of beauties? At that moment, countless envious glances pierced through the air like daggers, wishing to rend Chen Fan to pieces. Particularly, those fourth-year students still single-seethed with jealousy. Just then, Yang Dongkai witnessed the scene and muttered, "Damn it, the poor fool is putting on airs." He glared at Zhou Bing, thinking, "You ungrateful girl. One day I'll have you in my grasp, only to cast you aside." Chen Fan did not notice Liang Dongkai and was unaware of the latter's disparaging remarks about him. He led Zhou Bing and her friends to the back street, suggesting they order whatever they desired. As today's meal was on Zhou Bing, Zhou Bing graciously replied, "Yes. Let's order more, and we can take some back for our dorm mates." "Oh, Zhou Bing, the wealthy heiress, are you serious? We can even pack leftovers?" A girl who was close to Zhou Bing jested. "It's all right, as long as you are happy," Zhou Bing responded. At that moment, another girl curiously gazed at them and asked, "Isn't it your boyfriend treating us? Why are you paying?" Chen Fan, unfazed, quipped, "In our family, the women manage the finances." Laughter erupted among the group of girls. Zhou Bing noticed Chen Fan's eyes frequently drifting toward the long legs of the girls and, gritting her teeth, discreetly pinched him, warning him not to harbor any thoughts about them. Chen Fan smiled and replied, "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Yet, he indeed entertained the notion of recruiting these girls as receptionists for his company, pondering the splendid scene they would create. The girls accompanying Zhou Bing had amiable personalities and were capable of playful banter. In the past, when they were less familiar, they had seemed aloof. Now, having grown closer, they interacted like old friends. They indulged in barbecue delights and beer, completely at ease. Chen Fan contemplated the idea of transforming them into a girl group, envisioning future investments in the film industry. A bolder thought emerged in his mind. As they finished their barbecue, it was nearly 8:30. Chen Fan was genuinely surprised at how well these girls could drink. A group of over a dozen had consumed 4 cases of beer, averaging at least 4 bottles each. Among them were a few who were not heavy drinkers, indicating that some had consumed 5 or 6 bottles, or even more. Watching the lively and mischievous girls wave goodbye, Chen Fan whispered to Zhou Bing, "Shall we go to a hotel?" "What? We went there last night, and again today?" Although Zhou Bing wished to spend more time with Chen Fan, she declined the hotel suggestion. "How about I rent a room? Then we could." Zhou Bing immediately cut him off. "Are you out of your mind? Renting a place is absolutely out of the question. That would be outright cohabitation. Don't even think about it." She pinched his nose, saying, "Work hard. We are still young. There will be plenty of time together in the future." "All right then." Chen Fan conceded and escorted her back to the dormitory, recognizing that girls must exercise caution in such matters. Upon returning to his apartment, just as he was about to enter the elevator, he was halted by 2 bodyguards. "What is the meaning of this?" Chen Fan glared at them in anger. One bodyguard, with a stern expression, replied, "I'm sorry, but our young lady prefers not to share the elevator with others. Please use the adjacent one." Chen Fan was somewhat irked. "Is the elevator yours?" The bodyguard furrowed his brow, preparing to issue a warning to Chen Fan, but the girl in the elevator interjected, "Enough. Let him in, miss." The 2 bodyguards hesitated, wanting to say more. The girl cast them a glance. "Did you not hear my words?" "Yes." Only then did the 2 sheepishly enter the elevator, no longer obstructing Chen Fan. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Chen Fan glared at the bodyguards, thinking to himself, "Do you believe I could easily find someone to give you a beating?" He decided against entering the elevator, opting instead to wait for Su Ruzhen outside. Before long, Chen Meng returned with Su Ruzhen. Chen Fan called him over. "Chen Meng, what is your true strength? Can you take on those bodyguards?" Chen Meng looked at him in confusion. "What do you intend?" "I need you to help me deal with 2 individuals. Let us give it a try." Chen Meng hesitated, unsure, as they were indeed bodyguard-level figures. He couldn't boast about winning. However, Chen Meng had a stipulation. "If you win, you treat me to drinks. If you lose, you take me to the hospital." "Ha ha." Chen Fan chuckled. "All right." Chapter 70. Chun Meng's strength seeing Chun Fan intent on dragging him into a fight. Su Ruzhen anxiously inquired, "What is going on?" Chun Fan rubbed his nose. "You might want to steer clear." "What happened?" "The eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Wushuang, has come to Jiangzhou University to study, accompanied by bodyguards, and is residing upstairs." "Ah?" Su Ruzhen appeared troubled. "Then I want to go up. You two carry on." With that, she hurriedly exited. It seemed she would have to find a hotel for the night. Chun Fan and Chun Meng entered the elevator, heading straight for the 26th floor. Lu Wushuang had already returned to her room. The butler had procured 3 suites, with Lu Wushuang occupying one. The 2 bodyguards shared another, while the remaining suite was for the nanny, also serving as the kitchen. As they ascended, they encountered Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards stationed at the doorway. "Are those the 2? Chun Meng inquired, pointing at them. Chun Fan nodded. Chun Meng strode forward. "You two think you're rather impressive, don't you? Come here and face me." The bodyguards exchanged glances, their disdain palpable. It was well known that they had undergone professional training. Being dispatched by the Lu family to protect Lu Wushuang indicated they were not mere amateurs. "Fight you? That seems beneath us." Yet, Chun Meng rolled up his sleeves. Resembling a brash country bumpkin, he pointed a finger at one bodyguard. "So what if you have money? Is the elevator yours? If you're so capable, why not install one yourself?" The bodyguard's brow furrowed, and he lunged towards Chun Meng with a grappling move. Chun Meng smirked, lowering his stance and lifting an elbow aimed at the bodyguard's abdomen. "Wait, this guy is a trained fighter?" The bodyguard instinctively bent his body, narrowly evading Chun Meng's attack. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Meng executed a swift spinning kick, unleashing a formidable force that surged against the wind, his long legs striking his opponent's waist with tremendous impact. The adversary was instantly propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Witnessing his opponent clutching the injured area and crumpling to the ground, Chun Fan raised his thumb in approval. A decisive blow indeed. It was astonishing to realize Chun Meng possessed such formidable strength, having dispatched a professional bodyguard with merely 2 moves. The second bodyguard, momentarily stunned, let out a furious roar, disregarding his fallen comrade as he charged towards Chun Meng. Unfazed, Chun Meng retaliated with a flurry of strikes, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he unleashed 18 punches, each one fierce and unrelenting. His opponent was forced to retreat repeatedly, utterly incapable of striking back. "Excellent." Chun Fan watched with avid enthusiasm, shouting in exhilaration. Infuriated and humiliated, the adversary bellowed and executed a fierce move aimed directly at Chun Meng's heart. Chun Meng swiftly countered, pivoting with agility, landing an elbow strike against his opponent's cheek. The force of the blow caused blood to spew forth from the opponent's mouth, accompanied by several teeth. Staggering from the impact, the adversary was unable to maintain his footing, retreating a dozen steps. He touched his swollen cheek, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Come again." Chun Meng beckoned with a curled finger. Enraged, the opponent charged forward once more. Chun Meng assumed a defensive stance, drawing back his bow, and upon seeing the adversary approach, unleashed another sweeping kick. Thud! This bodyguard met the same fate, sent sprawling to the ground by Chun Meng's strike. "Bravo! Spectacular!" Chun Fan applauded, rushing over to pat Chun Meng on the shoulder. "Impressive! With such skills, why didn't you mention it sooner? I'll have President Su double your salary." "Thank you, President Chun." Chun Meng replied, only to realize, "Wait, what exactly is your relationship with President Su?" Chun Fan chuckled, "Just brothers under the same blanket." "Ah, I knew it," Chun Meng exclaimed. "Their bond must be special. Otherwise, how could Su Ruzhen treat you so well? What on earth is happening here?" Lu Wushuang emerged from her room, witnessing her 2 bodyguards battered and bruised, struggling to stand. What transpired? This was probably the most humiliating moment for them, considering their profession usually commanded respect and deterred confrontation. The 2 bodyguards, struggling to rise, lowered their heads and muttered, "Mississippi." One of them, playing the victim, pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Fan, claiming, "He blocked us in the elevator, then summoned others to retaliate against us." Lu Wushuang was at a loss for words. "Are you 2 utterly incompetent? You can't even protect yourselves, yet you dare claim to protect me?" Her expression darkened. "Effective immediately, both of you are dismissed." "Ah? No, miss. Take care of it yourself," Lu Wushuang said coldly, tossing out the remark before turning to enter the door. What a bunch of useless fools, to dare claim they were taken down. Chun Fan felt quite pleased, throwing an arm around Chun Meng's shoulder. "Come, brother, I shall treat you to drinks. We won't return until we're intoxicated." He glanced at Lu Wushuang's 2 pitiful bodyguards and burst into laughter. They were quite arrogant just a moment ago, yet turned out to be so incompetent. The nearest late-night food stall was either at the front gate of the school or on the back street. The front was bustling with restaurants, while the back street was where their merriment truly lay. Late-night snacks, lodging, foot massages. Chun Fan led him to the back street, and Chen Ming found himself momentarily enchanted by the long legs beneath the short skirts. He ultimately sighed, I still need to study. Otherwise, I won't even be able to step through the door. Chun Fan ordered a case of beer and a plethora of barbecue as the two chatted while drinking. Chen Ming, your skills are impressive. Stick closely to President Su. You won't be treated poorly. Indeed. Chun Ming nodded earnestly, devouring a long skewer of barbecue in one bite. President Su called, Where are you? At the barbecue stall. Would you like to join? Never mind. I'm on a diet tonight. Su Ruzhen inquired, Have you handled everything? Haha. I was just about to tell you. Chen Ming is truly remarkable. He took down Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards. Increase his salary to 30,000 tomorrow. All right. After you finish your late-night snack, come over. For what? Su Ruzhen replied, slightly annoyed. What else would it be? You finish eating without bringing me a bite. Subsequently, she sent Chen Fan a location. Jiangzhou International Hotel. Upon receiving this message, Chen Fan ordered a few more skewers of lamb kidney. As it neared 1 o'clock, he settled the bill and looked at Chun Ming's greasy mouth. Let us go. The two took a taxi. One headed to the Yunfan Building Company dormitory, while the other arrived at Jiangzhou International Hotel. In room 1314, Su Ruzhen, fresh from a shower and feeling somewhat languid, lay on the bed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and she hurried to open the door. Chun Fan, grinning widely, slipped inside, his gaze landing on the pristine figure of Su Ruzhen in her bathrobe, his smile resembling that of a lecher. Su Ruzhen shot him an annoyed glance, playfully admonishing, Aren't you going to shower? Indeed. I smell like barbecue. Chun Fan dashed into the bathroom. In a flurry, he washed up. Upon his emergence, Su Ruzhen handed him a bathrobe, mischievously giggling, Sorry, I've already had my fill tonight. Chapter 71. A man like no other, of course. Being with Su Ruzhen primarily revolved around work. Such matters should be approached with moderation. Chun Fan was not excessive, managing 3 to 4 encounters a day, which sufficed. After their business was concluded, Su Ruzhen informed him that Chu Yinfei would be coming to work the following day. She also brought along a colleague who works in sales with her. Possessing striking beauty, she met Chun Fan's standards for a receptionist. Chun Fan stated, I shall not interfere with company matters. You will have full authority. Oh, I must inform you of something quite significant. I intend to short sell shares of Jiang and Paper, Nanghua Real Estate, and Shenlong Automotive. Su Ruzhen instinctively straightened up, her face a tableau of surprise. What's wrong? Why didn't you react this way earlier? Su Ruzhen shot him an incredulous glance. Do you realize that all 3 companies are under the Lu family? Chun Fan paused momentarily. What a coincidence. But why should that deter me? Am I to forgo profits? Su Ruzhen clarified. That is not my intention. I merely thought you were deliberately challenging the Lu family. Not at all. It's merely a coincidence, Chun Fan replied, genuinely surprised at the serendipity of the situation, though he sensed that tomorrow would herald a significant turning point. Since last year, the steadily rising market was poised for a reversal. A tempest was brewing. Early tomorrow morning, I shall transfer 2 billion to the company account. You must instruct everyone to finalize arrangements before 10 o'clock. Invest all available capital. I will send you the detailed plan via message. Understood. In her professional capacity, Su Ruzhen was resolute, though she remained unaware of the impending events. The following morning, Chun Fan transferred the funds to the account of Blueprint Investment Company, 2 billion. He also held substantial stocks in Shijiang Energy and Bagua Mining, ready to liquidate the following week, as he could not afford to miss the soaring market of these 2 stocks, despite having been thoroughly exhausted by Chun Fan's antics the night before. Su Ruzhen arrived at the company promptly. At that moment, all departments had been established: human resources, finance, logistics, the most crucial being the trading team, consisting of 16 members. Each individual was responsible for at least a dozen capital accounts, and all were traders, devoid of analysts. Generally, the company account at Blueprint remained dormant, a strategy devised by Chun Fan to avoid premature exposure to these capital markets. At 9:30, as the market opened, it surged upward. At that moment, no one could have anticipated the significant reversal that awaited. Su Ruzhen directed everyone to short sell. All the traders felt an air of incredulity. One queried, Ms. Su, the market is rising sharply. Isn't this operation misguided? Su Ruzhen replied, Your task is to follow orders, do not question further. If we don't short sell during an uptrend, we want to be able to acquire shares when the market declines. Furthermore, they would only short the 3 stocks under the Liu family, avoiding others for the time being. Meanwhile, within the Jiangnan Liu family, the youthful and ambitious Liu Yuxuan beamed with excitement upon witnessing the flourishing stock prices of his family's enterprises. If we hold on a bit longer, the Liu family's assets could double once more. As a prominent representative of the younger generation of the Liu family, he currently served as the company's president. The Su family was intent on uniting him with Su Ruzhen. However, Su Ruzhen refused and chose to leave home. The objective of the Liu family was to double the market value of their publicly listed companies. Just as their plan seemed poised for success, they were unaware that a significant event was about to unfold. At 10 in the morning, the market appeared stable, with substantial inflows of capital exceeding several billion. Shortly after Su Ruzhen completed her arrangements, the market abruptly shifted. The previously surging index took a sudden downturn. Initially, there was little concern, after all. No market solely ascends without experiencing declines, and a correction was deemed reasonable. However, the index, which had risen slightly, quickly fell beneath the previous day's closing figures and plummeted further in a dramatic freefall. Panic set in. It was evident that the situation was dire. At that moment, it was likely that everyone shared a similar thought. A few experts, having analyzed the indices and trends, reassured themselves that as long as the levels held, it was merely a technical adjustment given the rapid prior gains. Yet, the market was far more complex than they had anticipated. Massive buy orders for nearly all stocks, including many at their upper limits, were swiftly devoured by overwhelming selling pressure. The stock prices nosedived from their peaks. In no time, the index had dropped by 2 points before momentarily stabilizing, prompting a collective sigh of relief. A steep decline usually invites a robust rebound, and some opportunists, sensing a chance, rushed to capitalize on the rebound. More substantial capital poured in. However, entering the market at this juncture was akin to walking into a trap. Most failed to recognize the impending risks. The index merely rebounded for 3 minutes, rising less than a point, only to plummet once more, this time with even greater intensity. A storm had arrived. The index fell by 5 points, and at least half of the stocks reached their limit down. The 3 stocks under the Liu family also tumbled by over 8 points. The market turned red, mirroring the grim countenance of Liu Changfeng. As the third-generation leader of the Liu family, he managed assets worth hundreds of billions. Witnessing their efforts unravel, Liu Changfeng's expression darkened ominously. Liu Yuxuan advocated for market intervention, determined to withstand the pressure at any cost, but was restrained by Liu Changfeng. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of the business world, having weathered many storms, and he sensed the looming crisis. With his experience, he understood that now was not the time for stubborn resistance, but rather an opportunity to escape. Failure to do so would lead to irretrievable losses. Indeed, within half an hour, all 3 stocks under the Liu family had hit their limit down. The entire market was left with only a few stocks holding firm. Of course, there were also resilient quality stocks, such as Xizjiang Energy and Bagwell Mining, which steadfastly maintained their upper limits and continued to rise. In the Blueprint investment trading room, chaos ensued as everyone stared in disbelief at the market. They could not help but admire President Su, whose foresight had proven uncanny. It seems as if the stock market is under her control. It rises at her command and falls at her whim. Observing the reverent gazes of those around her, Su Ruzhen felt a pang of humility. She could only admire Chen Fan, a man who seemed almost divine. In the afternoon, the market continued its descent, with the bears denying the bulls any opportunity, ultimately closing at 773. Su Ruzhen called Chen Fan, announcing the close and their resounding victory. "What's our next move?" she inquired. "Patience," Chen Fan replied. This downturn had seen a dip of over 500 points, with only a minor rebound in between. The 3 stocks under the Liu family had plummeted by more than 60%. He merely needed to reap the rewards of their misfortune without any further action required. Upon receiving his directive, Su Ruzhen instructed everyone to take a break. Snacks, coffee, and fruit platters were all prepared, allowing everyone to indulge and enjoy. True profit-making endeavors do not require such toil. Chen Fan spent the day observing the stocks in his apartment, shutting down his computer with a satisfying stretch. As the Liu family stocks fell, he reflected on their substantial gains, another several billion earned today, while others profit only from rising stocks. He managed to gain even when they fell. The funds in his account had swelled to 396 billion, not accounting for the 30 billion transferred to Blueprint investment. He planned to swiftly divest from Xizang Energy and Bagua Mining next week to consolidate his resources for a significant venture. Just as he was preparing to unwind, a message from Tang Jing arrived, asking, "Chen Fan, are you free?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Yes, what is it?" When he noted that he was not busy, Tang Jing quickly called him. "Hello, Chen Fan, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to you." "What is it?" he prompted. Tang Jing hesitated, then insisted, "Come out first." Sensing her reluctance, she added, "I would like to treat you to a meal." While the invitation was agreeable, Chen Fan sensed something amiss in her tone. She was harboring something within. He shook his head, thinking to himself about how Tang Jing had changed since her family's troubles. "All right, meet me at the apartment complex across from the school. I'll wait for you downstairs." After a deliberate wait of over 10 minutes, Tang Jing finally arrived. "Aren't you the one treating me to dinner? Making me wait this long seems rather insincere." Yet, today, there was something peculiar about Tang Jing. Although she wore no makeup, it was evident she had made an effort. Her hair was meticulously tied back, her features were strikingly delicate, and she wore jeans that accentuated her legs. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she appeared somewhat bashful. "Did I arrive late?" This was a question Chen Fan found difficult to answer as he quietly appraised Tang Jing, noticing how serene she appeared. "Fortunately, I only waited for a little over 10 minutes. Tang Jing cast an awkward glance at him and said, "I'm sorry. It was not my intention." Seeing her so cautiously delicate, Chen Fan felt unable to tease her any longer. "Isn't it a bit early for a meal? Shall we find a CAF to sit for a while?" Tang Jing sought his opinion. Chen Fan readily agreed, "Sure." To be honest, he did not quite like the way Tang Jing was acting now. Ever since her family encountered difficulties, she had become overly cautious and restrained in his presence. After arriving at a nearby CAF, Chen Fan ordered 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Tang Jing insisted, "Today, I will treat you." She picked up her phone, saying, "Let me first transfer you 10,000 yuan. She sent the money to Chen Fan. He asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't rushed you." Tang Jing blushed, replying, "Even if you haven't rushed me, I cannot go back on my word, can I? You have already helped me so much, and I feel uncomfortable carrying this debt. It's like having a stone weighing down on my heart." Chen Fan was surprised by Tang Jing's integrity. Had it been someone else, they might have kept the money without any intention of returning it. He understood the pressure she was under and comforted her. "Take your time. I don't need the money urgently." Tang Jing nodded, forcing a smile, and said, "Thank you." In her eyes shone a simplicity, sincerity, and genuine nature. Suddenly, an idea surged in Chen Fan's mind. She should not confine her mindset over such a trivial amount of money. She ought to liberate it. This was merely a temporary predicament. If she allowed this debt to restrain her, it would hinder her future growth. Perhaps she would become excessively cautious, unable to act freely, thus limiting her potential. Tang Jing was taken aback by his words. They struck a chord within her. Indeed, she had once been her parents' proud little princess, outstanding in academics, beautiful, and nurtured in a protective environment. However, she lived in an ordinary family, and when a significant event like her father's accident occurred, the entire household fell apart. Money is a chasm that many cannot surmount throughout their lives. Reality is such that while money is not omnipotent, a lack of it can be crippling. Once, she too was a dreamer, but now her thoughts were consumed by the need to earn money. A debt of over 200,000 yuan is a considerable burden for an average person and might take her several years to repay. Thus, Tang Jing sought to seize every opportunity to earn and repay her debts. At times, she thought to herself that she was fortunate to have crossed paths with Chen Fan. Had it been someone else, she likely would not have been so lucky. She had contemplated Chen Fan numerous times in her mind. Many spoke of his impoverished background. He had always worked diligently to support himself and even received financial aid from the school. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would rise to prominence in just 2 short years? He transformed from a student reliant on poverty assistance into a capable individual, endowed with the strength to aid others. The story of Chen Fan deeply moved Tang Jing. Had such events not transpired in his family, she would likely have overlooked this young man entirely. In retrospect, she felt that Qin Nan possessed remarkable insight. Chen Fan, sensing her thoughts, set down his cup and said, "Come, I shall take you to a place." Upon seeing Chen Fan rise, she hurriedly insisted, "Allow me to settle the bill." Chen Fan smiled, replying, "I will take care of it." "That is unacceptable. I have already insisted on treating," she countered, eager to pay. Chen Fan gently restrained her, saying, "Such insistence would bring embarrassment to a gentleman." Tang Jing blushed, realizing it was indeed awkward to persist. "Where are we going?" she inquired. "To a place that will unveil another world for you." Although she recognized each word he uttered, she found herself unable to comprehend their meaning. Tang Jing's mind wandered through numerous possibilities. What could they possibly be doing? After all, he was already in a relationship. Tang Jing began to overthink. The pair hailed a taxi, and Chen Fan instructed the driver to the Chihua market. Tang Jing was entirely unfamiliar with the Chihua market. Upon learning it was not a hotel, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As they sat in the taxi, her hand inadvertently brushed against Chen Fan's, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, causing her heart to flutter. "We've arrived," he announced. The Chihua market bore a striking resemblance to Wenzhong Street, with one side primarily devoted to antiques while the other represented a burgeoning hub. Here, various stones were traded, commonly referred to as gambling stones. One cut could lead to poverty, while another could yield wealth. Some individuals had become overnight millionaires in this place, while others faced ruin. However, there was a fundamental distinction from winning a lottery. Unlike purchasing a ticket in hopes of hitting the jackpot, here, possessing the requisite courage and discernment significantly increased one's chances of success. After all, this was a legitimate trading market, where many stones displayed clear price tags. Tang Jing could not fathom why Chen Fan had brought her here. This realm was entirely foreign to her, an uncharted territory she had never ventured into before. "What are we doing here?" she inquired, casting a curious glance at Chen Fan. With a smile, he responded, "Haven't you been troubled by that debt of 200,000? Today, I shall help you resolve this concern. Come, let us take a look over there." The two approached the original stone auction area, where stones of various sizes were displayed, all clearly priced. Once payment was made, one could proceed to the stone cutting area. The outcome would reveal fortunes or failures in an instant. Chapter 73. Gambling with Stones. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened, and his pupils underwent an immediate transformation as his X-ray vision activated automatically. "Tang Jing. Oh no. I apologize. It was not my intention," he exclaimed, flustered. While Tang Jing remained oblivious. "What is it?" she asked, puzzled. She was completely unaware that her charming side had been noticed by Chen Fan. Coughing softly, he remarked on how unexpectedly alluring Tang Jing was. He leaned in and whispered to her, "Purchase that stone marked at 10,800. "Me?" Tang Jing blushed, feeling quite broke. She had just returned the painstakingly saved 10,000 to Chen Fan, leaving her with only a few hundred for living expenses. Chen Fan responded, "Could you be a bit more flexible? I'll refund you the 10,000. You don't need to pay me back right away. I'll even give you an additional 800. But how can I do that?" Tang Jing thought anxiously. "You want me to gamble on stones? Trust me, it's worth a try. Go for it." But Tang Jing bit her lip, still feeling apprehensive. "I lack experience in this." Chen Fan smiled reassuringly. "Just give it a shot. If you win, you can pay me back. If you lose, there's no need for repayment. Besides, how will you know the outcome if you don't take the plunge? I'm not asking you to gamble. I'm merely imparting a philosophy. Don't let debts weigh heavily on your mind. Money is merely a material possession. When we spend it, we often gain something else in return." After contemplating, Tang Jing finally agreed. Following Chen Fan's guidance, she decided to buy the stone marked at 10,800. Nearby, a portly middle-aged man, clutching a Gucci handbag, chuckled, "Young man, you're quite bold. This worthless stone has been on display for over a year without a sale. It's nothing but scrap." Tang Jing felt a surge of anxiety and glanced back at Chen Fan. "Don't worry," Chen Fan replied with a smile. "We aren't banking on profits. Let us just have some fun." A slender middle-aged man scrutinized them and remarked, "You seem unfamiliar here. Are you tourists? In the stone gambling business, one truly needs a discerning eye. Young man, how about I assist you in making a judgment? If you find something you like, you can give me a 10% service fee. If not, I won't take a dime." Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the man's proposition. Such a foolproof scheme was laughably easy to execute. Yet, surprisingly, some unsuspecting tourists fell for it, expressing gratitude when they made a purchase. It was evident to anyone with common sense that the logic was utterly nonsensical. They all claim this stone is worthless. That's all right. Let us just enjoy the experience. You must savor the joy of spending money. Very well. Tang Jing acquiesced and made the payment. The staff inquired, "Would you like the stone to be processed?" "Of course. What would I do with it if I didn't have it processed?" The stone was small, merely 20 to 30 centimeters in an oval shape, and a worker swiftly carried it away. They approached to see the worker secure it in the machine. "Do you have any specific requests?" Most of the tourists who visit here do so for enjoyment, and whether they strike it rich or not is of little consequence. Clearly, they perceive the two individuals as fellow tourists. Tang Jing, lacking any knowledge in this domain, turned to Chen Fan, who casually suggested, just take a cut. The jade inside is rather small. I've already assessed it thoroughly. The stone worker, employing the most common technique, made a cut from the side to see if any green would emerge. However, upon his first incision, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers, who shook their heads in disbelief. I told you, young man, your eye for this is lacking. I offered to assist, but you wouldn't listen. A thin man nearby displayed a hint of schadenfreude. Tang Jing grew increasingly anxious. That was her hard-earned 10,000 yuan. I haven't seen anything yet. And you've already ruined it with one cut? Ignoring the thin man, Chen Fan handed a cigarette to the stoneworker, saying, Master, would you mind making another cut? Here? He gestured towards the stone. The stoneworker nodded. All right. But I assure you, this stone has little hope. His weathered face bore a slight smile, the result of years spent in this environment. Chen Fan replied, let us give it a try. As the worker made the incision, Tang Jing covered her eyes with her hands. Leaning toward her ear, Chen Fan whispered, it's green. What? It's green. Indeed, it was green. The crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens. It's really green. Quick, look. There's jade inside. Young man, you've struck it rich. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Do you think a mere fist-sized piece of jade will make me wealthy? He gently removed Tang Jing's hands from her eyes, and she gazed, transfixed, at the vivid green within the stone. Is this truly the fabled gamble of stones? And I've actually won. Chen Fan took another puff of his cigarette, and the stone worker grinned. Congratulations. You're quite fortunate. This is the first green I've uncovered today. Chen Fan felt no particular excitement. Turning to Tang Jing, he said, you've won your bet. Oh, Tang Jing remained in a daze. At that moment, a jade shop owner called out, young man, I'll buy it for 80,000. This is the advantage of the gem market. The entire industry chain is present, ready to pounce the moment green is revealed. Of course, one may choose not to sell and keep it for personal collection. Chen Fan chuckled, not for 80,000. Another shop owner chimed in. I'll offer 100,000. 100,000? Tang Jing felt a stir of temptation. However, she deferred to Chen Fan's judgment. Undeterred, Chen Fan declared, who wants to pay 300,000? Well, young man, you are quite ruthless. You must leave some profit for others. Several jade shop owners shook their heads. 300,000. I'll take it. A voice emerged from the crowd, drawing the attention of those nearby. A woman clad in a white shirt and wide black trousers caught their gaze, her dazzling earrings particularly captivating. As the gentle breeze tousled her long hair, she appeared strikingly elegant. Boss Liu, are you interested in such a small venture? Several jade shop owners exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction apparent. However, given the Liu family's formidable influence as the industry leader, they could only harbor their discontent internally. Chen Fan was taken aback to encounter the renowned goddess of the jade industry, Liu Ruoxian, here in Jiazhou. True to her name, Liu Ruoxian possessed bright, captivating eyes and a flawless complexion, exuding an ethereal presence. Please do not bully the young ones. This is clearly a piece of superior jade. And your prices are rather exorbitant, she said, flashing a subtle smile at Chen Fan and his companion. How about I buy it for 300,000? Chen Fan turned to Tang Jing, inquiring, is that acceptable? I will defer to your judgment. Tang Jing nervously clutched his arm, visibly astonished by the exorbitant price. After transferring the funds, Liu Ruoxian added, handsome, let us connect on WeChat. You can reach out to me whenever you need assistance. Chen Fan accepted her request. Liu Ruoxian was astute. Someone like Chen Fan could easily become a potential customer. Ideas began to take root in Chen Fan's mind. The jade industry seemed promising. And with his unique abilities, penetrating this market might not be overly challenging. After departing from the stone market, he observed Tang Jing, who looked dazed. What's wrong? Tang Jing bit her lip, gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. You should take this 300,000. You can now treat me to dinner. But this is your earnings, she insisted. Didn't I mention that 10,000 of that is your initial capital? Before she could respond further, Chen Fan asserted, enough. You no longer need to feel burdened by that 200,000. Reclaim your carefree self. You keep the remaining 100,000. They arrived at a Sichuan restaurant, ordering a few dishes without alcohol. Noticing Tang Jing's continued reticence, Chen Fan remarked, I have a thought. Tang Jing fixed her gaze on him, eagerly awaiting his next words. Tell me, what is your aspiration after graduating from university? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, of course, I want to be a successful white-collar worker. like those high-level professionals on television. Your perspective is rather limited, Chun Fan replied earnestly. Did today's events not inspire you in any way? Even if you excel in a job, you will merely be an employee. There are alternative paths available to you. Tang Jing remained silent, unsure of Chun Fan's intentions. He did not conceal his motives, stating, I am intrigued by the jade market we encountered today. You could consider pursuing a career in that direction. What? Did you see Lu Ruoxian just now? She is the leader in this industry. Despite her youth, the Lu family has long dominated the entire sector. We can replace her. Tang Jing bit her lip, her heart racing. Chun Fan reassured her, urging, do not fear. People are forged through experience. Otherwise, all I have accomplished today would be in vain. I trust that during your time at Blueprint Investment Company, you have learned a great deal. Indeed, she had been striving diligently as her character had matured significantly following the family crisis. Su Ruzhen had also mentioned to Chun Fan that Tang Jing was earnest in her work and a promising candidate for cultivation. However, this was merely her first step. After their meal, they escorted Tang Jing back to school. At that moment, only 3 roommates remained in the dormitory. Qi Nan had yet to return since moving out to live with her boyfriend during the summer break. Lying in bed, Tang Jing's mind was consumed by the events of the day, which felt almost dreamlike. Yet, she contemplated simply. Could it be that Chun Fan intended to embark on a venture with her? Remembering how he had not joined the others at Blueprint Investment Company, curiosity piqued within her. It seemed he had been diligently working behind the scenes. Although she could not fathom Chun Fan's current state, she was filled with respect for him. He was a child from the countryside, who invariably exerted more effort than others. Strivers are truly remarkable. Perhaps it was this spirit that resonated between them. I will also strive diligently, Tang Jing vowed to herself. Chun Fan's influence on her today was profound. As for entering the jade industry, a preliminary plan needed to be devised. In the following days, the stock market fared poorly, continuously plummeting. The 3 stocks under the Lu family's banner faced daily limits, trapping countless retail investors, institutions, and funds within. The stock manipulators enforced a price ceiling, leaving retail investors without a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Chun Fan had entrusted all stock market affairs to Su Ruzhen. By September 9th, the gains of Xizheng Energy and Bagua Mining were nearing their conclusion. Although slight increases were anticipated, this was merely the turbulence of the manipulators offloading their stocks. Chun Fan instructed Su Ruzhen to liquidate according to her own strategy, aiming to sell before the manipulators could react and clear both stocks entirely. It took Su Ruzhen 5 full trading days to withdraw all capital from the 2 volatile stocks. At this moment, Chun Fan's private account held a total of 283 billion. This amount did not include funds transferred to the Blueprint investment account. Additionally, he personally acquired nearly 1 billion shares in 3 publicly listed companies under the Lu family's umbrella. Su Ruzhen had invested all 20 billion in her account. Having previously profited from Zhao's real estate, it seemed the Lu family would also face considerable losses this time. According to Chun Fan's analysis of the current market trends, a 60 drop in value would be an unbearable burden for the Lu family. They will not remain passive. They are bound to launch a counterattack. However, in the current environment, they dare not act recklessly. At present, Zhao's real estate is also facing difficulties. Zhao Guowei has just secured several significant projects when this incident occurred, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the hotel sector under Zhao Linlin's management has yet to be affected, and the renovation of the hotel is proceeding as planned. The prevailing conditions in the stock market do not influence the mindset of these students. The freshmen are currently undergoing military training, and Chun Fan is preparing to officially attend classes at the school. As he arrives at the school gate, a dozen men and women, sneaky in demeanor and carrying bags, approach him with binoculars in hand, asking, "Hey, young man, care for one?" "Only 300. Chun Fan gazes at them in confusion, wondering when the school gate became a venue for selling binoculars. Moreover, the business appears to be thriving. Otherwise, there would not be so many vendors. "No," Chun Fan declines. "Just buy one. Many people from your school have. Are you out of your mind? What is the point of buying binoculars?" Chun Fan pushes past a woman blocking his way and strides into the school. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the playground, the instructor is guiding the freshmen, marching with a vigorous and spirited pace, chanting slogans. Upon entering the classroom, Chun Fan is taken aback to find a large group of boys peering out the window with binoculars. "Don't crowd. Let me take a look. I see her. Is that Lu Wushuang herself? Wow, she is so fair." Alas, just a little less than her father's mother. Beasts. Lang Gao notices Chun Fan's arrival and hurriedly hands him a pair of binoculars. Come quickly, this is our newly crowned campus goddess. Chun Fan disdainfully pushes him away, questioning the need for such an item. After all, Lu Wushuang lives right next door, and he encounters her daily. You people, is it really necessary? I prefers Wu Bing a bit more. Her body is quite supple, able to perform numerous challenging moves. And then there's Su Ruzhen, who brings an unimaginable joy. Chapter 75. Election of Class Officers. Hey, what is going on? Just as everyone is engrossed, Liang Dongkai arrives. Today, he is particularly impressive. Clad in a branded suit, wearing a tie, and sporting a freshly cut hairstyle that adds to his confidence. Class is starting. Quickly return to your seats. He commands. Do you think a goddess like Lu Wushuang is within your reach? This is already the third year. If you don't exert yourselves, there will be plenty of cases of college graduates facing unemployment. As everyone returns to their seats, Liang Dongkai casts a displeased glance at Chun Fan, who has been a source of irritation regarding Wu Bing. He has pondered over it for 8 nights without arriving at a conclusion. What exactly does Wu Bing see in him? Is he more handsome than himself? More affluent? Then he began to converse with Lang Gao, saying, I hear you've been doing quite well lately. Have you landed a position as a property company manager? Lang Gao felt a twinge of displeasure at his words, retorting, What do you mean by landed? That was earned through my own merit. The classmates, upon learning that Lang Gao had secured a managerial position through summer work, were filled with envy. Lang Gao, you must treat us. Sure, I'll treat you tonight. Barbecue is on me, Lang Gao declared with a flourish, exuding a sense of financial grandeur. Classmates, no matter how well you excel academically, ultimately, you must adapt to society. Some matters should be addressed early. Waiting until after graduation to seek employment can be troublesome. However, being a manager also comes with its own burdens and exhaustion. Indeed, your graduation attire suits you well, eliciting admiration from many female classmates. Wow, Lang Gao, you look so handsome. Even some male students expressed their envy. While he was yet to graduate from university, he had already become a property company manager. Meanwhile, Wang Hao remained silent, taking a more reserved approach. Yet, Lang Gao did not forget his friend, stating, Do not underestimate our classmate Wang Hao. He is in the same boat as me now. Wang, as the assistant manager, do share some insights with the classmates. Wang Hao responded, It's nothing special. Guo Jinliang observed the two with eyes wide open in disbelief. One misstep had led to a widening gap between them in just a summer's time. Liang Dongkai originally intended to belittle him, but found Lang Gao taking the opportunity to flaunt his achievements. I can't stand you so-called achievers. What is so impressive about working a job? Unlike me, who might struggle to find employment, I can always return to inherit a fortune. A group of pretentious individuals, indeed. Yet there was no recourse but to let him boast. Liang Dongkai shifted the conversation, addressing Chun Fan. Since you and your friends are doing so well, I assume you are also thriving? Chun Fan ignored him. Mistaking Chun Fan's silence for embarrassment, Liang continued with a smirk. Well, with your family background and lack of connections, it must be quite challenging to rise above. How about this? Apologize to me, and I can speak to my father about securing you a position as a security guard at his company. Laughter erupted from those who looked down upon Chun Fan. Many harbored a peculiar sense of superiority and a severe competitive mentality, particularly those lacking family background, thinking at least they were better off than Chun Fan. However, the current Chun Fan was far from the person he once was. Witnessing Liang Dongkai's repeated insults, Chun Fan responded firmly, Is that so? Then have your father come speak to me. Damn it, Liang Dongkai retorted angrily. Who do you think you are? My father earns several million a year. How could he possibly regard someone like you, who relies on part-time work to cover living expenses, as worthy of his attention? Chun Fan, how dare you? Today, we are to elect a new class monitor, and once I secure that position, I shall ensure your downfall. The current class monitor has already been recruited by a prominent enterprise, and Liang Dongkai, the vice monitor, is likely to be promoted. Consequently, he is particularly smug, envisioning himself as class monitor and perhaps even vice president of the student council, thus enhancing his credentials. Do you truly believe that merely becoming class monitor could bring about my ruin? You seem to regard the position as a form of authority, Chun Fan scoffed. They are forcing my hand into submission. After Shun Mingyao departed, our new class teacher, a balding man in his 50s, took the helm. His head gleamed like a mirror, as he desperately attempted to comb the hair on the sides to the center for support. The class teacher had already been influenced by Liang Dongkai. And although they claimed it was an election, it was merely a formality. Ahem, the teacher has arrived and stands at the podium, surveying the students below. Today, we shall hold a class meeting to elect new class officers. The nominee for class monitor is last semester's vice monitor, Liang Dongkai, who has proven to be quite competent, actively cooperating with the teachers and managing the class effectively. Now, please raise your hands in support of Liang Dongkai. Just a moment. As everyone was about to raise their hands, Chen Fan stood up. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. What was he up to? The teacher, equally perplexed, inquired whether this student had something to say. Mr. Xie, according to the electoral process, shouldn't you consult the opinions of other students first? Perhaps there are other candidates? The teacher paused, looking out over the students. Do any of you have other nominations? The class collectively shook their heads, fully aware that they could not compete with Liang Dongkai. See, no one wishes to nominate anyone else, the teacher remarked. I wish to run for class monitor, Chen Fan declared, raising his hand emphatically. A wave of astonishment swept through the room at Chen Fan's bold decision. As the poorest student in class was met with incredulous stares, some thought to themselves, has this boy lost his senses? Does he really think he can run for class officer? How amusing. Well done, we support Chen Fan's candidacy for class monitor. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao quickly chimed in, rallying behind him. Classmates who shared a good rapport with Chen Fan also voiced their support. The teacher frowned, yet he found no grounds to oppose. However, he did not have faith in Chen Fan. Since taking on the role of class teacher, he had become familiar with each student's situation. Chen Fan had always been an inconspicuous presence, having spent 2 years in the class, and it was likely that many teachers could not even recall his name. To challenge Liang Dongkai for the position of class monitor was, in his eyes, an act of self-deprecation. Liang Dongkai had heard that Chen Fan intended to run against him for the position of class monitor, and a sly smile crept across his face. Well, since he possesses such audacity, I shall welcome him with open arms. This will undoubtedly lend greater credence to our class officer election. Teacher Xie, let him participate. Liang Dongkai grinned with a rather lewd expression. In terms of both popularity and capability, he could easily overshadow Chen Fan. If that is the case, I shall thoroughly humiliate him, allowing him to understand the meaning of overreach. Seeing that Liang Dongkai agreed to Chen Fan's participation in the election, the homeroom teacher felt it inappropriate to intervene. Let them compete fairly then. Chapter 76. The first display of arrogance. Since it is a fair competition, it necessitates 2 contenders. Liang Dongkai was particularly well-dressed today, clearly prepared for this moment. Even more ostentatiously, he casually placed his BMW car keys on the table. Thus, his performance commenced. He approached the podium, addressing the esteemed homeroom teacher, Teacher Xie, and his dear classmates. Greetings, everyone. With the arrival of a new semester, as the vice monitor from last term, I have contributed significantly to our class. I have dedicated ample time to assist the homeroom teacher and subject instructors in maintaining class discipline and organizing activities. I have also organized the collection of class fees to ensure our events were vibrant and have received numerous commendations from the school. Now, our previous monitor has been recruited by a prominent foreign enterprise due to his outstanding capabilities. Today, I implore you to cast your votes for me. I possess the ability and confidence to manage our class even better. Together, we will strive to ensure that our 4 years of university are not spent in vain. Thank you. After delivering his campaign speech, Liang Dongkai politely bowed to the homeroom teacher and his classmates. The room erupted in applause, with the homeroom teacher nodding in satisfaction. Liang Dongkai's abilities were indeed commendable, as everyone could attest. Next, let us invite Chen Fan to the stage for his campaign speech. Cheers and applause erupted from Yilang Gao and Wang Hao as they stood in support of Chen Fan. However, the atmosphere turned awkward as everyone stared at the two as if they were fools. They sheepishly returned to their seats. Chen Fan glanced at his phone. Earlier, when the homeroom teacher announced the election of class officers, he had sent a message to Su Ruzhen. It was about time now, wasn't it? He ascended the stage. This was his first time speaking before all his classmates and teachers. Yet, at this moment, Chen Fan's mental fortitude was remarkably strong. Otherwise, an ordinary person would lack the courage to engage in menial tasks like cleaning in the cafeteria. Most would feel embarrassed and humiliated. But Chen Fan did not share this sentiment. It is often said that children from impoverished backgrounds mature early. He had faced experiences that made him wiser and more mature than his peers. At this moment, he stood upon the podium, and although his attire reminiscent of street market wares, starkly contrasted with Liang Dongsai's designer suit. There emanated from Chen Fan an air of maturity and composure that even led the homeroom teacher to experience a fleeting illusion. It was well known that Chen Fan had long relied on the school's financial aid for impoverished students hailing from a family of considerable hardship. Yet, as he stepped forth to vie for a position in the class committee, the homeroom teacher remained skeptical. Gazing at his peers, he addressed them, "Esteemed homeroom teacher, dear classmates. Today I stand before you to participate in the election for class leadership, and I am aware that my presence may come as a surprise. There is but one matter I wish to discuss. Just moments ago, classmate Liang Dongkai mentioned his intentions to organize multiple collections for class dues, promising to enliven our class activities. Over the course of last semester, he orchestrated 6 events, during which we contributed dues ranging from 200 to 300 each time. It is undeniable that he hails from a wealthy family, courtesy of his affluent father. However, can we presume that every one of us shares such financial fortune? I think not. 6 collections, totaling nearly 2,000 yuan, represent a significant burden for many of us. Will he cover our class dues? The unequivocal answer is no. However, should you choose me as your class leader today, I assure you that any activities you wish to undertake will be funded without requiring a single cent from you. I shall bear all expenses." A wave of astonishment washed over the classroom. Everyone stared at him, disbelief etched on their faces. Not only the students, but even Yi Langgao and Wang Hao found themselves questioning their own ears. Did they mishear? Wait. Is the person standing at the podium truly Chen Fan? Liang Dongkai scoffed. Who cannot boast? Everyone knows you are the class's impoverished student. Do not pretend you can cover all the class fees. How many dues did you contribute last semester? Do you have even a dime to spare? Chen Fan replied. Whether I am boasting can be verified immediately. At that moment, his phone rang. Yes, come in. He answered. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Ming appeared at the classroom door, carrying a bag. Chen Fan gestured for him to approach, and once the bag was handed over, Chen Ming departed. Placing the bag on the podium, Chen Fan swiftly unzipped it. With a rustling sound, the scent of fresh ink wafted through the air, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash amounting to 200,000 yuan. This is the money I earned during the summer. I now donate it as class dues, and should additional funds be necessary in the future, I will continue to contribute. If you support my bid for class leader, please cast your vote for me. Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom, resounding without cease. Yi Langgao and Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Fan had pledged his summer earnings as class dues. Who among them could achieve such a feat? With this sum of money, the students can now indulge themselves without spending a single cent. When it comes to personal interests, who wouldn't feel exhilarated? Who wouldn't be thrilled? Who wouldn't be overjoyed? The boys and girls in the classroom rose one after another, shouting, Chen Fan is the best. Chen Fan is the most handsome. We support Chen Fan for class monitor. Seeing the students in such a frenzy, the homeroom teacher shook his head in resignation. Even he recognized Chen Fan's boldness, especially considering that a student from a humble background like him could donate the money he earned over the summer. Such selflessness and magnanimity are unparalleled. He suddenly felt that the few cakes of tea and the shampoo Liang Dongkai had given him were no longer appealing. In terms of vision, Liang Dongkai paled in comparison. Since this is the case, let us proceed with the voting. The results were, Chen Fan received 55 votes, Liang Dongkai, merely 1 vote. Even Guo Jianliang secretly switched sides, as he would no longer have to pay class fees. Ahem. The homeroom teacher habitually adjusted his hair and tidied up the mess on his desk. Since everyone supports Chen Fan as class monitor, Liang Dongkai may as well take the position of vice monitor. Liang Dongsai's face turned ashen. He protested vehemently. Impossible. How could he possibly earn 200,000 in a summer? He's a fraud. Chen Fan ignored him, casually handing the bag over to the student committee member in charge of finances, Ping Xiaoqian. Please deposit this money into the class account. All future expenditures will be reimbursed from here. Huh. Oh. The delicate Peng Xiaoqian stood up, somewhat incredulous as she accepted the bag. Chen Fan cast a disdainful glance at Liang Dongkai. You think you're better than me? This is my first time flaunting. Chapter 77. Do you mind having another girlfriend? The power of money is indeed formidable. In the face of interests, Liang Dongsai's past favors are utterly insignificant. Moreover, this fellow is generally not very considerate, arrogant, and enjoys putting on airs. More importantly, once Chen Fan becomes class monitor, there will be no need to pay class fees. 200,000 is a considerable sum for every student present, averaging over 3,500 each. Liang Dongkai has never been this generous. No matter how wealthy his family is, they merely boast about it. Where is the authenticity in comparison to Chen Fan? Class monitor, class monitor, class monitor. The classroom echoed in unison, a deafening chorus. Even the homeroom teacher was witnessing such a scene for the first time, utterly astonished. Liang Dongcai's eyes blazed with fury. I refuse to accept this. You must have gotten that money from Left Bing. Otherwise, with your abilities, it is impossible for you to earn so much. Chen Fan shot him a scornful look. If you refuse to accept it, feel free to bring your father here. Regarding this notorious perpetrator, Chen Fan chose to disregard him. Soon, he would assume the role of class leader, while the other would remain the deputy. Thus, he would be compelled to heed Chen Fan's commands. Observing the enthusiasm of his classmates, Chen Fan waved his hand and declared that he would strive to organize a social gathering with the freshmen this weekend, assuring that all expenses would be borne by him. What? The classmates erupted with excitement upon hearing this news, the classroom once again buzzing with fervor. Our class leader is magnificent. Our class leader is generous. A throng of boys and girls surged toward the podium, lifting Chen Fan and tossing him toward the ceiling. The room resonated with cheers, the atmosphere palpably electric. A few bold girls shrieked, Chen Fan, I love you. Meanwhile, the male students unconditionally offered their admiration, while only Liang Dongkai, in a fit of jealousy, felt as if he could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. This glory, which should have rightfully belonged to him, was snatched away by this impoverished wretch. Losing his girlfriend was one thing, but to have the title of class leader usurped as well was unbearable. Young Dongcai's eyes could have bled from rage. He rushed outside the classroom to make a call. Dad, lend me 500,000. I must seek vengeance. There was silence on the other end, until Liang Dongcai shouted hysterically, Dad, my position as class leader has been taken from me. Give me 500,000. I must reclaim it. Frustrated, he lamented, how dare this penniless fool ride on my coattails? After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard a faint sigh from his father. Son, it's not that I refuse to help you. I am struggling to keep my own head above water. This stock market crash has ensnared all our funds. We've been caught in a trap. The conversation abruptly ended with, I am currently mortgaging property, hoping to recover some capital. Defeated, Liang Dongcai collapsed onto the ground. His father, a fund manager, had once enjoyed annual profits in the millions, allowing Liang Dongcai to live a life of luxury in a villa, driving extravagant cars, and leading a lifestyle beyond the imagination of most. Yet now, he had gambled all his worth on the stock market, believing he was on the brink of achieving all his life goals, only to be caught in a sudden crash that left him with no opportunity to escape. Like most retail investors and institutions, he had been buried beneath the rubble. With the election of class officers concluded, Liang Gao and Wang Hao looked at Chen Fan with envy. Zhuobing treats you exceptionally well. Chen Fan, vexed, wondered what Zhuobing had to do with this. Yet, Zhuobing had indeed brought him a different kind of joy since reaching adulthood. Liang Gao turned to Wang Hao, saying, we are different. We must rely on our own efforts. Once again, Chen Fan felt defeated by these two, as they seemed to believe he was merely living off Zhuobing's generosity. Wang Hao, ever the accomplice, added, indeed, it is often said that behind every successful man, there is a woman silently footing the bill. Of course, it is also possible that a multitude of women awaits him to pay. During class, Chen Fan's phone incessantly vibrated with notifications. Numerous girls, who had never spoken to him before, sent friend requests, and some boys joined in the commotion. When class ended, he glanced at his phone, which displayed dozens of friend request notifications. Now that he was the class monitor, he felt it necessary to be generous and accepted them all. However, he seemed to have underestimated the enthusiasm of these exuberant girls. Soon, messages flooded in. Class monitor, I love you. Chen Fan's heart raced. Class monitor, are you free tonight? I invite you to the small grove behind the library. Class monitor, I want to wake up with you. Class monitor, would you mind having another girlfriend? Within just a few minutes, he received a barrage of such messages. Chen Fan could only pretend he hadn't seen them and chose to ignore them all. At noon, he arranged to have lunch with Zhuobing. You've become the class monitor? Your news travels fast. Do you have spies in our class? Zhuobing shot him a disapproving look. With such a stir, the whole school knows about it. I was forced into it, Chen Fan replied, embarrassed. The news spread quickly. But what of it? There was no need to show mercy to someone like Liang Dongcai. I heard many girls in your class have confessed to you? Not at all. Who told you that? Let me see your phone. Huh? As Zhuobing reached for it, Chen Fan froze. He hadn't had the chance to delete many of the messages. Yet he calmly handed over his phone. Zwabing, with a sly grin, tilted her head and asked, "Are you really that trusting? Aren't you afraid I'll check your phone? I have nothing to hide, so why should I be afraid? All right, I believe you." Zwabing returned the phone, then sent Chun Fan a photo of herself. "I won't check your phone anymore, but change your profile picture. Women are indeed crafty." Chun Fan pinched her cheek. "Fine. I'll fulfill your request. Come with me to the hotel tonight. Get lost." Zwabing rolled her eyes. But upon seeing Chun Fan change his profile picture to hers, she smiled contentedly. "Love you, pick. Which hotel do you want to go to?" "No rush. We'll decide tonight. In a while, I'll have my own hotel. And we can reserve a special suite there. I can't wait. Let us go?" Zwabing put down her lunchbox, grabbed Chun Fan's hand, and stood up. "What is the hurry? Why so eager?" Chun Fan suddenly noticed that Zwabing had changed. She had become increasingly proactive. However, he liked it. Chapter 78. Kneel down and apologize to me in person. The two of them hailed a cab at the school gate. "Driver, take us to Wenjung Street." "Hey, weren't we going to the hotel?" Chun Fan realized he had been deceived. Zwabing tugged at his ear, pondering, "What are you thinking? Do you consider me to be rather promiscuous?" "Ouch, that hurts." Chun Fan's mouth contorted in pain, prompting Zwabing to finally release him, glaring fiercely. "Yet," she added with a sharp retort, "aren't you the one who often says that initial discomfort fades away into pleasure?" The taxi driver nearly crashed into a tree, turning back to cast a bewildered glance at the audacious girl. "Am I the one driving, or are you? Should I just hand over the steering wheel to you?" However, in the next moment, she covered Chun Fan's ear, asking, "Does it truly hurt? Let me blow on it." Chun Fan took the opportunity to rest his head against her chest, murmuring, "This is much more comfortable." The poor taxi driver, having driven only a few kilometers, was inundated with a barrage of dog food. Upon arriving at Wenjung Street, as soon as they alighted from the car, the driver stepped on the gas and sped away. "Hey, we haven't even paid yet. How strange, why did he leave?" Zwabing looked at the taxi disappearing into the distance, puzzled. Chun Fan wrapped his arm around her waist, suggesting, "Let us go buy some things. We can't visit your father empty-handed." Zwabing replied, "No need. You can be quite frugal in front of my parents. If they see we have no money, they will insist on giving us some." Chun Fan paused. "Aren't you their daughter? If I were to be stingy as well, I might not even be allowed through the door." They picked up 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of cigarettes from a liquor store before heading to Zwahandong's shop. Zwahandong was busy, surrounded by 7 or 8 colleagues, all contemplating a stone. Upon noticing his daughter and Chun Fan's arrival, he greeted them. What brings you two here?" Zwabing strode in with her long legs, greeting her father's friends. "Hello, uncles." "Wow, Zwabing, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Indeed, how a girl changes as she grows. And what a figure. The genes of the Zwa family are impressive. Hey, Zwa, your family is extravagant. Does Zwabing need to bring a lackey to school?" Zwahandong took the gifts from Chun Fan's hands, awkwardly explaining, "What kind of eyes do you have? How could such a handsome young man be a lackey? This is my daughter Zwabing's boyfriend, Chun Fan. Come, Chun Fan, let me introduce you. These are Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Liu." Essentially, they were all executives. However, in Zwahandong's circle, there were no poor individuals, after all. Who among the antique dealers could afford to be impoverished? Upon hearing that Zwabing had a boyfriend, the group turned their attention to the young man before them. After scrutinizing him for a while, Mr. Huang remarked, "Now I understand why old Zwa has recently become enamored with stone gambling. However, finding a son-in-law is not the same as gambling with stones. You only discover the value of a stone once it is cut. But the qualities of a son-in-law cannot be revealed in such a manner." Laughter erupted among the group. Chun Fan remained unperturbed, offering cigarettes to everyone while casually glancing at the stone. This particular stone had revealed a small window, showcasing a 2-centimeter patch of green. With the keen perception of his eyes, he could immediately discern the internal structure of the stone. "Uncle Zwa, did you acquire this stone?" "It was purchased this morning by General Huang from the Chihua market for over 3 million. I was contemplating whether to acquire it myself." "Oh," Chun Fan furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the situation. General Huang had procured this gambling stone from the Chihua market with the intent of reselling it to Zwahandong. Zwahandong had a penchant for collection and found the stone appealing, yet he was indecisive. Fortunately, Chun Fan was present. Otherwise, his father-in-law might have fallen victim to a scam today. How could he dare to bid over 3 million for such a stone? Chen Fan looked at General Huang and remarked with a smile, "General Huang, I fear that your 3 million may well have gone down the drain. This stone is worth at most a few tens of thousands." "What did you say?" Upon hearing that the treasure he had purchased for over 3 million might only be valued at a few tens of thousands, General Huang immediately erupted. "What are you? A mere child, understand?" "Nonsense. The window has already opened. Can't you see?" Zhua Handong, sensing General Huang's displeasure, interjected for the sake of face, suggesting that the child did not know better and that General Huang should not take offense. Others nearby chimed in, asserting, "Indeed, the stone has already opened a window. It's bound to appreciate. I estimate it could at least double in value." A child should refrain from speaking out of turn. General Huang is sensitive about this. Such stones, once opened, are not entirely raw materials, thus their price is inherently higher. The stone Chen Fan had purchased with Tang Jing previously had not opened a window and bore greater gambling risk, hence its considerably lower price. However, General Huang's stone could also be misleading. Even with an open window, it might simply possess a thin layer of green on the surface. Otherwise, how could one explain the saying in the gambling stone industry that one could go from rags to riches with a single cut? Chen Fan, noticing their disbelief, challenged, "If you don't believe me, why not cut it open and see?" He intended to offer a friendly warning, yet it seemed to have the opposite effect. General Huang, infuriated by this remark, retorted, "Fine, let's do it your way. If it appreciates, what will you do then?" Recognizing the tense atmosphere and General Huang's condescending demeanor, Chen Fan resolutely replied, "Whatever you wish, I shall oblige." Coughing in indignation, General Huang seethed at the audacity of this young upstart daring to challenge him. "All right, since that is the case, let us have witnesses. If it appreciates, I demand you kneel before me and apologize." Zhua Handong, witnessing the escalating situation, interjected, "Mr. Su, a mature person should not stoop to the level of a child. How can you take this up with a mere boy?" "A boy? He is already dating." General Huang shot back, "Old Zhua, do not restrain me today. I am determined to wager against him." Chen Fan was equally unyielding, declaring, "All right, if it truly appreciates, I shall apologize to you. But what if you lose? I, General Huang, cannot bear this. If I lose, I will kneel and apologize, and from henceforth, you shall be my master. It's a deal." With their words exchanged to such an extent, the onlookers felt it unnecessary to intervene, especially since they, too, were eager to discover what kind of material this rough stone might reveal. Wenjiang Street boasted stone-cutting services, and here, apart from antiques, there were also those engaged in the jade business. General Huang, feeling quite indignant, embraced the stone and, accompanied by the crowd, made his way to a nearby jade shop. The shop's backyard offered stone-cutting services, albeit for a fee. "Come, assist me in slicing this stone. I wish to broaden this young man's horizons," he commanded. The shopkeeper scrutinized the stone for a while, hesitant to make a judgment. "Let us cut it and see. The outcome is in the hands of fate," he replied, beckoning the workers to secure the stone in the machine. Following General Huang's instructions, they positioned the blade near the window that had been cut open. In a fit of defiance, General Huang remarked, "If it collapses today, I shall call you grandfather." After all, this was a transaction worth several million. Could he truly lose to a mere child? Zhua Handong cast a worried glance at Chen Fan, his heart laden with unease. Chapter 79. This future son-in-law is remarkable. Zhua Handong had yet to truly enter the stone gambling industry, but he had recently developed an interest in these peculiar stones. Drawn by the immense allure of the trade, if one made the right choice, fortunes could double in an instant. Yet, there existed the peril that one slice could lead to ruin. He had witnessed firsthand how a former associate in the circle spent tens of millions on a rough stone, confidently anticipating a rise, only to see it collapse with a single cut. This individual, undeterred, borrowed even more to continue, ultimately plummeting from a 50-story building, tragically concluding his life in mere seconds. Many lamented his fate, pondering how, had he eschewed stone gambling, he could have been a man worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. Greed, alas, had led to his downfall. Zhua Handong was different. He would not stake his entire fortune on a gamble. He relished the thrill of opening a blind box. Observing those around him engaged in this pursuit, he too felt compelled to partake. General Huang was among the earliest to venture into this realm, with several individuals having prospered alongside him. Upon learning of Zhua Handong's interest, he brought this rough stone, which he had procured for over 3 million, to sell to him. Everyone asserted that the material would undoubtedly appreciate. And with the window already opened, Zhou Handong felt he wouldn't incur significant losses. Now, all eyes were fixed on the stone as the cutting worker began. The jarring sound reverberated, sending a shiver through the audience's eardrums. Lu Bing covered her ears, leaning close to Chen Fan, who displayed not a hint of anxiety. He had already discerned the secrets hidden within the stone. Now he is merely waiting for General Huang to kneel and offer an apology. With a decisive slice, the stone skin was peeled away. The owner of the jade shop glanced at it and immediately knew it was worthless. Inside lay a grayish mottled pattern, devoid of any green. How could this be? General Huang was struck with disbelief, collapsing onto the ground as he stared at the severed raw stone. Impossible, impossible. He scrambled back up, lunging toward the cutting machine. Holding the dissected stone skin, he insisted, "I refuse to believe it. Cut it again. Continue cutting." The jade shop owner shook his head, advising, "If you doubt it, then cut once more." The worker adjusted the angle and sliced again. This time, the result was the same grayish mottling, completely lacking any hint of green. The entire stone was reduced to a mere sliver. Zhou Handong wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at Chen Fan in astonishment. Truly, he was my savior. Had it not been for him and Zhou Bing's arrival today, he might have squandered over 3 million on that stone. General Huang, witnessing the demise of his carefully selected raw stone, was immensely frustrated. Others present shook their heads in disappointment. Prior to this, they had all remarked on the stone as potential, certain it would appreciate in value. Who would have guessed there was merely a smidgen of green at the edge? General Huang had spent around 1.2 million on it, intending to sell it to Zhou Handong for 3.68 million, aiming for a profit of 2 or 3 times. Now, the whole affair was in ruins. What could he possibly say now? Chen Fan regarded the infuriated General Huang, who was seething with rage. Were it not for this young man, his business deal would have been secured. Selling to Zhou Handong for over 3 million, whether it soared or plummeted, was none of his concern. Yet, this lucrative opportunity had been thwarted by him. In a fit of anger and humiliation, General Huang shouted, "It's your cursed crow's mouth that jinxed it. Would this have collapsed if not for you?" These words even displeased Zhou Handong, who retorted, "General Huang, that's quite unjust. You misjudged the stone. How can you blame Chen Fan for your oversight? You should apologize to him." Zhou Bing, not the type to be easily intimidated, had long been critical of General Huang. She directed her ire at him. General Huang, now thoroughly embarrassed, huffed and prepared to leave. "Stop." Chen Fan intercepted him. "Who is it that demanded I kneel and apologize? Surely you haven't forgotten our wager." General Huang, bristling, replied, "You truly expect me to kneel and apologize?" "Absolutely. A wager is a wager." Chen Fan stood his ground, recalling Huang's earlier arrogance. General Huang turned to Zhou Handong. "Old as Zhou, want to you say something?" Zhou Handong, however, would not side with an outsider. Coldly, he stated, "A gentleman's word is his bond. I trust such a prominent businessman as General Huang would not go back on his word, would he?" Others initially intended to offer counsel, yet it was evident that Zhou Handong had already aligned himself with his future son-in-law, rendering any further discourse futile. They all understood that had it not been for Chen Fan's foresight in recognizing the potential failure of the raw stone, Zhou Handong would have found himself ensnared. As for whether Mr. Huang harbored intentions to deceive Zhou Handong, that was a matter only he could comprehend. "Are none of you going to speak on my behalf, Mr. Huang inquired, glancing back at the crowd, who remained silent. At that moment, Mr. Zhang interjected, stating, "I too believe this young man speaks wisely. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. If you were to lose, would you simply let it slide?" "Indeed, indeed." Others chimed in, encouraged by Mr. Zhang's words. "You all are quite ruthless." Mr. Huang, with a stubborn resolve, knelt down. "I apologize. I was in the wrong." He conceded to Chen Fan. Chen Fan scoffed. "A person like you, who would deceive friends, has no right to remain here. Leave." Mr. Huang retorted angrily, "I did not. You claim you did not. The listed price of this stone in the market was 1,238,000. Yet you intended to sell it for over 3 million and assert it was not a deception of your friends." Zhou Handong gasped in astonishment. But he was more shocked at how Chen Fan knew the inside information. He, of course, was unaware that Chen Fan had visited the market and seen the stone himself. It was likely that some experts had discerned that this stone was merely a faude, intended to deceive outsiders, which is why it had remained unsold. Ultimately, Mr. Huang, in his misguided arrogance, had purchased it. If this raw stone were truly of such value, Could it have eluded the discerning eyes of Lu Ruoxin and her peers? After Chen Fan revealed the truth, Mr. Huang departed in disgrace. The others shook their heads discreetly, recognizing Mr. Huang's lack of integrity. Following such an unpleasant incident, everyone took their leave. Zhua Handong called Chen Fan and his companion back to his shop. Grasping Chen Fan's hand, he said, "Chen Fan, had it not been for you today, I would have truly been deceived. Although 3 million is not an insignificant amount for me, it is certainly not trivial." Chen Fan remarked, "The gambling stone industry is fraught with peril. If you are not well versed in it, I advise you to tread carefully. In my experience, this raw stone appears to be a trap set deliberately by a skilled individual." "Really? Such a thing exists?" Zhua Handong exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fan nodded, indicating that he could discern the slightest hint of green in the stone, suggesting that the individual behind it was exceptionally formidable, something beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Thus, it would be wise for you to avoid such ventures in the future. Yes. Rest assured, I will never engage in such matters again. Having witnessed today's events, he had come to wholeheartedly respect Chen Fan. Chapter 80. A future reward of billions. That evening, Zhua Handong insisted on inviting Chen Fan to dine at his home. Had it not been for him, he would have likely faced a significant downfall. Upon hearing of the day's events, Han Kaiying regarded Chen Fan with newfound admiration. This young man is quite impressive. Possessing such talent, how could one despair of future wealth? It is no wonder he shuns his own company. Those in this line of work reap substantial profits effortlessly, unlike the arduous toil that yields but a mere few million in assets, while still feeling a sense of pride. In the past, Han Kaiying was fiercely determined to prove her capabilities, yet now her confidence seems to waver. "I shall take you back to school," she called to the two after they finished their meal, as she picked up her bag. "I don't want to go to school," Chen Fan replied, gazing at Zhua Bing in silence. They had planned to visit the hotel that evening, yet here they were. Zhua Bing shot him a sharp glare. Their affair was certainly not something to be disclosed to their families. After all, dating and intimacy are two entirely different matters. After escorting them to the school, Chen Fan reluctantly uttered, "Thank you, Annie." Han Kaiying smiled and waved her hand, inviting them to visit her home sometime. "Sure," Chen Fan nodded, though he questioned his own courage in doing so. A brief visit was manageable, but engaging in playful activities felt too daring. Navigating a relationship had become quite daunting. After ensuring Zhua Bing returned to her dormitory, Chen Fan made his way back to his own. It was his first return this semester, and upon entering, he discovered that Gui Jianliang had moved back in. "Class monitor." This petty fellow boldly offered him a cigarette. "Is it just you? Then sleep well," Chen Fan replied curtly before turning to leave. "Where are you going, class monitor?" "Aren't you staying the night?" Gui Jianliang called out, chasing after him. He had rehearsed 100 times in his mind that he had not intended to abandon them. Rather, he had gone undercover at Liang Dong's place. Yet, Chen Fan did not grant him the opportunity to explain. Frustrated by Chen Fan's departing figure, Gui Jianliang pounded the wall in despair. Once outside the school gates, Chen Fan called Su Ruzhen, asking her to pick him up. "What do you need me for?" she teased. "Dare to jest with me? Just wait until I give you a taste of retribution." Fortunately, it was only a matter of minutes before Su Ruzhen arrived. She had driven herself, exclaiming, "You truly are a master planner. I happen to be dining nearby. You came to fetch me before even finishing your meal? How considerate of you. No worries. I'll make sure to feed you all later." Since Lu Wushuang's arrival, Su Ruzhen had not visited the apartment. "Why don't you go to the apartment? It's closer to school. What's the point if you're not there?" Chen Fan noted her fashionable, alluring appearance, clad in a fitted skirt that accentuated her exquisite figure. Ever since they had become involved, her lingerie had even increased in size. Indeed, Su Ruzhen possesses potential. "Where are you residing now? Haven't you moved to the villa?" Chen Fan inquired. Noticing the direction she was heading seemed off. He had purchased a villa for her, and she had yet to occupy it. With a playful laugh, Su Ruzhen replied, "I'll move into the villa when I'm with you. Being alone is too lonely. For now, I'm staying at the office." "Very well. You are quite the dedicated individual. Turning back, I shall reward you with several 100 million. Su Ruzhen understood perfectly what he meant, her eyes glimmering. "Cash, perhaps? That depends on your performance." Chen Fan chuckled, genuinely transferring 100 million to her. He had never been stingy with Su Ruzhen. "Ding, you have a new message. Your account has received a transfer of 100 million. Su Ruzhen was taken aback. "You really did transfer it?" "Of course. Have I ever reneged on my word?" Su Ruzhen shook her head repeatedly. "No, that's not what I meant. You shouldn't always shower me with money. It gives me an uncomfortable impression. Can't we maintain a more innocent relationship? Su Ruzhen's character was indeed admirable, prompting Chen Fan to smile happily. No worries, let us go. As they arrived at the company, they entered Yinfan building. Chen Ming was patrolling when he spotted them and hurried over. Su Zong, Chen Fan. He had long suspected the nature of Su Ruzhen and Chen Fan's relationship. And now that they were together, it was hardly surprising. Yet, he could never comprehend why such a beautiful and wealthy woman would choose to be with Chen Fan. Was it solely due to his martial prowess? My skills are not lacking either. I can take on several opponents single-handedly. Even Lu Wushuang's bodyguards are no match for me. What exactly sets me apart? It must be my lack of education. Chen Fan flashed him a smile, tossing him a cigarette before heading into the elevator with Su Ruzhen. With the growth of business, an increasing number of enterprises had settled in. And now there were 70 to 80 security personnel at Yufan building. Chen Ming had been promoted to security manager and Su Ruzhen's bodyguard, with his salary raised to 50,000. Many of his comrades outside worked as bodyguards, earning between 10 to 20,000, so he had already surpassed most of them. Naturally, if Chen Ming's family needed assistance, Chen Fan would be more than generous, treating Chen Ming as a brother. Upon entering the spacious and luxurious break room behind the office, which spanned nearly 100 square meters, they found a large bed measuring 2 meters and a set of sofas, complete with a dressing room, cloakroom, and bathroom, essentially a home in itself. Su Ruzhen kicked off her shoes as soon as she stepped inside and tossed her bag aside. Are you going to take a shower first? That's a must. Chen Fan removed his short sleeves. Shall we go together? Su Ruzhen flashed a charming smile. No. If we go together, it won't be a shower anymore. I've noticed you've become much more serious since acquiring me. Su Ruzhen doubled over in laughter, her alluring eyes sparkling. Hurry up. I still have work to discuss with you afterward. Chen Fan completed his shower in a swift 10 minutes. Su Ruzhen retrieved a newly purchased set of pajamas from the wardrobe, having hand-washed them beforehand, and they bore a delightful fragrance. Chen Fan donned them. And once Su Ruzhen had bathed as well, they both sat down to discuss work together. The market value of the 3 companies under the Lu family has plummeted by over 50%. What should our next steps entail? Su Ruzhen is an individual of unwavering seriousness in her work. She recounted the recent work summary to Chen Fan, who was intently observing the data on his computer and the stock market trends. When a company's stock depreciates by half, it signifies a 50% reduction in market value. A company worth 100 billion would now amount to only 50 billion. Moreover, the 30 billion that Chen Fan had previously advised her to invest in has nearly yielded a 50% profit. Were it not for the limited quantity of margin trading, Chen Fan would have likely instructed Su Ruzhen to invest her entire portfolio. Here's the plan. Should the stocks continue to plummet tomorrow, cease short selling and commence substantial buying. Remember to use a secondary account to create the illusion of retail investors entering the market. Our total capital now exceeds 100 billion, and fully investing in these 3 companies should not significantly impact them. Understood. Su Ruzhen took notes, while Chen Fan had already discerned the trajectory of the 3 stocks over the next 15 trading days. Following a sharp decline, a significant rebound is inevitable. Additionally, with such a considerable amount of capital trapped within, should the stocks open up tomorrow, countless funds will undoubtedly rush to exit. Given the vastness of the Lu family, they would not permit their stocks to perpetually decline. After all, this storm is nearing its end. They are bound to become the vanguard of the rebound. Thus, I shall ride the wave. Chen Fan smiled, eagerly anticipating his assets reaching 300 billion. Chapter 81. Investing 150 billion entirely after their discussion on work. The two engaged in a more profound exchange. Residing on such a high floor, there was no need to draw the curtains. As Su Ruzhen was to preside over work the following day, they could not linger too late. Chen Fan also deemed it prudent to conclude their evening. The next morning, Su Ruzhen arose early, tidied herself up, and leaned down to plant a kiss on Chen Fan's cheek. You sleep a little longer. I have matters to attend to. I will bring you breakfast shortly. All right. At 8 o'clock, everyone had arrived at work. Su Ruzhen sat earnestly in her office, though no one was aware of the man resting in the lounge behind her. Chen Fan, having gotten out of bed and enjoyed breakfast, opened his computer. Su Ruzhen needed to head to the trading room before the market opened. Chu Xiaofei knocked and entered. Oh, Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Chen Fan smiled. Is your work here progressing smoothly? Indeed, quite well. CEO Su is very considerate of us. I no longer have to feign cordiality while entertaining guests. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chen Fan waved his hand. As long as it's going well. Work hard. CEO Su will not neglect anyone loyal to the company. Of course. Mr. Chun, may I get you a glass of water? Chu Xiaofei, having previously worked in sales, was adept at navigating situations. She was not at all surprised by Chun Fan's presence in CEO Su's office. The relationship between the two individuals is undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Chen Fan possibly gift President Su a villa? She dared not disturb Chen Fan and quietly withdrew. At 9:15, during the pre-market tradings, many stocks remained stagnant without any suspense. Only Chen Fan was aware that a significant counteroffensive was imminent. The three stocks under the Liu family were poised to become the vanguard of the rebound. By 9:30, when the market opened, Su Ruzhen had already commanded a dozen traders to be on high alert. On the large screen, Jiang and Paper, Nangwa Real Estate, and Shenlong Automobile were all shrouded in large orders ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000 shares. Jiang and Paper's share price stood at 1,233 yuan, while Nangwa Real Estate was at 2,644 yuan. Despite having plummeted by 60%, Shenlong Automobile still held a price of 5,122 yuan. The sealed orders for Jiang and Paper exceeded 450,000 shares, amounting to over 5 billion yuan in total. Nangwa Real Estate's sealed funds surpassed 4 billion, and Shenlong Automobile exceeded 6 billion. Within these funds were not solely institutional players. Many retail investors, desperate to escape, were waiting in line, hoping for a chance to flee. 10 minutes after the market opened, Su Ruzhen commanded, "Buy." The traders swiftly sprang into action, rapidly purchasing over 10 billion yuan worth of shares. With lightning speed, they consumed all the sealed orders but refrained from pushing up the stock prices. An influx of buy orders surged in, and the institutional investors, fully aware of the situation, realized that someone was preparing to seize the rebound. Naturally, they were pleased to see capital flowing in. Otherwise, what would become of the numerous trapped positions? However, after the opposing force consumed the sealed orders, they did not continue buying. The institutional investors felt a tinge of disappointment, discovering that a mere group of retail investors was orchestrating the trades. Unexpectedly, as the ceiling on the stock prices lifted, countless retail investors and institutions seized the opportunity to escape. The fastest to flee were the speculative traders, initially intending to dip in for a taste. They ended up shattering the bowl. Su Ruzhen continually instructed her traders to place buy orders, keeping the prices hovering just a penny or two above the limit down, resolutely refusing to raise the prices. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. Countless individuals at their computers, selling off their shares, were berating the foolish buyers. Conversely, those who bought were also cursing the sellers. The trading volume for the day expanded exponentially, soaring from billions to tens of billions. Shenlong Automobile, with its high stock price, saw its trading volume exceed 20 billion just in the morning. In the office of the Jiang and Lu Group, Lu Chanfeng sat intently monitoring the market. Lu Yuxuan stood beside him, stating, "Dad, there is an influx of massive capital today. I suspect it is likely foreign investment. We cannot trace their backgrounds, but it is certainly not the doing of retail investors." Lu Chanfeng nodded in agreement with his son's assessment. These despicable foreign investors instigated this sudden crash. It has now been confirmed that a large amount of foreign capital conspired to short the market. They orchestrated this farce. What are they attempting to do now? Do they wish to repeat their previous tricks? We are a company engaged in market capitalization management. How are things over there? Rest assured, actions are already underway. That's good. Lu Chanfeng sighed in relief, observing his son. "Yuxian, when do you plan to marry Suru?" Lu Yuxuan replied proudly, "No rush. I plan to keep her waiting for a few years. Currently, the Su family is dependent on our Lu family. I want Suru to come to me on her own accord." Haha, Lu Chanfeng was delighted. His son had such ambition, at least in terms of spirit. He was not easily outdone. Moreover, a man should prioritize his career over romantic entanglements. Women are plentiful. However, that girl from the Su family is indeed quite attractive. If she truly marries into the Lu family, it would certainly please the audience. Amidst her busy schedule, Su Ruzhen suddenly sneezed several times. "Who is speaking ill of me behind my back?" At 11 o'clock, the morning trading session concluded, and she instructed everyone to take a break and recharge for the afternoon battle. Back in her office, she reported the morning's accomplishments to Chen Fan. A total of 6.99 billion had been invested in 3 stocks. Chen Fan nodded and said, "Come here, let me commend you." He embraced Su Ruzhen, and within moments, she felt herself melting. Let us go to the lounge. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Su, lunch has arrived. Chu Yinfei from the front desk brought over lunchboxes, each costing 100 yuan. Knowing that Chun Fan was present, she specially brought 2 portions. Su Ruzhen quickly extricated herself from Chun Fan's embrace, tidying her hair and clothes, and said, "Come in." Noticing Su Ruzhen's flushed face, Chu Yinfei promptly set down the lunchboxes and discreetly retreated. In the afternoon, buying continued. Yet every financial account was strictly controlled within a 5 limit. Of course, given the current fund volume, with over 100 accounts, it was impossible to reach that allocation. At 1 o'clock, trading became exceptionally active. Many retail investors and speculative funds, who had been hesitant in the morning, observed the momentum and swiftly exited the market. With billions in transaction volume, stock prices remained stagnant, fluctuating only slightly near the price limit, indicative of the dealer's escape. Without hesitation, Su Ruzhen fully invested. She had become accustomed to Chun Fan's trading strategy. Before 2 o'clock, the transactions concluded. The total amount of funds reached nearly 15 billion. All done. Everyone, go take a break. Su Ruzhen, feeling fatigued, returned to the office to accompany Chun Fan. Chun Fan lit a cigarette, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in a panoramic view of much of Jiangzhou. From his vantage point, he could even see the mighty Yangtze River flowing endlessly. What are you thinking about? Su Ruzhen playfully nestled closer to him, and Chun Fan smiled. I have a premonition that we must align ourselves with the tide of the times and emerge accordingly. Su Ruzhen looked up and stroked his chin. Then you mustn't abandon me. Silly, how could I ever do that? In a pond, no matter its size, you shall always be the largest fish. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, initially suspecting that Chun Fan intended to engage in mischief. To her surprise, he rose and declared, "Let us embark on a grand endeavor." A new scheme was about to unfold within her mind. Chapter 82. A grand sweep at the rare goods market before 3 o'clock. Su Ruzhen had meticulously arranged the personnel. Following Chun Fan's instructions, she had specifically brought along Tang Jing. Chen Ming had already organized transportation, and a dozen bodyguards accompanied them. Where are we headed? In the elevator, Su Ruzhen changed into a tailored suit, exuding an air of formality. The ultra-short skirt was best kept to a minimum. It was too alluring and could lead to complications. To the rare goods market. Chen Ming was at the wheel. Tang Jing occupied the passenger seat, while Su Ruzhen sat beside Chun Fan in the rear. Tang Jing had long been curious about the nature of Chun Fan and Su Zong's relationship. She noticed that Su Zong was quite obedient to Chun Fan, leading her to speculate endlessly, though she deemed many of her thoughts unrealistic. At that moment, Chun Fan remarked, "Tang Jing, make sure to learn from Su Zong in your daily endeavors." Tang Jing was taken aback, replying, "Yes, I will strive to do so." Although unsure of Chun Fan's true identity, it was evident that he was assisting her at this moment. Su Ruzhen smiled, saying, "Tang Jing is a promising talent. She has always been diligent. Given the opportunity, I shall assign her to manage a department for further honing her skills." As Chun Fan's representative, if she failed to grasp the significance of this remark, it would be a disservice to her potential. Moreover, Chun Fan's insistence on bringing Tang Jing along was undoubtedly for her development. Coming from a prominent family, Su Ruzhen understood the importance of not becoming complacent and recognized the necessity of expanding her vision. If Chun Fan were to successfully grow the company and establish his financial empire, her own status would inevitably rise with it. If the company remained merely a county-level entity, she would be no more than a county magistrate. However, should it evolve into a national enterprise, she would find herself as a chancellor, second only to the sovereign. Once one comprehends this principle, everything becomes clear. Upon arriving at the rare goods market, they found it bustling with activity. In addition to local speculators like General Huang, numerous high-end players and tourists had come to explore. This time, Chun Fan opted not to touch the company's funds. His personal savings still amounted to 200 or 300 million. This was his leftover pocket money, and since it remained unspent, he decided to put it to use. Unlike last time, Chun Fan led his party to the raw stone auction area. "Purchase any stones I express interest in," he instructed. Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly, urging Chun Ming and the others to prepare adequately. Given the large crowd, a degree of chaos was inevitable. The stones here were clearly priced, leaving little room for dispute or haggling. If one wished to buy, they could proceed. If not, they were free to leave. Naturally, some raw stones, like those purchased by General Huang previously, had already been opened, commanding significantly higher prices due to their non-blind box nature. By sheer coincidence, the esteemed Mr. Huang, who had faced a setback yesterday, found himself present today. Upon encountering Chun Fan, he initially intended to seek retribution, only to be taken aback by the sight of Chun Fan accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards. What remarkable connections does this young man possess? The atmosphere felt more formidable than even that of Zhuandong. At this moment, Chun Fan began selecting raw stones, pointing out the ones he favored. This one, that one, and another. He swiftly purchased over 20 pieces and inquired of Su Ruzhen about the total cost. The prices of these raw stones varied, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. Tang Jing, standing nearby with a calculator, responded, 77 million. Having nearly completed his selection, Chun Fan called out to the group, "Follow me over there." Mr. Huang, observing from the crowd, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. This young man was purchasing raw stones as if they were mere cabbages. Whose scion is he, from which illustrious family? Reminded of his previous offense against Chun Fan, Mr. Huang felt a chill creep down his spine. Soon, Chun Fan and his entourage arrived at another section filled with larger, more expensive raw stones, with prices starting at several million and soaring into the billions. Among them was a particularly notable piece, priced at over 300 million. Ordinary individuals would dare not step into this area, which was typically frequented only by a select few industry magnates. Today, absent was Lu Ruoxian, and several industry leaders exchanged glances but hesitated to make a move. The stakes were high. Should a few billion worth of raw stone prove to be a disappointment, it would spell disaster. However, Chun Fan boldly selected 4 or 5 substantial pieces. Su Ruzhen remarked, "That should be enough," subtly indicating that he had nearly exhausted his funds. Very well. Chun Fan gazed at the prized raw stone, the store's centerpiece, yet refrained from purchasing it, instructing Su Ruzhen to take care of the payment. The bill amounted to over 230 million. At last, I've spent it all. How impoverished I feel. Chun Fan stretched lazily. The 15 billion in his stock market account had been entirely invested in 3 stocks under the Lu family, while over 200 million in his bank account had gone towards raw stones. Shall we begin with the stone cutting? The proprietor, having operated for many years, rarely encountered such a buyer, aside from Lu Ruoxian. This young man had audaciously acquired over 200 million in raw stones. Was he not concerned about potential losses? Certainly. The proprietor had his experts, yet even they were not infallible. If they could discern the quality of every raw stone, they would have already mined them themselves. Chun Fan stated, "Let us casually cut a few and see." The proprietor, delighted by such a significant buyer, waved his hand grandly, summoning workers to assist in the stone cutting. Several workers approached, and according to Chun Fan's wishes, they transported a several hundred-pound raw stone with a cart. Many onlookers, intrigued by Chun Fan's extravagance, gathered to witness the spectacle. Local industry magnates, too, curiously scrutinized Chun Fan, as the crowd sipped their tea and engaged in conversation. The jade cutter, following Chun Fan's directives, commenced the meticulous process of cutting. Initially, he employed the method of polishing a single face of the stone. If it revealed a hint of green, it would indicate a promising value for the stone. Chun Fan had invested over 30 million in this raw gem, prompting the cutter to proceed with utmost caution, fearful of any mishap. With a decisive stroke, the outer layer was peeled away, and lo and behold, it shimmered with green. Oh heavens! The distinguished gentlemen, who were engrossed in their tea, rose in unison, exclaiming, "Let us see." The prospect of such a sizable raw stone yielding a significant return was indeed remarkable. Even the shop owner could not help but wonder at the extraordinary fortune of this young man. Before they could approach, a seasoned jade expert gasped, proclaiming that it appeared to be glass-type imperial green jade, with the real value hinging on the size of the interior. The potential variance was vast. It could be as small as a fist or significantly larger. As the prominent figures gathered closer, their expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was glass-type imperial green. And they stared at Chun Fan in stunned disbelief, marveling at his extraordinary luck. Should the jade within be of substantial size, its worth would be incalculable. Observing the reaction, Chun Fan suggested, "Let us open a few more faces." The jade cutter, adhering to his instructions, proceeded to carve out 4 small windows on the stone. Each window revealed a vibrant green, leaving no doubt that this was a gem of immense value. The precise price was beyond their capacity to estimate. Chapter 83. Is he aiming for the impossible? The group of industry magnates scrutinized Chun Fan, hesitant to draw any hasty conclusions. His demeanor, flanked by a secretary and a bodyguard, suggested he was no ordinary individual. The raw stone, with its 4 windows all revealing green, was tantalizingly evident. "Young man, how much do you intend to sell this stone for?" inquired a cunning elder, cautiously probing for Chen Fan's price. With a smile, Chen Fan replied, "My dear elder, this stone is not for sale. I intend to keep it for my own shop." "What? Are you entering this industry?" The others exchanged glances, realizing his aspirations. Chen Fan, undeterred by their hushed whispers, continued. Having purchased so many raw stones, he could not simply return home with them as mere ornaments. The jade cutter commenced the process on the second raw stone, once again adhering to Chen Fan's instructions by polishing one face. With another decisive cut, the atmosphere erupted in exclamations. Oh heavens! It revealed green once more. Although this material was not as impressive as the previous stone, it nonetheless presented a green hue. This young man was truly remarkable, his luck seemingly boundless. To have 2 consecutive stones yield such results was astonishing, especially when one considered the many who had lost their fortunes in this very place. It was nothing short of miraculous. The shopkeeper and several industry magnates could no longer remain passive. Both pieces had turned a vibrant green. They gathered once more, peering intently, and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. If the first piece was merely a stroke of luck, what could be said of the second? The onlookers exchanged glances in silence. Chen Fan continued to instruct the stone workers to open several windows, which undoubtedly signaled to all buyers that these were genuine treasures, ensuring they would not suffer losses. The stone workers swiftly opened 3 raw stones, each one yielding impressive gains. Chen Fan instructed Su Ruzhen to reward the workers with a red envelope, expressing gratitude for their hard work. The workers, upon receiving the envelopes, beamed with joy, remarking on the boss's good fortune. With luck like this, wealth was inevitable. Chen Fan smiled, deciding not to cut any more stones. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, casually playing with a walnut, approached. "Young man, I would like to purchase all these from you." At last, a significant buyer had arrived, and Chen Fan scrutinized him, discerning that he too was a notable figure in the jade industry. He readily replied, "All right, name your price." The man, still toying with the walnut, declared, 300 million. "I will take them all." Chen Fan was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. "How much did you say?" 300 million. "Do you not understand?" The man's tone dripped with condescension. Chen Fan smirked, thinking, go find a cooler place to linger. The largest piece he had just offered was worth more than 300 million. Did this man wish to be foolishly audacious? To Chen Fan's surprise, the man continued unabashedly. "Come now, you spent merely 230 million on these raw stones. I am offering you 300 million. You would still profit 70 million. A quick visit to the rare goods market would yield you that much. Where else can you find such a lucrative deal? Be content. Do not be too greedy. You might find your appetite exceeds your capacity." Chen Fan chose not to engage further with such a character. Who did he think he was? Advising him not to be greedy? The audacity! Su, arrange for the workers to load these raw stones onto the vehicle, Chen Fan commanded decisively. Su Ruzhen immediately instructed the bodyguards to take action. The man in the tang suit furrowed his brow. You are being quite presumptuous. Do you really intend to leave here with those raw stones today? Let me make myself clear. Whether you sell or not, you will sell. If you are wise, we can conclude this for 300 million, and I will transfer the money to you in half a month. If you refuse to be sensible, do not blame me for being unkind. It seemed he had encountered a local bully. Chen Fan's gaze shifted to the shopkeeper, who, seeing the tension, felt compelled to intervene. If everyone came to intercept business, who would dare visit in the future? Ahem, Boss Chow, we are in a legitimate trading market. If he does not wish to sell, we must adhere to the rules. Boss Chow shot him a fierce glance. Do not speak. This is a matter between him and me. Your transaction has already been completed, and it does not concern you. The shopkeeper was left speechless. He truly could not contend with this Mr. Chow, a prominent figure in the jewelry industry of Jiangzhou, second only to the Liu family. However, unlike the Liu family, who conducted their business with prudence, Mr. Chow was known for his reckless behavior. While he could not rival the Liu family, he frequently troubled his peers, earning a poor reputation throughout the industry. Today, upon spotting such a lucrative opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. The other industry leaders remained silent, wishing to avoid trouble. Yet, they secretly hoped that this young man before them possessed a formidable background capable of keeping the Chow family in check and curbing his arrogance. Seeing that Chen Fan was ignoring him, Mr. Chow became infuriated, declaring that if he were not able to have a piece of raw stone moved today, He would not consider himself human. Chen Fan dismissed him with disdain. Despite Mr. Chow's considerable influence, it was worth noting that he may not be wealthier than Chen Fan. Moreover, Chen Fan had brought bodyguards with him today. He was not afraid. Should the situation escalate, it was unlikely that Mr. Chow would emerge unscathed. The Chow family had not yet reached the point of absolute dominance. How dare you insult me? Young man, it seems that unless I teach you a lesson today, you will remain oblivious to your own insignificance, Mr. Chow growled, summoning his subordinates with a shout. Immediately, a dozen lackeys rushed forth. The shopkeeper and others recognized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Though they were not intimidated by the Chow family, they understood that in business, harmony was paramount. Some matters were best resolved with a tacit understanding, as engaging in a life-and-death struggle was futile. Mr. Chow was evidently attempting to intimidate Chen Fan, believing that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Chen Ming, witnessing this, asked sharply, "What do you mean by that?" Before Mr. Chow could respond, he charged forward, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. As Mr. Chow's entourage prepared to intervene, Chen Ming bellowed, "Stay back, or I will drop him." The lackeys were momentarily taken aback. Mr. Chow's face turned crimson as he struggled against Chen Ming's grip, gasping for breath. "Stop!" Lu Ruoxian had arrived. Dressed in wide-legged black trousers, she exuded an air of confidence. Upon her arrival, the crowd visibly relaxed. The reason the unique market had remained peaceful and operational was largely due to the Lu family's influence. After all, there are individuals in this world who uphold justice and adhere to principles. Otherwise, chaos would have long since ensued. Lu Ruoxian approached, her expression darkening. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not regard anyone in Jiaozhou?" Chen Fan exchanged a glance with Chen Ming, who then unceremoniously threw Mr. Chow to the ground, causing him to clutch his throat and cough. Cough, 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 he wheezed, lying on the ground, visibly displeased. "Today it matters not who comes, Lu Ruoxian. This is none of your concern, so do not interfere." Chapter 84. Invitation from Lu Ruoxian. Lu Ruoxian was taken aback to discover that the individual embroiled in a dispute with Boss Chow was the same young man from their previous encounter. However, today he was accompanied by bodyguards and an assistant, leaving Lu Ruoxian unable to ascertain his background. Her captivating gaze scanned the rough stones purchased by Chen Fan, her brow furrowing slightly. She had her own informants in this arena and had heard reports of the glass-type Imperial Green Jade being unearthed, prompting her to rush here. Little did she expect to confront Boss Chow's obstinacy. Upon grasping the situation, Lu Ruoxian smirked and remarked, "Boss Chow, this is quite amusing. Are you attempting to engage in coercive purchasing? Such practices do not align with the customs of Jiangzhou." Boss Chow, upon seeing her approach, was aware that the situation was about to escalate. Given Lu Ruoxian's disposition, she would undoubtedly seek to seize such splendid materials. Thus, he attempted to greet her first. Yet, Lu Ruoxian disregarded his overture, addressing the young man instead. "Are all these rough stones yours?" "Indeed, Miss Lu. Are you interested in purchasing them?" Lu Ruoxian scrutinized the stones for a considerable time, expressing her admiration. "You possess remarkable discernment. All three rough stones exhibit green hues, indicating a definite increase in value. Particularly this one." She could not help but admire Chen Fan's keen eye for quality, considering these stones had likely been sifted through by experts in the field numerous times. Yet he was able to identify such prime specimens. After a brief contemplation, she declared, "I will take all of them for 1 billion. 1 billion. The prominent figures present were compelled to acknowledge Lu Ruoxian's audacity. Only she would dare to proclaim such a price. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly attempted to haggle. Boss Chow, flustered, retorted, "What do you mean, Lu Ruoxian? This business is one I have my sights set on. What gives you the right to interfere?" Chen Fan scoffed, "Did I agree to anything with you? In light of your earlier behavior, I now demand double the price. And I still shall not sell to you." Having invested over 230 million, turning it into 1 billion was undeniably a remarkable deal. With a grim expression, Boss Chow warned, "Kid, in Jiangzhou, crossing me will yield no benefits. I advise you to tread carefully." Unable to contain herself, Lu Ruoxian queried, "And what price do you offer?" Boss Chow huffed, "I will offer 880 million. "Huh, not selling." Chen Fan replied disdainfully. This man hardly seemed trustworthy. He had attempted to swindle him earlier, aiming to take 300 million, and now he was being so miserly. Did he truly think Chen Fan needed that 80 million? Turning to Lu Ruoxian, Chen Fan said, "I believe I shall sell to Miss Lu, as we have done business before." Lu Ruoxian smiled. "Very well, I will arrange for the payment immediately. As the two parties finalized the transaction at the price of 1 billion for all of Chen Fan's rough stones, Boss Chow's face turned a shade of green. He glared fiercely at Chen Fan, muttering, "You are quite something. Just wait until next time. Don't let me catch you again." With that, he departed with his entourage. Lu Ruoxian appeared to hold Chen Fan in high regard, extending an invitation. "Dear handsome, would you do me the honor of visiting me for a while?" Having interacted with Lu Ruoxian on 2 occasions, Chen Fan found her to be quite forthright. He readily accepted her invitation, to which Lu Ruoxian smiled and replied, "Please, take your time. I have a few personal matters to attend to." Lu, the CEO, provided me with an address, and I shall arrive shortly. "Then I shall await your arrival." Lu Ruoxian proceeded to the tea room of the shop, where she engaged in conversation over tea with a group of influential figures. "Lu, your audacity is truly commendable. Only you could close such a substantial deal." "Indeed, apart from Lu, I doubt anyone else could manage it," they remarked. Listening to their flattery, Lu Ruoxian smiled lightly. "Esteemed seniors, you flatter me. I merely act with a sense of fairness. Furthermore, this batch of raw stones is indeed worth the price." The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, indeed." Ultimately, it boils down to the wealth of the Lu family. How could an ordinary person casually produce 10 billion in funds? Therefore, some individuals, despite knowing the potential for profit, find it beyond their means. In truth, Boss Chow could not muster such a sum either. He merely sought to take advantage of the situation. Chen Fan selected a modest-sized stone in the raw stone area, suitable for display. He had the stone worker polish a few edges and create 3 small openings, each revealing a hint of green, which was quite enticing. Measuring just over 40 centimeters. With a base added, it would undoubtedly catch the eye when placed on the counter. Once completed, Su Ruzhen approached to report, "Lu's funds have been secured." "Very well. You may return for now. Chen Meng, accompany me for a moment." "Understood." Su Ruzhen signaled for the others to withdraw, while Chen Meng loyally followed Chen Fan. Today's dealings were beyond Chen Meng's comprehension. A casual transaction involving 10 billion left him with a sense of mystery regarding Chen Fan. Was this truly the same childhood friend he once knew? Moreover, the nature of Chen Fan's relationship with Su seemed intriguing. However, Chen Meng understood that some questions were best left unasked, focusing instead on his duties. As Lu Ruoxian observed Chen Fan finishing his tasks, she rose and said, "Dear handsome, let us depart." Witnessing Lu Ruoxian escort Chen Fan away, the group of influential figures whispered amongst themselves, "If I am not mistaken, Lu Ruoxian intends to recruit him." Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable skill and experience. To purchase such a vast quantity of raw stones without error is impressive. There are not merely thousands of stones here, but dozens of them, each meticulously filtered through countless selections, yet he managed to choose so many without a single misstep. With such prowess, he will surely stand unrivaled in the stone gambling industry. Thus, they concluded that Lu Ruoxian was indeed aiming to bring Chen Fan into her fold. As for those with ulterior motives, they could remain on the sidelines. Lu Ruoxian invited Chen Fan into her vehicle, and he, without hesitation, instructed Chen Meng to take another car. This was Lu Ruoxian's Maybach, designated for hosting guests. Naturally, the Lu family possessed no shortage of top-tier luxury automobiles, including Rolls-Royces. Lu Ruoxian invited Chen Fan to his century-old establishment on the pedestrian street, renowned for its exquisite gold and silver jewelry, as well as gemstones and jade. The store, spacious and adorned in an antique style, stood in stark contrast to the modern aesthetics commonly found in other shops. "Please, handsome." Lu Ruoxian beckoned Chen Fan to ascend to the tea room. Inside, the air was filled with ethereal mist, permeated by a subtle fragrance. Nearby, a woman clad in traditional Han attire played the guqin. Lu Ruoxian gestured for Chen Fan to take a seat and personally began to brew tea. Chen Ming stood outside, resembling a devoted guardian. "May I inquire your name, handsome?" Lu Ruoxian inquired with a charming smile, her delicate brows arching slightly. "Chen Fan," he replied. "Chen as in the east of the year, and Fan meaning ordinary." "Ah, a splendid name, ordinary yet remarkable, concealing depth." Lu Ruoxian responded with another smile. Chen Fan was taken aback. How could she discern that? Yet, Lu Ruoxian possessed a beauty unlike any other woman he had encountered. She exuded grace and poise, her every gesture radiating a unique allure. Engaging with such a remarkable individual, Chen Fan felt an urge to maintain his composure and dignity. He replied calmly, "What brings you to summon me, Ms. Lu?" With a twinkle in her eyes, Lu Ruoxian said, "I I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Her gaze held an unexplainable allure. Chun Fan sipped from his teacup, having anticipated this moment. Lu Ruoxian's invitation could only signify one possibility. He contemplated whether to partner with her. Entering the jade industry, aside from his skill in stone gambling, he was otherwise inexperienced. A collaboration with the Lu family could indeed yield mutual benefits. Thus, Chun Fan inquired, "How do you envision our collaboration? Please share your plans." Lu Ruoxian's eyes widened with surprise. She had not expected Chun Fan to remain so composed. Most would likely have agreed at the first sign of opportunity, given the multitude vying for a partnership with the Lu family. With a gentle smile, she responded, "With our extensive sales network in this industry, the Lu family is undoubtedly the ideal partner for Mr. Chen." Chun Fan chuckled, acknowledging Lu Ruoxian's discerning insight. She was capable of perceiving the essence of matters, making her a formidable opponent and an exceptional ally. "Very well," Chun Fan stated. "Have someone from your team discuss the specifics of our collaboration with my assistant tomorrow. There is no need to squander time on trivial details." Agreed. Lu Ruoxian was pleasantly surprised by Chun Fan's promptness and beamed with joy. Her enchanting eyes scrutinized him as she asked, "Mr. Chun, how old are you?" Clearing his throat, Chun Fan replied, "I have a girlfriend." "Ha ha ha." Lu Ruoxian laughed heartily, unable to suppress her amusement. "Do you truly think I wish to pursue a romantic relationship? I merely sought to ascertain your age." Chun Fan, now 20 years of age, was met with surprise. "Really? You were still a student?" "Indeed." Chun Fan did not shy away from this fact. Lu Ruoxian gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes and inquired, "If I may be so bold, where do you hail from?" Chun Fan chuckled softly, "You wish to know which family I belong to, don't you, Miss Lu?" "Exactly. How perceptive of you." This was the very matter that intrigued Lu Ruoxian, though she was reluctant to ask so directly. "I am but a commoner," Chun Fan replied. "If Ms. Lu is considering an alliance with one of the prominent families, it would be wise to abandon that notion now." No. Lu Ruoxian expressed her disbelief. If Chun Fan were truly of humble origins, it would be astonishing. The grandeur he displayed today was hardly that of an ordinary person. She smiled charmingly. "What I actually meant to propose is, if you wouldn't mind, would you allow me to be your elder sister?" An elder sister? Is that appropriate?" Chun Fan scrutinized her with a steady gaze. Lu Ruoxian felt a twinge of frustration, as her spontaneous words were born from a sense of kinship with him. How could he doubt her? Did he not deem her worthy of being his sister? Observing her expression, Chun Fan smiled. To be an elder sister entails caring for one's younger brother. At that moment, Lu Ruoxian's face flushed crimson. She suspected Chun Fan was flirting with her. Yet, she was unwilling to concede, for in Zhangzhou's circles, few dared to jest with her. Chun Fan was indeed an exception. Perhaps this was the world beyond their circles, where they felt unguarded and free. Lu Ruoxian was renowned as the Ice Mountain Beauty. After all, even Boss Chow held her in awe. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Lu Ruoxian declared, "All right. You said it. It's settled then. In this territory of Zhangzhou, I shall protect you." Her laughter was particularly enchanting, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of her mirth. They conversed joyfully, but as the time drew near, Chun Fan prepared to take his leave. "Want you stay and share a meal with your sister?" Lu Ruoxian offered. "Perhaps another day," Chun Fan replied, as his mind lingered on other matters, preferring not to impose further. "Very well. Remember that next time I invite you, you must not decline," Lu Ruoxian insisted with a hint of playful authority. Chun Fan nodded. A gentleman's word is his bond. As he departed, Lu Ruoxian's assistant observed her curiously. "Ms. Lu, you haven't smiled like that in quite some time." Lu Ruoxian's face momentarily reflected a bittersweet smile. With a soft sigh, she mused, "Few in this circle truly understand me. Perhaps it is only when I am with someone like him that I can let my guard down." Despite the Lu family's formidable strength, they were not the absolute pinnacle. There are always greater heights and individuals beyond one's ken. Lu Ruoxian navigated her world with utmost caution. Since they had arrived in Lu Ruoxian's vehicle, her driver was now tasked with escorting them back. Upon returning to Yunfan building, Chun Fan promptly took the raw stone he had prepared for Zhui Handong and asked Chun Ming to drive him there. In the car, Chun Ming remarked, "You startle me today." Chun Fan inquired, "What is the matter?" Chun Ming turned to him. "You feel remarkably different from before. Today, you pulled off such a stunt and earned billions." "My goodness, are you still the Chun Fan I know?" Chun Fan chuckled. "There's nothing surprising about it. After so much study, one must find a place to apply it. It's akin to mastering martial arts. If one only becomes a security guard, Wouldn't that be a waste? Chen Ming replied, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. From now on, I'll stick with you. Chen Fan responded, whether with me or with President Su. It's all the same. Chen Ming acknowledged, I know, your brother's in the same bed. They both burst into laughter. Chen Ming, tomorrow go to President Su and collect $1 million. Tell your family to build a house, Chen Fan instructed. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Isn't that inappropriate? Chen Fan retorted. What's inappropriate about it? You're no stranger. He added, later, your brother will find you a wife, one with long, wavy hair. Chen Fan's family home had already been constructed, and Su Ruzhen transferred another $1 million, urging them to enjoy a comfortable life without excessive toil. Chen Ming consistently informed his family that it was Chen Fan who had secured him the job. On Wenjing Street, Zhua Handong was entertaining several guests over tea when Chen Fan and Chen Ming arrived, the latter carrying a stone. Hey, Chen Fan, what brings you here? Zhua Handong exclaimed upon noticing the stone in Chen Ming's hands, instantly captivated. We brought this for you, Chen Fan replied with a smile, urging Chen Ming to place the raw stone on the table. The guests gathered around, exclaiming, Oh my, old Zhua, this raw stone has opened up. 3 sides are showing green. What a treasure. One guest mused, I doubt it could be obtained for less than 30 million. Zhua Handong was taken aback. Is this piece worth that much? He stared blankly at Chen Fan, who beamed like a child. Zhua Handong, realizing something, ceased his inquiries. Uncle, since you enjoy this, keep it as a decorative piece, Chen Fan suggested. Chen Ming, let us go. Hey, don't leave. Zhua Handong chased after them. Such a precious item. And you're just giving it away? Chapter 86. The grand gift from the future son-in-law. What a fine treasure. Zhua Handong scrutinized the raw stone for over 2 hours. Utterly enamored, an elderly gentleman, equipped with reading glasses and a magnifying glass, assessed it and solemnly declared, Old Zhua, this stone is conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 60 million. Wow, Zhua Handong was left in shock. How much did you say? Conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 60 million, possibly even more. Very well. Zhua Handong gazed blankly at the stone, marveling at the grand gift he had received. 60 million. Goodness. That amount nearly equated to half of his own fortune. It is worth noting that his personal net worth barely surpassed 100 million. This Chen Fan. He dialed his daughter, Zhua Bing. How are things progressing with Chen Fan? Ah, Dad, what do you mean? Zhua Bing felt an inexplicable sense of guilt at her father's sudden inquiry. Could it be that he was aware of her visit to the hotel with Chen Fan? No, I'm merely curious. Do you know what he has been up to lately? Oh, Zhua Bing gasped, her heart racing. I haven't asked him. We are preparing for a competition and haven't had time to see him. What's wrong? Has he been up to no good? No. He is quite remarkable. He just visited my shop again and brought me a grand gift. Zhua Handong felt a surge of delight. This prospective son-in-law was indeed impressive. Fortunately, he hadn't taken advantage of Chen Fan. Otherwise, he would have missed this fortuitous connection. Zhua Bing responded, Oh, has he gone to bribe my father again? However, she dismissed the thought. Moments later, Zhua Handong sent a video message. Look at this. This rough stone is worth at least 60 million. What? Zhua Bing was so startled that she collapsed onto the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Are you selling your daughter? Foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely want you to thank him properly. Oh, fine. Zhua Bing hung up the video call, pouting. What more can I do to express my gratitude? This fellow is quite clever. He has learned to win over the father-in-law. She called Chen Fan. Just arrived at school? Did you miss me? Shouldn't I? Perhaps I should be missing someone else. How dare you? Zhua Bing quickly suggested they dine together that evening, and soon the call ended. Chen Fan chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Zhua Handong summoned his wife to admire the stone. Do you see this? It's worth over 60 million. Huh? Han Kaiying gasped, astonished. That amount is nearly equivalent to my entire company. The couple operated their businesses independently, and Han Kaiying had earned her several million through her own efforts. Yet her husband possessed a stone worth 60 million. She felt somewhat bewildered. This was given to us by your future son-in-law. Are you referring to Chen Fan? Do you have multiple future sons-in-law? Zhua Handong shot her a glance, particularly pleased today. Han Kaiying found herself increasingly perplexed. Didn't you say his family was from the countryside? I'm beginning to struggle to understand him. He wouldn't be involved in any illegal activities, would he? What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to join me in this venture, but you insisted on becoming financially independent. The antique and stone gambling industry is inherently lucrative. What is so strange about it? I assure you, Chen Fan is exceptionally talented. The antiques he has helped me acquire have fetched impressive prices. Very well, keep an eye on him and ensure he does not stray onto a misguided path. This impoverished son-in-law has unexpectedly ascended to heights they never dared to dream of, and naturally, Han Kaiying no longer harbors any resentment. She must acquiesce to this reality. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Fan was met with astonishment from his peers. "Goodness, class monitor, you're alive," exclaimed one. After just 2 days of taking on the role, his absence had been conspicuous. The homeroom teacher was incensed, had it not been for the unanimous resistance from the classmates. The position of class monitor might have been reassigned. Elangao stood up, grinning. "Class monitor, are your legs trembling?" "Why would they tremble? You've only been out for 2 nights, and aren't exhausted yet? Get lost." Chen Fan shot him a glare. "Tonight, you're taking the classmates to the canteen for a late-night meal. The expenses will be deducted from the class funds." "Well, thank you, class monitor. You're magnificent." Seeing his classmates rally behind Chen Fan, Liang Dong felt utterly humiliated, his face flushed with embarrassment. Although he came from wealth, he could not withstand such scrutiny. Moreover, he had never treated his classmates to a meal. He might be affluent, but apart from flaunting his wealth, what had he truly done for everyone? Those who win the hearts of the people shall rule the world. Now, aside from Liang Dong, not a single person disliked Chen Fan. Even the study committee member, Peng Xiaoqian, had secretly stolen glances at Chen Fan, only to blush and feign seriousness in her studies. After school, Chen Fan checked his financial account and glanced at the stock market trends. To his astonishment, the entire market had rebounded sharply, with many stocks experiencing a remarkable resurgence. Jiangnan Paper, Nanghua Real Estate, and Shenlong Automotive saw 2 stocks hit their upper limits, and one soared to 766. It was noteworthy that these stocks had rebounded from their lowest points, indicating that Chen Fan's investment of 15 billion was yielding at least 2 billion in profit. "Oh my heavens, I must continue to persevere and rise to the pinnacle of the world," he mused after this wave. "I shall venture into the Daqing stock market and the overseas markets to reap the rewards from foreign investors." Naturally, he also aimed to accelerate the pace in the jade industry to diversify his company's development. "Chen Fan, my dear fellow, your journey is long and fraught with responsibilities. Press on." Just as he was preparing to seek out Zhuo Bing for dinner, Su Ruzhen called to inform him that Chen Ming's father had fallen from his motorcycle and was in critical condition at the hospital. He wished to request leave. Let him return and assure him not to panic. All medical expenses will be reimbursed by the company. Additionally, grant him 1 million to build a house, as I promised. "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Chen Fan called Chen Ming again, urging him to remain calm and reassuring him that everything would be fine. Gratefully, Chen Ming responded, "Thank you, brother. Su has already informed me. You know I am a rough man, lacking in other skills. From now on, my life belongs to you. Don't be foolish. Given our bond, there is no need for such words. As long as your father is well, that is enough." "Yes, I shall be swift in my return." Chen Ming hastily boarded a flight back to Tongqing County. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxian efficiently arranged for her assistant to engage with Su Ruzhen that very evening. The 2 parties reached a preliminary agreement regarding their collaboration, however. Neither made an immediate commitment, opting instead to present the contract to their respective superiors for approval. Should Lu Ruoxian and Chen Fan consent, they would officially solidify their partnership. After reviewing the agreement, Lu Ruoxian instructed her assistant that there were no issues and it was ready for signing. "We can afford to offer even more concessions if necessary," she added. The assistant replied, "President Lu, these are already the most sincere terms we can extend. Any other company would not be able to match this offer. After all, we are the leaders in this industry." Lu Ruoxian glanced at her and remarked, "Since this is a collaboration, we must adopt a humble approach and treat each other as equals. Otherwise, it will not last." The assistant, resigned, acquiesced. "Very well." Chapter 87. Remember to strike a blow for me the next morning. The market opened with great momentum. Numerous stocks hit their upper limits, possibly due to the severe repression they had previously faced, allowing them to finally breathe. The limit up boards displayed at least several hundred stocks. The 3 stocks under the Lu family opened with a unified surge. "Ah, this upward trend is promising," Chen Fan thought, nodding in satisfaction. Today's rise yielded a 10% profit. It seems that in this era, the wealthier one is, the quicker their fortune accumulates. From yesterday to today, the returns had approached 30%. A few days prior, Chen Fan had glanced at the Jiangzhou rich list, where the 10th wealthiest individual possessed merely 10 billion. The leading family boasted assets exceeding 600 billion, while the Liu family ranked second with 411 billion. The Zhao family followed, with assets barely surpassing 300 billion. Soon, as he continued to thrive, the tycoons on the list might find themselves beneath his feet. At that moment, Qin Fan recalled a line of poetry. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while others wither. Persevere, young one. Later that morning, Su Ruzhen called, ready to sign the collaboration agreement with the Liu family. Qin Fan instructed her to establish a new company for the partnership, distinct from Blueprint's investment. Understood. Su Ruzhen was indeed capable, quickly grasping Qin Fan's intent. After briefing her, Qin Fan contemplated his future investments across various industries. His portfolio of companies would inevitably expand, and the structural framework would grow increasingly complex. He realized he must cultivate a comprehensive system to sustain operations. It appeared he would need to study diligently. The operational model of that English teacher was quite admirable and worthy of emulation. However, it seemed he required additional personnel to manage these companies. Relying solely on Su Ruzhen would be too burdensome. He needed to carefully consider potential candidates. In truth, Tang Jing possesses considerable potential, yet requires nurturing. At noon, Qin Fan called Tang Jing, who seemed somewhat taken aback by the unexpected attention. Mr. Qin, are you looking for me? Previously, she regarded Qin Fan merely as an alumnus. But after he introduced her to the Qihua market, he opened the door to an entirely new realm in her life. Qin Fan elevated his status in her eyes manifold, particularly after his astonishing success in the stone gambling, where he casually earned over 700 million. Such experiences were foreign to her. Once awed by entrepreneurs with millions or tens of millions, she now found such figures laughable. The world of the truly affluent was beyond the comprehension of the impoverished. Sensing her nervousness over the phone, Qin Fan inquired, "Do you have time this afternoon? I wish to discuss something with you." Yes, Tang Jing responded eagerly. Very well. I shall wait for you at the CAF by the school gate. Qin Fan was known for his directness, addressing matters without unnecessary chatter. Upon receiving his call, Tang Jing felt a surge of anxiety. She contemplated countless possibilities yet remained perplexed by his intentions. It couldn't be. He already has a girlfriend. In this regard, the once proud Tang Jing found herself devoid of confidence. After the fourth period, Yilang and Gao scheduled a meal with Qin Fan, only to be declined. Yilang scoffed, "You prioritize romance over friendship. Did I mention I was meeting a girl? Aside from girls, do you have any other interests? As for me, I am quite straightforward, male by gender, female by preference. Scram. Be careful, Su Keqing might annihilate you." Qin Fan paid him no mind and proceeded to the CAF at the school gate. Tang Jing had been waiting there, and upon seeing Qin Fan approach, she quickly stood up. "Mr. Qin." Qin Fan smiled gently, noticing how she resembled a timid little rabbit. "We are all alumni here. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Qin Fan, especially within the school." "MHM." Tang Jing nodded eagerly. "Would you like to drink? I can order for you. Anything will do." "I'm not here for coffee." "Ah?" Tang Jing's heart tightened. Qin Fan instructed the waiter, 2 claypot rice dishes, please. As they dined, their conversation turned to business. "How have your studies been lately? We have signed a collaboration agreement with Liu Ruoxian, and I would like you to learn from her. Am I capable?" Qin Fan noticed her anxiety and frowned. "Can you not be more confident? Otherwise, I may need to reconsider." Startled, Tang Jing quickly stood up. "I'm sorry, Qin Fan. I was wrong." Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "I intend to cultivate your abilities. Do you recall what I previously mentioned? Since the Liu family has proactively sought collaboration, this is an opportunity. If you prove competent, the jade and stone industry will be entrusted to your management in the future. Do you understand why I want you to stay close to Su Ruzhen? Just look at her. Her abilities are remarkable. I hope you can be just as capable and stand on your own in the future." Tang Jing grew increasingly anxious, acknowledging the reality. Qin Fan reassured her. "I will certainly strive for that. All right, let us dine. When you return from your studies with Liu Ruoxian, I shall address you as General Tang." Tang Jing blushed, too shy to raise her head. She was acutely aware of Qin Fan's sincere efforts to nurture her, for which she felt immense gratitude. Though some of that gratitude remained hidden within her heart. They say university marks a watershed moment in life, where the people you meet and the knowledge you acquire shape your future. Tang Jing naturally aspired to excel, hence, she resolved to work even harder. The claypot rice was rather limited, and Qin Fan finished it within a few bites while Tang Jing continued to eat slowly, savoring each morsel. Young women tend to eat delicately, especially in front of Qin Fan, where she felt compelled to maintain her image. Chen Fan chuckled. I shall take my leave. You settle the bill. Oh, okay. As she watched Chen Fan depart, Tang Jing appeared shy, much like a bashful girl. Upon reaching the school gate, a young lady approached him, phone in hand. Hey, handsome, could you add me on WeChat? Taken aback, Chen Fan regarded her quizzically. Do we know each other? Aren't we becoming acquainted by adding each other? After all, we are alumni. All right then. Chen Fan retrieved his phone and scanned her WeChat code. After acceptance, the young woman waved and turned away, saying, Thank you. Don't forget to help me out later. Exasperated, Chen Fan felt a sudden urge to erase her contact, thinking he had mistakenly believed his charm had increased. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that his companions were absent, including Gui Jianliang, who had recently moved back. He lay on his bed and lit a cigarette. His gaze sharpened when he noticed Zhao Linlin had surprisingly returned. Wasn't she busy with preparations for the new hotel? This proud little princess was quite impressive, managing 2 hotels at such a young age. However, it seemed that soon enough, she would find herself in a position of needing to curry favor with me. Chapter 88. Zhao. The campus bell. You are about to face financial ruin. Linlin. If you don't come back soon, the title of campus belle will be snatched away by that little vixen, Lu Wushuang. Zhou Yufei, dressed in a cartoon-themed nightgown, waved her long, fair legs. Zhao Linlin smiled nonchalantly. What use do I have for such hollow titles? Ah, you may not need them, but unlike you, I don't even have a boy who pursues me. Even Chen Fan, that impoverished fellow, looks down on me, Zhou Yufei lamented, realizing her dream of experiencing a reckless romance in university was slipping away. Zhao Linlin laughed. Have you confessed your feelings to him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei sprang up from her bed. Shouldn't it be him confessing to me? Their family is so impoverished. It truly baffles me why Zhou Bing would harbor feelings for him. Zhao Linlin felt speechless. Since you have affection for him, why not strive for it? Zhou Yufei shrugged. Who said I like him? I merely find it tedious and wish to have someone to pass the time during my university days. You might as well focus on your studies and help me manage the hotel in the future. Zhou Yufei shook her head. No, I desire to be in a relationship. She glanced at Zhao Linlin's chest. I've heard that boys prefer those with ample bosoms. Shall we consider enhancement? Zhao Linlin sputtered, spitting water onto her computer screen. What on earth are you thinking? Zhou Yufei chuckled. Why? Don't you like the idea? Get lost. I can't stand this girl. What sort of person is she? A young lady. Can't she behave more seriously? Besides, is it necessary to be ample? I'm not a dairy cow. Zhou Yufei then picked up a pair of binoculars and leaned out the window to gaze at the boys. Alas, this child must have owed something in her past life. Zhao Linlin turned her gaze out the window, secretly envying Zhou Yufei's carefree existence. Every day, she need not ponder anything, merely fantasizing about the love she desires. Her gaze unintentionally fell upon the boys' dormitory across the way, where Chen Fan and his companions resided. Zhao Linlin furrowed her brow. This fellow is quite peculiar. Ever since her last visit to the hospital, her aunt had been incessantly inquiring about her relationship with that boy. She suspected her aunt was also infatuated. So eager for gossip. Putting it out of her mind, she needed to focus. Trading was about to commence. Zhao Linlin opened her computer and logged into her trading account. She had been learning to trade stocks since high school, investing most of her allowance into it. Over time, she had poured in at least 20 million. And now her account held a staggering 1 to 200 million. Thus, Zhao Guwei claimed she had a gift and directly entrusted her with managing a hotel. At present, she had her sights set on Shenlong Automobile, but the stock had already reached its upper limit as soon as it opened, leaving no opportunities whatsoever. Furrowing her brow, Zhao Linlin decided to invest in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical instead. The stock had shown promising trends. After a significant decline, it was currently consolidating at a low point, poised for an explosive rise. The chart patterns and trading volume were impeccable. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was also examining stocks and inadvertently noticed this one. Hiss, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has plummeted. The following 15 trading days will witness a continual decline. In the stock market, such stocks are to be avoided at all costs. Sometimes, despite a seemingly favorable situation, disaster strikes unexpectedly, causing stock prices to plummet. Stockholders are left with 1,000 frustrations. Of course, he never anticipated Zhao Linlin would invest in this stock. After reviewing the stocks, he was preparing to head to class when Su Ruzhen called. Boss, are you free this afternoon? The collaboration agreement with the Liu family has been finalized, and I wish to report on the progress. Noticing that there were no significant classes after, Chen Fan agreed. As I approached the school gate, preparing to hail a taxi, a Porsche 911 glided over and came to a halt beside me. Where are you headed? Perhaps due to the kindness I had shown her previously, Zhao Linlin took the initiative to greet me. To the city center. Hop in, I'll give you a ride. I regarded her with curiosity for a moment as she removed her sunglasses. Come on, are you fond of standing here basking in the sun? Then please take me to Yunfan building. Zhao Linlin paused. Are you still working there part-time? Yes, I replied, offering no further explanation as it seemed unnecessary. However, I noticed a peculiar change in Zhao Linlin's demeanor. My instincts kicked in, and my powers activated. Hiss, I gasped in surprise. You are about to incur some financial loss. What did you say? Zhao Linlin, focused on driving, momentarily failed to comprehend. I said you are likely to suffer a financial setback. My thoughts were on her dealings with the hotel, given her partnership with Blueprint Investment. If anything were to go awry with the hotel, Blueprint Investment would surely face repercussions as well. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linlin furrowed her brow. Do all boys employ such tricks to get close? Previously, when she had accidentally bumped into me, I hadn't sought compensation and had even misjudged her. Afterward, with my assistance, she had developed a slight fondness for me. Yet, I had now tarnished my image in her eyes by employing such tactics. No. Don't think I'm trying to pursue you. That's not my intention at all. It's just that you genuinely need to be cautious with your finances. Hotel renovations can be quite precarious. Safety should be your top priority. Zhao Linlin's expression stiffened. What nonsense. You have no intentions towards me? Am I truly that unappealing? Girls often react this way. If a boy sincerely wishes to draw near, she will remain guarded. Conversely, if he shows no interest, she feels dejected. As if being looked down upon. She shot a glance at me, falling silent. Her implication was clear. I paled in comparison to Zhao Bing. Upon arriving at Yufan building, I exited the car. Thank you for the ride. No problem. It was on my way. Zhao Linlin headed to the hotel renovation site. While I made my way to Blueprint Investment Company, I entered through the private elevator and arrived directly at Su Ruzhen's office. Upon seeing me, Su Ruzhen greeted me warmly. My greatest concern was the hotel project Zhao Linlin was involved with. It must not encounter any mishaps. Please send someone to check on the hotel this afternoon. Safety is paramount. Su Ruzhen appeared taken aback but readily agreed. All right, I'll go personally. No need for that. Just arrange for someone to handle it. There is no necessity for you to oversee everything yourself. Are you so concerned about me? Su Ruzhen smiled coyly, causing my heart to race. Truly, she was a captivating enchantress. Su Ruzhen made a phone call, summoning the property management personnel for an inspection, just to be cautious. After reviewing the contract signed between Su Ruzhen and Lu Ruoxian, everything appeared to be in order. Lu Ruoxian had also offered a considerable discount, prompting Qin Fan to commend her, expressing his complete trust in her capabilities. Is that so? Then reward me. Su Ruzhen playfully seated herself on his lap. Unable to restrain herself, Qin Fan, without hesitation, lifted her into the lounge. In Chapter 89, my father possesses hundreds of billions in assets. And you expect me to work for you? Qin Fan and Su Ruzhen remained in the lounge for over 2 hours, while Zhao Linlin busied herself at the hotel site. The property management team arrived and thoroughly inspected all floors of the hotel, systematically eliminating any potential safety hazards. Zhao Linlin also placed significant emphasis on this matter, particularly in light of Qin Fan's earlier comments in the car. She did not find his concerns unwarranted. After all, safety must never be compromised. Once the inspections concluded, she felt utterly exhausted. Su Ruzhen, too, lay languidly beside Qin Fan, declaring that she would not be working for the afternoon. Qin Fan gently patted her shoulder, suggesting, "You should move to the villa. I can come over to keep you company." All right. She readily accepted upon hearing his willingness to visit. As she retrieved a pair of stockings from her drawer and bent over to put them on, Qin Fan could not help but admire her figure, remarking, "You've really improved. I take full credit for that. You don't mind, do you?" Not long after Su Ruzhen stepped out, someone entered to report, President Su. The hotel renovations have been thoroughly checked, and there are no safety hazards. President Zhao and her team are conducting their own investigations. Good. Qin Fan, overhearing the conversation in the lounge, felt perplexed. No safety hazards? If that were the case, the issue must lie elsewhere, perhaps stemming from something unrelated to the hotel. What if her driving skills were lacking, leading to an accident? Noticing the time, Qin Fan also exited Yunfan building. At that moment, Zhao Linlin was feeling frustrated. Having wasted considerable time on Qin Fan's unsolicited remarks, just as she prepared to leave the parking lot, she spotted Qin Fan standing by the roadside. Attempting to hail a cab, though she chose not to call out to him this time. Ding! Her phone buzzed with a text notification, and she casually picked it up to read. The news hit her like a thunderclap. Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals had imploded. Embroiled in scandals involving falsified performance metrics and massive fund transfers overseas. Zhao Linlin was left in shock, staring blankly at her phone. When she opened her trading app, she saw the stock price plummet to its limit. This was disastrous. Suddenly, she recalled Chun Fan's earlier words, realizing this was what he had meant when he predicted her impending financial loss. With over 100 million invested, she had lost millions in the blink of an eye. No wonder she often heard the cautionary phrase, "The stock market carries risks, invest with caution." Given the current circumstances, it seemed this decline would not be a fleeting issue. It was highly likely that her substantial investment would be rendered worthless. Zhao Linlin's face flushed crimson, her frustration evident as she shook her fist. If he was aware that he was incurring losses, why did he not speak candidly about it? Honk! Zhao, the esteemed campus beauty, slammed her fist onto the steering wheel. This was the culmination of her years of stock trading. After toiling for several years, her investments had plummeted back to square one. Where had he gone? When Zhao Linlin looked up again, Chun Fan's figure had vanished. There would be no chance to meet Zhao Bing tonight. As Chun Fan was preparing to return to his apartment, in a fit of determination, Zhao Linlin pressed the accelerator, racing after him. Honk! She incessantly honked the horn, prompting Chun Fan to turn around. What is going on? Creak. Zhao Linlin parked her car beside him. Wait, I need to speak with you. Zhao, the campus beauty. This might not be appropriate. Zhao Linlin dismissed her concerns. We need to find a place to talk. Surrounding the apartment complex were numerous restaurants, cafes, and even small inns. Chun Fan inquired, where do you want to go? How about that one? Zhao Linlin pointed to a nearby tea house. After parking her car, they entered the tea house. Few students their age opted for tea. Most preferred coffee or soft drinks. Zhao Linlin reserved a private room and beckoned Chun Fan inside. What would you like to order? 2 cups of green tea. I'll take red tea instead, preferably Jean Junmei. Certainly, please wait a moment. The tea house waitstaff were elegantly dressed, favoring kipeos that accentuated their figures. For some reason, Zhao Linlin recalled what Zhou Yufei had said, and she cast a glance at the waitress from earlier, her cheeks warming. Must women so insistently display their figures for all to see? Such tight-fitting attire seemed beyond her comfort. When the tea arrived, Chun Fan asked, what do you need to speak with me about? Zhao Linlin, not wishing to conceal anything, replied, how did you know I was facing financial difficulties? Huh. Chun Fan was intrigued by the question, as he had no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding Zhao Linlin. After taking a sip of tea, he casually remarked, I can read fortunes. Do you believe me? Believe you? Nonsense. What era are we in, still playing these tricks? Be serious. Zhao Linlin retorted. Chun Fan, feeling helpless, stated, it's plainly visible on your face. Now, tell me, what has truly transpired? Zhao Linlin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, do you realize that your earlier comment prompted me to inspect the hotel renovation site? Thankfully, no violations were found. I was genuinely worried about potential safety hazards. And then? Chun Fan regarded her intently. I later discovered that the stocks I purchased today had plummeted. Over 100 million. Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals collapsed. It truly came to pass. Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, the revelation reminding him of Teacher Shen. The moment I encountered Teacher Shen, I sensed something amiss and felt compelled to bring it to her attention. Her emotional state appeared rather unstable, and soon after, her husband's infidelity came to light. It seems I might have a future in a different profession. However, I never anticipated that Zhao Linlin was also dabbling in stocks, and, regrettably, she had suffered significant losses. This was indeed disastrous. When a publicly traded company falters, it is a grave misfortune, and she found herself ensnared in such a predicament. Zhao Linlin furrowed her brow and asked, you invest in stocks as well? If I didn't tea, I would have perished from hunger long ago. Chun Fan replied while sipping his tea. In my estimation, with your losses exceeding 100 million, you might be left with merely 10%. Zhao Linlin's complexion turned ashen. This represented years of her hard work. Yet, what could be done? She gasped, is there any solution? None. He exclaimed. Young ladies should refrain from this. Why not focus on managing your hotel instead? When you encounter a pitfall, no one can rescue you. You can only watch helplessly as it plummets daily, and as for what remains after a recovery, that is left to fate. Zhao Linlin felt a surge of frustration, but she was resilient enough to accept her losses. Having purchased a failing stock, she had to face the consequences. There are no rules in the stock market that dictate one must only profit and never incur losses. It is a well-known fact that only 20% of investors make money, while the rest suffer losses. You should stop working in those chaotic places and come assist me, he suggested. Zhao Linlin stared at him intently. You can set your own salary. Chen Fan chuckled. You cannot afford me. To be honest, it would be more feasible for you to work for me. Zhao Linlin nearly exploded with indignation. What are you saying? My father possesses over 300 billion in assets. And you expect me to work for you? Have you lost your mind? Yet, Chen Fan maintained a serious demeanor. I am quite earnest. I require someone of your caliber. As for stock trading, if you lack the aptitude, it's best to refrain from it. Zhao Linlin, exasperated, chose not to respond further and stormed out. Having acted out of goodwill, she felt he had taken her kindness for granted. Just as she was about to exit the tea house, Chen Fan's voice called out. Pay the bill before you leave. Damn, I can't let him get away with that. Chapter 90. Do you believe I can steal your young lady? She could hardly fathom that I possessed more wealth than her family. What could I do? However, it was true that, at present, Chen Fan's assets were slightly inferior to those of the Zhao family. Yet who could predict the future? In a short while, we shall see who the true victor is. Having been driven away by her anger, Chen Fan decided against attending school and returned directly to his apartment. Upon arriving on the 26th floor, he found Lu Wushuang had already returned, with two newly assigned bodyguards watching him intently, as if they feared he might abduct their young lady. Ever since her arrival, Su Ruzhen had found it inconvenient to visit the apartment. As Chen Fan passed by Lu Wushuang's door, he noted her attire for the day, a white shirt paired with black capri pants. Her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, exuding a fresh and pure aura. Lu Wushuang's beauty and height were beyond reproach, though perhaps her endowments were somewhat lacking. That is merely an estimation. Chen Fan had little knowledge about that matter. Zhao Linlin was likely more developed than her. After just a glance, two bodyguards of Lu Wushuang approached and barked. What are you staring at? Be careful, or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Chen Fan was at a loss for words. What kind of demeanor did their bodyguards possess? Be careful, or I might steal your young lady away. It seemed they were oblivious to how the previous two bodyguards had ended up unemployed. Hey, Junior. Upon arriving at the balcony, Chen Fan noticed that Lu Wushuang lived next door, with her two bodyguards stationed across from them. Thus, the bodyguards had no visibility of this side of the balcony. Having just finished a call with her family, Lu Wushuang responded to Chen Fan's greeting. Is there something you need? Nothing much. Just thought it was time to officially introduce myself to my neighbor after all this time. It was Lu Wushuang's first time in this neighborhood. And given that they were both alumni, she didn't seem too resistant. Typically, when male students approached her at school, she would ignore them entirely. In this type of apartment building, the balconies were so close that someone daring enough could easily traverse between them. Aren't you bored? Being watched by bodyguards all day like a thief, Chen Fan continued, noticing that Lu Wushuang didn't seem too put off. Lu Wushuang shrugged. What can I do? My dad hired them. It's rare to see you back here. Perhaps feeling safe due to the balcony's distance, Lu Wushuang engaged in conversation with Chen Fan. Yeah, I'm in my third year, so I've been quite busy, Chen Fan replied. Have you started looking for a job? Yes, if I don't start working soon. I want to be able to pay the rent. Lu Wushuang stared at him in disbelief, realizing that his job search was solely to cover rent. But why did he insist on renting a place alone instead of staying in a dormitory? Would you be interested in joining me for a late-night snack? Chen Fan invited. Lu Wushuang pointed outside. They would report us. Chen Fan chuckled. What is the problem? I'll help you over, and you can climb over from the balcony. Lu Wushuang, who likely had never engaged in such rebellious antics, peered down. Oh my, it's the 26th floor. Do you want me to become a pancake? To dispel her fears, Chen Fan effortlessly climbed over the balcony. Oh my goodness, you're not scared? Lu Wushuang exclaimed, wide-eyed. It's fine, if you'd like. I could open a door from here tomorrow, and we could go out for late-night snacks every night. Lu Wushuang shook her head vigorously. That's too terrifying. Then just wait. Chen Fan climbed back over. Lu Wushuang was unsure of his intentions, but soon she heard the sound of a door closing. It seemed he had left. The balcony across from her overlooked the school, offering a clear view of the campus. Lu Wushuang sat on the balcony, gazing into the distance at the scenery of the school. Here, she had no friends or acquaintances, living a solitary life. For the sake of security, her family had assigned her two bodyguards and a housekeeper. Such a university life was destined to forfeit much joy. As the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, she was never permitted to associate with ordinary commoners. Her circle consisted solely of noble families, and all she learned observed, and experienced was of the utmost sophistication. She resembled a princess in a kingdom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden rays illuminated her face, and Lu Wuxuang gazed toward the balcony, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Knock, knock, knock. Young miss, it's time for dinner, called the housekeeper as she approached the door. I am not hungry. You all may eat, Lu Wuxuang replied as she walked to the entrance. Please call for me when you do wish to eat, the housekeeper responded, not daring to say more, bowing her head as she retreated. An hour later, Chen Fan returned, laden with numerous bags, including some concealed bottles. After locking the door behind him, he made his way to the balcony. Junior, Lu Wuxuang, who had already returned to her room and was lounging on the sofa watching the news, rushed out upon hearing his call. What is it? Chen Fan presented several boxes to her. Look at these delightful treats I specially went out to purchase. What? Just take them first, he insisted, handing her the bags along with the beverages. Watching him deftly navigate over the balcony, Lu Wuxuang felt a twinge of suspicion. You're not planning to sneak over here at midnight to spy on me, are you? Go lock the door. Chen Fan laid out all the items, revealing a stunning array of bright red crayfish. Wow, can these be eaten? Lu Wuxuang instinctively recoiled, but the enticing aroma wafted toward her, rich with garlic, oil, and spices, accompanied by beer. Come, sit down and eat, Chen Fan urged, offering her a pair of gloves. Lu Wuxuang had never tasted crayfish before. Her experiences were limited to large lobsters, like the Australian variety. She had heard that crayfish could be quite unclean, but their vibrant color was undeniably appealing. And the scent was irresistible. I assure you, they are very clean, he said, cracking open a crayfish, removing the vein, and holding it to her lips. Lu Wuxuang hesitated for a moment before gently biting into the tender flesh. Wow, crayfish can be this delicious? Her eyes widened in surprise as she swallowed. Chen Fan filled her glass with chilled beer. Crayfish must be paired with beer for the full experience. If you ever have the chance, I'll take you to a street famous for late-night snacks. As Chen Fan prepared to peel another crayfish for her, she quickly interjected, I can do it myself. He handed her a disposable bib, and the two began to peel crayfish and enjoy their beer. For Lu Wuxuang, this was likely her first experience with such fare. The spiciness ignited her senses, and with every sip of ice-cold beer, she savored the delightful combination. The sound of knocking echoed as the bodyguard approached the door. Miss, what is it? Please do not disturb me. I am watching television. She turned up the volume, and the bodyguard, unable to detect anything amiss, reluctantly retreated. Chen Fan sighed, remarking that her life bore a striking resemblance to imprisonment. When will you cast them aside? I shall take you out for some fun. Lu Wuxuang, indulging in her beer, replied, all right. 4 bottles of beer and 6 pounds of lobster were swiftly consumed by the two, leaving Lu Wuxuang yearning for more. Is that it? Alas. We shall continue next time. Chen Fan began to tidy up and climbed over to the balcony. Lu Wuxuang called after him, next time, let us go out for a meal. Chapter 91. Short selling crude oil. Since indulging in lobster with Lu Wuxuang, Chen Fan had not visited the apartment for 3 days. Lu Wuxuang waited in the apartment daily, occasionally glancing at the neighboring balcony. Where is he? What does this mean? Teasing my appetite and then disappearing? Lu Wuxuang maintained an excellent diet, with a specially hired housekeeper focusing on her health. She typically consumed light fare, but the spicy, flavorful lobsters Chen Fan had brought were irresistible. As summer arrived, the consumption of lobsters became a nationwide trend, with Jiangzhou residents particularly enamored. How could Lu Wuxuang resist such temptation? Yet, Chen Fan's absence for several days left her baffled. Were it not for her pride, she would have sought him out in the classroom. Jiangzhou University housed tens of thousands of students across various majors, and Lu Wuxuang was studying business administration, quite distant from Chen Fan's finance department. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Fan was intentionally keeping her in suspense. However, Chen Fan had been occupied as well. The stock market had rebounded to a considerable extent, and his account now boasted a total of 31.2 billion. It is time to sell. His objectives had been achieved. And given the substantial volume, he could not afford to wait for the momentum to wane. Otherwise, he would be left stranded while others profited. Su Ruzhen promptly organized her team to execute the sales in a remarkably gentle manner. With such significant volume, it was easy to alert the major players. Yet, for a large-cap public company with a market value in the hundreds of billions, daily trading volumes in the tens of billions were within the realm of normal fluctuations. Chen Fan estimated that he could liquidate everything within 3 to 4 days. Thus, Lu Wuxuang would have to wait that long for another lobster feast. However, fortune can be remarkably serendipitous. On this particular day, Shenlong Automobile hit its ceiling price before opening the gates for trading. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruzhen wasted no time in selling off shares. That day, Shenlong Automobile witnessed a massive volume surge, with a turnover rate reaching 45. Su Ruzhen skillfully capitalized on the situation, successfully liquidating over 6 billion in funds. Jiangnan Paper and Nanghua Real Estate managed to offload only 3 to 4 billion. Meanwhile, Zhao, the campus belle, found herself utterly despondent after hitting a wall, having endured 3 consecutive limit downs without any escape route provided by the market makers. Her anger had deprived her of restful sleep for several days. Nonetheless, within the school, the primary concern for the boys revolved around the unveiling of the school beauty rankings. Following a new round of competition, the 4 leading beauties were re-evaluated. Zhao Linlin maintained her position at the pinnacle, while Lu Wushuang claimed the second spot. A new student, Lu Wanwan, a popular streamer, also managed to secure a place among the beauties. To everyone's surprise, Zhuo Bing from Chun Fan's family ranked 4th, albeit amidst controversy. A group of individuals vocally criticized her, claiming Zhuo Bing was inadequate and had been sullied by others. Chun Fan, upon witnessing these remarks, was infuriated. How absurd! Were they merely sour grapes? Furthermore, could they guarantee that the other beauties were untouched? Zhuo Bing, upon seeing this, felt even more incensed. If such rumors reached her mother's ears, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chun Fan proclaimed, "Whoever dares to insult her, I will offer a bounty of 100,000. Suddenly, a reply of this nature surfaced. The entire forum erupted in chaos. What a revelation! The individual who had previously spent 200,000 to eliminate Liang Dong and secure the class president position had emerged. Chun Fan had once been an inconspicuous figure, unnoticed by many. However, after Zhuo Bing openly expressed her affection for him, he gained notoriety. Yet, most individuals could not match his identity with his appearance, remaining oblivious to who he truly was. Fortunately, those who had disparaged Zhuo Bing prudently deleted their inappropriate comments. Zhuo Bing's family was not lacking in wealth. Should matters escalate, they would certainly be able to handle it. What seemed like a tempest had calmed down. Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen had finally completed her transactions. Currently, her total account balance had soared to 31.6 billion, exceeding the previous amount by over 400 million. Quite impressive. Chun Fan dedicated an entire afternoon to analyzing the stock market. Due to the prior downturn, most stocks were now experiencing a robust rebound, with many appreciating by over 100%, excluding the underperformers. Presently, the stock prices were stabilized, and with such substantial capital at his disposal, he could no longer afford to chase after daily surges as he once did. It was time for a shift in strategy. Opening the futures section, the notification chimed. International crude oil prices had plummeted by 707. Goodness! Chun Fan hastily checked the oil market, astonished to find that within the next 15 trading days, the price of international crude oil was expected to plunge from $655 per barrel to $1,995. What was there to deliberate? He immediately called Su Ruzhen. "Darling, you might need to work late tonight." "Oh no, can I have a few days of rest?" Su Ruzhen misunderstood, thinking he was about to cause her more trouble. She had indeed put considerable effort into her recent transactions and felt quite exhausted, especially with the ongoing move to furnish their new villa. Ahem, that is not what I meant. Upon hearing her gentle voice, Chun Fan discerned her thoughts. Unlike Zhuo Bing, Su Ruzhen had greater demands and could withstand the pressures. After all, Zhuo Bing was still a student and not as liberated in her demeanor. Upon hearing Chun Fan's explanation, Su Ruzhen's delicate face flushed crimson, and she instinctively crossed her legs, clad in black stockings, while seated in the office. "What do you mean?" she inquired. "Are you preparing to short the international crude oil market? The global capital market presents vast opportunities. Take advantage of the current moment before the inevitable crash. Dive in recklessly. Let them revel in the over 300 billion in short positions." Su Ruzhen meticulously noted Chun Fan's instructions. Indeed, trading international crude oil required working late into the night, possibly even enduring sleepless hours. However, this was her duty, one she could not evade. She dismissed the notion of temporarily residing in a villa, finding it more convenient to stay in the office. Once she completed her tasks, she arranged to have lunch with Zhuo Bing. Observing Zhuo Bing's long legs, Chun Fan lamented, "How can these people be so blind? They claim my Bibing is less attractive than them?" Zhuo Bing, however, was indifferent. What value do these empty accolades hold? She linked her arm with Chun Fan's and suggested, haven't we gone shopping in quite some time? Chun Fan gazed at her in silence. Can you blame me? You've been preoccupied with rehearsals, neglecting even your husband. Zhou Bing playfully pinched him, exclaiming, that sounds utterly dreadful. Chun Fan winced in pain, saying, forget shopping. How about I gift you a sports car instead? You've been rather extravagant lately. First, you gifted my father a multi-million-dollar stone. And now you wish to present me with a car. What are you implying? Do you want people to think I'm after your wealth? Zhou Bing teased, pinching his cheek. Let us not forget your status. You are the poorest student in class. Although you've found some success now, do remain humble. Many have faced calamities due to their hubris. Understood, my dear wife, he replied. Scram. In the following days, Zhou Bing was preoccupied with visiting relatives, and Chun Fan felt it inappropriate to intrude. So he resorted to dining on crawfish alone in the evenings. He imagined that upon seeing him, Lu Wushuang's eyes would be filled with resentment, as he had vanished just when she had begun to savor success.